Chapter 1. Transcending to Divinity. In the Wei Kingdom, in Kaiyang Prefecture, Sichuan County, Zhonglin opened his eyes to a shimmering expanse. Rays of sunlight danced upon the surface of the river, yet the depths remained shrouded in darkness, impervious to the light. Am I alive, or have I perished? Neither. It appears I have transcended. A torrent of fragmented memories surged forth, and Zhonglin could only passively accept the reality of his transmigration. In his previous life, he had drowned while attempting to save a young girl from the water, his consciousness suspended in the inky depths. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself in this unfamiliar realm. Wait, I drowned before my transmigration, yet here I am, still submerged. If I were to drown again, will my transmigration be in vain? Zhonglin struggled valiantly, but no matter his efforts, he could not extricate himself from the water. Gradually, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. How could he possibly breathe underwater? Calming himself, Zhonglin began to sift through the memories in his mind, only to find an answer that drew his brows together in concern. The good news is I have become a deity. The bad news is I am merely a nascent wild god. The heavenly Tao does not recognize me. The dynasty forbids my existence, and I may very well be eradicated by the Bureau of Celestial Administration. For 3 millennia, the Great Way has stood strong, unifying the Central Plains and dividing the realm into 36 provinces, each overseen by numerous prefectures and counties. They even conferred titles upon the rivers and mountains of the world, ensuring bountiful weather for the Great Way. While this brought about a period of prosperity, it also led to the emergence of malevolent mountain gods and heretical cults. Thus, any entity not recognized by the heavenly Tao and unendorsed by the Great Way was deemed a wild god and faced the threat of annihilation from the Bureau of Celestial Administration. To IT was said that their dragon-slaying platform could even dispatch the dragon kings of the 4 seas. At present, Zhonglin was merely the river god of Chushui, a legitimate wild deity of humble origins. Having just assumed this role, his powers were meager, and the Bureau of Celestial Administration had yet to take notice of him. Yet as long as he remained a wild god, he would be pursued relentlessly. If discovered, the Bureau would not entertain his pleas, and his fate would be sealed in a manner most dire. Being recognized by the heavenly Tao is akin to being a civil servant, while the endorsement of the Great Way is like securing a permanent position. Yet here I am, a mere rat, scurrying across the street. Zhonglin felt a profound despair wash over him, and as he pondered how to save himself, a vivid image suddenly materialized in his mind. An elderly fisherman knelt by the banks of Chushui, lighting 3 incense sticks and placing them upon his brow, reverently bowing thrice towards the river surface while beseeching, I implore you, River Lord, ensure our fishing venture is smooth and fruitful. Beside the old fisherman, a young man impatiently urged, Father, you always perform this ritual for the River Lord before setting out to fish, yet when has it ever proven effective? Buying incense is nothing but a waste of money. At this, the elderly fisherman, known as Wu De, changed his expression and sternly admonished, Xiao Shi, do not show disrespect to the River Lord. If you provoke his wrath, catching fish will be the least of our worries. Our safe return may even be in jeopardy. Wu Xiao Shi huffed in response, clearly dismissive of his father's words, that in his perspective, the success of their family in catching fish was solely due to their own fishing skills and had nothing to do with the river deity they had never encountered. After finishing his incense offerings, Wu De beckoned to Wu Xiao Shi, saying, Let's set sail. It's been 3 days without a catch. We should venture into deeper waters this time. The Chushui River, adjacent to Sichuan County, spans a width of 10 zhong and is abundant in aquatic life. Wu Da's family made their living as fishermen in Sichuan County. Before long, Wu Xiao Shi, propelling their boat, gently navigated towards the deeper waters. Wu De stood at the bow, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the river's surface, relying on years of experience to discern the most fruitful fishing spots. As Zhonglin observed the vivid imagery in his mind, he felt an inexplicable wonder. As though the entire Chushui River had become a part of him, he had a certain awareness of events occurring throughout the river and its banks. At the moment Wu De completed his incense offerings, several lines of small text suddenly materialized before his eyes. Incense value, 3. Name, Zhonglin. Identity, river deity. Domain, Chushui River. Cultivation, none. Divine abilities, none. Spells, dream entry, water control. Incense. Value, 3. Wait, am I actually connected? What purpose does this incense value serve? Upon noticing that the spell water control had a plus sign, Zhonglin immediately decided to click on it. In the next moment, The 3 points of incense value he had just acquired were depleted, by expending 3 points of incense value. The spell Water Control evolved into the spell Water Mastery. If Water Control could barely alter the flow of water, Water Mastery was powerful enough to conjure waves up to a meter high. This was an extraordinary transformation. Originally, Zhonglin had been concerned about his own protection, but now, with this newfound power, the situation had drastically changed. Filled with elation, he focused his thoughts and leisurely followed behind Wu De and Wu Xiaoshi's fishing boat. The incense value he had first obtained was entirely thanks to Wu De. He certainly had to safeguard his devotee. With this in mind, Zhonglin summoned a bit of magical energy, driving all the fish in the surrounding waters towards Wu De's boat. On the fishing boat, Wu De was swiftly losing hope in his quest for fish. The day had passed significantly, and they had yet to find a suitable spot to cast their net. If they failed to find one soon, they would have to go home empty-handed. I could see that moment. Wu De keenly sensed a large school of fish suddenly gathering beneath the boat. Overjoyed, he shouted, "Xiaoshi, quickly cast a net, a school of fish is approaching." Wu Xiaoshi, equally ecstatic, deftly retrieved the fishing net and vigorously threw out. The net fully unfurled in the air before plunging into the water. Wu Xiaoshi felt a sudden weight in his hands. "Father, this time we are sure to catch a lot of fish. I can barely hold on." Wu Xiaoshi exclaimed. Wu De, equally delighted, hurried to assist his son in pulling the net back in. This catch was worth a day's haul. It must be the river deity who heard our prayers and sent us this school of fish. Wu De beamed with joy that he clearly perceived that there had been no fish around the moments before. The sudden appearance of the fish school could only be attributed to the river deity's blessings. Wu Xiaoshi did not dispute Wu De's claim. He was already busy preparing for the second net. Incense value. 3 Zhonglin once again received incense value. It turns out that one does not necessarily need to offer incense to obtain such value. The most crucial aspect is that someone must genuinely believe in him. Wu Daming has an unwavering faith in the river god of Chu Shui. Zhonglin reaps his incense value. The Wu family enjoys a bountiful catch of fish, resulting in a win-win scenario. While Wu Xiaoshi was joyfully busy casting and retrieving nets, a shadowy figure stealthily approached the fishing boat from the depths below. Wu Xiaoshi stepped to the edge of the boat, preparing to cast his third net when, suddenly, a pitch-black hand shot up from beneath the vessel, seizing his ankle with an iron grip. "What is this?" Wu Xiaoshi screamed. A tremendous force yanked him into the water. By the time Wu De reacted, there was no trace of Wu Xiaoshi left on the boat. "Xiaoshi? Xiaoshi? Where are you?" Wu De shouted anxiously from the spot where his son had vanished. All he could see were the splashes of water, but no sign of his son. Panic surged through Wu De. Wu Xiaoshi was his only son. He could not afford to lose him. Plop. Wu De knelt on the boat, bowing his head, pleading, "River God, I beseech you, save my son. He has wronged you in the past. If you must take vengeance, let it be upon me. Spare my son." "But wait. When did I ever seek vengeance on your son?" Zhonglin felt unjustly burdened with blame, his mood decidedly sour. He summoned his powers, swiftly transforming his form, and swam towards Wu Xiaoshi, who was still struggling in the water. I could see that moment. Wu Xiaoshi was ensnared, his foot firmly gripped by a dark hand that relentlessly pulled him towards the riverbed. Just as despair washed over him, and he believed he was to perish there, a thunderous voice echoed in his ears. "Which vile creature dares to wreak havoc in Chu Shui? So it is a water monkey. Vile beast, how dare you act so brazenly? Release your grip at once." Chapter 2, Building the Temple. Water Manipulation. A torrent surged from the riverbed, crashing against the black claw that clutched Wu Xiaoshi. The claw was crushed as if it were nothing more than a trivial object. Stinking black blood spread through the depths. This dark claw was surely rendered useless. Even if Zhonglin were a wild deity, he was still a god. How could a mere vile creature compare? Caw, caw, caw. A piercing, chilling scream echoed, sending shivers down Wu Xiaoshi's spine. Then, he felt a loosening at his ankle. The black claw could no longer hold him. A water monkey, covered in matted black fur, emerged from behind Wu Xiaoshi, grimacing in pain. Wu Xiaoshi was struck with terror. This truly was a water monkey. Zhonglin's expression darkened. Water monkeys were notorious for their taste for human flesh, cunning and vengeful. With such a creature causing chaos, who would dare approach Chu Shui? "Vile beast, where do you think you're going?" Zhonglin summoned his powers again, launching another water manipulation spell at the water monkey. The creature, usually agile in the water, was unable to evade the onslaught this time. In a moment of desperation, the water monkey twisted its body, attempting to use its now injured claw to fend off the spell. Splash! The black claw was forcefully torn away, causing the water monkey to emit a painful cry. It turned back, casting a fierce glare in the direction of Zhonglin, its crimson eyes brimming with animosity. Instinctively, it sensed that the one who had injured it twice must be in that direction. However, Zhonglin, as the river god of Chu Shui, was composed entirely of magical essence and could not yet reveal himself in front of others. Thus, neither Wu Shaoshi nor the water monkey could perceive his presence. Without a moment's hesitation, the water monkey swiftly swam away without looking back, vanishing into the riverbed in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for Zhonglin's status as the river god, he would have remained oblivious to its escape. At that moment, the water monkey had summoned all its strength to flee, managing to distance itself several zhong in a short span of time. Zhonglin glanced at Wu Shaoshi, who was struggling to hold his breath, and ultimately decided against pursuing the water monkey. It is merely a vile creature as long as it remains in the waters of Chu Shui. I shall be able to find it, he declared. First, let's elevate this person. With a wave of his magical power, he lifted Wu Ziyashi's body from the water, bringing him to the surface. Wu De was still on the fishing boat, bowing and apologizing when suddenly the water erupted with a loud splash. He lifted his head to gaze at the river's surface. In the next instant, a wave over a meter high crashed down, sending Wu Shaoshi tumbling back onto the boat. Wu De hurriedly approached to check on his son. Cough, 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 father. Wu Shaoshi sputtered out a few mouthfuls of river water, gradually regaining his senses. Wu De was overwhelmed with emotion, weeping as he embraced Wu Shaoshi. My son, how could you have shown such disrespect to the river god? Just now, the river god was enraged and nearly took you away. We must never act so foolishly again. Upon hearing his father's words, Wu Shaoshi recalled the events that had transpired and quickly replied, Father, it was not the river god who was angry. A water monkey dragged me down. As he spoke, Wu Shaoshi lifted his right foot, revealing a horrifying black-purple handprint, elongated and terrifying. Wu De exclaimed in astonishment, My son, this water monkey is cunning and possesses exceptional swimming skills. Typically, anyone dragged underwater is doomed. How did you manage to escape? A mysterious shout echoed in Wu Ziyashi's mind as he spoke. It was the river god who saved me. I witnessed the river god intervene and break one of that vile creature's hands. It fled in terror. It was the river god himself who brought me back to the surface. Wu Shaoshi recounted, a shiver of fear coursing through him as he recalled the scene. He had nearly become a ghost of the river. Hearing his son's account, Wu De grasped Wu Ziyashi's shoulders and knelt at the bow of the boat. Quick, bow to the river god, he urged. If you had perished today, how could I continue living? From now on, you must show the river god the utmost respect. This time, Wu Shaoshi did not dispute his father's words, but instead complied dutifully, bowing 3 times. Incense value, 10. Not far away, Zhonglin observed the incense value he had gained and nodded in satisfaction. This father and son duo had contributed nearly 20 points of incense value to him throughout the day. Zhonglin felt a promising future ahead. After finishing their bows, Wu De remarked, Shaoshi, we have already caught a considerable number of fish today. Let us return home promptly. Wu Shaoshi nodded in agreement. Should that water monkey return, they would surely face dire consequences. The 2 men, unwilling to delay, swiftly maneuvered their fishing boat back to shore. Before departing, the father and son bowed once more to the meandering waters of the river before turning away. This time, Zhonglin did not accrue any incense value. It seems one cannot repeatedly profit from 2 sheep. He must devise a means to attract more followers to his faith. Although such grand maneuvers might draw the attention of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, the incense value would bolster his strength. Otherwise, he would merely await his demise. Zhonglin gazed at the newly appeared plus sign behind the dream entry spell and decisively tapped it, consuming 10 points of incense value. The dream entry spell evolved into the dream sending spell. Dream entry enabled Zhonglin to enter the dreams of mortals, allowing him to observe without any ability to act. In contrast, dream sending permitted him to construct dreams for mortals at his discretion, granting him complete freedom of action. If I had sufficient incense value, could this dream sending spell ultimately evolve to the point of enabling me to kill within dreams? Zhonglin mused with excitement. As night fell, the moon shone brightly amidst a sparse, starry sky. Ordinary folk had little in the way of evening entertainment and thus retired early. The Wu family of Qing Shui village was no exception. Wu De and his wife, Wu Pe, resided in the west room, while their son, Wu Shaoshi, and daughter-in-law, Xiaoxia, occupied the east room. Now, they awaited the arrival of their grandson, truly embodying the joy of 3 generations under one roof, a rare happiness among common folk. After a long day's toil, compounded by the near calamity involving his son, Wu De quickly succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he found himself walking upon the surface of a great river. This river bore a striking resemblance to the meandering waters he knew, yet it was immeasurably larger. As Wuda glanced around, an ethereal voice, resonant and thunderous, suddenly erupted in his ears. Wuda? The commanding voice sent shivers through his very soul. Who? Who calls me? Wuda retorted, bewildered. It is I. A figure materialized upon the river's surface, gradually ascending. In the blink of an eye, it towered to the heavens, seemingly piercing the 33 layers of the sky. The figure donned a flowing azure robe, with long black hair, cascading like a waterfall. Its presence was otherworldly and noble, that a veil of mist obscured its features. Yet Wuda instinctively felt that its visage must be extraordinarily handsome and dignified. Having never witnessed such a scene, Wuda hastily knelt, pressing his forehead to the ground, too awestruck to rise, and respectfully uttered, "This old man pays homage to the great immortal. I bow before you, Wuda. You have only just worshipped me today. How do you not remember?" The figure was none other than Zhonglin. Having entered the dream realm, he deemed it necessary to present himself in an impressive manner, otherwise how could he command belief? Wu Da's face betrayed a moment of astonishment as he stuttered, "Why, you are the river god, my lord." "Indeed, it is I." Wu Da reverently responded, "Thank you, river god, for saving my son's life today. Might I inquire why you have summoned this old man in the late hours? Please instruct me." Pleased with Wu Da's promptness, Zhonglin nodded in approval. "I wish for you to construct a temple in my honor by the banks of the meandering river. From now on, any fisherman on the Chushui River, as long as you present 3 sticks of incense at the river god temple before setting sail, I shall ensure that your nets are filled to the brim. In return, I can guarantee that all the fish your family catches shall be of the largest size." Wu Da's heart swelled with joy with the river god's promise. His family would no longer suffer from hunger. As for the Celestial Monitoring Bureau's prohibition against constructing temples for wild deities, Wu Da, an ordinary commoner, knew little of such matters. He only understood that the river god was benevolent, having just saved his son, and now wished to improve their lives. "I, the humble elder, shall faithfully heed the river god's command." "Very well. Off you go." Zhonglin waved his hand. Wu Da awoke from his reverie, his sudden movement startling the slumbering Wu Pa beside him. "Old man, why are you making such a racket at this late hour?" Wu Pa grumbled. Wu Da's eyes sparkled with excitement. He vividly recalled the events of his dream, and he firmly believed that everything that had just transpired was indeed real. "What do you understand? I, the old man, just received the edict from Lord of the River, and tomorrow I shall commence the construction of a temple for him. From this day forth, Lord of the River shall bless my family with an inexhaustible catch of fish." Chapter 3. The Attack of the Water Monkey. The following day, at dawn, Wu Da roused Wu Xiaoshi from slumber, and they began to measure the land by the banks of the meandering river. As fishermen from the same county prepared their boats for fishing, they happened upon the peculiar actions of the two, prompting one to inquire curiously, "Uncle Wu, why are you not fishing? Surely you do not intend for your family to go hungry?" Wu Da, his sun-weathered face etched with deep wrinkles, wore a proud smile as he declared, "The old man received the Lord of the River's decree last night. I am to erect a temple for him here. The Lord assures that as long as we come to pay our respects with 3 incense sticks before each fishing endeavor, we shall always return with full nets. Huan, you need not fish today. Come lend us a hand." Wu Da, ever warm-hearted, believed that since the Lord had promised him a bountiful catch, it was only fair to allow his fellow villagers to share in some fortune. Huan scoffed, "Uncle Wu, have you lost your senses? This river lord is a relic of your generation. We young folk have never seen him. Do you truly expect us to believe such nonsense? Xiaoshi, why are you indulging your father's folly? Come with me to catch fish. I have recently discovered a spot teeming with them." With that, Huan gestured for the industrious Wu Xiaoshi to join him. All the young men from Sichuan County, including Huan, dismissed the notion of the river lord. However, to their surprise, Wu Xiaoshi shook his head and replied earnestly, "Brother Huan, my father speaks the truth. I was dragged into the river by a water monkey yesterday and nearly met my demise. It was only through the divine intervention of the river lord that I was saved." Huan frowned. "Xiaoshi, how can you believe such tales? I kindly offer to take you fishing, and instead, you conspire with your father to deceive me. You may wait here for your river lord to manifest. I shall go catch fish." With that, Huan paddled away in his fishing boat, mocking the Wu father and son for their apparent madness. Wu Da and Wu Xiaoshi persisted in their labor, and soon, elder villagers, having heard of the endeavor, arrived to assist. The youth, however, scoffed at the proceedings. 3 days later, through the collective efforts of many, The temple for the river lord was erected beside the meandering river, though constructed of mud bricks. The dedication of Wu De and his companions rendered it a commendable sight. Within the temple stood a stone statue, towering at the height of a man, perfectly mirroring the figure Wu De had seen in his dreams, albeit devoid of a face. This is Wu De who, with his last savings, commissioned someone to carve a sculpture. Unfortunately, it captures only the form, lacking the essence, and is barely sufficient for use. At this moment, Wu De stood before the crowd, holding 3 incense sticks. Behind him, an elderly man from Sichuan gazed with a hint of reverence in his eyes. The younger attendees, however, wore expressions of mockery, as if they were spectators to a grand performance. Huan and his companions exchanged jeers and laughter, remarking that they had heard Wu De had exhausted his family fortune to build a temple, truly growing more foolish with age. Paying no heed to their murmurs, Wu De knelt respectfully before the statue, raising his voice. I, a humble servant, have been commanded by Lord Hebo to establish the Hebo Temple. Today, the temple is completed, and I pay my respects to Lord Hebo. As the temple was completed, Zhang Lin sensed the event and immediately appeared by the banks of the Chushui River. Indeed, he had not anticipated Wu Da's swift actions. With the Hebo Temple established, gathering incense offerings would become far more convenient. However, he needed to ensure that these people believed in his existence. With a grand gesture, the surface of the river surged, waves splashing as countless large fish leapt from the water. Look, what is that? Someone exclaimed, noticing the commotion on the river's surface. Pointing in astonishment, all eyes turned towards the river, witnessing the magnificent sight of the fish leaping from the water. What enormous fish! I have never seen such large specimens, exclaimed one onlooker. Such size must dwell in the depths of the river. We have always dared not venture there. Wait, such fish. 3 days ago, I saw Wu Da's family catch one just like this. Someone reminded, and they suddenly recalled. Just 3 days prior, Wu Da's family had indeed caught fish of this size, fetching an impressive price, sparking envy among many. Suddenly, the river parted to the left and right, revealing a path wide enough for a person to walk, though the riverbed remained hidden. The crowd gasped in astonishment, rendered momentarily speechless. Though their eyes beheld nothing tangible, they felt an extraordinary presence stepping forth from the river. Zhang Lin, utilizing his magical power, parted the waters and stepped onto the banks of the Chushui River. As of now, his magical prowess was insufficient to ascend directly from the water. With a flick of his finger, he directed a stream of magic into the statue. Although the statue appeared unchanged to the crowd, it was now imbued with an ineffable aura, as if granted divine essence. Lord Hebo has manifested! Lord Hebo has manifested! The elders fell to their knees, raising their voices in fervent exclamations. The younger individuals exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain, utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. Huan, should we kneel as well? Someone inquired. Huan, with a stiff neck, insisted, kneel for what? Even if Lord Hebo truly exists, what of it? Will kneeling fill our bellies? No sooner had Huan's words left his lips than a wave crashed upon the shore, bringing forth all the large fish that had previously leapt from the water. Fish! Lord Hebo has manifested and granted us fish. This time, regardless of age, both the elderly and the youth could not remain seated. They all knelt and prostrated themselves, then rushed forward to seize the fish. The incense value surged. 3, 3, 3, witnessing the rapidly increasing incense value. Zhang Lin was filled with exhilaration. Soon, the fish had been completely snatched away. The sight of these fish is abundant, yet when divided among each individual, they amount to only 1 or 2. Nevertheless, each fish weighs 4 to 5 pounds, eliciting smiles that stretch from ear to ear. The catch that Wu De received is the largest, weighing a substantial 10 pounds. Huan feels a stinging heat across his face. Just moments ago, he remarked that the river god could not possibly satiate their hunger, and yet, in the very next instant, the river god presented them with fish. This left Huan feeling utterly mortified and somewhat apprehensive. Would the river lord hold any grudge against him? Upon contemplating this, he could no longer contain himself and fell to his knees, fervently bowing his head. The incense value increased by 10. Zhang Lin, unexpectedly pleased with the substantial gain, cast a satisfied glance at Huan. Once the excitement among the crowd subsided, Wu De spoke up, fellow villagers. The river lord has proclaimed that as long as we offer our prayers daily, we shall catch fish each day. Let us not forget this. Immediately, someone jovially interjected. How could I possibly forget? I wouldn't even forget to seek out my wife. His words elicited a chorus of laughter from the crowd. Let us set sail and fish. With Wu Da's commanding voice, the fishermen, who relied on the waters for their sustenance, were imbued with renewed vigor as they eagerly embarked on their fishing expedition. Before long, they discovered that Wada's words rang true. Each net they cast yielded fish, though not in abundance. It was sufficient to ensure their daily sustenance, unlike before when they relied solely on fortune. Observing the 200 incense value accumulated from today's catch, Zhang Lin proceeded with his evolution. He expended 100 incense value to transform the water manipulation spell into the water dragon spear spell. He then spent another 100 incense value to evolve the dream invocation spell into the soul dream kill spell. This time, Zhang Lin has developed two formidable techniques. Among them, the soul dream killing strike operates on a psychological level, and one must remain vigilant to avoid falling victim to it. Just as Zhang Lin felt exhilarated by his enhanced prowess, a sudden cry echoed from afar. A fishing boat had been capsized on the river, accompanied by the screams of terrified onlookers. Something from the riverbed had overturned the vessel. I discerned that it was a one-armed water monkey. Quick, check if anyone is missing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin was filled with rage, certain that it was the same water monkey he had previously severed a hand from, returning to wreak havoc once more. This is his domain. Within his realm, how can others dare to slumber? This time, how could this wretched creature possibly escape? Zhang Lin summoned his magical powers and, in the blink of an eye, found himself beneath the capsized fishing boat. In the shadowy depths of the river, a water monkey bared its teeth, its eyes gleaming with malice as it fixated on the various fishing vessels above. It had but one arm remaining, having just managed to overturn a boat. Yet due to its grievous injuries, its speed was hampered, and it failed to drag anyone down into the depths, rendering its efforts futile. Now, it craved human flesh to mend its wounds, and as it gazed at the fleeting silhouettes on the surface, the water monkey instinctively swallowed. Just as it poised to strike once more, a surge of water erupted behind it, swiftly coalescing into a spear of water. The water dragon spear. The projectile shot forth with lethal precision, aimed directly at the water monkey's throat. Chapter 4. The mysterious Taoist, a palpable aura of death, surged towards the water monkey's crown. The water monkey was taken aback by such an unexpected assault. Unfortunately, this vile creature possessed a keener sense of impending danger than humans. At this critical moment, it instinctively twisted its neck, evading the fatal strike aimed at its throat. With a sudden burst, the attack fell short. The ruthless shot pierced through the muscle, and the putrid black blood spread out. A howl erupted from the water monkey, its intense pain fully awakening its ferocity. Zhang Lin was astonished. Despite the water monkey narrowly evading the shot, the amount of blood it lost should have rendered it incapable of enduring such agony. Furthermore, the water monkey's crimson eyes were fixated on Zhang Lin's position, as if it could see him clearly. Is this the transformation of a demon? The water monkey unexpectedly completed its transformation into a demon at the precipice of life and death, from a mere beast to a formidable fiend. Though this metamorphosis was freshly attained, it signified a profound shift in its existence. The demon could now perceive Zhang Lin, and its attacks imbued with demonic energy could inflict significant harm upon him. Roaring with a ferocious visage, the water monkey's form swelled to twice its size. It spun in the water and lunged at Zhang Lin, brandishing its sharp fangs and claws. Its injuries were grievously severe, and even this hastily executed transformation could only sustain it for a brief moment longer. Yet, an instinctual drive urged it to consume this assailant. Not only would this act mend its wounds, but it would also greatly enhance its strength. Seizing the opportunity in adversity, Zhang Lin sensed the murderous intent, his mind growing ever more composed as the threat lay dormant, poised to unleash its latent fury. As the water monkey lunged forward, a vicious yet exceptionally precise kick struck its underbelly with unerring accuracy. The creature let out a harrowing shriek, its eyes bulging alarmingly, nearly dislodging from their sockets. As it instinctively clutched its groin and brought its legs together, the ordeal was far from over. As the anguished cries of the water monkey echoed through the air, the second water dragon lance was poised for action, plunging fiercely into its cranium. With a resounding thud, the water monkey's head burst apart like a ripe watermelon, scattering its remnants. From the shattered remains, a verdant orb tumbled forth. Zhang Lin exhaled a deep breath, cradling the orb in his hand, only to witness it dissolve into his being. Incense value 20. One can indeed accrue incense value through the slaying of demons? This revelation was even more fortuitous, for the means of acquiring incense value were not so singular after all, Zhang Lin mused. At that moment, a sudden flash of black light erupted from the water monkey. Zhang Lin instinctively dodged, yet he was unable to evade it. The black light surged into his body. In the next instant, A sinister voice echoed within Zhang Lin's mind. Who has slain my silver serpent servant? It is merely a newly birthed river god? Remarkable. It has already accumulated a considerable amount of incense. Truly a boon. Hee. I sense you are in Kaiyang Prefecture. As long as you bear my mark, I shall certainly find you and consume you. The voice gradually faded away, leaving Zhang Lin with a grim expression and an overwhelming sense of impending danger. He had initially believed it to be an ordinary water monkey, only to discover it was a servant of a demon. It was no wonder that the minuscule chance of transformation into a demon was present in this water monkey. The demon behind it could articulate human speech, indicating it was at least a 7th-tier demon in the hierarchy of demons, celestial beings, and cultivators. Power is classified from low to high across 9 tiers. As for Zhang Lin, he was a wild god, equivalent to being unranked. Zhang Lin glanced at his status panel and gasped softly. Name: Zhang Lin. Identity: River God of the 9th-tier territory. Sichuan County. Cultivation method: none abilities, none spells. Soul Dream Kill. Water Dragon Spear. Incense value: 20. He had ascended to a tier. It seemed to be a consequence of absorbing that azure orb earlier. At the time, he was preoccupied with the threat of being targeted by a 7th-tier demon and had failed to notice. Zhang Lin realized that his magical power had doubled, enhancing not only the potency of his spells, but also allowing him to cast them multiple times. Most importantly, he could now manifest. Although his form remained composed of magical energy, he could at least be witnessed by the naked eye. Zhang Lin soared from the winding river, his figure gliding through the skies above Sichuan County. This was his first venture beyond the meandering waters of the Chushui River. Zhang Lin gazed upon the world he had traversed into with a sense of wonder. Shikawa Prefecture was not extensive. Within an hour, he had familiarized himself with the geographical landscape of the region. Nestled amidst 3 encircling mountains, the meandering Chushui River flows gracefully beside the county town, leaving but a solitary path for egress, rendering this place a veritable half-island of seclusion. The bountiful aquatic resources of the Chushui River spare it from being deemed a realm of desolation, and the local populace exhibits an admirable simplicity of character. As Zhang Lin prepared to depart, 2 middle-aged men clad in Taoist robes, one stout and the other slender, entered Sichuan County, both adorned with amiable smiles. Yet, Zhang Lin felt an unsettling aura emanating from them, evoking feelings of distaste and even aversion. Upon their entrance, a local approached to inquire, "From whence do you come, esteemed Taoists, and to where do you journey?" The locals, though possessing an unpretentious nature, were not naive. The sudden appearance of these 2 outsiders warranted scrutiny. The stout Taoist, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, "We are wandering Taoists, descending the mountain to cultivate our virtues through experience. Today, we fortuitously find ourselves here as dusk approaches, contemplating a night's repose." The slender Taoist promptly added, "We do not seek free lodging. My senior brother and I possess skills in divination and healing through talismans. Villagers with minor ailments, such as headaches or injuries, may seek our assistance." Upon hearing the slender Taoist's introduction, a throng of onlookers gathered curiously. The 2 Taoists swiftly set up a makeshift stall, tending to patients while also offering divination services. Villagers with ailments approached tentatively. A talismanic potion administered by the stout Taoist invigorated one individual, alleviating their malady instantaneously. The slender Taoist's divinations proved remarkably accurate, further diminishing the villagers' wariness towards the duo. However, to Zhang Lin's discerning eyes, the talismanic potion dispensed by the stout Taoist emanated a faint black hue and a foul odor, a detail unnoticed by the unsuspecting villagers. As the night deepened, the crowd gradually dispersed, and a kind-hearted local welcomed the stout and slender Taoists into his home for the night. In the stillness of the latter half of the night, the once sleeping Taoists abruptly sat upright in their beds, their expressions now devoid of the daytime warmth, replaced by an icy indifference. "Brother, how many drank your potion today?" the slender Taoist inquired eagerly. The stout Taoist, with a smile still lingering, responded, "Perhaps 100 or 200. We have sought refuge from the relentless pursuits of the Xinjiang Bureau by targeting secluded villages for our sinister practices. Today, we are on the brink of achieving mastery, poised to ascend to the 8th rank." The slender Taoist, filled with excitement, shared in this revelation. They practiced a nefarious form of cultivation reliant on human lives to reach the 9th rank, living with great caution. "If we capture another group tonight for our rites, we shall surely break through to the 8th rank, allowing us to wield power unchallenged, free from the ordinary threats of the Xinjiang Bureau." However, The slender Taoist expressed concern over a rumor he had heard during the day regarding a river deity protecting Sichuan County, uncertain of its truth. Aware of the potential existence of such deities, they exchanged glances filled with bravado. What is there to fear? What formidable river god could possibly dwell in such a small county? If there truly exists a better path, once we ascend to the 8th rank, we shall summon that river deity and consume his powers to aid our cultivation. The rotund Taoist spoke with confidence. The stout and slender Taoists exchanged glances and erupted into unrestrained laughter. Above them, suspended in midair, Zhang Lin observed the scene with a cold gaze. Chapter 5. The 9E9 Poison Blood Refinement Array. Let us act swiftly, lest the night drags on with too many dreams, urged the slender Taoist. Very well, replied the stout Taoist, retrieving a fist-sized black ceramic jar from his robe. He carefully opened the jar, and a vividly colored human-faced ghost spider slowly emerged. The stout Taoist whispered a few incantations to the creature. In the next moment, the ghost spider's vibrant body emitted wisps of fine black smoke. Meanwhile, in the homes of the citizens of Sichuan County, those who had consumed the talisman water during the day were now nestled in their beds, deep in slumber. With the stout Taoist's incantation, suddenly, the sleeping citizens began to convulse as if possessed, frothing at the mouth. Moments later, one by one, they twisted and struggled to rise from their beds, staggering towards the door. Simultaneously, those who had not drunk the talisman water were awakened by the commotion. Seeing their loved ones in such a state of distress, chaos ensued. In an instant, Sichuan County descended into pandemonium. The stout Taoist licked his lips and chuckled. It is done. Those citizens who drank my talisman water are now my living puppets, under my control. The slender Taoist cackled. Excellent. Let us drive these bewitched souls to the desolate graveyard we passed during the day. It is far from Sichuan County and uninhabited, making it the perfect place for us to refine the living. Very well, just watch, the stout Taoist said, affectionately stroking the human-faced ghost spider before whispering incantations once more. Subsequently, the black mist surrounding the ghost spider thickened. The bewitched citizens of Sichuan County became frenzied, rushing out of their homes in a wild stampede. The stout and slender Taoists gathered their belongings and departed Sichuan County. Before leaving, they maliciously set fire to the town. This way, we will have to extinguish the flames, ensuring no one disturbs our cultivation, the slender Taoist remarked with a sinister grin. Haha, what a splendid plan. The portly Taoist erupted into hearty laughter as the flames soared skyward. The citizens of Sichuan, momentarily forgetting their bewitched kin, frantically busied themselves with extinguishing the fire. In an instant, the air was filled with cries of despair and wails of agony. Zhang Lin floated in midair, casting a downward gaze, his brow furrowed in disbelief. He had not anticipated that these seemingly benevolent Taoists could be such deranged fiends. Swiftly, he unleashed his powers, summoning the river's waters to quell the inferno. The river god manifested. Behold, it is the river god extinguishing the flames. I beseech you, dear river god, save my bewitched wife. Please assist us, river god. The citizens of Sichuan set aside their buckets and knelt upon the ground, bowing their heads in reverence. After Zhang Lin subdued the fire, he immediately pursued the two Taoists, one plump and one slender. To the east of Sichuan lay a forsaken burial ground, where an eerie atmosphere permeated under the moonlight. Those afflicted by sorcery were herded like lambs to the slaughter by the two Taoists. This is the place, the lean Taoist whispered furtively, surveying the surroundings to ensure no onlookers were present, nor had anyone followed from Sichuan. Only then did he feel a sense of relief. Quickly, prepare the 9E9 Poison Blood Refining Formation. Tonight, we shall undoubtedly ascend to the 8th rank. The thin Taoist's narrow eyes gleamed with excitement. No need to rush. In this desolate place, no one will disturb us, replied the plump Taoist as he retrieved several flags crafted from human bones and skin for the formation. The thin Taoist sat cross-legged on the ground, chanting incantations as crimson blood mist began to swirl around them. At that moment, Zhang Lin concealed himself behind a grave mound, waiting for the opportune moment to act. The bewitched townsfolk stood in a daze, devoid of any will to resist. Just as the 9E9 Poison Blood Refining Formation was on the verge of completion, Zhang Lin bellowed, "Desist from your wickedness." His figure darted forward like lightning. The plump Taoist, startled, had not anticipated an interruption to his dark endeavors. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he hurled a flag towards Zhang Lin. The flag exuded a pungent, bloody scent, accompanied by waves of sinister magical energy. Unperturbed, Zhang Lin unleashed the Water Dragon Spear. sending forth several azure beams that struck the flag with precision, sending it soaring away. "My flag!" the plump Taoist cried out in anguish. Observing this, the thin Taoist's expression shifted. He produced a pouch of black powder from his robes, scattering it into the air while chanting incantations. In an instant, the powder transformed into a colossal serpent, 3 zhang long, surging towards Zhang Lin like a dark cloud. As the serpent slithered through the air, it emitted a hissing sound as though the very atmosphere were being corroded. Zhang Lin furrowed his brow and waved his sleeve, releasing another volley of water dragon spears. After considerable effort, he finally vanquished the giant serpent. Seizing the moment, the plump Taoist lunged at Zhang Lin, brandishing a short sword that shimmered with an eerie green light. Aiming for Zhang Lin's vital points, Zhang Lin deftly evaded the lethal strike, countering with a powerful punch imbued with surging magical energy, striking the plump Taoist in the abdomen. With a pained scream, the plump Taoist was sent hurtling away like a cannonball, crashing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Zhang Lin would not let such an opportunity slip by. He raised his hand and unleashed several water dragon spears at the plump Taoist, ensuring his demise before turning to confront the thin Taoist. It was only then that he realized the perilous situation. The slender man had already fled, sensing danger, while the corpulent man lay dead, along with the life-sustaining poison insect he had nurtured. The bewitched townsfolk gradually regained their senses. Upon witnessing Zhang Lin vanquish the malevolent figure who had controlled them, they fell to their knees, expressing their profound gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Hebo, for saving our lives. You are truly our savior." The system notifications echoed incessantly in Zhang Lin's mind, but he was too preoccupied to pay them heed. His sole focus on capturing the Slender Man. The Slender Man, in a state of panic, dashed into a forest. Zhang Lin pursued relentlessly. Realizing escape was futile, the Slender Man grew increasingly frantic. Suddenly, he turned, retrieving a yellow talisman, biting his tongue to draw blood, which he then splattered upon the paper. "Die!" he hissed. His face contorted with malice, just as he prepared to activate the talisman to eliminate Zhang Lin. Seizing the moment, Zhang Lin formed hand seals and unleashed his soul dream kill. In an instant, the Slender Man felt an overwhelming heaviness in his eyelids. His body toppled backward, succumbing to a deep slumber where he would meet his demise. With the Slender Man dead, Zhang Lin exhaled a heavy breath and hurried to the lifeless body, thoroughly searching his pockets for any valuables before returning to the desolate graveyard. By now, the townsfolk had all retreated to their homes, unwilling to linger in the eerie surroundings. Zhang Lin approached the corpulent man's corpse and discovered a small ceramic jar, several flags exuding a sinister aura, and a yellowed tome. Chapter 6. The Undying Scripture and Alchemy. Zhang Lin did not rush back to Sichuan County. Instead, he knelt down, arranging the spoils he had gathered from the slender and corpulent men upon the damp, murky ground of the graveyard. From the Slender Man, he had acquired an unnamed talisman, a black-covered book, and a vial of elixir. Additionally, from the corpulent man, he retrieved the ceramic jar, the ominous flags, and a yellowed tome. He first picked up the small ceramic jar belonging to the corpulent man, knowing it contained a parasite capable of transforming a person into a living puppet. It was imperative to dispose of this malevolent item. Cautiously, Zhang Lin opened the jar, and a foul, putrid smoke surged forth towards him. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and summoned his magical energy, forcefully dispersing the noxious cloud. Inside the jar remained several small objects resembling spider eggs. Puppet spider eggs. Consuming these will transform the individual into a living puppet, obedient to your command. After counting, he found 8 puppet spider eggs, which might prove useful in the future. He then turned his attention to the talisman from the Slender Man. Golden Armored Sword Talisman. 8th rank talisman can conjure a golden armored sword to slay enemies, wielding formidable power. Ah, it is indeed an 8th grade talisman. Such talismans can only be crafted by practitioners of the 8th rank. The thin Taoist's origins are not to be underestimated. Zhang Lin murmured to himself a few times. He then picked up the small white porcelain vial he had scavenged from the thin Taoist and poured out 3 pills. Chilling powder, 9th grade. It clears heat and detoxifies, possessing healing properties that can treat both internal and external injuries. This is indeed a remarkable treasure. In the future, when the people of Ishikawa find themselves poisoned or injured, they will come to his temple, kneeling in prayer for assistance. He shall bestow upon them this ethereal powder, and undoubtedly, he will reap a bountiful return in the form of incense offerings. Alas, the Qingling powder was somewhat lacking, containing only 3 grains. It would be splendid if there were a few more. Zhang silently contemplated for a while before carefully storing the Qingling powder away. The fat Taoist was adorned with an array of flags, representing an 8-grade formation known as the 9E9 Poison Blood Refining Grade Array. This is undoubtedly a spellbinding array of sorcery, capable of refining the living through blood, thereby enhancing one's cultivation. Henceforth, only the yellow-covered tome belonging to the corpulent Taoist and the black-covered tome belonging to the slender Taoist remain unexamined, Zhang speculated. These two booklets are either martial arts techniques or spells. He first picked up the yellow-covered booklet belonging to the plump Taoist and opened it. To his surprise, this booklet was neither a martial arts technique nor a spell, nor was it a divine ability. Instead, it was a tome dedicated to the art of alchemy. How splendid! The art of alchemy is truly remarkable. Just moments ago, he had been troubled by the fact that he possessed only 3 meager doses of the Qingling powder, which was rather insufficient. However, once he mastered the art of alchemy, he could concoct as many elixirs as he desired. He skimmed through the pages, not engaging in a thorough examination, intending to delve into it more deeply upon his return. Zhang carefully tucked away the alchemical tome and then picked up the black-covered booklet belonging to the slender Taoist. This booklet pertains to a practice known as the imperishable scripture, classified as a yellow-tier technique. The martial arts of this realm are categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Each level is further divided into 3 sublevels: upper, middle, and lower. The heavenly level is the highest, while the yellow level is the lowest. This esteemed yellow-grade immortal scripture can undoubtedly be regarded as a commendable cultivation technique. However, it is merely a yellow-grade method, yet it bears the audacious title of immortal scripture. What grandiose aspirations must have inspired the individual who named this technique? Zhang chuckled softly and carefully stored it away, intending to study it thoroughly upon his return, contemplating whether he might be able to cultivate it. Just then, as Zhang rose to depart, a sudden recollection struck him regarding his duel with the corpulent Taoist. The corpulent Taoist wielded a cerulean short sword, intent on slaying him. This blade, upon inspection, was no ordinary weapon. It might very well be a magical artifact. It could not be overlooked. Zhang hastily searched and, indeed, discovered the cerulean short sword in a nearby pit of corpses, close to the body of the rotund Taoist. The Qingshi sword, grade 8. How curious, these two Taoists seem to possess an abundance of treasures despite their mere 9th-grade cultivation. A contemplative expression crossed Zhang face. The grade 8 golden armor sword talisman, the grade 8-9 E9 poison blood refinement array, the grade 8 Qingshi sword, and the yellow grade technique of the undying scripture, along with the orthodox alchemical practices of the Taoist sect. Such a wealth of treasures could only belong to someone far from being an ordinary rogue cultivator. To ensure safety, Zhang sought the emaciated Taoist's remains and placed them beside the corpulent ones. From his bosom, he retrieved the alchemical tome. As Zhang perused this manuscript on alchemy, he noted a spell named Fire Control and 2 9th-grade pill formulas recorded within. He learned them on the spot, with the system's assistance. Mastering Fire Control proved effortless for him. With a single hand forming the seal, a flicker of flame ignited at his fingertip. With a gentle flick, the flame descended upon the bodies of the corpulent and emaciated Taoists, instantly engulfing them in a fierce blaze. This was a flame, a genuine fire forged by his magical prowess, not merely an ordinary mortal flame. Without a moment's pause, it incinerated the corpses of the 2 individuals, leaving not a trace behind. Once the evidence of their existence was obliterated, Zhang nodded in satisfaction and summoned his magical energy, soaring back to Sichuan County. Upon his return to the county town, he was met with an unsettling sight. The streets and alleys lay desolate and devoid of life. Zhang perplexed, wondered what had transpired. Where had all the citizens of Sichuan County vanished to? Could it be that there were more than just 2 malevolent cultivators in the area, and that someone had seized the opportunity to abduct the entire populace in his absence? However, upon reaching his river god temple, he realized he had overthought the situation. Before him gathered the entire populace of the county, a throng of fervent believers, heads bowed in reverence and devotion. At the forefront stood the Wu family. Wu Da's wife, who had suffered from a leg ailment in recent years, had also fallen victim to the malevolence of the evil spirits after consuming the talisman water from the plump Taoist during the day. It was Zhang who vanquished the wicked cultivators and rescued her from their grasp. Had it not been for the river god's divine intervention, many afflicted souls might have perished at the hands of those 2 nefarious entities. At this moment, Not only did Wu Da's family feel an overwhelming sense of gratitude and admiration for Zhang Lin, but the entire populace of the county was also deeply moved, shedding tears of appreciation for the river god. Wu Shaoshi wasted no time. He slaughtered all the chickens in his household and offered them as a tribute to the river god. Others in the county followed suit, some sacrificing chickens, others sheep. The townsfolk gathered before the river god's temple to pay homage to Zhang Lin. It was only at this moment that Zhang Lin became aware of the astonishing rise in his incense value. Incense value, 5 incense value, 5 incense value, 5. Zhang Lin hastily checked his status panel. Name, Zhang Lin identity, river god, wild deity, 9th rank domain. Sichuan County cultivation method, none divine powers, none spells, soul dream kill. Water dragon spear, fire control technique incense value. 6,532, how wonderful. His incense value had astonishingly surpassed 6,500. Unable to restrain his joy, Zhang Lin burst into laughter, while also remembering to reward the citizens of Sichuan County. Chapter 7. Breakthrough. Zhang Lin summoned his magical powers, commanding the meandering waters of the river to rise in waves. Plump fish leaped onto the riverbank at his behest. Look, the river god has manifested once more, exclaimed the crowd. He is truly a benevolent deity, bestowing upon us favorable weather and shielding us from malevolent forces. The river god, you may rest assured. We shall pay our respects daily with incense and reverence. The crowd once again bowed their heads in sincere devotion. Witnessing this scene, a gentle smile graced Zhang Lin's face as he returned contentedly to his temple. With the establishment of the temple, a spirit of incense such as himself found a sanctuary. Utilizing his magical abilities and the authority of the river god, he created a concealed square chamber beneath the temple, a place for him to reside and cultivate, invisible to mere mortals. Only those with spiritual prowess could discover it. Upon returning to the river god's temple, Zhang Lin eagerly retrieved 2 volumes from his robe. It was time to first practice the cultivation method, and then to learn the art of alchemy. He picked up the black-covered tome and began to delve into its contents. The technique known as the Immortal Scripture is the foundational practice of a sect called the Falling Cloud Valley. The corpulent and slender Taoists are likely to be defectors from this valley, having fallen into the demonic path, which led to their betrayal. This matter is not unusual within the realm of cultivators. The Lord of Falling Cloud Valley practices alchemy. The Undying Scripture is an exceptionally formidable healing technique, capable not only of healing others, but also possessing an extraordinarily powerful self-regenerative effect. Upon this revelation, Zhang Lin hesitated, as he favored the arts of combat over such healing methods, finding little interest in the Undying Scripture. However, faced with a lack of better options, he recognized that mastering this technique would significantly aid him in accruing incense value in the future. With this thought in mind, Zhang Lin resolved to commence his training in the Undying Scripture. Before long, with the assistance of the system, he successfully grasped the Undying Scripture. He glanced at his status panel. Name, Zhang Lin identity, river god of the wilds. 9th rank domain, Sichuan province technique. Undying Scripture level 1 abilities, none spells, soul dream kill, water dragon spear. Fire control technique incense value. 6532. Zhang Lin discovered that he could also utilize incense value to enhance his techniques, albeit at a considerable cost. Each enhancement of the Undying Scripture required 1,000 incense points. He could not help but gasp in surprise, yet he felt reassured, for he possessed over 6,000 incense points. Without further hesitation, he invested 1,000 incense points into the Undying Scripture. Upon consuming 1,000 incense points, the technique advanced from level 1 to level 2. In an instant, Zhang Lin felt a surge of energy, and as the technique progressed, so too did his cultivation, elevating him from the early stage of the 9th rank to the mid-stage. The sensation was exhilarating. Zhang Lin continued to expend incense points on the Undying Scripture, this time requiring 2,000 points. With this expenditure, the technique ascended from level 2 to level 3, propelling his cultivation to the late stage of the 9th rank. Undeterred, Zhang Lin once more allocated 3,000 incense points, achieving the pinnacle of the 9th rank. At this moment, Zhang Lin found that the incense value he had accumulated throughout the night had vanished. He was merely one step away from attaining the 8th rank. Once he gathered 4,000 points of incense value, he would be able to ascend to the coveted 8th rank. The excitement on Zhang Lin's face was truly impossible to conceal. In this upgrade of his cultivation technique, he expended a total of 6,000 incense points, leaving him with just over 500. Outside the river god temple, The citizens of Sichuan County continued to kneel in reverence, their offerings ceaseless. Zhang Lin stretched lazily and took out the secret tome of alchemical arts. This treatise on alchemy also originates from the Valley of Falling Clouds. He began to immerse himself in the study of alchemical arts. To the east of Shikawa County lies a forsaken burial ground. A richly attired, limping blind man, wielding a translucent green bamboo staff, tapped rhythmically upon the ground, eventually arriving at the spot where Zhang Lin had committed murder and incinerated the remains. The blind man bent low, extending a long, slender tongue to probe the area where Zhang Lin had disposed of the body, pondering for a moment. With a solemn expression, he remarked, "Indeed, these two fools met their demise here. I wonder who the perpetrator was, as there are no remains left behind." Quite a cautious approach. Sighing deeply, the blind man continued, "Alas, my array of spells may well be lost to me." With that, he resumed his journey, heading towards Shikawa County. The following morning, at the riverside temple of the river god in Shikawa County, a vibrant scene unfolded, with incense offerings continuously being made. For the citizens of Shikawa County, the foremost task of the morning was to offer their prayers at the river god temple. Wu Du observed the temple with a furrowed brow, appearing somewhat discontented. Noticing his father's unusual demeanor, Wu Shaoshi inquired, "Father, what troubles you?" "Shaoshi, I find this river god temple rather shabby, unworthy of our esteemed river god. Do you not feel the same?" Wu Du expressed with concern. Wu Shaoshi scratched his head awkwardly, replying, "I think the temple is quite well constructed." At that moment, Huan, passing by, joined the conversation, saying, "Indeed, our temple here in Shikawa County is somewhat lacking compared to the river god temple in Linhua County. You have not witnessed it. The temple there is magnificent, grand, and imposing. Linhua County is not far from Shikawa County, boasting a larger and wealthier populace. Moreover, the river god temple in Linhua County has stood for a century, reputed for its efficacy in granting blessings, thus attracting a steady stream of worshippers." Huan, having visited Linhua County before, held a vivid impression of its river god temple. Upon hearing Huan's words, Wu Da's brow furrowed even tighter. "No. Our river god in Shikawa County is far superior to that of Linhua County. How could our temple be deemed inferior? Then, father, what shall we do?" Wu Shaoshi scratched his head once more. "Perhaps we should consider rebuilding the river god temple," Wu Da suggested after a moment's hesitation. Huan interjected, "Rebuilding is feasible, but we lack the funds. You can ask me for labor, but I have no money to contribute." At this juncture, Wu Da too was troubled. Those who relied on fishing for their livelihood hardly had spare funds to rebuild the temple. However, there was indeed a wealthy family in Shikawa County. It remained uncertain whether they would be willing to assist. Huan smacked his lips, remarking, "The Zhang family is affluent, true, but that individual is notoriously stingy. I doubt he would part with any money." Wu Da pondered, "I shall inquire about this. Zhang, the wealthy landlord's son, has been bedridden for some time. Yesterday, he fell victim to a malevolent force, and it was only thanks to Lord Yibo that his life was spared. Surely he cannot refuse to part with some money." After speaking, Wu Da instructed Wu Shaoshi to accompany Huan in fishing, while he made his way to the doorstep of the esteemed Zhang family. Chapter 8. The wealthy Zhang, upon articulating his purpose to the illustrious Zhang, the landlord readily acquiesced. "Old Wu, yesterday, Lord Yibo saved my son. I am not one to forget kindness. I shall bear the costs of renovating Lord Yibo's temple. All you need to do is lend your strength." Zhang, a frail, diminutive old man with darkened skin and a gold tooth, bore the visage of a wealthy landlord. Elated by Zhang's willingness to contribute, Wu Du was about to take his leave when Zhang halted him, a smile gracing his lips. "Do not depart just yet, Wu Du. I have a request." "What is it?" Wu Du inquired, his face etched with confusion. After all, this was Zhang, the wealthiest landlord in Sichuan County. What could he possibly want from him? With a sigh, Zhang confided, "You must be aware of my family's plight. My son has suffered from frail health since childhood and has been confined to his bed. Many physicians have declared that he will not survive beyond 20 years. He is already 19. I cannot bear the thought of losing him." As he spoke, Zhang suddenly broke into tears. Wu Da furrowed his brow. I am not a healer. I cannot help you." Zhang replied, "You may not possess the skill, but Lord Yibo certainly does. Did he not once visit you in a dream? Please, beseech Lord Yibo on my behalf. I shall construct a grand temple in his honor, solely in hopes that he may restore my son to health." As he spoke, tears streamed down Zhang's face once more. "Then come with me to the temple of Lord Yibo. Let us appeal to him together," Wu Da suggested. "Very well," Zhang replied without hesitation. He summoned his servant, Zhang San, instructing him to fetch a pig's leg from the kitchen. The two men then carried the offering to the temple of Hebo, placing it upon the altar and kneeling in earnest prayer. At that moment, Zhang Lin, who was engrossed in alchemical studies, noticed this scene. Upon learning of Zhang's willingness to finance the temple renovation in exchange for a plea to save his son, Zhang Lin contemplated the matter and decided to visit the bedridden young man. Upon arrival, he quickly discerned that Zhang's son was not merely ill, but had fallen victim to poisoning. At that moment, he discovered the servant Zhang San, who was preparing meals for the son of the wealthy Zhang family in the kitchen, stealthily poisoning the dishes. He murmured softly, "Once the little beast is dead, I shall take care of the old beast as well. All the wealth in this household will then belong to me, ha ha ha." Upon learning the truth, Zhang Lin returned to the river god temple. Zhang Datsai and Wu Da were still kneeling on the ground, fervently kowtowing. Since it was a case of poisoning, the matter was straightforward. He retrieved a pill known as Qing Ling San, capable of clearing heat and detoxifying, and concealed it beneath the statue. Later that night, he sent a dream to Zhang Datsai. The wealthy Zhang, deep in slumber, suddenly dreamed of the river god, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the deity in the temple. Zhang Datsai was taken aback. Zhang Lin, uninterested in trivialities, directly revealed the entire sequence of events to Zhang Datsai. Upon learning that his own servant, Zhang San, had been poisoning his beloved son day and night, Zhang Datsai was infuriated, wishing nothing more than to capture Zhang San and mete out a brutal beating. "Seeing your sincerity, I grant you a divine elixir, hidden beneath my statue. Go and retrieve it. After administering it to your son, he shall be safe and sound." With that, Zhang Lin departed from Zhang Datsai's dream. At that moment, the wealthy Zhang awakened. Without uttering a word, he swiftly rose, donned his garments, and proceeded to the river god temple, where he indeed discovered the ethereal powder that Zhang Lin had deliberately placed beneath the statue. Yang's face flushed with exhilaration. However, he was soon reminded of the treachery of his servant, Zhang San, who had conspired against his son. Enraged, Zhang's teeth ground together in frustration. He immediately spent money to hire several robust fishermen to return home and confront Zhang San. The tale of Zhang Lin's divine manifestation and his bestowal of elixirs upon Zhang soon spread throughout the county. The townsfolk's faith and reverence for Zhang Lin deepened considerably. Even into the night, individuals continued to visit the river god temple to offer incense. That evening, as was customary, Zhang Lin patrolled the streets of Sichuan County. Suddenly, he spotted a suspicious figure, a limping blind man, stealthily making his way towards a wonton stall, where he ordered a serving of wontons and began to eat slowly. Zhang Lin's keen perception immediately sensed something amiss. The limping blind man is highly likely to be a practitioner of the mystical arts. It appears that this very man has also taken notice of Zhang Lin. He lifted his head and cast a glance toward Zhang's direction before inquiring with the vendor at the wonton stall, requesting a serving of wontons. He then proudly proclaimed, "Come, I shall treat you to a portion of wontons." It is evident that the conversation is directed towards Zhang Lin. After a moment of hesitation, he revealed his true self and approached the wonton stall. Due to his deliberate alteration of appearance, the vendor remained unaware that Zhang Lin was the river god of Sichuan County. The vendor merely found it curious that recently, there had been an influx of strangers in Sichuan County. "You must be the wild deity from that temple." The limping blind man indicated towards the river god temple by the meandering river, using his magical ability to communicate with Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin nodded in acknowledgement and, mimicking the magical transmission, inquired, "Who are you?" "I am a merchant, here to conduct business for a few days before departing," replied the limping blind man. "A merchant? What do you sell?" Zhang Lin asked, intrigued. "Whatever you desire. I possess it all. Cultivation techniques, spells, elixirs, magical artifacts, both righteous and demonic. Even the inner cores of demonic beasts. You name it," chuckled the limping blind man. Zhang Lin realized that this old man was indeed a trader specializing in goods for cultivators. With a thought, he asked, "Do you have an alchemy furnace?" "To refine elixirs." "One must have a furnace," he added. "I do not possess one, but I can acquire it for you." The limping blind man extended a hand. "Give me 5 days, and I shall procure a 9th-grade alchemy furnace for you." "Very well," Zhang Lin nodded. "Now, let us discuss the price. 10 spirit stones would be reasonable, don't you think?" "A fair price for all," the limping blind man grinned. Zhang Lin shook his head. "I have no spirit stones." "Oh, that is understandable. For a wild deity from such a remote place, having spirit stones would indeed be peculiar. However, I can also trade goods. The limping blind man tapped the table. What treasures do you possess? Show me. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Lin produced the 8th grade golden armor sword talisman he had acquired from the emaciated Taoist and placed it on the table. 8th grade talisman. The limping blind man murmured, do you have anything else? You cannot expect to exchange a single talisman for a furnace. You must offer more. Zhang Lin was no fool. He scoffed, do you take me for a simpleton? This talisman is 8th grade. It is more than sufficient to trade for a 9th grade furnace. The limping blind man remained calm. Responding patiently, talismans and alchemy furnaces are not of the same caliber. A 9th grade furnace is worth more than an 8th grade talisman. Do not be obstinate. A talisman is merely a one-time use, while a furnace can be utilized for an extended period. Zhang Lin shook his head, then let it be. Aside from this talisman, I possess nothing else of value. I shall take my leave. He was adept at bargaining, and thus he stood to depart. As expected, the limping old man halted him, saying, young man, business is not conducted in this manner. Let us discuss this matter further. However, apart from this talisman, I possess nothing else of value to trade. Zhang Lin remarked. The limping blind man sighed and replied, very well, I shall concede a bit, agreeing to exchange your talisman for one of my alchemical furnaces, on the condition that you assist me with a favor. What favor? Zhang Lin inquired. To be candid, I have come here to collect a debt, but the debtor has already passed away. The limping blind man pondered for a moment before continuing. I would like you to keep an eye out. If anyone in this vicinity employs a particularly insidious formation, you must promptly inform me. A particularly insidious formation? A glimmer of understanding flashed in Zhang Lin's eyes as he feigned ignorance. You must elaborate. Otherwise, how could I discern which formations are insidious and which are not? Oh, it's merely a formation of the demonic path. Just keep watch for me, and if anyone in the area uses such a formation, you must immediately notify me. The limping blind man concluded, handing Zhang Lin 3 talismans. These are communication talismans, specifically designed to contact me. Very well, I shall certainly keep a lookout for you. Zhang Lin accepted the communication talismans and further inquired, you mentioned you were here to collect a debt, but since the debtor is deceased, what exactly transpired? That I cannot disclose, the limping blind man replied cautiously, finishing his wonton and rising to leave. We shall reconvene at this wonton stall at the same time 5 nights hence. With that, the limping blind man departed, leaving Sichuan County under the cover of night. His whereabouts unknown. Zhang Lin returned to the river god temple, contemplating the situation. The debt the limping blind man referred to must pertain to the plump and slender Taoists. The insidious formation he had mentioned likely corresponded to the 9E9 poison blood refining great formation utilized by those very Taoists. The origins and cultivation level of that limping blind man remained a mystery. Before long, 5 days had elapsed. In recent days, the wealthy Zhang Datsai and Wu De have been fervently reconstructing the river god temple dedicated to Zhang Lin. The affluent in the county contribute their wealth, while those with strength lend their labor. Zhang Datsai even procured 2 skilled artisans from Linhua County, who crafted a statue of the deity, far superior to the one made by Wu De. One of the elder artisans, while sculpting the idol, jested, has Sichuan County recently struck it rich? How else could you afford such an imposing river god temple? Zhang Datsai replied with a smile, indeed, we have struck it rich. A true immortal has emerged from the meandering waters of Sichuan. The younger artisan chuckled, you may boast as you wish. Our river god in Linhua County is officially recognized by the authorities, whereas your river god here is, at best, merely a wild deity. If the officials were to discover this, they would surely demolish your temple, and none of you who have contributed to its construction would escape unscathed. What do you mean by wild deity? The river lord bestows upon us bountiful weather. Thus, he is indeed a benevolent immortal, Wu De retorted, dissatisfied. Exactly, Zhang Datsai echoed. Don't think I am unaware. Your river god in Linhua County demands an annual offering of a pair of young boys and girls. Nonsense, that is utterly unfounded. The elder artisan countered after a moment of silence. Zhang Datsai insisted, I have heard many speak of it. There must be some truth to it. Huan then turned to the younger artisan and inquired, I recall you once had a younger sister, merely 7 or 8 years old. How come she is not here this time? Surely, she hasn't been offered as a sacrifice to your county's river god, has she? These 2 artisans were commissioned by the wealthy Zhang to be sought out by Huan in Linhua County. Consequently, Huan is quite familiar with the 2 men and is aware that the younger craftsman has a sister. On this occasion, when I sought him out, I found him absent, which struck him as peculiar. Upon uttering these words, the countenances of the two craftsmen hailing from Linhua County shifted dramatically, their eyes brimming with dread, rendering them immediately silent, particularly the younger craftsman, whose gaze flickered with a trace of sorrow. The two artisans ceased their idle chatter, completing their tasks in silence, without pausing for respite, and departed directly from Sichuan County, returning to their Linhua County. Zhang Lin happened to overhear the entire exchange among them. What is the meaning of this? If the river god of Linhua County is indeed sanctioned by the Grand Wei Court, how could he engage in such absurd acts of offering sacrifices of children? Does the river god of Linhua County not fear the punishment of being flayed by the esteemed Bureau of Astronomy of Wei? Zhang Lin cast a glance at the newly crafted idol he had made. It was nearly time. He manifested his human form and approached the wonton stall, where the hobbled, old blind man had long awaited his arrival. This time, he did not indulge in wontons. Instead, he sat on a bench, gripping a jade-green bamboo staff, awaiting Zhang Lin's appearance. Have you brought the alchemy furnace? Zhang Lin inquired directly. Indeed, replied the old blind man, tossing a black cloth bag to Zhang Lin. In case you are unfamiliar, this is a storage bag, capable of containing items several times larger than itself. The alchemy furnace you seek is within this bag. Excellent. Zhang Lin's consciousness entered the storage bag, and after inspecting the alchemy furnace and confirming its impeccable condition, he handed the blind man an 8th-grade golden armor sword talisman. With the transaction complete, Zhang Lin was eager to depart, intending to return and experiment with alchemy. However, the hobbled blind man would not allow him to leave. Young brother, do not be in such a hurry to depart. I have further inquiries for you. Zhang Lin anticipated the old man's question and replied, in recent days, no one in my vicinity has employed the demonic formations you mentioned. The blind man nodded thoughtfully and continued, how about we engage in another business transaction? What kind of business? Zhang Lin asked. Since you desire the alchemy furnace, it implies you possess the ability to concoct elixirs. Beyond the furnace and the recipes, various spiritual herbs are also required. Yet, I observe that in this desolate area, there is not a soul in sight, let alone any spiritual herbs. The old blind man cleared his throat and proposed, I can supply you with the herbs, and in return, you shall help me concoct some elixirs. What do you say? Certainly, Zhang Lin readily agreed upon hearing of such a favorable arrangement. However, do not be too hasty in your acceptance. You appear to be a novice in alchemy, and novices often face a high failure rate. If I provide the herbs and you succeed, the elixirs will belong to me. If you fail, you will need to cover the costs of the herbs. Then perhaps we should forego this deal, Zhang Lin replied, shaking his head in refusal. Isn't this treating him as a mere alchemical tool? If the elixir is successfully refined, the resulting potion will belong to the old, blind cripple. Should the endeavor falter, he will bear the cost of the spiritual herbs consumed in the process. This unprofitable venture, he would certainly refrain from undertaking. Wait, I have not yet finished speaking. As for this spiritual herb, I shall provide you with a double portion. If you successfully refine both portions into pills, I shall only require one, while the remaining one will be yours. Should you manage to produce only a single pill, it shall belong to me, and you will owe me nothing for the spiritual herb. In the unfortunate event that you fail to refine even one, resulting in the squandered materials, you shall merely need to reimburse me for one portion of the spiritual herb. What do you think? This condition seems fair, does it not? Refining pills is akin to the art of talisman drawing. Both require extensive practice and diligence. Those esteemed sects outside, many apprentices can only watch their masters refine pills, standing idly by without the opportunity to partake. Consider this carefully, you stand to incur no loss. Chapter 10. Pill refining. Zhang Lin pondered deeply for a moment and readily agreed. Now, that is more like it. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to suffer a loss. The limping old man chuckled a few times, tossing another storage bag to Zhang Lin as he spoke. Within it are 6 portions of spiritual herbs and a recipe. Follow the recipe to refine the pills, and once accomplished, seek me out. Where shall I find you? Zhang Lin inquired. Simply come to the residence north of Sichuan County. I shall be residing there for a few days. Should any issues arise, you may come to me. With that, the limping blind man took his leave. Zhang Lin soon arrived at the river god temple. He first retrieved the storage bag containing the pill furnace, infusing it with his magical energy. Subsequently, he tipped it out, and the pill furnace slid forth, landing heavily on the ground with a muffled thud. The furnace, cast in red copper and towering 2 men high, exuded a fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs. Zhang Lin was quite pleased with this furnace. He then produced another storage bag filled with herbs and a recipe. Pill of cultivation, 1 stalk of 9 strength grass, 1 tail of primordial water, half a penny of red essence mushroom. After glancing at the recipe, Zhang Lin opened his panel. In just a few days, his panel had undergone changes. Name: Zhang Lin Identity, River God Wild Deity Peak of the 9th Rank Territory. Sichuan County Cultivation Method, Immortal Sutra, Level 4 Divine Powers, None Spells, Soul Dream Kill. Water Dragon Spear, Fire Control Technique 9th Rank Alchemy. Pure Spirit Powder, 9th Rank. Vitality Pill, 9th Rank. Pill of Cultivation, 9th Rank. Incense Value, 3987 now. His panel not only displayed the 9th Rank Alchemy skill, but also 3 additional recipes available for refinement. His incense value had risen to just over 3,900. Nearing 4,000. He was on the verge of a breakthrough, poised to ascend to the 8th rank. In recent days, the citizens of Ishikawa, irrespective of gender or profession, have flocked to the River God Temple to offer incense and pay their respects. Even amidst the construction at the temple, the devotion of the people remains unwavering. However, this fervor has reached its limits in Ishikawa, given its modest population. Unless extraordinary circumstances arise, the daily offerings will remain confined to this number. To increase the influx of incense, territorial expansion would be necessary. Yet, the crucial concern is that such an expansion may easily attract the attention of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau of the Great Way. Ishikawa lacks a magistrate from the Great Way Court. This is due to Ishikawa Prefecture's remote and impoverished location, where the inhabitants largely consist of fishermen struggling to make a living. Within the entire county, there exists only one relatively affluent landowner, Zhang, who is unable to extract any significant wealth from this desolate area. Naturally, no magistrate is inclined to endure the hardships of such a barren land. However, this circumstance has afforded Zhang Lin a tranquil opportunity for development. Sooner or later, he aspires to establish temples in the neighboring counties, seeking to convert the entire province, the entire region, and the entire nation into his devoted followers. Alas, the immediate priority remains mastering the art of alchemy. Zhang Lin embarked on his inaugural attempt at refining elixirs. With the support of the system, despite encountering some setbacks, he ultimately succeeded. A pill, the size of a longan and exuding a fragrant aroma, lay quietly in the alchemical furnace. Zhang Lin carefully stored it away and continued his alchemical endeavors. In summary, bolstered by the system, his probability of successfully refining elixirs remains notably high. The old man, limping and blind, provided him with 6 portions of spiritual herbs, all of which he successfully transformed into elixirs. Next, he intended to allocate 3 of the freshly crafted Peiyuan pills to the old man, retaining the remaining 3 for his own use. Once the elixirs were completed, daylight arrived. The citizens of Ishikawa, upon rising, quickly donned their garments and made their way to the River God Temple by the meandering river, burning incense and kneeling in reverence. Zhang Lin promptly reaped a substantial increase in his incense value. Incense value 5, incense value 5, incense value 5. In no time, Zhang Lin's incense value surged to 4,000 points. This also signifies that he has finally achieved a breakthrough. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Lin immediately invested 4,000 points of incense value into his cultivation technique. After consuming 2,000 points, the Immortal Sutra advanced from the 4th to the 5th layer. Upon expending the full 4,000 points, an instantaneous sensation surged within him, as if something had erupted inside. He exhaled a heavy breath of murky air, feeling utterly refreshed. Upon inspecting his status panel, it read, Name: Zhang Lin Identity, River God, Early Stage of 8th Rank Territory, Sichuan Province Cultivation Technique, Immortal Sutra, 5th Layer Divine Abilities, None Spells, Soul Dream Kill, Water Dragon Spear, Fire Control Technique 9th Rank Alchemy, Pure Spirit Powder, 9th Rank, Qi Enhancing Pill, 9th Rank, Essence Cultivation Pill, 9th Rank, Incense Value, 187 Ha. Finally, I have reached the 8th rank. Zhang Lin departed from the River God Temple, hovering above the sacred site. And with a grand gesture of his hand, the winding waters of the river surged violently. A water dragon vortex suddenly ascended into the sky, spiraling above the heads of the gathered populace. The kneeling citizens, aware that the river god had manifested, displayed even greater reverence. Fall, with a mere flick of his finger, the water dragon vortex dispersed, raining down fish, shrimp, crabs, and clams like a downpour. Thank you, esteemed river god, for your generous gifts. Thank you, esteemed river god, for your generous gifts. The people echoed these words, their joy akin to that of a festive celebration. The bounty bestowed by Zhang Lin equated to the catch of 3 days of fishing for the citizens of Sichuan province. Witnessing the elation of the townsfolk, Zhang Lin could not help but smile. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that the lame blind man was also by the banks of the meandering river. Not far from the river god temple, he sat upon a large slab of blue stone, observing the surroundings with keen interest. Zhang Lin revealed his presence and approached the lame blind man. Before Zhang Lin could utter a word, the blind man remarked, "There are few wild deities as kind-hearted as you." "It was merely a trifling effort," Zhang Lin replied nonchalantly. Indeed, it was nothing more than a mere gesture for him. That earlier feat required little magical power. The blind man chuckled softly, refraining from further comment, and instead inquired, "How is your alchemy progressing?" "Quite well," Zhang Lin responded, producing 3 inferior quality primordial pills from his storage pouch. Upon seeing the 3 pills in Zhang Lin's hand, the blind man's expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "You actually succeeded. You managed to create them on your first attempt?" Chapter 11. The alchemical prodigy, indeed, Zhang Lin affirmed with a subtle nod, placing the 3 primordial pills into the blind man's hand. "As per our prior agreement, these 3 belong to you, while the remainder is mine." "The remainder? There are more?" the blind man asked incredulously. "I provided you with 6 portions of spiritual herbs for crafting the primordial pills. How many did you ultimately produce?" Zhang Lin replied calmly, 6. The blind man gasped, his gaze on Zhang Lin now tinged with a newfound gravity. "Have you ever practiced alchemy before?" he queried, a hint of doubt in his voice. "No, this is my first endeavor in alchemy," Zhang Lin stated candidly. "Oh," the blind man responded absently, lowering his head as if to inspect the pills in his hand. His dry fingers delicately fiddling with the 3 pills nestled in his palm. These 3 elixirs, although crafted with a certain roughness, retain an efficacy exceeding 80%, rendering them quite remarkable. They surpass even the creations of the alchemists at the Honghua Hall in the capital. The vitality-boosting pills produced by the alchemists there maintain only about 70% of their potency. A limping blind man, having traversed the land as a merchant, has encountered numerous alchemists. While the 9th-grade elixirs rank among the lowest in the hierarchy of medicinal concoctions, they remain within the reach of any practitioner possessing even a modicum of alchemical talent. However, it is a rarity for anyone to succeed in their inaugural attempt at alchemy. Typically, the first endeavor ends in failure. Only through enduring a multitude of setbacks does one ultimately achieve success. This is precisely why the crippled blind man decided to engage in this business deal with Zhang Lin. He initially believed that Zhang Lin would undoubtedly fail in his inaugural attempt at alchemy, thereby wasting all 6 precious herbs. In this manner, he found a pretext to demand repayment from Zhang Lin. The limping blind man had harbored suspicions about Zhang Lin from the very moment he arrived in Sichuan province. Suspecting that it was Zhang Lin who had slain the corpulent and slender Taoists and absconded with the 9E9 poison blood refining array. After all, in this expanse of 100 miles, apart from the wild deity Zhang Lin, there are no other cultivators to be found. The limping blind man fancies himself a businessman. At least, he believes he embodies the essence of one. A businessman must embody amiability to attract fortune. Consequently, the limping blind man seldom resorts to murder, except when provoked beyond his limits. However, he does not hesitate to eliminate those who owe him debts, doing so with ruthless precision. Thus, the limping blind man surmises that the 9E9 poison blood refinement array resides within Zhang Lin. Therefore, he engages in trade with Zhang Lin, intent on incurring a debt from him. Thus, he became Zhang Lin's creditor, capable of tormenting him at will. However, the lame blind man had a change of heart. Zhang Lin possessed an exceptional talent for alchemy. Had he not been a wild deity, he would undoubtedly be coveted by various sects as a brilliant alchemical prodigy. It would be a great pity to eliminate such a talent. The lame blind man, as if performing a magical trick, produced a yellow gourd from thin air and stored the 3 Peyuan pills within it. Then, he lifted his head and casually addressed Zhang Lin, saying, "What about those 3 Peyuan pills? Sell them to me." Peyuan pills are meant for novice cultivators to solidify their energy. They are of no use to you. Why not sell them to me? "Fine, but what price are you offering?" Zhang Lin inquired. The lame blind man replied, "These Peyuan pills sell for 1 spirit stone each in the capital. Shall we conduct our transaction at this price?" Agreed. Zhang Lin was uncertain if the lame blind man spoke the truth, but he decided to proceed with the sale for now. Later, he would have the opportunity to visit the capital and ascertain the market prices within the cultivation realm. Otherwise, his ignorance could lead him to be deceived in the future. Splendid. The lame blind man chuckled. Rest assured, I, the old blind man, conduct business with utmost integrity. When you venture out in the future, you will come to realize just how fair our dealings have been. Let us hope so, Zhang Lin replied nonchalantly as he handed over the remaining 3 P1 pills. In return, he received 3 translucent azure gemstones, each the size of a mung bean. Zhang Lin pinched one spirit stone between his fingers, examining it closely. This spirit stone is quite small, isn't it? Indeed, spirit stones are precious. They serve as the currency of the cultivation world. Suddenly, the lame blind man yawned and leisurely made his way toward the residence he had recently purchased in Sichuan County. As he walked, he muttered, I need to venture out tomorrow to procure more spiritual herbs, and I should be gone for about 3 or 4 days. Understood, Zhang Lin nodded. Subsequently, he resumed his customary routine of surveying Sichuan County. This is the only territory under his jurisdiction, and he must ensure its protection. The townsfolk are indeed a vital source of his livelihood. As night falls, the atmosphere is arid and desolate, with nothing pressing to occupy his time. He aimlessly wanders the skies above Sichuan County. Suddenly, a horse-drawn carriage bursts into the tranquil night of Sichuan County, shattering its serene calm. This piqued Zhang Lin's interest. He observed that the carriage seemed to be heading towards his river god temple. Could it be that outsiders had heard of the miraculous efficacy of the river god temple in Sichuan County and had come specifically to pay their respects? This piqued Zhang Lin's interest. The carriage came to a halt before the entrance of the river god temple. From the carriage emerged a mother and her daughter. The woman appeared to be nearly 30 years of age, quite beautiful, adorned in an expensive satin gown. She held the hand of a little girl, around 7 or 8 years old, who had rosy lips and white teeth, exuding an innocent and lively spirit. The woman, visibly anxious, addressed the coachman, Qin Lu, Brother Qin. If we hide here, will they not find us? Sighing, Qin Lu replied, Alas, I cannot say for certain. However, I have heard that the river god temple in Sichuan County is even more efficacious than ours in Linhua County. Moreover, the river god of Sichuan is known for his benevolence. The son of the wealthy Zhang family in Sichuan has been bedridden for years, and the river god, moved by his plight, bestowed upon him a miraculous elixir that restored his health. This tale has spread far and wide among the neighboring counties. The pressing matter is that there is nowhere else to hide. You should remain here for the time being. I must return quickly, and in a few days, I shall arrange for your husband to come find you. The woman nodded timidly. Qin Lu cautioned, There are provisions in the carriage. Stay hidden within the temple. Do not venture out. If anything arises, seek out Qin Wu in Sichuan. He is my brother, and upon mentioning my name, he will look after you. Very well. The woman responded softly. Qin Lu hastily drove the carriage away, seeming to flee from Sichuan County. Once Qin Lu departed, the woman suddenly began to weep softly. As a fragile woman, she had arrived in the unfamiliar Sichuan County with her daughter, vulnerable and fleeing from malicious pursuers. She did not wish to cry, but fear overwhelmed her. Mother, please do not cry. If you cry, I will want to cry too, the little girl, named Bauer, said with a quivering voice. All right, my dear, I shall not cry. Quickly, we must find a place to hide. The woman wiped her tears, glanced around, and cautiously led her daughter into the newly constructed river god temple. Zhang Lin stood atop the temple roof, observing the scene, scratching his head in silence before following them inside. Upon entering the temple, he beheld the woman kneeling on the ground, earnestly bowing before Zhang Lin's statue. I beseech you, venerable river god of Chu Shui, to protect my daughter and me, allowing us to safely weather this calamity. The little girl, Bauer, stood nearby, indignantly interjecting, Mother, why do you still bow? It is the river god who has wronged us, and his minions have harmed father. A bittersweet smile crossed the woman's face. The one who wrongs us is the river god of Linhua County. The one before us is the river god of Sichuan County. They are not the same. Oh, Bauer replied, her understanding somewhat lacking, as she gazed curiously at Zhang Lin's statue. Mother, which river god is more formidable, ours from Linhua County or this one? The woman shook her head. I do not know. However, after a brief pause, the woman spoke again. Surely, the river god of Linhua County must be quite formidable. The river god, bestowed by the esteemed housekeeper, commands such reverence that even the county magistrate must kneel and bow before him. Bauer, momentarily silent, then expressed her distress. "Mother, why would our river god wish to capture me? Have I done something wrong?" With a heart full of compassion, the woman embraced Bao, reassuring her, "You have done nothing wrong, dear. It is the river god who wishes to have you as a child offering. Your father and I cannot bear to part with you." Tears streamed down the little girl's face as she wept in her mother's arms. Zhang Lin furrowed his brow, realizing that the river god of Linhua County indeed harbored a sinister appetite for child offerings. It was perplexing that the esteemed Bureau of Astronomy would endorse such a predatory deity. Was it ignorance on their part? Or did the river god possess connections that rendered the Bureau timid? Zhang Lin could not ascertain. After the mother and daughter had wept for a time, they found refuge behind the statue of Zhang Lin, sinking into a deep slumber. Just as Zhang Lin believed the night would pass without incident, a group of horsemen clad in black soon arrived in Sichuan County, their destination ominously the river god temple. This group consists of 8 individuals, each robust and imposing, armed with bows and blades, their intentions far from benevolent. Zhang Lin steeled himself, surmising that these cloaked figures had come to capture the mother and daughter. The leader, a burly man marked with pockmarks, dismounted as they approached the Heatboat Temple, tying their horses to a jujube tree nearby. With a sinister chuckle, the pockmarked man led his subordinates, brandishing torches, and encircled the entire temple. By the time the women inside awoke from their slumber, intent on fleeing, it was already too late. "You wretched woman, do you think hiding in this stone creek will shield you from my grasp?" The pockmarked leader commanded his men to seize the mother and daughter from within the temple, then menacingly declared, "I tell you, your daughter is a prized offering to Lord Hebo. There is no escaping. Comply and return with us, and you may suffer less torment." He continued, "That scoundrel Qin Lu dared to withhold your whereabouts from us. If you cooperate, we shall spare you. Defy us, and I shall shatter both your legs." The woman begged pitifully, "Spare my daughter, please. Brotherly Feng, when you first arrived in Linhua County, destitute, it was my husband who generously lent you silver. Have you forgotten such kindness?" The pockmarked man's expression flickered between shame and anger as he retorted, "A mere few taels of silver. What merit is that? I shall repay you upon my return, but to confront me before my subordinates is audacity." His face darkened further. "It seems you prefer punishment to respect." He ordered his black-clad henchmen, "Break this wretched woman's legs." Understood. The group of cloaked figures, relentless in their pursuit of the mother and daughter, had gone nearly 2 days and nights without rest, their tempers flaring. They harbored a fervent desire to see this ungrateful woman suffer. 3 of them stepped forward, forcefully pinning the woman to the ground, intent on breaking her legs. The little girl, Bao, had already been reduced to tears on the sidelines. Tightly bound by one of the black-clad men, rendered completely immobile, she could only wail desperately, "Please do not harm my mother. I beg you. I will come with you." Her cries were directed towards the entrance of the river god temple, pleading, "Great river god, save my mother. I implore you." With a face marred by scars, one of the men approached Bao and viciously slapped her across the face. "Silence," he growled. "If you utter another word, I shall cut out your tongue." The mother cried out, heart-wrenchingly, "Do not strike my daughter." The scarred man, reveling in his malevolence, cast a derisive glance at the river god temple, mocking, "Ha! How foolish of you two, a mother and daughter, to seek help in such desperation. I have never heard of the river god of Sichuan. He is but a mere local deity. The true river god of Linhua County is the one recognized by the court. How could he possibly protect you? Would he dare to offend the river god of Linhua County? Would he?" Zhang Lin could no longer tolerate the loathsome demeanor of this man. As soon as the scarred man finished his taunt, Zhang Lin summoned his magical powers, lifting the scoundrel into the air before casting him down heavily. The impact left the man grievously injured, his body a grotesque mass, bloodied and twisted, with only a faint breath remaining as he howled in agony. It must be a haunting." One of the black-clad men stammered in fear. "No, it is the manifestation of the river god of Sichuan," another replied, exhibiting far more composure. "What?" Upon hearing this, several of the black-clad men immediately knelt in terror, having believed that the river god of Sichuan was a mere myth, only to discover that he was indeed real. This is indeed a celestial being, one to be approached with utmost reverence. Should one provoke their ire, the fate of the scarred face would be a dire warning. After bowing in submission, the crowd, heedless of the mother and daughter, or the incapacitated figure of the scarred face, hastily retreated, fleeing on horseback from Sichuan County. Bao, the woman, her face alight with the joy of having narrowly escaped calamity, immediately rose to untie the ropes binding her daughter. Quickly, let us prostrate ourselves before Lord River God in gratitude. It is thanks to him that we are saved. The woman grasped her daughter's hand, and together they hurried to the River God temple to express their thanks. At this moment, Zhang Lin found himself in a state of disquiet. Chapter 13. River God of Linhua County. Although he felt elated for having saved the woman and her daughter, he was acutely aware that he had incurred the displeasure of the River God of Linhua County. Zhang Lin was unafraid of the deity himself, but he harbored concerns about the Qinianjian, the celestial bureau that protected the legitimate divine entity. He was merely an unanchored wild god, standing in stark contrast to the sanctioned divinity backed by such formidable authority. What shall I do now? What if the River God of Linhua County summons the practitioners from the Imperial Observatory to eliminate him? After much contemplation, Zhang Lin resolved to seek counsel from the limping blind man. After all, the latter was well-versed and possessed unfathomable strength. At the very least, Zhang Lin could not discern the true prowess of the limping blind man. He planned to set off early the next morning, as there remained some time before dawn. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Lin arrived at the dwelling of the limping blind man. In a dilapidated dwelling, where the wind whistled through every crevice, Zhang Lin had just arrived when a limping blind man unexpectedly emerged. "What do you seek from me?" inquired the blind man. Zhang Lin, getting straight to the point, replied, "I have offended the River God of Linhua County, who has the support of the Bureau of Astronomy. What should I do?" "Fear not," chuckled the blind man. "The River God of Linhua County is merely a minor deity of the 8th rank. He cannot harm you. I am not afraid of him, but rather of the Bureau of Astronomy behind him," Zhang Lin emphasized. Unperturbed, the blind man calmly stated, "There is no Bureau of Astronomy backing him. The River God of Linhua County is, like you, an untamed deity. He is a fraud." "What?" Zhang Lin exclaimed in astonishment. "Linhua County is not like Sichuan County. It has a county magistrate, with officials from the Great Way Court present. How could the River God of Linhua County be an impostor?" The blind man laughed. "Your understanding is still too shallow. There are many intricacies here that you do not grasp. Allow me to explain." Clearing his throat, the blind man began his tale. The realm of the Great Way Court is vast. Consequently, there are numerous deities of mountains and rivers, yet only a select few receive official recognition and become legitimate gods. Almost every wild deity yearns for such an accolade. However, the bestowal of divine titles is akin to positions within the court. There are limited slots available. Hence, some wild deities resort to deception, collaborating with local officials to masquerade as recognized deities, openly enjoying the offerings of the faithful. The common folk are oblivious to the distinctions between wild deities and officially sanctioned gods. They rely solely on the proclamations of the authorities. If the government says so, it must be true. The River God of Linhua County is precisely that. He has struck a deal with the county magistrate, who acknowledges him as a sanctioned deity of the court. In return, the River God must surrender all the offerings received to the magistrate. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Since the River God of Linhua County was merely a wild deity, there was nothing to fear. The entity would certainly be reluctant to escalate matters, lest he attract the attention of the Bureau of Astronomy. Thus, Zhang Lin returned to the River God's temple with a sense of ease. Bauer and her mother continued to seek refuge within the temple. The man with the scarred face had bled profusely and succumbed to death. After Zhang Lin used his powers to dispose of the body, the sun slowly rose, heralding a new day. Meanwhile, within Linhua County, several cloaked figures hurriedly returned to the River God's temple, reporting to a short, rotund man clad in purple about the events that had transpired in Sichuan County. The portly figure clad in purple, the temple priest of the River God, held significant authority in Linhua County, to the extent that even the county magistrate dared not offend him. In a grave tone, he inquired, "You claim that the River God of Sichuan has manifested and dealt with Limatzi?" "Indeed, it is true," stammered one of the men in black. Limatzi spoke disrespectfully, uttering a few words against the River God of Sichuan, which prompted the divine retribution upon him. The purple-clad priest responded somberly, "If Limatzi is at fault, it is reasonable for the River God of Chu Shui to mete out punishment. Yet, I must ask why you have not brought back Li Zhaoshi and Li Beier. We were apprehensive of inciting the wrath of the River God of Chu Shui, thus we." Another man in black explained hesitantly, "Fools, imbeciles." The priest erupted in anger. "Calm your ire, my lord." One of the subordinates pleaded, "It is my fault. I shall gather men and return to Sichuan at once to retrieve Li Zhaoshi and Li Bei'er. Seeing the priest's displeasure, one of the black-clad figures hastily attempted to placate him. With a sigh, the priest relented. Very well, do not provoke the river god of Sichuan any further. Depart now and seek another maiden. We shall find an opportunity to capture Li Bei'er later. I refuse to believe they can hide in Sichuan for eternity. Yes, my lord. The black-clad men responded as they withdrew. The purple priest rose slowly and entered a dim chamber within the temple, where another individual awaited. What shall we do? As a wild deity has emerged in Sichuan, the man, dressed in official attire and appearing to be in his 40s, inquired. He was none other than the county magistrate of Linhua. We shall do nothing. If we do not provoke him, he will not come after us, the priest replied nonchalantly. The magistrate expressed his concern. What if he does come to Linhua County? The priest assured him, that will not happen. I have inquired. And this wild deity has only recently come into existence and possesses low cultivation. Even if he were to arrive, he would not be a match for my master, who is at the mid-stage of the 8th rank. The magistrate appeared somewhat feeble, his brow furrowed in worry. But I still fear. What if an inspector from the Qintian Bureau arrives? Impatiently, the priest retorted, what business would an inspector from the Qintian Bureau have in this remote place? The magistrate, despondent, replied, I speak of hypotheticals. Recently, there has been unrest in Kaiyang Prefecture. I have received word that a contingent from the Qintian Bureau is stationed there and might come to Linhua County at any moment. The priest reassured him, do not fret. In a few days, my master will achieve great mastery. Even if the forces of the Qintian Bureau do come, we shall not be intimidated. The magistrate wished to say more, but the priest interrupted, enough. Your current task is to swiftly procure another pair of young boys and girls. Otherwise, my master cannot complete his divine training, and you shall not attain immortality. The magistrate of Linhua County sighed deeply, lamenting, where can we find any innocent boys and girls? Families with children have long since fled Linhua County. Now, with hundreds of households remaining, it is impossible to discover even a single innocent youth. The rotund figure in purple attire let out a cold, scornful laugh. He replied icily, that is of no concern to me, whether you steal or seize from other counties. You must procure another pair of innocent boys and girls. Otherwise, my master cannot cultivate his divine skills, and you will not attain immortality. Very well. I shall devise a plan. Upon hearing the words immortality, a glimmer of avarice flickered across the magistrate's otherwise pedantic visage. Chapter 14. The hunter boy. Once the magistrate had departed, the rotund figure in purple muttered a few curses in derision. Fool, you truly believe that you can achieve immortality? If my master possessed such abilities, he would have long since deceived the emperor. Who would bother with you? With a swift motion, the rotund figure arrived at the secluded dwelling of his master, the river god of Linhua County. Towering at 8 feet, the river god had blue hair and a fearsome countenance. He demanded in a low voice, where are my innocent boys and girls? The rotund figure quietly elucidated the matter, recounting everything that had transpired to the river god. Humph, a mere fledgling wild deity dares to thwart my plans. Just wait until I complete my seclusion in a few days. Then you shall see how I deal with him. The river god of Linhua County reprimanded under his breath. After the river god finished his tirade, the rotund figure slowly interjected, I heard the magistrate mention that an official from the Qintian Bureau has arrived in Kaiyang Prefecture. Should we not lay low for a while? The river god paused, somewhat intimidated, and replied, very well, we shall take precautions. However, before we do so, we must make a trip to Sichuan County. I have heard that the wild deity has garnered significant worship there. We shall seize it while we are at it. Haha, as you wish, master. The rotund figure responded with a gleeful expression. At noon, the citizens flocking to Zhonglin's river god temple to offer their incense were unceasing. Zhonglin reclined on the temple roof, basking in the sun while observing the incense points, overwhelmed with joy. Incense value 5, incense value 5, incense value 5. Watching his incense value steadily climb, Zhonglin could hardly contain his delight. To upgrade his technique, he needed 5,000 incense points. With a few more days of accumulation, he would ascend to the mid-stage of the 8th rank. At this rate, he would soon dominate Kaiyang Prefecture. Suddenly, a desire to explore Kaiyang Prefecture arose within Zhonglin. However, he recalled that the area was populated with many cultivators, and as a wild deity, he was marked for extermination by the Great Wei's Qintian Bureau. If he were to encounter a powerful figure who could discern his true identity, it would spell disaster. It would be prudent to refrain from wandering aimlessly until his cultivation reached a higher level. Perhaps he would venture there when he attained the 7th rank. At that moment, Zhang Lin suddenly overheard a quarrel unfolding in front of the river god temple. He lowered his gaze and beheld a youth clad in the garb of a hunter, fervently arguing with the wealthy Zhang Datsai. These herbs were painstakingly gathered by me. How can they not be offered as tribute? The hunter boy, though diminutive in stature, possessed an impressively robust physique, with arms as thick as the average man's thighs. Zhang Datsai counseled him, "Little one, this is the offering table for the river god. What you are clutching in your hand is clearly a handful of mere weeds, not genuine herbs. If you place that upon the table, you would be ridiculing the divine. And I am advising you for your own good." Old Wu, standing nearby, added, "The river god is benevolent, yet you must not take him lightly. If you cannot present a proper offering, lighting 3 incense sticks for the river god would suffice." Others echoed similar sentiments, emphasizing that the offering table for the deities was no trifling matter. Not just anything could be placed there. To deceive the divine would invite retribution. Flushed with urgency, the hunter boy retorted, "This is not wild grass. It is a medicinal herb, indeed a legendary elixir favored by immortals. You foolish child, you love to spout nonsense." They laughed. "What legendary elixir? It is clearly just a handful of wild grass. I see it every day while climbing the mountains." The crowd erupted in derision towards the hunter boy. Only Zhang Lin remained composed. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the seemingly wild grass in the hunter's grasp was, in fact, a genuine medicinal herb. "This item is truly remarkable," Zhang Lin exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "I shall not be deterred. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall not escape my wrath." The young hunter unsheathed the hunting knife at his side, his fierce gaze fixed upon those who dared to stand in his way. Witnessing the audacity of this reckless youth, the onlookers were filled with indignation. The wealthy Zhang, observing the scene with a cold demeanor, remarked, "Do not hinder him. If he seeks his own demise, let him proceed." With these words, the crowd ceased their attempts to restrain the young hunter. Determined, the young hunter stepped forward and carefully placed the precious herb upon the altar. "Lord River God, I implore you, save my mother. She has been bitten by a venomous snake on the mountain and has but a few days to live. I beseech you, I will kneel and bow before you." As he spoke, the young hunter knelt on the ground, his forehead striking the tiled floor of the river god's temple, the sound echoing with each bow until blood began to flow. "Snake venom, is that a simple matter?" Zhang Lin mused, possessing an antidote at that very moment. The question remained, how could he present it to the young hunter before him? After his fervent supplications, the hunter apologized to those surrounding him. "Forgive me, esteemed uncles." With a sigh, Zhang, the wealthy man, replied, "In light of your filial piety, we, as adults, shall not hold it against you. Yet, do you not fear the ire of the river god?" He glanced at the bundle of wild herbs upon the altar, his brow furrowing in disdain. Wuda interjected, "Child, there are plenty of wild boars and chickens on the mountain. It would be far better to bring back some game than to offer this wretched bundle of weeds. You do not understand. This is a sacred herb. Even immortals favor it, and surely the river god would appreciate it." The young hunter insisted stubbornly. With his head bowed, he maneuvered through the crowd and hastily departed from the temple, heading back towards the mountain. After his departure, Wu Di approached the altar, intent on discarding the wild herbs the hunter had left behind. The river god is a figure of great reverence. How could one offer mere weeds? At the very least, one ought to sacrifice a chicken. Alas, children lack understanding. Thankfully, the river god possesses a compassionate heart. Suddenly, Wu Di noticed something peculiar. Where had the wild herb gone? Just as he pondered this, Zhang Lin had discreetly stowed the herb in his storage pouch and was now stealthily tracking the young hunter. The young hunter, hailing from Ishikawa Prefecture, resided in the mountains and sustained his livelihood through hunting. As the saying goes, one thrives on what the mountains and waters provide. The hunter brought forth a precious herb as an offering. This herb was likely foraged from the nearby mountains of Ishikawa, suggesting that these mountains are indeed home to such mystical flora. Upon this realization, Zhang Lin could hardly contain his exhilaration. Moreover, one must ponder how a youth, raised amongst the mountains, could possess knowledge of such extraordinary herbs. This point is of great significance. Zhang Lin must comprehend both of these matters. As the young hunter traversed the mountain path, he encountered a narrow stream several feet wide. The water was shallow, and he could easily cross by stepping on the stones. The young hunter, agile and swift, passed this stream multiple times each day, having long since mastered the route. However, today, perhaps due to his mother's precarious condition, his mind was restless. He lost his footing on the stones and tumbled into the water, becoming drenched. What misfortune! Soaked to the skin. The young hunter emerged from the stream with great difficulty and finally reached the shore. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept by, causing the previously calm surface of the water to ripple with peculiar waves. It seemed as if an unseen force was stirring the depths. The grass along the bank rustled, as if something were weaving through it, yet nothing was visible. The young hunter gazed around anxiously, feeling a mysterious aura enveloping him. At that moment, a faint light flickered on the water's surface, seemingly emanating from the depths of the river. The light shimmered erratically, vaguely outlining a blurred human silhouette, yet it remained indistinct. Soon after, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. A pill, radiating a soft glow, floated serenely in the water. Before the young hunter could fully grasp the situation, that mysterious force vanished. The surroundings returned to tranquility, with only the pill bearing witness to the enigmatic events that had just transpired. Could this pill be a gift from the river god? The young hunter was momentarily stunned, then elated. He exclaimed with joy, "The river god has bestowed upon me a divine pill. My mother shall be saved." He dashed towards home with fervor. Zhang Lin followed the young hunter to a sturdy stone house nestled in the mountains. The house, though set high on the mountain, was remarkably clean and well kept. Inside, a woman with a pale complexion lay in bed, covered with several layers of animal skins. "Mother, I have returned. I sought the river goddess' blessing for a divine pill, and if you consume it, you shall recover." Without a moment's hesitation, the young hunter rushed home and, without further ado, pressed the pill into his mother's mouth. She had yet to realize what was happening when the pill was already in her mouth. "Child, what have you made me consume?" she inquired weakly. "A divine pill. Eat it, and you will be healed, mother," the young hunter replied. Chapter 15. Feeding the elixir to the pig. Foolish child, what divine pills exist in this world? As soon as the young hunter's mother uttered these words, the pill began to take effect. The color of her waxen face instantly brightened, and her voice regained its vigor, losing the frailty it had just possessed. "Is this divine pill truly real?" the woman asked in astonishment. "Indeed, I even witnessed the manifestation of a deity," the young hunter responded. "Which deity is this?" a woman inquired. "Is it the deity residing in the river god temple by the winding waters?" She continued, "My dear, let me tell you, the spirit in that temple is remarkably efficacious. Tomorrow, I shall ascend the mountain to gather some mystical herbs." The young hunter chuckled. "What mystical herbs are you referring to?" The woman, puzzled, responded. The young hunter blinked and said, "They are the herbs my father often foraged from the mountain. He told me they are indeed mystical herbs, which the deity uses to concoct elixirs." The woman laughed heartily. "Your father has merely been jesting with you. Those are not mystical herbs. They are the very herbs he brought back to feed the pigs." Zhang Lin, overhearing this, was astounded. He actually feeds mystical herbs to pigs. How extravagant. Is that true? "Mother, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you?" the young hunter asked skeptically. The woman replied with a smile, "Why would I deceive you? Go and check our pigsty. There is still half a basket left to feed the pigs." Zhang Lin promptly set off to the pigsty behind the stone house and indeed discovered half a basket of mystical herbs. What am I to say? Such fine herbs, wasted on swine by this hunter. Zhang Lin was both amused and exasperated as he unceremoniously took the herbs away and returned to the stone house. "My son, tomorrow you shall set traps in the mountains and bring back a wild boar to present to the river god." "Very well, mother." Observing this, Zhang Lin hurriedly communicated telepathically with the young hunter, expressing his fondness for the herbs he gathered and requesting him to continue collecting them daily. Startled, the young hunter exclaimed, "Mother, the river god is here in our house. He spoke to me." He scanned the surroundings in search of the river god's presence. "Child, have you lost your senses? There is no river god here, and if he spoke to you, how come I did not hear him?" The young hunter scratched his head, replying, "I do not know. The river god simply said he appreciates the herbs I gather, and tomorrow I shall collect more for him." The woman mused, "This river god is quite peculiar, fond of the wild grasses that pigs consume. Could it be that the river god has transformed from a wild boar?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin was left speechless and silently departed from the stone house. From that moment onward, the young hunter ascended the mountain daily, gathering a large basket of spiritual herbs to deliver to the river god temple. Each time, Zhang Lin would perform a spell to reward the young hunter with some fish and shrimp, which left Huan and the others envious. Aware of the river goddess' fondness for wild herbs, they all rushed up the mountain to dig for them. Some managed to unearth spiritual herbs, while others could only find wild grass. Zhonglin rewarded those who discovered spiritual herbs, while those who only found wild grass received nothing for their efforts. Over time, everyone learned to distinguish between spiritual herbs and wild grass. A few days later, the limping blind man returned. Upon seeing that Zhonglin had amassed a considerable amount of spiritual herbs and learning the circumstances, he exclaimed in wonder, "I once thought this place was merely a remote and impoverished region, yet I find that spiritual herbs grow upon the mountain. Though these herbs may be of low grade and not particularly rare, they are indeed spiritual herbs. Sell them to me. You have no use for them, and I will trade you with spirit stones." Zhonglin agreed, selling all his spiritual herbs to the limping old man in exchange for 5 spirit stones. Furthermore, the old blind man brought 10 shares of herbs necessary for refining the Peiyuan pill. The old blind man said, "Let us adhere to the previous arrangement. The cost of 5 Peiyuan pills will be covered by the spiritual herbs, while for the remaining 5, I shall charge 1 spirit stone per pill. How does that sound?" "That works," Zhonglin nodded. "By the way, esteemed elder, I am yet unaware of your name. Could you kindly share it with me?" Zhonglin inquired. "You may call me the old blind man or the old limping man. That is how they refer to me. And I long ago forgot my name." The limping blind man waved his hand dismissively. "Very well." Zhonglin took the herbs and returned to the river god temple to refine the pills. Bauer and her mother continued to secretly reside within the temple, and Zhonglin made no effort to expel them. Ever since he rescued them, they had been kneeling before Zhonglin's statue each night, earnestly bowing in reverence, which provided him with a significant amount of incense value. This time, he was more adept at pill refining, and within less than half an hour, he successfully produced 10 Peiyuan pills. He did not rush to find the limping blind man. First, he needed to deliver the medicine to the old blind man. Just as he left the river god temple, he suddenly received a sound transmission talisman from the old blind man. "Little brother, be cautious. The river god of Linhua County has come to your territory, and his intentions are malevolent. Flee at once." "What? The river god of Linhua County has arrived in Sichuan County? What does he want?" Zhonglin inquired, pulling out the sound transmission talisman the old blind man had given him. "What cultivation level does the river god of Linhua County possess?" Quickly, he received a reply from the old blind man, mid-stage of the 8th rank. "Are you planning to duel with him?" "Indeed." "What?" The old blind man was taken aback, yet he quickly regained his composure. Contemplating within himself, he mused, "Could it be that this impudent brat has been honing his skills for many years, masquerading as a simpleton to toy with me?" Once he had adjusted his emotions, the old blind man declared, "Very well. If you wish to engage in a contest of prowess with the river god of Linhua County, then proceed. The adversary has come knocking. One cannot simply retreat like a timid turtle. I shall support you in this endeavor. Should you find yourself outmatched, I will lend you my assistance. However, should you succeed in vanquishing the river god of Linhua County, you must share the treasures from his storage pouch with me." Zhonglin nodded in agreement. "All right, no problem." He was just about to step outside to confront the foe when, to his surprise, the river god of Linhua County had already arrived. Hovering above Zhonglin's river god temple, the river god, his beard a striking blue and towering at Tu Zhong, waved his hand, causing the once placid Chu Shui River to erupt into tumultuous waves. Several fishing boats on the river were instantly capsized, and the fishermen aboard were thrown into the waters, their fates uncertain. Upon witnessing this, Zhonglin's face flashed with fury. "How dare you show such arrogance on my territory? Seeking death." Without further ado, Zhonglin raised his hand and unleashed a water dragon spear aimed directly at the throat of the river god of Linhua County. The river god, feigning nonchalance, lifted his hand to block. However, Zhonglin's spell was no trifling matter. Bolstered by his cultivation at the initial stage of the 8th rank, Zhonglin's water dragon spear could be deemed indomitable. The river god of Linhua County, having underestimated Zhonglin, was destined to suffer the consequences. Chapter 16. Slaying the river god. The water dragon spear surged towards the face of the river god of Linhua County. With an air of indifference, the river god raised his hand to defend, but in the next moment, he sensed the overwhelming magical power behind the spell. Something was amiss. The river god's expression tightened as he hastily summoned all his magical energy, opening his mouth to expel a sea blue mirror pearl from his dantian. "This is the treasured life instrument of the river god of Linhua County," honed through years of ritualistic dedication. Stand back. The river god deftly manipulated the mirror orb, conjuring a crystalline, translucent water mirror before him. Zhang Lin's water dragon spear struck the river god's mirror, being wholly absorbed. It vanished into the depths like a stone sinking silently into a river. That was a close call. The river god of Linhua County raised his head, wiping away a bead of cold sweat from his brow. Fortunately, his extensive experience in magical combat allowed him to summon his life instrument at a critical moment. Otherwise, he surmised that had he endured the impact of Zhang Lin's water dragon spear, he would have sustained severe injuries, if not met his demise. This young man possesses not only formidable cultivation but also astonishingly powerful techniques. One cannot ascertain his true origins. Had he not been underestimated, a significant loss could have ensued. The river god of Linhua County, filled with trepidation, gazed down at Zhang Lin, silently reflecting. I initially thought this lad was merely a nascent wild deity. Yet his cultivation seems to rival my own. It appears that I must take this matter seriously. The river god of Linhua County's azure eyes suddenly ignited with a fierce, killing intent. Such a potent magical artifact. Zhang Lin maintained his composure, murmuring softly. He then began to circle around the river god of Linhua County, simultaneously forming hand seals and continuously hurling water dragon spears toward him. The river god, fully alert, summoned a mirror pearl that radiated a cerulean glow, hovering before him. He clasped a different spell in each hand, channeling his magical energy into the mirror pearl. Gradually, 8 water mirrors materialized around him, providing an impenetrable defense from all directions. Zhang Lin's water dragon spears struck the water mirrors as futilely as a meat bun hitting a dog. If the water dragon spears cannot harm you, I cannot fathom how the soul dream kill would be thwarted, Zhang Lin mused, preparing to unleash his technique. Suddenly, the river god of Linhua County burst into laughter, proclaiming, "Youngster, how does it feel to be at a loss? Don't be hasty. What you bestowed upon me, I shall return in kind." Zhang Lin's heart sank, realizing the peril, and he swiftly retreated to the depths of Chu Shui River. The river god of Linhua County, with focused intensity, manipulated his hands to form different spells. Shifting them multiple times, he summoned all his magical energy to inscribe a mysterious spell into the azure mirror pearl. With a thunderous command, he shouted, "Kill." The mirror pearl erupted in a brilliant blue light. Previously, Zhang Lin's numerous water dragon spears had been entirely absorbed by the water mirrors conjured by the pearl. Now, the mirrors flickered and expelled all the absorbed water dragon spears, chasing after Zhang Lin. "Haha, little beast, how will you escape now? Weren't you quite formidable just moments ago?" The river god roared with laughter, mocking Zhang Lin as he fled in disarray. Not far away, a limping old man had somehow procured a bamboo chair and reclined comfortably, dozing off. Beside him, a small stool held an exquisite food box filled with sunflower seeds, peanuts, osmanthus cake, chicken feet, and other delectable snacks. The situation seemed dire. It had long been rumored that the river god of Linhua County possessed an incredibly powerful innate magical artifact, and today's encounter confirmed its formidable reputation, capable of absorbing and rebounding any spell. Such exquisite treasures he had only encountered a few times at the auctions of the Linglong Treasure Pavilion in the capital. To his astonishment, even in this remote place of Kaiyang Prefecture, such remarkable gems could be found. How could a mere 8th-rank wild deity possess such splendid treasures? It was a sheer waste. The old blind man smacked his lips, a glint of greed flickering across his face as he muttered, "It makes my heart itch with desire, but alas, the river god of Linhua County owes me nothing, and I am powerless to act against him. If only everyone in the world owed me something, then I could do as I pleased. Instead, I am left in this agonizing state of yearning without the means to fulfill it." The old blind man sighed deeply, contemplating whether he could use the pretext of avenging Zhang Lin if the latter were to perish at the hands of the river god. He could eliminate the river god of Linhua County and seize his life-bound artifact. Yet, he did not wish for Zhang Lin's demise. A talent like Zhang Lin, a rare alchemist, was a once-in-a-century find. The old blind man intended to nurture Zhang Lin further to have him concoct elixirs for him. Such a dilemma. The haggard face of the hobbled old man was suddenly overshadowed by sorrow. Zhang Lin soared through the air, desperately evading the water dragon spear. The spear, rebounding from the water mirror, pursued Zhang Lin relentlessly, resembling a relentless parasite. How troublesome the river god's life-bound artifact was. Not only could it absorb spells, but it could also reflect them. What an outrageous advantage. Observing Zhang Lin fleeing from his own magic, the river god of Linhua County resumed his earlier nonchalant demeanor. He raised his head, beaming with pride, and declared, even if your cultivation and magical prowess are on par with mine, you lack a life-bound artifact as formidable as this one. I advise you to surrender obediently and relinquish your incense offerings along with your storage pouch. If you satisfy me, I might spare your life. What say you? Zhang Lin clenched his teeth in silence. He still had one trick up his sleeve, which he had yet to employ. He was uncertain whether the river god's life-bound artifact would be affected by the soul dream kill. Regardless, he was determined to take the risk. The rebounding water dragon spear, after chasing Zhang Lin for a while, dissipated into the ether due to the depletion of its magical energy. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Lin swiftly closed the distance to the river god of Linhua County, forming seals with his hands, ready to unleash the soul dream kill. Back for more? You are merely courting disaster. The river god of Linhua County sneered, standing firm and unmoving, taunting Zhang Lin. I remain here, completely still, inviting you to strike. Do you truly believe you can harm me? Humph. Zhang Lin let out a cold snort, choosing not to elaborate further. With a swift motion, he unleashed a soul dream strike, aimed directly at the river god of Linhua County. The soul dream strike, akin to a mental assault in the parlance of the past, inflicted direct harm upon the psyche. The water mirror was capable of rebounding ordinary spells, yet it remained uncertain whether it could withstand this mental assault. As Zhang Lin witnessed the soul dream strike effortlessly penetrate the protective barrier of the water mirror and strike the river god on the head, a fierce glimmer flickered in his eyes. It hit. At this moment, the river god of Linhua County is doomed. He has fallen victim to Zhang Lin's soul dream kill. The once triumphant river god suddenly finds his eyelids extraordinarily heavy. An overwhelming desire to succumb to slumber overtakes him. A wave of inexplicable drowsiness threatens to annihilate the river god of Linhua County. Chapter 17. The evil tower. Just as he can no longer resist the urge to close his eyes and sleep, he realizes something is amiss. With determination, he bites down on his tongue, momentarily dispelling some of the sleepiness and regaining clarity. You, what sorcery have you cast upon me? The river god of Linhua County bellows at Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin remains silent, continuing to form seals with his hands, casting another soul dream kill upon the river god. Damn it, I'm so tired. A wave of incredible sleepiness washes over him once more. The river god promptly channels his energy, attempting to dispel the encroaching drowsiness. Yet Zhang Lin has no intention of granting him such mercy. He persists in forming seals, relentlessly bombarding the river god with soul dream kills until the river god can bear it no longer and succumbs to a deep sleep. In the next moment, having experienced who knows what in the realm of dreams, the river god of Linhua County suddenly opens his eyes wide, only to spew forth blood and perish. His lifeless body falls heavily from the sky. Zhang Lin employs his magical prowess to transform into a giant hand, catching the corpse of the river god and swiftly transporting it to a secluded location. The citizens of Sichuan remain oblivious to the unfolding events, only aware that the weather has drastically changed and a tempest has arisen. They kneel in fear, praying for the river god's protection. Fortunately, the strange phenomena dissipate shortly thereafter, leading the citizens to believe it was the river god's intervention. Their faith in Zhang Lin deepens, resulting in an influx of offerings. Offering value 3, offering value 3, offering value 3. However, the present focus is clearly not on the offerings, but rather on the river god's innate magical artifact. After Zhang Lin carries away the river god's corpse to a secluded spot, the limping old blind man, who had been observing the battle, suddenly appears beside the river god's body. A smirk reminiscent of a cunning merchant graces the old man's lips as he rubs his hands together, murmuring, "Brother Zhang, we had an agreement. I would support you, and in return, I must receive a share of the treasures possessed by the river god of Linhua County. Very well. I shall honor my promise. Indeed, you are a straightforward man." With that, both fell into a contemplative silence. They exchanged glances, the lifeless body of the river god lying between them. "Brother Zhang, I have just inspected the river god of Linhua County. He is positively wealthy. His storage bag is filled with nothing but valuable treasures." The old blind man was the first to speak. Zhang Lin nodded indifferently. "I will lend you support. The river lord of Linhua County is a foe you alone shall vanquish. I would feel remiss to take too much, thus. Heh. I require but one item." The old blind man smiled obsequiously, extending a withered finger, waving it before Zhang Lin's eyes. Zhang Lin was well aware of the old man's ulterior motives. With a stoic expression, he replied, "If you dare to claim that the item you seek is the River Lord's life-bound artifact, do not blame me for my wrath. When I am enraged, even I fear myself." The old blind man, caught off guard by the accurate observation, awkwardly retracted his finger, muttering internally, "It seems this lad is not foolish. He knows that the River Lord's life-bound artifact is the most valuable." Having failed to deceive him into yielding the life-bound artifact, the old blind man maintained his composure, chuckling. "In that case, I shall select something from this storage bag. Surely that will suffice." "Very well," Zhang Lin nodded. He understood that the old blind man's cultivation was substantial, and given their future collaborations, he had no intention of reneging on his word. The old blind man rummaged through the River Lord's storage bag for a while, seemingly unable to find anything satisfactory. However, he soon appeared to have discovered something, a glimmer of delight gracing his features. "Oh, I was puzzled as to why the River Lord demanded offerings of young boys and girls from the common folk. It turns out to be because of this." "What is it?" Zhang Lin inquired, curiosity piqued by the old man's words. "Heh, do you know what this is?" The old blind man produced an odd, sinister tower from the River Lord's storage bag. Zhang Lin observed that the tower exuded a dark hue, a grayish-black with a faint, blood-like crimson glimmer. Its surface was etched with malevolent runes, standing about 7 inches tall and feeling quite weighty. "Do you know what this is?" The old blind man repeated his question. Zhang Lin shook his head. The old blind man smirked with pride. "Not only you, but even the wise monk Zhixin of Kaiyang Prefecture would be at a loss upon seeing this." "Who is monk Zhixin?" Zhang Lin asked, intrigued. "The abbot of the Qinglong Temple in Kaiyang Prefecture. He has mastered a peculiar arcane art that allows him to discern the origins of any object that comes into his possession." The old blind man chuckled. "This item can only be recognized by those who have ventured to the southern seas. Just tell me what it is already." "Stop keeping me in suspense," Zhang Lin said, somewhat exasperated. "This is the evil child binding god tower, an artifact bestowed upon devotees by the deities of the southern seas." The old blind man elaborated. "The southern seas are said to house 8 million deities, most of whom are malevolent spirits. Quite bizarre indeed. And what exactly is this device used for?" For the first time, Zhang Lin heard of a place known as the southern seas. He pressed further with his inquiries. The old blind man spoke in a grave tone. "It is used for the crafting of malevolent elixirs. By offering young boys and girls to this sinister tower, their flesh and blood can be transformed into wicked potions, which can extend one's lifespan and enhance their cultivation. It bears a resemblance to the artifacts of the dark arts." Zhang Lin responded solemnly. "Quite so. After all, the southern seas are rife with malevolent deities." The old blind man unceremoniously pocketed the artifact, known as the Wicked Child Binding Tower. "This is a valuable item. I shall not hesitate to claim it." Chapter 18. Spoils of War. Zhang Lin regarded the old blind man for a moment before inquiring, "How do you intend to deal with this tower?" The old blind man chuckled. "Are you concerned that I might sell it to some nefarious cultivator, or perhaps to a rogue deity?" Zhang Lin nodded in agreement. "Indeed. The sinister tower seeks to consume the flesh and blood of innocent children, a truly vile intention. If it falls into the hands of an evil cultivator, the people of the Great Way shall surely suffer." The old blind man gazed at Zhang Lin for a moment before chuckling. "The citizens of Sichuan are indeed correct. You possess a heart of compassion." Zhang Lin bowed his head in silence. The old blind man continued with a jovial tone, "Rest assured, I shall not sell this malevolent tower to anyone. Instead, I intend to present it to the Astronomical Bureau." "You are affiliated with the Astronomical Bureau?" Zhang Lin asked in surprise. The old blind man chuckled at himself. "Of course not. Why would the Astronomical Bureau take an interest in a decrepit, blind, and lame wretch like me?" Zhang Lin, puzzled, inquired. "Then why do you wish to turn it over to the Astronomical Bureau?" The old blind man replied. "The Astronomical Bureau has regulations stating that relinquishing harmful artifacts such as this one can earn rewards. Moreover, today you have assisted the Bureau, and should you encounter any troubles in the future, they may extend you some leniency." "Ah, I see." Zhang Lin nodded thoughtfully. After a brief pause, he asked, "Do you know how a wild deity like myself might receive an official title from the Astronomical Bureau?" "I do not know." The old blind man shook his head. Disappointment crossed Zhang Lin's face. "However, I can inquire on your behalf." The old blind man sighed. "In the vast lands of Great Way, The deities of mountains and rivers are as numerous as the stars, and only a handful of wild deities are deemed worthy of recognition by the Astronomical Bureau. Sichuan is rather remote. Even the county magistrate is reluctant to come here, let alone the esteemed officials of the Bureau. Therefore, you should remain here in peace. The matter of your title can be approached gradually. There is no need to rush, as your anxiety will not hasten the process. Very well. A fleeting glimmer of disappointment vanished from Zhang Lin's eyes. However, he quickly regained his spirits and commenced rummaging through the storage pouch of the river god of Linhua County. The old blind man taught Zhang Lin a simple incantation to extract the river god's life artifact from his corpse. Such artifacts are often nurtured within the Dantian. The river god of Linhua County possessed a life artifact known as the Mirror Pearl, with a magical ability named Water Mirror, capable of reflecting spells. Though it cannot deflect mental attacks, it is classified as an upper-tier artifact of the 8th grade. Holding the Mirror Pearl in his hand, Zhang Lin found himself enamored, toying with it delightfully. How does one utilize this treasure? After a while of playing with it, he realized he didn't know how to wield its power, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, the old blind man did not mock him. Instead, he instructed him on how to master the artifact's techniques. You must understand that the Mirror Pearl is exceptionally potent in the hands of the river god of Linhua County, because it is his life artifact, which grants it a natural enhancement. If you do not refine the Mirror Pearl into your life artifact and merely treat it as an ordinary tool, its power will only reach 50 or 60% of its potential, the old blind man elucidated. Zhang Lin furrowed his brow. Is there such a significant difference? How does one refine this object into a life artifact? The old blind man said, it is quite troublesome. One requires a specialized technique. When I return next time, I shall bring you a book dedicated to the refinement of your life-bound artifact. Thank you, esteemed elder, Zhang Lin replied joyfully. Of course, there will be a fee. Nothing comes free, the old blind man chuckled. Very well, Zhang Lin responded with a wry smile. Zhang Lin had also examined the storage bag of the river god from Linhua County. Inside, he found 125 spirit stones, a vial of healing elixirs, a vial of cultivation potions, a technique manual, a spell book, and various sundries. He glanced at the technique manual, which was titled by Bo Gong, classified as a low-grade yellow technique. The spell book bore the name Water Escape Technique, categorized as a mid-grade yellow spell. This spell enhances the caster's speed of movement in water, which feels somewhat superfluous. Zhang Lin effortlessly mastered the Water Escape Technique and, glancing at the corpse of the river god of Linhua County, was about to seek a suitable place for burial when a system notification suddenly echoed in his ears. Would you like to accept all the incense value of the river god of Linhua County, master of the dominant river? Oh, the system possesses such an ability? A look of delight crossed Zhang Lin's face, and without hesitation, he selected yes. In the next moment, his incense value increased by 983. Just over 900? Zhang Lin was taken aback. The river god of Linhua County had existed for a century in Linhua County. Over the past century, the incense offerings received have been disappointingly meager, scarcely surpassing that of the newly emerged river god. Nevertheless, 900 offerings, though scarce, are preferable to none. As the river god of Linhua County absorbed these offerings, his corporeal form gradually became translucent, fading into the realm of existence. What has become of his body? Zhang Lin pondered with curiosity. The old blind man replied, deities are born from the essence of heaven and earth. Thus, after death, they naturally return to the cosmos. If that is the case, will I too leave no remains upon my demise? Zhang Lin chuckled. Indeed, but I advise you to refrain from uttering such ominous statements. The old blind man remarked, smacking his lips. Zhang Lin acknowledged casually. He then retrieved 10 spirit-enhancing pills from his storage pouch and handed them to the old blind man. Your alchemical speed is quite commendable. Do continue. The old blind man accepted the pills and said to Zhang Lin, I must depart for several days. Is there anything you desire for my return? Zhang Lin replied, please bring me more spiritual herbs. I possess 2 alchemical recipes, but I have yet to refine them due to a lack of ingredients. Very well, that is manageable. Write down the herbs you require on this note. The old blind man produced paper and a brush from his storage pouch and urged Zhang Lin to inscribe his needs. Zhang Lin meticulously listed the required herbs for the cleansing spirit powder and the vitality pill. Subsequently, he returned to his river god temple, sitting cross-legged beside the alchemical furnace. Zhang Lin's mind raced with thoughts as he contemplated the implications of the river god of Linhua County's demise. Could he possibly annex Linhua County? It was wealthier than Sichuan County, with a larger population. Furthermore, Linhua County was adjacent to the Ba River, which connected numerous waterways, including the Grand Kaiching River of Kaiyang Prefecture. If he could gain control over the Ba River, access to Kaiyang Prefecture would become significantly easier. The only obstacle remained: how to deal with the county magistrate of Linhua County. The river god had maintained his dominance in Linhua County for so long, thanks to the magistrate's covert support. The magistrate, a mere mortal, could easily crush him with a flick of a finger. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the magistrate represented the authority of the Great Way government, which oversaw the esteemed Astronomical Bureau. Alas, patience is a virtue. Caution is paramount in navigating perilous waters. Chapter 19. Creating a sensation. A great fish falls from the sky, have you heard? The river goddess' residence in Linhua County has inexplicably cracked. It is said that the stone statue of the river god has split in two. I had long suspected that the river god had an affinity for young boys and girls. Surely this must be divine retribution. In Sichuan County, a throng of villagers gathered, unable to contain their excitement as they exchanged theories. Qin Lu stood amidst the crowd, his eyes widening in astonishment. The river god of Linhua County was in trouble? Could it be that the river god, who sought his child, has vanished? Contemplating this, Qin Liuji could not suppress his joyful smile as he held a fish in hand, hastening towards his wife and child. At that moment, he was consumed by a singular thought: to share this joyous news with them. Within the river god temple, Bauer and her mother were momentarily taken aback by Qin Lu's words. Does this mean we can return home? Bauer tilted her head, gazing at the couple with an expression of innocent purity. Qin Lu bit his lip and, with utmost reverence, bowed in front of the statue of Zhang Lin. Great river god, I humbly bow before you. I understand that the troubles in Lin Huafu were met with your divine protection. Henceforth, I, Qin Lu, shall settle here in Sichuan County with my beloved wife and children. He turned to his wife, his expression earnest as he declared, we shall not leave. With the river god watching over us, this is truly our home. Upon hearing this, the woman nodded solemnly. During this time, she had grown weary of living in fear. Conversely, in Sichuan County, she felt an extraordinary sense of security. All right, I will follow your lead. Zhang Lin stood silently before the statue, contemplating the family of Qin Lu before him. The impoverishment of Sichuan County was primarily due to its scarcity of resources and population. The villagers relied solely on fishing for their livelihood. With favorable fortune, they might return with a bountiful catch. With misfortune, they would return empty-handed. In order to ensure that the villagers of Sichuan County could enjoy prosperous lives, one must address this issue at its roots. A smile crept onto Zhang Lin's lips. Providing fish was simple enough. With his current cultivation at the 8th rank, he could effortlessly present large fish to the villagers at any time. However, teaching them to fish would be far more beneficial. The river harbors more than just fish. Zhang Lin waded into the water, meticulously examining the underwater conditions. Due to the fear that most have of venturing into the deep sea, the riverbed was adorned with numerous clam shells and pearls. As far as he knew, each pearl could fetch an income equivalent to 2 months' earnings for an ordinary fisherman. It seemed that a spectacle was in order. Zhang Lin snapped his fingers, revealing a knowing smile. In the dead of night, Qin Lu was lost in a dream, finding himself atop the tumultuous sea. The canoe beneath him appeared perilously close to capsizing. With wide eyes, he desperately attempted to steady the canoe, though his efforts felt utterly futile. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he helplessly watched as monstrous waves surged toward him. Just as he resigned himself to despair, a disdainful snort caused the towering waves to vanish in an instant. Qin Lu opened his eyes, gazing at the formidable figure suspended in midair, and gasped. I pay my respects to the River Lord. Thank you for your timely intervention. You previously saved my wife and child, and now you have spared my life. I am eternally grateful. Zhang Lin regarded Qin Lu with a slight shake of his head, waving his sleeve as he ascended dramatically. In Sichuan County, no acts of crime or malice shall be tolerated. Otherwise, as with the River Lord of Linhua County, death shall ensue. Qin Lu's heart raced. Indeed, the River Lord of Linhua County had perished at the hands of the River Lord of Sichuan County. This statement made the implications all too clear. The river god of Ishikawa is indeed a benevolent deity, deeply concerned for the welfare of the people. Now that you have entered Ishikawa, please convey this message. Each month, 3 individuals may be selected to venture into the waters to retrieve pearls, which is sure to yield rewards. However, these individuals must be recognized as virtuous villagers, known for their good deeds. As Zhang Lin's voice gradually faded, Qin Lu awakened from his slumber, struggling to believe what surrounded him. After flexing his wrist, he realized it had merely been a dream. Yet, the task entrusted to him by the river god made his heart race, retrieving pearls. Could it be akin to the river god of Linhua County? Qin Lu's complexion paled at the thought, and he could not help but glance back at the statue. "My dear, what troubles you?" Upon hearing his wife's call, Qin Lu recounted the entire saga. After listening, the woman furrowed her brow, gazing at him earnestly. "My husband, you should not doubt the river god. If he truly intended harm to the villagers, he would not go to such lengths to assist them. Moreover, if sacrifices were required, then neither Bea nor I have encountered any issues during our time in this temple. Thus, I believe the river god simply wishes to reward the virtuous villagers of Ishikawa for their good deeds." Feeling a wave of shame wash over him, Qin Lu lowered his head. "Indeed, how narrow-minded of me," he exclaimed, striking his own face with newfound resolve. "I shall notify the villagers at once." In a flurry, Qin Lu rushed to Ishikawa County, where he called out loudly to the gathering crowd. As more villagers arrived, they learned of the pearl retrieval opportunity. In the past, he had contemplated risking his life to dive for pearls, but the depths were treacherous and could cost him dearly. Yet now, with the river god's promise, what was there to fear? This was a blessing from the river god. "Thank you, river god." The villagers knelt in reverence, their eyes filled with deep respect. Pearls. Regardless of who was chosen, this chance could lead them to prosperity. In the heavens, Zhang Lin observed this scene with a radiant smile. Merely through the Pearl Initiative, he had instantly garnered 2,000 incense value points. Indeed, to amass incense value is not solely about population numbers. It is equally about the river goddess' competence in inspiring faith among the people. Otherwise, how could the river god of Linhua County, with such a vast populace, have accumulated merely over 900 incense points? On the contrary, the Ishikawa prefecture, through its diligent efforts, has indeed attained a considerable scale. Zhang Lin waved his sleeve, and in an instant, several columns of water surged upward, stirring up a multitude of large fish. The sight of the descending fish on that day left an indelible mark upon the hearts of countless citizens of Ishikawa. Chapter 20. Are you a novice? I find that hard to believe. In the sky above, Zhang Lin gazed upon the radiant smiles of the populace and nodded in acknowledgement. The incense value is soaring at an astonishing pace. If this momentum continues, it won't be long before it reaches the mid-level of the 8th grade. At that moment, a voice of surprise emerged. "You, a kind-hearted soul. For the sake of these common folk, you are truly generous." Zhang Lin turned around to see the old blind man, gnawing on a chicken leg, seated nearby. His somewhat clouded gaze suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of light. Zhang Lin spread his hands, gazing at the old blind man. With nothing pressing at hand, it would be more pragmatic to ensure the common people lead prosperous lives. "May I inquire how fruitful your endeavors have been this time, esteemed elder?" The old blind man tossed the bone aside and muttered, unable to suppress his grumbling. This time, they were exceedingly stingy, providing only a meager offering. "However, since you seem agreeable, I shall bestow something upon you." He retrieved a pill recipe from his robes and tossed it directly to Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin stared at the recipe in his hands, momentarily taken aback. An 8th grade recipe. "Esteemed elder, it seems you hold me in far too high regard. This 8th grade elixir poses an insurmountable challenge for a novice such as myself." Upon hearing this, the old blind man shot Zhang Lin a disdainful glance and retorted, "A novice? Who are you trying to fool? Even seasoned 8th grade alchemists cannot guarantee such a high success rate. If you do not wish to keep this recipe, you may return it to me." Zhang Lin smiled silently, hastily tucking the recipe into his robes. After this period of alchemical practice, his proficiency had reached a sufficient level. With just an additional 2,000 incense value, he could elevate his alchemist rank to the 8th grade. This spirit-nurturing pill may indeed be worth a formal attempt. "Esteemed senior, I wish to inquire about the true purpose of these elixirs." The old blind man circled around Zhang Lin, scrutinizing him with a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. "Surely, you have not gone without consuming any elixirs? You are, after all, an 8th-tier wild god. How could you lack such fundamental knowledge?" The old blind man waved his hand dismissively and shook his head. "Alas, the Stone River County is indeed quite backward. It is not unusual for you to be unfamiliar with these matters here. To enhance one's strength, one must rely not only on the absorption of spiritual energy, but also on these potions. A high-grade essence cultivation pill can equate to half a month of arduous training. This is precisely why elixirs have always been held in such high esteem. Zhang Lin opened his mouth, speechless. This was indeed beyond his expectations. Previously, when enhancing his strength, he had directly opted to use incense value. In retrospect, this appears somewhat regrettable. I am grateful for your guidance, esteemed senior. The old blind man cast a heap of medicinal materials before Zhang Lin. Without further ado, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, then proceed to refine this concentration pill. The rules remain unchanged. However, the difficulty of the 8th grade level is considerably higher. I shall provide you with 3 portions of materials, and as long as you can successfully concoct 1 pill, that will suffice. Zhang Lin glanced at the assortment of herbs and nodded. Esteemed senior, I shall do my utmost to give it a try. With the old blind man's departure, Zhang Lin closed his eyes, preparing to embark on this endeavor. He had yet to experience the effects of the Peiyuan pill. As the elixir entered his body, Zhang Lin was immediately enveloped by a warm current coursing through him. With his eyes wide open, a look of joy spread across his face. Indeed, the Peiyuan pill is indeed effective. 1 Peiyuan pill is equivalent to 30 incense value. During this period, 50 of these pills have been refined, saving a substantial 1,500 incense value. A smile graced Zhang Lin's face. It is worth noting that the difficulty of concocting these pills was not particularly high, and the success rate was remarkably elevated. With such efficiency, the pace towards a breakthrough in the mid-stage can be hastened even further. The rank of an 8th grade alchemist must surely be elevated. If 9th grade pills yield such results, how much more so for 8th grade ones? As his rank ascends, Zhang Lin gazes at the formula before him, a smile illuminating his countenance. 3 ingredients, and the profits are immense. Meanwhile, Qin Lu was diligently immersed in the construction of a house. Following their decision to settle, he became busily engaged in this endeavor. After all, with the river god of Linhua County now resolved, they had settled in Sichuan County, and remaining in the temple was not a viable long-term solution. At that moment, a group of villagers gathered around Qin Lu, unable to suppress their laughter at his earnestness. Xiao Yozi, you truly wish to build a house. Why did you not inform us? Many hands make light work. Qin Lu stood astonished at this scene. Back in Linhua County, such assistance was a rarity. Without sufficient compensation, one could hardly expect any help, as workers would abandon their tasks at a moment's notice. Yet, here in Sichuan County, the atmosphere was utterly different. It was incredible. Previously, he had spent a considerable amount of time in Sichuan County, but had never encountered such camaraderie. Qin Lu turned to glance in the direction of the river god's temple. Perhaps all these changes stemmed from the benevolence of the river god. After all, everyone wished to contribute positively. In this manner, one can secure a coveted spot for the pearls. Indeed, the most crucial aspect lies in the fact that, in times past, the common folk endured a life of hardship, toiling incessantly for their mere existence. Many faced the dire reality of having a meal only to find themselves uncertain of the next. Their primary concern was their own survival. However, the present situation is markedly different. With the abundance of fish, the quality of life for the populace has seen a significant enhancement. My heartfelt gratitude to all. Should there be any way I can be of service to you in the future, please do not hesitate to call upon me. I assure you, I shall never decline a single request. Qin Lu spoke with tears glistening in his eyes. Beside him, Bauer and her mother also wore smiles. It appears that their journey to Sichuan was indeed a fortuitous one. At last, my husband no longer bears the burden alone. With the assistance of many villagers, the house, which would typically require a month to construct, was completed in a mere 3 days. Zhang Lin beamed at this sight. The pace at which the incense value is rising has become increasingly swift. At this rate, within a week's time, it could reach the mid-level of the 8th rank. The individual behind that water monkey possesses unfathomable strength, likely elevating to at least the 7th rank, thus ensuring a measure of self-preservation. Zhang Lin furrowed his brow. That demon's power cannot be underestimated. Presently, Sichuan County has already taken on considerable scale. In the end, while Zhang Lin may manage to escape, what about the common folk? Without a source of incense, their ability to strengthen will be exceedingly challenging. Never mind, one step at a time. For now, it is prudent to negotiate with the elder regarding the spirit concentration pill. Zhang Lin extended his hand, revealing 3 pills that appeared within his grasp. Chapter 21. New Divine Ability. Shaking the Divine. Upon arriving at the old blind man's abode, Zhang Lin was momentarily taken aback by the chaotic scene before him. The interior was littered with remnants of various foods. It seemed the old blind man was particularly finicky about his meals, consuming only the most delectable portions of any dish. "Why, you rascal, back so soon?" he remarked. "I forgot to inform you that the refinement of the spirit concentration pill is no simple task. A slight misstep could render all efforts futile. Most 8th rank alchemists prefer to conduct their crafting at midday, harnessing the most concentrated spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to consolidate their own strength." The old blind man reclined with his legs crossed, observing Zhang Lin with a casual demeanor. Previously, Zhang Lin's success in pill refinement had been remarkably smooth. For Zhang Lin, this may not necessarily be a fortuitous occurrence. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to subject Zhang Lin to a considerable setback, allowing him to comprehend the vast expanse of knowledge that remains for him to acquire in this world. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin began to grasp the situation, observing the old blind man's helpless shrug. "However, esteemed senior, I have already successfully refined it." The chicken leg that the old blind man held slipped from his grasp, and he lost control of his body, collapsing to the ground. He gazed at Zhang Lin with an expression of disbelief. "What did you just say? You have succeeded in your refinement? Show me at once." The old blind man snatched the concentration pill from Zhang Lin's hand, examining it meticulously. As he observed the unique aura emanating from it, the old blind man fell into an immediate silence. It was indeed the concentration pill. Moreover, he could sense a lingering trace of Zhang Lin's essence within the elixir. This is sufficient to demonstrate that this elixir was indeed concocted by Zhang Lin. However, the more he realized this, the more his heart became increasingly restless. This wretched little brat. Is he truly just a wild deity from such a destitute place as Ishikawa Prefecture? Not to mention Ishikawa, even in Kaiyang Prefecture, there are hardly a few capable of effortlessly concocting a concentration pill, are there? This is simply astonishing. "You rascal, pray, confess your identity. How is it that you possess the ability to concoct the concentration pill?" Zhang Lin spread his hands, displaying a rather innocent smile. "Senior, was it not you who provided me with this formula? I merely followed the instructions you bestowed upon me." The old blind man was momentarily rendered speechless. Engaging in conversation with Zhang Lin was undeniably disheartening. At least for the time being, it would be prudent to refrain from discussing pill formulas with him. "Speak. What do you wish to exchange this time?" The value of the concentration pill is considerable. Even a single pill could equate to 1,000 spirit stones. The old blind man regarded Zhang Lin, his demeanor unruffled. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin gazed at the old blind man and shook his head. "Senior, this concentration pill is a gift from me to you, a token of gratitude for your earlier guidance, which has significantly aided my advancement in strength." Zhang Lin's words were devoid of exaggeration. Had it not been for the old blind man's counsel, he would have likely found himself in utter chaos when the river spirit from Linhua County attacked, or perhaps even fleeing in panic to avoid revealing his identity. Here he stood, grounded in this moment. The old blind man regarded Zhang Lin with a knowing look, a smile gracing his lips. "You clever lad. You are well aware of my principles. No merit, no reward. And yet you orchestrated this little charade. Very well. In light of your earnestness, I shall accept this concentration pill. I must inform you that, under your influence, the development of Sichuan County has been quite commendable. However, there is something you may be unaware of. The river spirit of a county will not exceed the 8th rank in strength." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin's eyes narrowed. No wonder. The river spirit of Linhua County has lingered for quite some time, yet has been unable to break through to the 8th rank, remaining stuck at the 7th. In its desperation for advancement, it has resorted to unspeakable means, even sacrificing the blood of innocents. So, this was the secret behind its attempts to shatter its limitations. Zhang Lin felt a twinge of uncertainty. He was unsure if he could directly break through to the 8th rank with the system's assistance. Yet it would be wise to prepare for both eventualities. "Senior, may I inquire how one might break through to the 8th rank?" Zhang Lin asked the old blind man with utmost respect. The old blind man clapped his hands and shot Zhang Lin a glance. "Are you not merely at the initial stage of the 8th rank, approaching the mid-stage? What is the rush? When you reach the pinnacle of the 8th rank, I shall naturally offer my guidance. And do remember to prepare an ample supply of concentration pills. They are indeed a precious commodity." As Zhang Lin watched the old blind man's vanishing figure, he felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. This esteemed elder indeed. However, with the guidance of the old blind man, coupled with a few tales from the annals of folklore, Zhang Lin was able to deduce a rough understanding. Countless wild deities fervently sought recognition, yearning for the incense offerings that would bestow upon them the power of faith. This, after all, would render them stronger. Yet, a county possesses a finite capacity for both its populace and the power of belief. Much like a village tyrant, no matter how formidable, remains confined within the boundaries of their village. Thus, to ascend to a higher echelon, one must perhaps transition from a county to a grander city. Alas, it is still a long way to the pinnacle of the 8th rank. What should occupy his thoughts now is the divine ability, Zhang Lin murmured to himself. Ever since his breakthrough to the 8th rank, he had come to realize one significant fact. On the system panel, a new divine ability had emerged, the divine shattering stab. Gazing at this ability, Zhang Lin's pupils constricted. During his confrontation with the river god of Linhua County, he grasped an important truth. Certain wild deities, to some extent, possessed means to defend against tangible assaults. However, when faced with attacks targeting the mind and soul, they found themselves utterly defenseless. The divine shattering sting, among the 8th rank, is capable of inflicting severe damage on an opponent, provided they lack adequate defenses. Even those of the 7th rank would not escape unscathed. This divine shattering sting can be regarded as one's most formidable trump card. Zhang Lin is acutely aware that in this tumultuous world, one must always keep a life-saving card hidden. Otherwise, one risks suffering great losses. With this thought in mind, Zhang Lin took a deep breath and immersed himself earnestly in his training. As time progressed, he grew increasingly adept. With a resounding shout, the tranquil surface of the lake before him seemed to erupt into tumultuous waves. A 2-meter-wide passage suddenly manifested on the mountainside over 100 meters away, with the stones in between reduced to mere fragments. Observing this scene, Zhang Lin nodded in acknowledgement. At long last, this has been preliminarily accomplished. Zhang Lin arrived in Sichuan County, intending to assess the condition of the populace. However, upon witnessing the scene within Sichuan County, he found himself momentarily taken aback. Is this still the Ishikawa he remembered? Chapter 22. Is this young man insane? Previously, the villagers of Ishikawa were clad in tattered garments. Their skin and mental states a cause for concern. They clearly exhibited signs of prolonged malnutrition. However, the current state of affairs seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only had they donned new attire, but their skin and demeanor were vastly improved compared to before. Now, they wore radiant smiles upon their faces. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Lin was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a change. These villagers are surprisingly easy to please, Zhang Lin mused. Moreover, there is another reason. Due to the fervent promotion by the villagers, some residents from neighboring counties have also come, bringing their families to this Sichuan County. Among them, Linhua County boasts the largest population, predominantly consisting of families with young boys and girls. Initially, they fled their homeland to escape the clutches of the river deity of Linhua County. Although that deity is no longer present, their faith in the river deity of Sichuan County has only deepened. After all, this river deity is truly one who accomplishes tangible deeds. Under such alluring circumstances, the population of Sichuan County has more than doubled compared to its peak period. The disparity is indeed profound. Old Wang, were you not content in Linhua County? I recall that during that time, you were among the affluent families within Linhua. Why did you choose not to remain there? What purpose would it serve to stay in Linhua? The river god temple is in ruins, and that malevolent deity who favors innocent youths has collapsed. I have heard that the river god of Sichuan possesses remarkable abilities, which is precisely why I sought to invite the esteemed river god to heal and save lives. Among the villagers, such conversations abound. Many have relocated their families with the hope of seeking the blessings of the river god of Sichuan. After all, in these tumultuous times, the ability to live in peace is of paramount importance. Furthermore, upon arriving in Sichuan, each individual becomes enchanted by the harmonious atmosphere of the region. There is no scheming or rivalry. Instead, everyone engages in mutual assistance and support. This transformation rendered them utterly incredulous. This is hardly a backward county. It is clearly a veritable paradise. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Lin nodded in agreement. This is what is referred to as reputation. Nowadays, his standing is quite commendable in several neighboring counties. It is only reasonable that he can attract some residents to relocate here. This scene prompted him to reflect on a certain matter. The prosperity of Linhua County is largely attributable to its abundant population, is it not? In terms of resources, Sichuan County is not lacking either. Now, his objective is to commence with pearls, transforming Sichuan County into a thriving region renowned throughout the land. With this thought in mind, Zhang Lin stretched his arms, solidifying his resolve. Thus, he would begin. As Zhang Lin surveyed the gathered villagers, a sudden idea struck him. If the incense value could elevate his realm, what if he were to infuse a small amount of this incense value into the very essence of these common folk in the form of energy? Zhang Lin's gaze flickered with intrigue. It wouldn't hurt to give it a try. With a flourish of his sleeve, swirling waterspouts manifested in the sky. The villagers, witnessing this spectacle, widened their eyes and hurriedly bowed in respectful acknowledgement. Yet, it was evident from their expressions that their emotions were more charged with excitement. For this was the manifestation of the river god. Newcomers, witnessing this scene for the first time, trembled with exhilaration. It was simply unbelievable. This miraculous event was something they had scarcely witnessed before. Occasionally, they had heard whispers of it from others. However, now they were fortunate enough to witness it firsthand. Countless droplets descended from the heavens, striking the populace. As these droplets made contact, rather than feeling the chill of the cold, they experienced a warm current flowing into their bodies. Those who had previously suffered from ailments were, in that instant, restored to health. The injured among them found their wounds healing at an astonishing pace. Children, too, were infused with vitality. This was indeed a miracle bestowed upon us by the River Lord. With the River Lord present, there was nothing to fear. Look, there are pearls within these droplets. My goodness. A pearl such as this could fetch 1 or 2 gold pieces if sold in the Kaiyang Prefecture. Among the crowd, Qin Lu exclaimed with great enthusiasm. He trembled with excitement as he held the pearl in his hand. The surrounding villagers began to search eagerly, and as more and more of them discovered pearls, they felt a slight tremor of exhilaration in their hearts. Is this the pearl they will be able to retrieve from the depths thereafter? If we could salvage even more, it would be nothing short of a remarkable ascent. Qin Lu inhaled deeply, his emotions surging with excitement, as the transformation he witnessed was simply beyond his control. Life in Linhua County had been fraught with trepidation. Yet here, in Sichuan County, he felt the genuine warmth of home. And now, there were these miraculous occurrences. These pearls. As this thought crossed his mind, he gazed earnestly at the gathered townsfolk and declared, "Esteemed friends, we must not squander the goodwill of Lord River God. I propose that we establish a commerce association dedicated to facilitating the trade of these exquisite pearls and various fish and meat products, while concurrently providing essential supplies for our community." Upon hearing Qin Lu's words, the crowd nodded in unison, agreement echoed among them. Indeed, we must strive together. We cannot let Lord River God down. The atmosphere was imbued with solemnity and gravity, their thoughts aligned with a shared purpose. In the distance, the old blind man observed this scene, falling into silence for a moment before casting a glance towards the heavens, his mind swirling with doubt. Could this impudent youth truly be a wild deity? How was he so astutely aware of these matters? If his plans were to unfold, it would not be long before Linhua County, let alone the wealthiest counties within Kaiyang Prefecture, would find themselves at a disadvantage compared to Sichuan County. This young man is indeed extraordinary. The old blind man looked down at the spirit concentration pill in his hand, shaking his head, his gaze now infused with a glimmer of hope. Over the years, he has roamed far and wide, bearing witness to an abundance of people and events. The circumstances surrounding Zhang Lin have left him unable to find tranquility in such a short span of time. This person is truly remarkable. Very well. I, the old blind man, shall observe further. What surprises might you yet bring me? A faint smile graced the old blind man's face. At that moment, however, when he beheld the droplet of water, the smile vanished abruptly, replaced by a visage of sheer astonishment. He pointed in the direction of Zhang Lin, utterly taken aback. Sacrificing one's own essence to aid these common folk? Has this lad lost his mind? Even if he seeks to establish a commendable reputation, must he go to such extremes? Chapter 23. We are from Sichuan County. In Kaiyang Prefecture, Qin Lu and several fellow villagers from Sichuan County, burdened with a basket, entered the bustling premises of Kaiyang Prefecture. Observing the throngs of people around him, Qin Lu wiped his forehead and exhaled deeply. This place is indeed lively. It is said that Kaiyang Prefecture is the most prosperous area within 100 miles. Could it be that this place rivals the capital city in grandeur? Hearing the conversation of 2 fellow villagers, Qin Lu quickly shook his head. We must not indulge in grandiloquence. Our sole objective this time is to sell these pearls and procure some supplies in return. The other two villagers nodded in agreement. Indeed, we cannot disappoint Lord Hebo. As Qin Lu took a deep breath and was about to proceed, he overheard a group nearby whispering and pointing. You bunch of country bumpkins. It's evident that you've never seen the world. How true. Otherwise, you wouldn't have uttered such remarks. Turning to look, Qin Lu and his companions saw several elegantly dressed young men fanning themselves with ornate hand fans, their eyes brimming with disdain. Enraged, Qin Lu clenched his fists, his face flushing red. Are you not a bit discontent? Indeed, bumpkins are always so self-righteous. The young men shook their heads derisively. Qin Lu inhaled deeply, restraining the two irate villagers. Let us focus on our business. Upon hearing this, the corners of their mouths involuntarily lifted. Oh, what business do you have? By the looks of you, it seems you intend to sell something. Come, show us, and if I find it satisfactory, I might just purchase it. This 1 or 2 gold pieces is likely something you've never possessed in your lives. The young man chuckled. With his head down, Qin Lu pulled the two villagers forward. Soon, they arrived at the auction house. Gazing at the opulent establishment, Qin Lu exhaled. Looking back at the other two, he urged, let us proceed. As the trio prepared to step over the threshold of the auction house, a guard suddenly blocked their path. Our Xingyuan auction house does not entertain the poorly attired. You ruffians, if you wish to sell something, go to the nearby marketplace. This is not a place for you. The guard regarded them with a cold expression. Qin Lu quickly clenched his fists and took a deep breath, imploring, we truly possess something of significance to auction. Please, allow us to enter. The guard let out a cold snort, his fingers gripping the long blade as he regarded them with a frigid gaze. Get lost. At that moment, Qin Lu could no longer contain his frustration. Since entering the Kaiyang mansion, he had felt an overwhelming sense of disdain emanating from those around him. It seemed that merely due to their rustic attire, hailing from the countryside, they were subjected to a myriad of scornful glances. This is truly an egregious act of bullying. I implore you, do not look down upon others. Otherwise, you shall undoubtedly regret it, Qin Lu stated with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, the guards could not suppress a chuckle. Is it truly just you? Allow me to conclude with a simple command. Be gone. At that moment, a cool, resonant voice echoed. You at Xingyuan Auction House certainly possess an inflated sense of self-importance. If you would not mind, you are welcome to visit our Tsangshuan Auction House. Qin Lu and his companions turned around to behold a sign bearing the name of Tsangshuan Auction House affixed to the towering structure across from them. This brought smiles to the faces of several individuals. Indeed, there are still good people in this Kaoyang prefecture. Haha, your Tsangshuan Auction House can only ever be second-rate. Simply because you cater to anyone who walks through your doors. To be so indiscriminate in your acceptance is tantamount to tarnishing the reputation of an auction house. Within the Xingyuan auction house, a somewhat portly middle-aged man stepped forward, expressing his disdain. Qin Lu took a deep breath and walked towards the Tsangshuan auction house. This incident has deepened his feelings even further. The Kaiyang prefecture is not as splendid as the legends suggest. Instead, it is the Sichuan county that offers him a genuine sense of home. Upon entering the Tsangshuan auction house, they encountered the very person who had just spoken. A woman clad in red stood before the counter, her face adorned with a warm smile as she gazed at them. I am called Wunyang. Do you have items you wish to sell? You may present them directly, and I shall offer you the most equitable price, she declared. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu revealed a bashful smile. Yes, we do. It is this. He retrieved a pearl from the basket and placed it upon the counter. As Wunyang beheld the shimmering pearl, she was momentarily taken aback. It is worth noting that such pearls take at least a century to attain this level of brilliance. Unable to resist, Wunyang stole another glance at Qin Lu. For such pearls, each can fetch you 5 taels of gold, she stated with utmost seriousness. How many do you possess? Qin Lu exchanged glances with several villagers, pondering the value of a single pearl equating to 5 taels of gold. This has indeed been released. It is worth noting that beneath that miraculous display, there are indeed hundreds of such pearls. Qin Lu shyly revealed a smile. 80 pearls. The previously composed countenance of Fifth Lady was instantly filled with astonishment. What? Shouldn't such exquisite pearls be exceedingly difficult to obtain? Logically, such opportunities would only arise in the depths of the ocean. Yet, astonishingly, there are now as many as 80. The villagers possess an astonishing number of pearls. Could it be that their homeland is a renowned sanctuary for pearls? I shall claim all these pearls. From which place do you hail? Qin Lu patted his chest confidently and declared, We are all from Sichuan County. These pearls are a blessing bestowed upon us by Lord Hebo. Upon hearing this, Wu Yong widened her eyes. Sichuan County? What is this place? It is worth noting that within Kayong Prefecture, she is quite familiar with any county of repute. However, this Sichuan County is entirely unfamiliar to her. Is this Sichuan County part of Kayong Prefecture? Wu Yong inquired with great curiosity. Indeed, it is. Now, may we receive the gold? We are still waiting to procure some supplies for our return. Qin Lu rubbed his hands together, his expression earnest. Wu Yong waved her hand dismissively. Certainly, all this gold is yours. Moreover, as esteemed guests of our Tsongshuan auction house, should you wish to make any purchases, you may do so here. Additionally, we can provide personnel to assist with the escort. By the way, as for garments, I can present each of you with a set. A glimmer of joy appeared on the faces of Qin Lu and his companions. This is splendid. Indeed, with the backing of Lord Hebo, they can hold their heads high in Kayong Prefecture. Watching the departing figures of Qin Lu and his companions, Wu Yong shook her head. Sichuan County certainly piques one's interest. It would be worthwhile to visit when time permits. Chapter 24, The Transformation of Spirit. At this moment, Bauer stood outside the city walls of Sichuan County, gazing at the scenery with her lips pursed. Mother, when will father return? Upon hearing this, the woman gently ruffled Bauer's hair and reassured her, Do not worry. He shall return soon. Bauer nodded vigorously at this. Just then, on the distant horizon, a formidable procession appeared within their line of sight. The fluttering banners radiated an air of magnificence, and the steeds looked particularly spirited. At that moment, a throng of Sichuan County citizens began to gather, observing the scene. A sense of unease settled in their hearts. Is a notable personage arriving? There are so many of them. Moreover, each of them seems exceptionally formidable. Those armors, these guards are evidently experts. The villagers grew anxious. After all, Sichuan County had been thriving. If a significant figure intervened and instigated changes, it would be a challenging reality for them to accept. In the sky, Zhang Lin observed this spectacle, slightly shaking his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. It appeared they had returned. Their journey to Kayong Prefecture had yielded commendable results. Zhang Lin was acutely aware that those pearls would surely be exchanged for a wealth of resources. Yet, he had not anticipated such an abundance beyond his expectations. As they drew closer, the citizens of Sichuan County, wielding their farming tools, regarded the procession with cautious curiosity. At that moment, Bauer seemed to sense something and glanced back at the woman. Mother, I feel as if father and the others have returned. The woman opened her mouth, covering her lips in a gesture of helplessness. Bauer, you mustn't speak so recklessly. This time, it is indeed a true dignitary. With her lips pursed, Bauer gazed at the caravan ahead, feeling a tinge of discontent. Just then, Qin Lu emerged slowly from the carriage, his resplendent attire exuding an air of distinction. Villagers, we have returned. At the moment Qin Lu stepped forth, the crowd stood in stunned silence. Is it truly Qin Lu and his companions? One must remember that when they departed, there were merely 3 individuals, burdened with a simple basket. Yet, upon their return, they appeared to be accompanied by an entire caravan. Moreover, it seems remarkably prosperous, overflowing with an array of diverse goods. There are still so many guards. This is certainly unfamiliar to the people of Sichuan County. My goodness, it is indeed Xiao Liuji and his companions. As the caravan came to a halt, Qin Lu stepped down from the cart and approached them. Dear friends, behold our bountiful harvest from this journey. This cart is filled with our supplies. I have also brought back a plethora of culinary delights from Kayong Prefecture, along with these garments. Upon hearing Qin Lu's words, the villagers eagerly gathered around. Their hearts swelled with astonishment at the dazzling array of goods before them. Incredible! These are the blessings bestowed upon us by Lord Hebo. Without the precious pearls granted by him, we could never have amassed such abundance. Moreover, upon arriving at Kayong Prefecture, I realized a crucial truth. In the eyes of those influential figures, we possessed no dignity whatsoever. Thus, we must express our gratitude to Lord Hebo for granting us a chance at rebirth, enabling us to proudly proclaim our identity as citizens of Sichuan County. As Qin Lu concluded, the villagers were momentarily taken aback. Previously, their sole aspiration had been survival. Merely to exist was sufficient. However, with Lord Hebo's intervention, their basic needs were now met. Now, Upon Qin Lu's return, they understood a vital lesson. They must venture forth from Sichuan County, allowing more people to recognize that within Kaiong Prefecture lies Sichuan County. They are all proud denizens of Sichuan County. Thank you, Lord Hebo. The citizens of Sichuan County expressed with utmost reverence. Hearing this, the old blind man gazed at Zhang Lin with a sense of nostalgia. You, my boy, have truly revitalized the entire Sichuan County. They are no longer the same as before. This signifies a profound transformation in their spirit. The old blind man had witnessed countless grand spectacles in his time and had encountered many individuals, yet no other county had undergone such a remarkable metamorphosis as Sichuan County. The spiritual evolution observed here is exceedingly rare. Even in prosperous counties, including Kaiong Prefecture, many individuals suffer from a profound lack of spiritual fulfillment. Without their privileged birth, they might be deemed worthless. Yet, the spirit exhibited by Qin Lu and his companions is wholly different. Astonishing. The old blind man had forgotten when he last beheld such a scene. I have merely provided them with an opportunity. Yet, I remain curious as to why I have not heard of other wild deities extending similar kindness to the common folk. Surely, it must be a trivial matter for them. Zhang Lin, somewhat perplexed, spoke. The old blind man shook his head, gazing at Zhang Lin with irritation, and remarked, though I am unaware of what peculiar creature you are, allow me to enlighten you. The cultivation of wild deities is a process akin to water dripping on stone, an endeavor where they contend against both heaven and humanity. The risks are immense. Thus, their sole focus must be on diligent practice. Occasionally, when they awaken from their meditative state and perceive the needs of the common folk, they may offer a modicum of response. Moreover, in their eyes, the populace is but a swarm of ants. Why squander precious time on a multitude of insignificant beings? Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin immediately grasped the truth. Indeed, the other wild deities lack a system. The pursuit of strength is inherently arduous. This demands an immense amount of time. Otherwise, so many would not have chosen to tread the path of the unorthodox. Such is their narrow perspective. At least in my heart, this is the rightful path. Zhang Lin rose and made his way towards the river god temple. The old blind man observed Zhang Lin's silhouette, his eyes flickering slightly. Taking a deep breath, he mused. This young man is indeed somewhat extraordinary. Let us see just how far he can go. The old blind man shook his head. Upon entering the river god temple, Zhang Lin gazed upon the jubilant crowd of townsfolk, a smile gracing his lips. It appeared that this time, success was at hand. This pearl would mark a new beginning. It was the start for the people of Sichuan County to step forward. Chapter 25. Regret Beyond Measure. Within the Zhongxian auction house, Fifth Lady reclined languidly on a bench, a pearl delicately held in her hand, a subtle smile playing upon her lips. The quality of this pearl surpassed that of any others previously presented. Once this batch of century-old pearls graces the market, it will undoubtedly cause a tremendous stir, especially since Xinyuan Auction House had previously monopolized the pearl resources of Kaiong Prefecture, acquiring all superior pearls for themselves. This time, victory belonged to Zhongxian Auction House. As this thought crossed her mind, a faint smile illuminated Fifth Lady's face. At that moment, a house servant rushed up to Fifth Lady, bowing in urgency. Mistress, there is troubling news. Manager Wang from Shiyuan Auction House has arrived. Upon hearing this, Fifth Lady's expression turned icy. Over the years, she has been embroiled in a relentless struggle with the cunning old fox, Manager Wang. Now, this Manager Wang has unexpectedly come to her door, likely having heard of her hospitality towards the esteemed guests from Shikawa Prefecture, and has come specifically to mock her. However, it is precisely the moment for him to witness the extent of his poor judgment. Allow him to enter. Before long, Manager Wang, with his rotund belly, sauntered in. His gaze was fixated on Fifth Miss, bearing a hint of amusement. Fifth Miss, it is not my intention to criticize, but your attire is perpetually so alluring. Who can withstand such temptation? Perhaps you should abandon the Zhongshuan auction house and obediently become my 170th concubine. Fifth Miss lifted her head, her fingers flickering slightly, and a dagger materialized in her grasp, dancing through the air. Well, just remember, I've warned you, Manager Wang. It would be wise for you to remain alert for the next 12 hours. Otherwise, should you awaken to find something amiss, do not place the blame on me. The smile on Manager Wang's face gradually faded as he took a seat across from Fifth Miss, flicking his sleeves dismissively. I have heard that you summoned a group of simpletons. It is not my intention to belittle you, but if you wish to elevate the auction house's revenue and clientele, Such substandard offerings will not suffice. Otherwise, how could the prominent figures within Kaiyang Prefecture ever regard that Sangshuan auction house with esteem? A smile grazed Fifth Miss's lips as she gestured toward a pearl nearby, gently pushing it forward. You are indeed correct, Manager Wang. It appears you have ample leisure. Why not examine the quality of this pearl for me? Upon seeing the pearl presented by Fifth Miss, Manager Wang's pupils constricted instantaneously. He could not help but rise, captivated by the sight before him. This pearl, it is at least a century old, and upon preliminary assessment, it is likely around 200 years. Its luster is undoubtedly of the highest quality. Who would have thought, Fifth Miss, that you possessed such a treasure? How does 50 taels of gold sound in exchange for this exquisite pearl? Manager Wang's demeanor turned exceedingly solemn, for he was acutely aware of the value at stake. Such pearls hold significant value in the presence of socialites and aristocrats. The acquisition of these 50 taels of gold is undoubtedly a sound investment. Moreover, he has been troubled lately, for the quantity of pearls has inexplicably diminished during this season. Longtime patrons who used to order pearls are becoming increasingly restless. This predicament has left him in a state of anxiety. 50 taels of gold. Indeed, Manager Wang is quite generous. However, it must be said that he is at a disadvantage in this deal, for these pearls are traded by those very rascals he had previously expelled. Fifth Miss glanced at Manager Wang, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. What? Manager Wang sprang to his feet, staring at Fifth Miss in disbelief. His breath caught in his throat. How could they possibly possess pearls of such quality? Where do they hail from? Fifth Miss raised her hand, regarding Manager Wang with a subtle shake of her head. Well, that is classified information. Guards, please escort our guest out. Manager Wang looked at the approaching guards, his mouth agape regret flooding his eyes. If only he had not underestimated them at that time, these pearls would have belonged to their Shiyuan auction house. One could even assert that with this batch of pearls, the challenges he faces could have been entirely surmounted. Now, alas, he finds himself at a significant loss. In Sichuan County, Qin Lu and 2 other villagers stood at the water's edge, flanked by a number of their fellow townsfolk. The anticipation in their eyes was palpable, for today marked the occasion when Qin Lu and his companions would venture into the depths of the river to harvest pearls. If they could procure a substantial amount of pearls each month at this price, what could they possibly have to fear? This is entirely achievable for prosperity. Qin Lu, wielding a curved blade, took a deep breath. Were he in another place, if the river lord had summoned him to retrieve something from the waters, he would undoubtedly have fled far away. For those who ventured into the sea seldom returned. However, this was Sichuan County. He had faith in the river lord. Qin Lu glanced back at Bauer and her mother, nodded, and then, with a determined leap, plunged into the ocean. The other 2 villagers mirrored his actions at that moment. As they descended into the depths, Qin Lu felt his head grow heavy. His breath became insufficient. With each meter he descended, it felt as though he were battling against the very forces of nature. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, he persevered in his descent because he understood all too well. Such an opportunity is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. Moreover, this marks their inaugural venture into the depths of the river to gather pearls. Should they return empty-handed, it could significantly dampen the overall morale. Therefore, they must give it their all. At that moment, Qin Lu suddenly felt as though his body had become somewhat lighter. The immense pressure that had previously been overwhelming seemed now to be bearable. His vision appeared to brighten, and the surrounding scenery seemed clearer to him. Qin Lu took a deep breath and widened his eyes. Could it be the river god at work? It must surely be the river god intervening. At this moment, he finally comprehended why Lord Hebo had declared that each month there were 3 coveted slots, and that those fortunate individuals would undoubtedly return laden with treasures. What a jest! If such extraordinary powers were bestowed upon them, it would indeed be peculiar if they did not achieve bountiful success. Casting aside the myriad distractions swirling in his mind, Qin Lu was left with but a singular thought: to swiftly gather pearls. This time, he intends to reveal to all the villagers the true magnitude of the gift from Lord of the River. Chapter 26. Lord of the River? How intriguing. My heavens. Surely, there must be at least 100 pearls here, at 5 taels of gold each. Does this not amount to a staggering 500 taels of gold? As Qin Lu and his companions returned triumphantly, laden with treasures, the villagers gazed in astonishment at the mound of pearls, utterly flabbergasted. Unbelievable. They had not anticipated that Qin Lu and his companions could bring back such an abundance of pearls. Initially, they had thought that as long as the 3 of them could gather more than 10 pearls combined, it would already be considered a bountiful harvest. To their utter amazement, this had multiplied tenfold. This revelation struck them profoundly. It was astonishing. Qin Lu gazed at the gathered villagers, his face illuminated by a radiant smile. Dear friends, these are all gifts bestowed by Lord Yibo. Under the protection of Lord Yibo, we delve into the depths of this river. Akin to fish returning to the vast ocean, experiencing a remarkable enhancement in both speed and endurance. Thus, we are able to procure such an abundance of pearls. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly grasped the significance of Lord Yibo's selection of the three individuals. This is truly a means to lift them out of poverty and into prosperity. Each pair of eyes is filled with envy. Qin Lu and his two companions have certainly struck luck this time. Qin Lu glanced at the other two villagers, nodded, and then stepped forward. Addressing the crowd with great solemnity, "Dear friends, I have an important matter to discuss. These pearls are not solely our achievement. They're also a result of the protection from Lord River God and the mutual assistance among our fellow villagers in our daily lives. Therefore, I propose we dedicate 80 of these 100 pearls to the River God, specifically for the construction of a grander River Goddess residence and for daily offerings. The remaining 20 pearls shall be exchanged for a substantial amount of resources to distribute among all of you. As for us three pearls each shall suffice." Upon hearing this, all the villagers were left astonished. They had not expected that Qin Lu would relinquish such a significant number of pearls. It is worth noting that even if divided equally among the three, each would possess over 30 pearls. This indeed constitutes a substantial fortune. It would be entirely feasible to venture into grand cities and acquire several residences. Yet, astonishingly, Qin Lu and his companions chose to forego such immense wealth. This transformation has left them feeling quite unsettled. Indeed, from this moment forth, we shall all adhere to this course of action. Without the benevolence of Lord Yibo, many among us would have perished from hunger long ago. Precisely, it is due to Lord Yibo's protection that we are able to enjoy this prosperous life. We must not forget his graciousness. Xiao Liuji has done remarkably well. He has set a commendable example for the rest of the villagers to follow. At this moment, a radiant smile graced the faces of the gathered villagers. Not far away, atop the mountain, Zhang Lin observed the figures of Qin Lu and the others. Letting out a sigh, this time, in order to assist Qin Lu and his companions in navigating the profound depths of the river, a significant price was paid. Each individual bore the weight of over 100 incense values, which facilitated such a transformation. However, through this experience, Zhang Lin also discerned a crucial fact. The consumption rate of these incense values on Qin Lu and his companions was exceedingly rapid. In the depths of the river, those 100 incense values would only sustain them for roughly the duration of a single incense stick, should they wish to linger further. The depletion of incense values could even escalate to double the rate. This rendered Zhang Lin rather helpless. Indeed, to achieve such miraculous feats, one must also pay the corresponding price. Zhang Lin sighed softly. At that moment, the old blind man approached Zhang Lin, observing his troubled expression, and could not help but shake his head. "Do you truly believe that there are free lunches in this world? You should consider yourself fortunate. You are the river god. Had you been a mountain deity, the cost to assist them in venturing into the depths of this river might exceed your wildest imaginings." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin's eyes flickered slightly. Since arriving in this realm, he had only encountered the river god of Linhua County, having had no interactions with other wild deities. The old blind man's words evoked a sense of peculiarity within him. "Senior, do you imply that if we enter another's territory to perform these so-called miracles, the difficulty would multiply? Wouldn't that signify that in a contest of powers, there would also be a corresponding impact?" The old blind man nodded, stifling a yawn. "Naturally, once you enter another's domain, you will inevitably face corresponding constraints. This is why it is often said that among wild deities of the same rank, it is challenging to determine life or death. It is due to the influence of territory." Hearing this, Zhang Lin blinked in realization. No wonder. During the last confrontation with the river god of Linhua County, despite the enhancement of spiritual attacks rendering the river god defenseless, there was a primary reason. The river god's manifested strength was not as formidable as he had anticipated. It turns out this was due to the territory's influence. Presumably, at that time, the river god of Linhua County had never considered that there was an 8th-rank wild deity within Sichuan County. "Thank you, Senior, for your enlightening guidance." Zhang Lin bowed respectfully to the old blind man. The old blind man waved his hand, glancing toward the villagers, and said nonchalantly, "Do not blame me for not warning you. Pearls and the like are considered luxury items. If their quantity becomes excessive, it will inevitably affect the pricing. Should Sichuan County produce hundreds of pearls each month, it will not be long before the prices begin to decline. Zhang Lin fell silent for a moment, exhaling deeply. He naturally comprehends this principle. However, the present situation in Shikawa Prefecture indeed necessitates some time. Let us speak of it again when prices decline. Worrying about such matters at this moment serves no purpose, does it? Zhang Lin gazed at the old blind man and offered a faint smile. The old blind man curled his lips, glanced at Zhang Lin, and couldn't help but shake his head. I can only say, you are quite the oddity. How can one so willingly diminish their own resources for the sake of ordinary folk? Zhang Lin, with his hands clasped behind his back, observed the jubilant scene of the people of Shikawa Prefecture, his gaze distant. My esteemed elder, since I am the river god of Shikawa Prefecture, I must indeed protect them. Otherwise, how could I bear to be addressed as the river god? The old blind man opened his mouth, shook his head, and walked away with his belongings. The more time he spent with Zhang Lin, the more he felt that this young man was rather extraordinary. The river god? How intriguing. Chapter 27. Is this a medicine cauldron? Within the river god temple, Zhang Lin gazed at the elixirs before him, took a deep breath, and consumed them all. Just as he was about to close his eyes to cultivate, a commoner entered the temple, urgently bowing before Zhang Lin's effigy. Great river god, please save me. I cannot bear to lose my child. Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Lin furrowed his brow, concealing his presence as he observed the woman kneeling in the center. Great river god, my little Lindsay merely ventured into Longning Mountain out of curiosity. It has already been 3 days, and he has yet to return. I implore you, great river god, to lend your assistance and save my Lindsay. Upon hearing the mention of Longning Mountain, Zhang Lin instantly understood the predicament. There are scarcely any renowned mountains near Shikawa Prefecture, but Longning Mountain certainly stands out, for it possesses a unique characteristic, wild gods. Previously, when Zhang Lin passed by Longning Mountain, he sensed an unusual aura emanating from within. Now he had confirmed it. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Lin waved his sleeve, causing the incense to burn even more brightly. The majestic Mount Longning awaited his arrival. The women, witnessing the sudden surge in incense offerings, immediately straightened up, fervently bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Hebo. Zhang Lin emerged from the Hebo temple, not heading directly to Mount Longning, but instead making his way swiftly to the old blind man. The old man was taken aback by Zhang Lin's hurried appearance. What brings you here, young lad? Zhang Lin, with utmost respect, bowed slightly. Elder, I seek to inquire about the wild deity of Mount Longning and its prowess. The old blind man cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Lin, his tone laced with irritation. You restless youth, are you truly intending to venture to Mount Longning to rescue that child from the grasp of the wild deity for the sake of a commoner? Let me enlighten you. That wild deity possesses mid-level 8th grade strength. Furthermore, with the advantage of terrain and the various arrangements upon its domain, even those at the pinnacle of the 8th grade would find it difficult to gain an advantage. Your ambition to snatch something from its jaws is rather unrealistic. Zhang Lin regarded the old blind man, shaking his head slightly, exuding an unusual calmness. Elder, how can one know the outcome without a trial? The old man, observing the determination in Zhang Lin's eyes, suppressed the smile that had played upon his lips, adopting a more serious demeanor. You truly wish to test your mettle? Zhang Lin nodded, rising slowly to face the old man. Elder, I still hold to the belief that human effort can alter fate. With those words, he turned and departed. Watching Zhang Lin's retreating figure, the old blind man's once vacant eye sockets seemed to flicker with intrigue. This lad is indeed becoming increasingly fascinating. At the foot of Mount Longning, Zhang Lin inhaled deeply, his expression turning grave as he gazed upon the mountain shrouded in dark clouds. The reason for my visit to Longning Mountain this time transcends the mere concern for that child. There exists a more pivotal motive. Here, I yearn to engage in a contest of wits with the mountain deity. Recently, Zhang Lin has encountered a rather pressing dilemma. Although his realm has been steadily advancing, his combat experience has regrettably diminished. While this poses little threat when facing weaker opponents, it becomes a grave concern when confronting adversaries of equal or superior standing. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Lin ventured deeper into Longning Mountain, ultimately arriving at the heart of the mountain where he discovered a dilapidated temple dedicated to the mountain god. The temple bore the marks of age, with its signboard precariously hanging, as if it could fall at any moment. Observing this scene, Zhang Lin narrowed his eyes in contemplation before approaching the entrance of the temple. Gazing upon the spectacle before him, he raised his hand, and a water vortex began to slowly coalesce in the sky. At this moment, a deep voice resonated, declaring, "You have crossed the line. This is my territory." Zhang Lin, upon hearing this voice, exhibited no change in his expression, simply responding with a calm demeanor. A child from Sichuan County has inadvertently entered Longning Mountain. I have come here today with but one purpose, to bring him back. After a brief pause, a figure emerged from the nearby mound of earth. The elder, fashioned from clay, ambled towards Zhang Lin, leaning upon a staff. Upon entering Longning Mountain, everything here becomes mine. Should you wish to take someone away, you must pay the price. As the elder spoke, hundreds of stone spears coalesced at his feet, now aimed menacingly at Zhang Lin. It seemed that at a mere command, these numerous stone spears would instantly pierce Zhang Lin through. A grave expression settled upon Zhang Lin's face. The methods of the mountain deity are indeed remarkable. What the old blind man previously mentioned has proven to be true. Within the confines of Mount Longning, this mountain god can harness the advantages of the terrain, maximizing its own power to the fullest extent, just as it is at this very moment. The power contained within this stone spear evokes a sense of trepidation. Even in the heart of Zhang Lin, the power of this extraordinary ability, under the enhancement of the terrain, undoubtedly surpasses the limits achievable even in the mid-8th rank. Senior, why not give it a try? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Lin quickened his movements. Countless water tornadoes coalesced, forming a dozen defensive lines before him. Zhang Lin's thought was remarkably straightforward. If the strength of a single entity falls short, then victory shall be claimed through sheer numbers. The countless stone lances pose a formidable threat, yet his myriad water whirlwinds are no trifling matter either. Most crucially, he has prepared a surprise for the mountain deity, a mental assault. For such wild gods, they possess no means of cultivating mental fortitude. Thus, to confront them, this psychological attack is undoubtedly the most effective strategy. With the refined spirit concentration pills at his disposal, he is confident that he can outmatch even a mountain god. The elder, witnessing Zhang Lin's actions, found himself momentarily frozen in place. What is the situation with this river god? He merely seeks to exploit the situation. Yet, he has created such a grand spectacle. It seems he is determined to go all out. Moreover, as a mere wild deity, from where does he acquire such an abundance of elixirs? It is well known that over the years, the mountain god has been frugal, managing to save only a few precious pills. They are not to be used unless absolutely necessary, for each one possesses the potential to save a life in a critical moment. Yet, here, Zhang Lin appears to regard these elixirs as if they hold little value. What manner of wild deity is this? The mountain god, his face darkened, swiftly raised the cane in his hand and, gazing intently at Zhang Lin, spoke with considerable agitation. Wait a moment. Chapter 28. The satiated know not the hunger of the starved. Is it not for that child that you have come? You may take him away. There is no need to jeopardize our harmony over such a trivial matter. The mountain god looked at Zhang Lin, his urgency palpable. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin was taken aback. He had previously thought the mountain god to be no trifling character, yet this revelation surprised him. This fellow, surprisingly, is one who fears the strong and bullies the weak. Was it not you who sought to strike first? And now you speak to me of amicability? Zhang Lin responded with remarkable calmness. However, the tranquility he exhibited stood in stark contrast to the swirling waterspout that loomed ominously above. Witnessing this spectacle, the mountain god elder's lips twitched slightly. All the stone spears around him vanished in an instant. Coughing lightly, he gazed at Zhang Lin and said, "My friend, we are both unfortunate souls. Why must we make things difficult for one another? In this world, every wild deity treads cautiously, fearful of being hunted by the imperial forces. Why should we resort to mutual destruction?" Zhang Lin regarded the mountain god elder, his eyes flickering momentarily before he allowed the waterspout to dissipate. "I find myself perplexed by one matter. This Longning Mountain lacks any offerings. Why have you chosen to reside here?" The mountain god elder sighed softly, casting a glance at the nearby temple, feeling a pang of melancholy. The mountain god is unlike your river god. There is a saying, the common folk rely on the mountains for sustenance and on water for survival. This Longning Mountain offers neither abundant resources nor fertile lands, and over time, the populace has gradually vacated this place. I too wish to leave, yet all the renowned peaks are already claimed by other mountain gods. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin came to a realization. In essence, the mountain god elder lacked the strength to seize a more favorable territory and was thus confined to this place. Ensnared in a vicious cycle, Zhang Lin surveyed the surroundings, his eyes glimmering as a faint smile graced his lips. My friend, perhaps we should consider collaboration? You could allow the common folk of Sichuan to enter Longning Mountain to extract resources, and in return, I shall guide them to renovate your temple, ensuring your offerings are ceaseless. This proposal left the mountain god elder momentarily stunned. Collaboration? Do you hold such sway in the hearts of these people? For in their eyes, Longning Mountain is a perilous realm, and scarcely anyone dares to venture here. The mountain god elder regarded Zhang Lin with a hint of irritation. And if I were to succeed? Zhang Lin looked at the mountain god elder, his demeanor serene. The mountain god elder fell silent for a moment, then chuckled softly. Should you manage it, this collaboration may indeed endure. Then it is settled. As Zhang Lin prepared to depart, the mountain god elder quickly gestured. My friend, I have one more question that perplexes me. You are merely a wild deity of Sichuan, lacking imperial recognition. How do you possess such an abundance of elixirs? In my recollection, Ishikawa Prefecture is indeed a barren land, where the populace toils relentlessly for survival. This impoverished county has become a place where no one wishes to assume the office of county magistrate. The mountain god elder found this quite perplexing. Zhang Lin raised the corners of his mouth, his hands clasped behind his back, and dismissed it casually, for he bore another identity, a grade 8 alchemist. Upon hearing this, the mountain god elder could no longer remain seated. An alchemist of such esteemed rank? And so remarkably young. The prospects ahead are truly boundless. Such a remarkable talent remains in Ishikawa. What a pity. Very well, I am willing to collaborate with you. But I have one condition. You must provide me with 3 ninth-grade elixirs each month. As for the medicinal herbs, I shall procure them myself. The mountain god elder spoke with great excitement. Zhang Lin gazed at the mountain god elder before him, somewhat taken aback. You have already attained the 8th grade. Why do you require 9th-grade elixirs? The mountain god elder looked at Zhang Lin with a mixture of sadness and indignation. This is a classic case of a satisfied person unaware of the hunger of another. My friend, you may not be aware that cultivation is inherently a defiance of nature. One misstep can lead to injury. Moreover, relying solely on the inhalation of the world's spiritual essence, an 8th-grade cultivator would require centuries to break through a minor realm. Although the 9th-grade elixirs are somewhat less effective, they are more affordable and can still be gathered with some effort. The mountain god elder reflected with a sense of melancholy. This explains why so many nature deities aspire to gain the recognition of the heavenly path and the imperial court. Not only do they avoid the threat of pursuit, but they also enjoy a stable source of incense and elixirs. Zhang Lin immediately comprehended the predicament of the mountain god elder. However, without the assistance of a system, his situation might not be much better than that of the mountain god elder. I understand now. Rest assured, as long as you provide the necessary herbs, the elixirs will not pose a problem. In Ishikawa Prefecture, a woman stood at the doorway, gazing into the distance. Her hands were tightly clenched as she fixed her eyes ahead. The River Lord has manifested his powers. He will surely help me retrieve Shaolinzi. The River Lord possesses immense abilities and will undoubtedly bring Shaolinzi back to me. The woman murmured to herself, clinging to a singular hope. At that moment, a child appeared in the distance, rubbing his eyes as he slowly approached her. Upon seeing the woman, the child's eyes widened, revealing a pitiful expression. Mother, I am hungry. Hearing this voice, the woman felt her nerves unravel. She rushed forward and embraced the child. You little one, you truly frightened me. How could you run off to Longning Mountain without a word? Do you not know how dangerous it is there? As she scolded him, she meticulously examined the child's body to ensure he was unharmed. Hearing her words, the child looked up at the woman and softly replied, Mother, I don't think Longning Mountain is as terrifying as the legends say. There are so many fun things there. I even saw a temple dedicated to the mountain god. I was a bit tired and thought to rest inside for a moment. Unfortunately, I ended up sleeping too long. The woman paused, momentarily stunned. Longning Mountain is fun? How utterly ignorant of one's own limitations. I must inform you that henceforth, without my explicit permission, you are forbidden to venture to Longning Mountain. Should I discover you disobeying this command, I shall not hesitate to break your legs. The woman exclaimed with great fervor. In the distance, Zhang Lin observed this scene, his eyes narrowing slightly. It appears that one must succumb to slumber. Chapter 29, Longning Mountain? It is not as it is rumored to be. In the dead of night, Zhang Lin stood suspended in midair, gazing at the landscape below, his eyes flickering momentarily. This time, he endeavored to embark on a novel experiment, the collective entry into dreams. In previous instances, Zhang Lin had always chosen a single individual for this endeavor. However, in light of the circumstances surrounding Longning Mountain, It was imperative to dispel the collective fear harbored by the populace and instill within them a profound belief. Zhonglin closed his eyes, and the mystical art of dream infiltration began to envelop the dreams of 10 individuals. Within this dreamscape, the onlookers beheld a colossal figure suspended in midair, prompting them all to kneel in reverence. Lord River God, we owe our peaceful days to your benevolent protection. Without it, how could we possibly enjoy such tranquility? Indeed, the treasures alone, especially those pearls, would sustain the entire Sichuan County for quite some time. Zhonglin's immense silhouette loomed above the gathered citizens. Esteemed ones, the mountain deity of Longning Mountain has granted permission for you to enter. Henceforth, all residents of Sichuan County shall be permitted to access Longning Mountain without fear for their lives. Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd stood in stunned silence. Longning Mountain? This is indeed a forbidden existence. Previously, countless lives have been sacrificed here. Now, the Lord of the River claims to have negotiated with the deity of Mount Longning? This is truly astonishing. The breaths of the crowd quickened significantly. Lord River God is magnificent. The following day, as dreams dissipated, the populace began to share their experiences from the previous night. Upon hearing their words, Qin Lu and others exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Unimaginable! The river god has somehow forged an alliance with the mountain deity of Longning Mountain. What a delightful surprise this is! For some time, I have been eager to explore the wonders of Mount Longning and discern what distinguishes it from the legends that surround it. However, I harbored some trepidation regarding my safety. Now, with the assurance from Lord Hebo, what is there to fear? Beside Qin Lu, a multitude of citizens from Sichuan could not help but express their thoughts. Qin Lu looked at them and smiled. Lord Hebo seems concerned for our well-being, which is why he has gone to great lengths to reach an accord with the mountain deity. The purpose is unmistakably clear. He wishes for us to lead prosperous lives. Upon hearing Qin Lu's words, the villagers nodded in agreement. Indeed, otherwise, there would be no need for Zhonglin to exert such effort in negotiating with the mountain god. We certainly cannot let Lord Hebo down. Subsequently, I plan to form a hunting team dedicated to venturing into Mount Longning. If we are fortunate enough to hunt suitable game, we might exchange it for a handsome sum. Agreed. As more voices chimed in, Zhonglin in the distance also smiled. With the accumulated incense offerings, we finally have enough. As Zhonglin closed his eyes, he fell into deep contemplation. His aura grew immensely powerful. Bang! With a resounding noise. A smile of joy spread across Zhonglin's face. After enhancing his realm, he could feel a transformation within himself. Zhonglin opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings with a sigh of relief. He had reached the mid-level of the 8th rank, just one step closer to the 7th rank. The mark left by the water monkey's demon still lingered in his memory. If he did not seize the opportunity to advance beyond the 7th rank, even the slightest misstep could lead to his demise. As for the wild gods above the 7th rank, I am curious to see who will ultimately triumph. Zhonglin clenched his fists, his gaze profoundly intense. Meanwhile, under the guidance of Qin Lu and others, numerous citizens set forth towards Mount Longning. As they beheld the mountain before them, their eyes sparkled with curiosity. This Mount Longning does not appear particularly extraordinary compared to other mountains. Why then has it been spoken of with such reverence? This is the influence of word of mouth, yet I must admit, I have spotted an abundance of medicinal herbs here. If these herbs were sold, they would surely fetch a considerable sum. Moreover, there are various animals in this mountain, which would undoubtedly be worth a fair amount of silver. One by one, they observed and commented eagerly. At this moment, before the mountain god's temple, the elderly deity gazed into the distance, unable to suppress his astonishment. Extraordinary! Zhonglin has truly managed to lead such a multitude of people to this place. This is truly astonishing. While all wild deities are regarded with disdain, here, I am treated like a rat scurrying across the street, universally condemned. Yet, in the case of Zhonglin, he is revered as the Lord of the River in the hearts of the people. No one can possibly compare to him. The elderly mountain deity can distinctly perceive that when these common folk utter Zhonglin's name, both in their words and actions, they exhibit profound respect. This is indeed a rare occurrence. It appears that collaborating with him is not a misguided choice after all. The mountain deity revealed a radiant smile upon his face. Suddenly, the expression of the mountain deity shifted dramatically as he beheld several villagers approaching a certain pond. If his memory served him right, there resided a colossal python within that very pond. The giant python has already acquired the ability to transform. Previously, he had battled this formidable serpent numerous times, yet he could never gain a distinct advantage. Now, to his dismay, the common folk had ventured here. Cursed be their folly, if any mishap were to befall them. The pact with that young man would undoubtedly come to an abrupt halt. As the mountain god elder contemplated this, a resolute determination shone in his eyes. He must hasten to their aid. With utmost speed, the mountain god elder raced towards the pool. Meanwhile, the villagers stood before the enchanting scene, their spirits lifted with exhilaration. Within the confines of Longning Mountain, there existed such a picturesque pool. Bathed in the reflection of verdant hills and flowing waters, the pool exuded an ethereal charm. Astonishing. This Longning Mountain harbored not terrifying entities but instead showcased breathtaking scenery, truly remarkable. This was all due to the influence of Lord He-Bo. Had it not been for Lord He-Bo's intervention, we would have likely encountered calamity upon setting foot in Longning Mountain. Indeed, upon our return, we must offer our bountiful harvest as tribute to Lord He-Bo. Precisely. Only in this manner can we honor the nurturing bestowed upon us by Lord He-Bo. The villagers expressed their fervor. Unbeknownst to them, lurking in the shadows of the nearby thicket was a colossal python, measuring nearly 10 meters, flicking its tongue and fixating its gaze upon the crowd. Chapter 30. Observe the thickness of its skin. Look. There seems to be something over there, one villager exclaimed, pointing curiously at the thicket not far away. The others turned their gaze in that direction, but in the next instant, their eyes widened in horror. For a python as thick as a stone pillar emerged from the underbrush. Witnessing this sight sent shivers down their spines. Run! Qin Lu shouted with urgency. The villagers, without a second thought, fled towards safety. As seasoned hunters, they understood all too well. The python before them had transcended into a being of immense power. Its strength and defenses were beyond their capacity to confront. To linger here would only lead to certain doom. With the resounding crash of the python smashing through trees, despair began to settle in the hearts of the villagers. Had it not been asserted that Longning Mountain harbored no dangers? At this moment, the hearts of all the villagers began to cry out for help to the river god. In their hearts, the only one who could save them was the river god. Within the temple of the river god, Zhang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. Despite the distance, he could clearly sense the villagers' desperate calls for assistance. Under normal circumstances, if one strayed too far from Sichuan County, such calls for help would be particularly faint. However, the sheer number of pleas at this moment was overwhelming. Zhang Lin exhaled deeply and soared into the air. He was certain the people of Longning Mountain were in grave danger. Now, all he could do was hope to arrive in time. At the entrance of the water pool, Qin Lu and the others had already fled to safety. Unable to resist the urge, Qin Lu glanced back. Is everyone all right? Just as he uttered these words, he turned to see the massive python nearly a meter away from them. At such a close distance, Qin Lu could even faintly smell the creature's metallic scent of blood. A tremor ran through him. Clenching his fists, Qin Lu stared at the python, gritting his teeth. You all go ahead. I'll hold it off here. He picked up a scythe resting nearby, his expression grave as he faced the enormous serpent. It was now or never. At that moment, Zhang Lin also arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing the intense standoff between the man and the giant python, Zhang Lin's pupils constricted. Had it arrived a moment later, Qin Lu would undoubtedly have become prey to the colossal serpent. Zhang Lin exhibited no hesitation, launching a piercing strike towards the serpent without delay. The serpent, which had previously fixed its menacing gaze upon Qin Lu, suddenly began to thrash wildly with its tail. Qin Lu was sent flying into the adjacent clearing. As he beheld the serpent's frantic retreat, he was momentarily taken aback. He had already steeled himself for death, never anticipating that the serpent would behave in such a frenzied manner. Has this allowed one to escape a calamity? The sensation of having survived a calamity left Qin Lu with an indescribable feeling within his heart. Fortunate. This must surely be the protection of Lord He-Bo. What Lord He-Bo proclaimed was indeed true. There was no peril in Longning Mountain, for the safeguarding presence of Lord He-Bo rendered their worries unnecessary, ensuring that they would encounter no threats to their lives. Qin Lu was utterly exhilarated. At this moment, the other villagers surrounding him shared the same sentiment. For throughout their recent escape, they had suffered no significant injuries. The only one who bore a serious wound was, regrettably, himself, having accidentally inflicted it. One can only say that it is rather fortunate. Observing the villagers' excited expressions, Zhang Lin could not help but exhale a sigh of relief from a distance. However, in his gaze lingered a hint of suspicion. Just what manner of divine creature was that enormous python? How could his utmost strike have failed to vanquish it? That was, after all, Zhang Lin's trump card. Even an apex 8th-tier divine beast would have been gravely injured by such an assault. It was astonishing that the python could withstand it. showing no signs of distress, save for a brief moment of agitation. "Friend, what brings you here?" At that moment, the mountain god elder approached Zhang Lin, offering an awkward smile. Zhang Lin cast a sidelong glance at the mountain god elder and shook his head. "Had I not come, I fear they would have met a bloody fate here. Our collaboration would thus hold no meaning." The mountain god elder's heart quivered at this, and he hastily gestured, "Friend, it is all a misunderstanding. This matter is not as you envision." The mountain god elder was genuinely anxious. That python was a true anomaly. Reigning as the undisputed tyrant of the Longning Mountain, he had encountered it on numerous occasions. Yet its tough hide and robust physique rendered his stone spear ineffective against its defenses. In fact, it had utterly ravaged his mountain god temple. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin was not particularly surprised. After all, this python could withstand his spirit-piercing strike and still retreat unscathed. By that measure, even the mountain god elder was at a loss. The crux of the issue was that this was a mental assault. Had it been a physical attack, overcoming the python's formidable defenses would be akin to scaling the heavens. As long as this python remained unresolved, it would pose a persistent threat. "Very well. You tend to these villagers. I shall personally confront it." Watching Zhang Lin's departing figure, the mountain god elder opened his mouth, displaying a rather helpless smile. Alas, it was perhaps best to let him try, to prevent any rift arising from the python's presence. The mountain deity gazed ahead, his eyes imbued with profound depth. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin hurried toward the depths of Longning Mountain with remarkable speed. For, upon the colossal serpent, lay the marks he had initially left behind. To his surprise, these traces proved to be of great significance at this moment. As Zhang Lin approached, the formidable silhouette of the serpent came into his view. At this juncture, the great beast appeared somewhat altered from its original form. Its massive body writhed uncontrollably, and numerous wounds oozed crimson blood. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Lin let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the piercing strike had indeed inflicted injury upon the giant serpent. Feeling this realization, a smile graced Zhang Lin's face. "This is sufficient. A single strike from the divine arrow can inflict grievous wounds upon this colossal python. One more shot, and it shall surely be vanquished." With this thought, Zhang Lin held his breath and cautiously approached the location of the serpent. 100 meters. 10 meters. As he drew nearer, Zhang Lin could palpably sense the immense aura of intimidation emanating from the beast. In that moment, he found himself believing the words of the mountain deity. If that is the case, let us see just how tough your skin truly is. Chapter 31. The Death of the Python. As he closed the distance, Zhang Lin became increasingly vigilant. It was imperative to strike unexpectedly, delivering the most lethal blow at the python's moment of unguardedness. Just as Zhang Lin neared, the python seemed to sense something amiss, abruptly turning its head to fixate on his position. Upon meeting the gaze of the serpent's eyes, Zhang Lin's heart jolted. The colossal python indeed reveals itself as a malevolent entity, capable of perceiving his every move with remarkable clarity. Its gaze is filled with fury as it lunges toward Zhang Lin at lightning speed. Zhang Lin swiftly retreats, causing several water tornadoes to descend from the heavens. However, as Zhang Lin had anticipated, the outcome unfolds as expected. The series of water vortices posed no significant threat. Instead, they revealed the myriad wounds adorning the colossal python's body. Upon closer inspection, one could discern numerous injuries that spoke of the fierce battles the serpent had endured against the mountain deity over the years. It was evident that the python had not emerged unscathed, nor did the deity possess the invincibility one might expect from the skies. Zhang Lin's eyes glimmered momentarily as he inhaled deeply, unleashing the shattering spear. As this formidable spear pierced the python's flesh, the excruciating pain caused its eyes to redden with fury. In the next instant, the massive creature plummeted to the ground. The thunderous sound captured the attention of the villagers in the distance. Qin Lu gazed towards the direction of the water pool, feeling a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Could it be that the enormous python had pursued him once more? Qin Lu was indeed somewhat haunted by the memory of this formidable serpent. This beast, not only swift in its movements, possesses a hide that is tough and flesh that is thick, rendering it entirely beyond their capacity to handle. A moment's carelessness could cost them their lives here. Might it be possible that Lord River God or the mountain deity intervened to vanquish this enormous python? At that moment, one of the villagers spoke up, his voice lacking conviction. Qin Lu and the others were momentarily taken aback by his words. Did Lord River God truly intervene? Indeed, such a possibility cannot be dismissed. Otherwise, why had they emerged from the recent pursuit with only minor injuries and no casualties? This is indeed an impossible task. If it is truly the River Lord who has intervened, then that beast is surely doomed. Wait here. I shall investigate. If the situation appears dire, flee at once. Return to Sichuan and inform others of the existence of this colossal python, urging them to refrain from taking any risks. Qin Lu was profoundly serious and solemn. Upon hearing this, the others hastily shook their heads. How could we allow you to face this peril alone? We shall accompany you. Indeed, if we go together, we can look out for one another. Venturing alone is far too hazardous. Qin Lu shook his head. If we all meet with misfortune, no one will be left to warn the people of Sichuan about the ferocious giant python residing in Loning Mountain. Hence, it is imperative that at least one among us survives. The group fell into silence upon hearing this, their heads bowed, not uttering another word. Observing this, Qin Lu grasped a sickle and proceeded forward. As he drew nearer, his palms began to sweat. The air was thick with a pungent scent of blood, strikingly evident. Upon reaching the edge of the pond, Qin Lu beheld the lifeless body of a colossal python sprawled upon the ground, devoid of breath. His eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, the once formidable giant python, which had instilled fear, has unexpectedly met its demise. Qin Lu opened his mouth, his face adorned with a smile of astonished delight. Surely, it must have been the intervention of Lord Yibo. Exhaling deeply, Qin Lu hurriedly crawled and rolled outside. The villagers, initially filled with concern about the potential dangers Qin Lu might face, immediately felt their spirits heighten upon witnessing his frantic demeanor. Was the giant python in pursuit? However, after a considerable pause, they heard nothing. Instead, Qin Lu had already reached them. Xiao Yozai, what on earth is happening? The villagers inquired, their curiosity piqued. Qin Lu took a deep breath while glancing at the elderly man and the assembled villagers. The giant python is dead. I surmise it was the doing of Lord Yibo. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Had the invincible giant python truly perished? By the edge of the pond, gazing upon the lifeless body of the python, they were astounded. It was indeed real. Even more perplexing was the absence of any visible wounds on the python, suggesting that it had not engaged in battle with anyone. Yet, despite this, it lay defeated. The enormous python lies lifeless before them. The villagers, deep in contemplation, arrive at but one conclusion. It is the handiwork of the River Lord. Only the River Lord possesses such extraordinary prowess. Qin Lu gazes upon the carcass of the giant serpent, a smile gracing his lips. Esteemed friends, let us take this treasure back with us. This time, our bounty shall undoubtedly be immense. The skin of this python, along with its flesh and organs, will surely be exchanged for abundant resources. The others nod vigorously in agreement. Such a refined beast of extraordinary prowess, upon reaching a larger city, would undoubtedly fetch an astronomical price. As Qin Lu and his companions joyfully carried the corpse of the giant python away, the old mountain deity's lips twitched ever so slightly. This enormous python is truly a treasure in its entirety. Even he yearns to possess it. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Qin Lu and the others simply carried it away. The mountain god elder cast a glance at Zhang Lin, exhaling deeply. My friend, you are exceedingly generous, are you not? Do you have any idea of the immense value of this creature's carcass? The mountain god elder gazed at Zhang Lin with a hint of reluctance. Zhang Lin shot him a sidelong glance. And so what? It is merely a carcass. Having successfully hunted the first, I am more than capable of hunting a second. Zhang Lin exuded an air of remarkable tranquility. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated within Zhang Lin's mind. The host's incense value has reached 10,000 points, permitting a system upgrade. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin was momentarily taken aback. This system is capable of being upgraded. This truly caught him off guard. Zhang Lin felt a twinge of uncertainty within. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded in agreement. While the value of incense could be replenished, such an opportunity for advancement was a rarity. Hence, there was no need for further contemplation. Zhang Lin clenched his fists, his demeanor reflecting an unwavering seriousness. The timing of this system upgrade surpassed Zhang Lin's expectations, arriving even sooner than he had anticipated. This time, the upgrade was successful, leaving Zhang Lin utterly astonished. Chapter 32. The resilience is remarkable. After the upgrade, Zhang Lin discovered that his attribute panel had undergone a comprehensive transformation. Name, Zhang Lin Territory, Sichuan County Identity, River God. Mid-8th rank, 10-01, Cultivation Method, 6th layer of the Undying Scripture Spells, Water Dragon Whirlwind, Soul Dream Kill, Fire Control Technique. Divine Shatter Incense Value, 898. Zhang Lin could clearly perceive that, following each cultivation method and spell, there was a corresponding upgrade notation. Simultaneously, within the cultivation method section, he noticed an option for replacement. This piqued Zhang Lin's curiosity immensely. It is worth noting, this technique is merely a trinket of the marketplace. If he could exchange it for a more formidable skill, it would undoubtedly enable his strength to undergo a qualitative leap in a remarkably short span of time. Just as Zhang Lin was about to make the selection, an alert sounded. Insufficient incense value. To replace the technique, 5000 incense value is required. Zhang Lin opened his mouth, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. This system has become increasingly rapacious. Merely substituting one system necessitates such an exorbitant amount of incense value. How frustrating. Yet, I find myself bound to this system with no recourse. Zhang Lin let out a deep sigh, feeling quite aggrieved. My friend, the giant python has been vanquished. Why do you still wear such a sorrowful expression? The mountain god elder inquired, observing Zhang Lin's demeanor with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin cast a sidelong glance at the mountain god elder. The joys and sorrows of humanity are seldom understood by one another. Now that the giant python has been eradicated, is there anything else in Loning Mountain that poses a threat? The mountain god elder fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. At present, there is nothing. I can manage the other wild beasts. Zhang Lin nodded in response. As he turned to leave, the mountain spirit elder gazed at Zhang Lin's figure, feeling a profound sense of emotion. The colossal python, which had eluded his grasp, was effortlessly subdued by Zhang Lin without the slightest harm. This signifies one thing. Zhang Lin's prowess may far exceed his previous estimations. Fortunately, a life-and-death struggle was avoided. Otherwise, it is likely that not only the colossal python would have perished, but he himself would have also been unable to escape such a dire fate. The river god of Sichuan is indeed formidable. He hardly resembles a mere wild deity, the old mountain god lamented. In Sichuan, a multitude of villagers gathered around the massive python carcass brought back by Qin Lu and his companions. Good heavens! Such an enormous python, surely it has attained a level of sentience. Previously, I had only encountered one that was a mere 3 meters long. This 10-meter giant is a sight to behold. It must have transformed into a spirit. Who would have thought that Qin Lu and his companions could hunt such a being? They are truly extraordinary. With them around, Loning Mountain is nothing short of a treasure trove. The villagers exclaimed, eagerly anticipating a taste of the flesh. Upon hearing their remarks, Qin Lu quickly shook his head and, with utmost seriousness, addressed the crowd. Esteemed friends, this python was not slain by us. It was the esteemed river god who dealt with it. We merely collected the spoils. When we ventured into Loning Mountain, we encountered this python and nearly lost our lives. Had it not been for the protection of the river god, we would surely have faced grave misfortune. At this revelation, the crowd was left in astonishment. The river god intervened? This truly took them by surprise. So it was. Lord River God indeed protects our Shikawa prefecture. Indeed, with the river god watching over us, there is nothing to worry about. We are deeply grateful for the blessings bestowed by Lord River God. The villagers, unable to contain their gratitude, bowed in reverence. The emergence of this colossal python has invigorated their hopes for the future of Shikawa prefecture. With the river god on their side, other concerns seemed trivial in comparison. Upon witnessing their demeanor, Qin Lu couldn't help but chuckle. Esteemed colleagues, the flesh of this giant python holds considerable value. Thus, I propose we sell half of it to Kaiyang Prefecture and divide the remaining half among ourselves. This marks the first bounty of our hunting team, and I hope we can all share in this joy. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded vigorously in agreement. However, as they began to carve up the python's carcass, a particularly vexing issue left them momentarily speechless. The skin of this colossal python is exceedingly tough, even with all their might. They found themselves utterly incapable of cleaving through the carcass of this gigantic serpent. In the presence of its formidable hide, their blades appeared to possess no efficacy whatsoever. The treasure lies before them, yet they find themselves utterly unable to access it, leaving each of them with a profound sense of frustration. Indeed, this situation is exceedingly vexing. Standing before the corpse of the colossal python, Qin Lu feels a sense of helplessness. May the river god bestow his blessings. We beseech you to resolve the issue of this python's carcass. We have exerted ourselves to no avail, as its hide is far too resilient for us to breach its defenses. Within the river god temple, Zhang Lin surveys the expanded premises with great satisfaction. The temple, though modest in size, is now equipped with all essential facilities for meditation and cultivation. The ceaseless flicker of candlelight serves as a testament to the reverence the people of Sichuan hold. At the current rate of progress, it is anticipated that within a month, A change in cultivation methods will be possible. With this thought, Zhang Lin's eyes brim with anticipation. The significance of this technique and spell cannot be overstated. Zhang Lin is acutely aware of this. Were it not for the possession of the God-shaking spike, a spell capable of directly assaulting the mental realm of his adversaries, he would undoubtedly be facing a fierce battle. Moreover, it is likely that this fierce confrontation would culminate in his retreat. After all, the mountain god had previously engaged in numerous encounters with this colossal python, yet was unable to subdue it. How much more challenging would it be for him? Without the advantage of terrain, breaching the formidable defenses of this giant serpent would prove to be an exceedingly arduous task. Nonetheless, fortune favors him. Suddenly, Zhang Lin distinctly perceived the scene of conversation among Qin Lu and the others. This left him momentarily blinded. To think he could break through the skin of this enormous python? Not to mention the villagers, even he himself had failed. Otherwise, when by the pond, Zhang Lin would have simply taken the snake's skin with him. There would have been no subsequent events. Zhang Lin rubbed his forehead. However, at this juncture, there were no other options left. He had to take a gamble, utilizing this magical artifact, along with his cultivation, if he could not contend with the python skin. Suddenly, a teasing voice emerged. You young lad are quite remarkable. You actually found a way to deal with such a beast. I had underestimated you before. The old blind man appeared at the door, a teasing grin on his face. Chapter 33. The transaction with the Python Senior. What brings you here? Zhang Lin greeted the old blind man with a radiant smile. The old blind man glanced at Zhang Lin and took a step back. You rascal. Whenever you wear that expression, it signifies you need to trouble this old man. Zhang Lin shook his head, looked at the old blind man, and cleared his throat. Senior, the python I encountered in the Longning Mountains was exceedingly troublesome, and it took considerable effort to dispatch it. I believe you might be quite interested in its corpse. The old blind man sat down on the ground, pulled out a flask, took a hearty swig, and gazed at Zhang Lin. Indeed, you are quite fortunate. This python possesses a trace of dragon bloodline and has embarked on the path of transformation. If it were to cultivate for another 300 to 500 years, it might have the chance to evolve into a true dragon. In contrast, I am rather curious how a mid-stage 8th grade wild deity like you managed to slay this python. Even if you teamed up with the mountain god of Longning, it would be quite challenging to pose a threat to this creature, wouldn't it? The old blind man lifted his head and regarded Zhang Lin solemnly. Senior, everyone has their own secrets, do they not? What matters now is that the python has been dealt with. If you're interested, perhaps you would consider accepting the corpse of this python. The old blind man clapped his hands and set down the flask. You clever boy. Speak, what do you desire? Just so you know, what you seek cannot exceed the value of this python. The old blind man glanced in the direction of the python's corpse. This python's corpse is only worth about 300 medium-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin nodded. Senior, just watch and see. Trade with these villagers using some mundane items. The old blind man was taken aback, unable to suppress his astonishment as he turned to Zhang Lin. What did you just say? You intend to give the corpse of this python to these villagers? Do you understand what 300 medium-grade spirit stones represent? If you were to cultivate diligently, within a mere 50 years, you could ascend to the pinnacle of the 8th rank. Furthermore, with the exchange of certain 8th rank spiritual artifacts, one could procure items of exceptional quality. The old blind man rose to his feet, circling around Zhang Lin, scrutinizing him for an extended period. Astonishing. Zhang Lin truly surprised him. Senior, the corpse of this giant python was indeed brought back by the villagers, so it rightfully belongs to them. As for the elevation of my realm, there is no rush, Zhang Lin remarked, shaking his head with a gentle smile. 50 years? If I possess an ample amount of incense value, it could merely take a few months. For Zhang Lin, the enhancement of my realm is not a formidable challenge. At this moment, it would be preferable to allow these villagers to achieve a greater degree of prosperity. The old blind man exhaled a heavy sigh and flicked his sleeve. Very well. You, young lad, seem to be caught up in some whim. Since you are intent on this course of action, I shall support you. However, let it be known that I do not possess much of these worldly possessions. I will require some time to gather them. No problem. As he watched the old blind man depart, Zhang Lin revealed a faint smile. His decision to bestow this enormous python upon the old blind man was made after considerable contemplation. This is undoubtedly the most optimal solution. The enormous python, in its current state, is utterly incapable of breaching any defenses. Rather than allowing this precious creature to languish here, it would be more prudent to have the old blind man attend to it. In this manner, not only will the villagers harbor feelings of gratitude, but also, The old blind man will find himself indebted by a token of goodwill. This certainly qualifies as a surefire business venture. Within Ishikawa Prefecture, a multitude of citizens gazed upon the carcass of the colossal python, suddenly beset by a sense of perplexity. Over the past few days, they had exhausted a myriad of methods. However, they discovered that the skin of this enormous serpent was impervious to both axe and flame. There is no way out of this predicament. Perhaps we should consider delivering the carcass of this colossal python to the river god temple. Aside from the esteemed river god, it is unlikely that anyone else could resolve this matter, Qin Lu remarked with a sense of resignation as he surveyed the gathering of villagers. I too believe this is the only course of action, for the remains of this python rightfully belong to the river god. Indeed, without the river god's intervention, we would never have been able to retrieve this serpent's body. The villagers nodded in agreement. At that moment, the old blind man appeared, dressed in an extravagant silk robe that accentuated his rotund figure, striding toward Qin Lu and the others. Seeing this, Qin Lu furrowed his brow, stepping forward to position himself before the old blind man. Who are you? Qin Lu's voice resonated with grave seriousness, his gaze fixed intently on the old man. Should he exhibit any sign of unusual behavior, Qin Lu would be ready to apprehend him immediately. The old blind man surveyed the tense villagers and shook his head. You ordinary folk possess neither the ability nor the means to handle the remains of this python. Furthermore, the flesh of this creature is imbued with an immense amount of spiritual energy. Should you consume it, you would face certain demise. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Certain demise? This was a matter they had never even contemplated. A sudden tightness gripped his heart. Senior, do you mean? Qin Lu opened his mouth, gazing at the old blind man with utmost seriousness, offering a respectful gesture. Since you are unable to manage this corpse, perhaps you might consider selling it to me. As for the price, rest assured, I shall not shortchange you. 5,000 taels of gold. This is in silver notes. Upon hearing this, the villagers' eyes widened in astonishment. What? 5,000 taels of gold? This is already equivalent to the income of the entire Ishikawa Prefecture for a decade. The immense serpent before us is worth such an astonishing sum. Could it be that my esteemed senior is jesting with us? Qin Lu swallowed hard, speaking with a hint of uncertainty. This sum of silver is indeed exceedingly vast. 5,000 taels of gold. This is truly a fortune. Remarkably, they exerted minimal effort to acquire it. At most, they merely toiled to bring it back. Yet now, they find themselves in possession of such an abundant wealth. This made him feel as though he were in a dream. The old blind man, with his hands clasped behind his back and his head held high, disdainfully remarked, a mere 5,000 taels of gold. If you wish, these banknotes are yours. Qin Lu opened his mouth, glanced back at the villagers, and then took a deep breath, nodding in agreement. It's a deal. However, we do not desire banknotes. We seek gold. The old blind man cast a sidelong glance at Qin Lu. It was merely due to the fact that exchanging banknotes for gold would incur some loss. Very well. I shall grant you 5,000 taels of gold. Chapter 34. You have forsaken it yourself. As the old blind man departed, Qin Lu and the others stared at the lifeless body of the giant python, still somewhat dazed. 5,000 taels of gold? It felt as though a pie had fallen from the heavens. Surely, I cannot be dreaming, thought Qin Lu, glancing at the villagers beside him with a sense of uncertainty. Observing his demeanor, a villager stepped forward and pinched Qin Lu. Ouch! The sensation confirmed he was not dreaming. Qin Lu clapped his hands, unable to contain the joy radiating from his face. With this golden sum of 5,000 taels, numerous plans could now come to fruition. Turning to the villagers, Qin Lu spoke with earnestness. Esteemed friends, before the transaction of this colossal python's corpse is finalized, I propose that we all remain vigilant here. We must ensure that no unforeseen incidents occur. The villagers nodded in agreement, rolling up their sleeves, each brimming with determination. Naturally, anyone who dared to disturb this giant serpent's remains would have to answer to them. Taking a deep breath, Qin Lu surveyed the scene before him, invigorated by the sight. 3 days swiftly passed, during which the villagers took turns guarding the python's corpse around the clock. When the old blind man arrived at the square and witnessed the villagers' fervor, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Was it truly necessary? With Lord Bo present, who would dare to stealthily abscond with the body? The old blind man remarked with some irritation. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu quickly shook his head. Sir, we cannot view it in such a light. If we must trouble Lord Bo about even this trivial matter, it would be quite improper. Moreover, considering Lord Bo's myriad responsibilities, he is undoubtedly quite busy. We should strive not to inconvenience him with our minor affairs. Have you prepared the gold? Qin Lu addressed the old blind man with considerable respect. The old blind man sighed in resignation. The gold is in the cart. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu and the others approached the cart and examined it carefully. One villager even took a piece of gold and bit down on it with force. It is indeed gold. Seeing this, Qin Lu stepped down from the cart and respectfully gestured to the old blind man. Then the python's corpse belongs to you, sir. However, I fear you may find it difficult to transport alone. Shall we assist you in moving it? The old blind man shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. That will not be necessary. I have my own means of transporting this massive serpent. He approached the python's body, grasped its tail, and began to walk away into the distance. The once massive corpse of the python, resembling a small hill, began to shift under the old blind man's relentless tugging. Witnessing this scene, Qin Lu and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. It is worth noting that on their return journey, it took a dozen of them to bear the weight of this colossal serpent's body. Yet now, remarkably, the old blind man was managing it all alone. What incredible strength! This gentleman possesses a truly formidable might. Indeed, one must not judge a book by its cover, nor measure the sea by a ladle. Qin Lu sighed with a mix of admiration and astonishment. As the old blind man and the massive python vanished from sight, Qin Lu finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Turning to the gathered villagers, he exclaimed with fervor, "My friends, this 5,000 taels of gold now belongs to us. Let us convene and distribute this fortune according to our numbers." Upon hearing this, the crowd beamed with radiant smiles. Excellent. Meanwhile, within the confines of Shenyuan Auction House in Kaiyang Prefecture, the shopkeeper Wang wore an exceptionally grim expression. He gazed at the pearls before him, clenching his fists in frustration. The pearls received during this period, in terms of quality, are vastly inferior compared to those sent by the people of Ishikawa Prefecture. If these pearls were to be presented to the nobility, they would undoubtedly fail to meet expectations. Contemplating this, Manager Wang felt an acute sense of frustration. Cursed be the day. Why did I not inquire thoroughly that day? Had I known those unscrupulous individuals were selling pearls, I would never have driven them away. With this thought, Manager Wang turned to the attendant beside him and gravely continued, "How are the preparations coming along? Have you discovered whether those individuals have reappeared in Kaiyang Prefecture?" The attendant hesitated before shaking his head. Reporting to the manager, "We have not found any trace of them. We have scoured the larger counties of Kaiyang Prefecture, yet there has been no result. Could these individuals possibly not be from our Kaiyang Prefecture?" Manager Wang squinted his eyes. "Not from Kaiyang Prefecture? The likelihood is minimal. If they were not from our prefecture, they would need to register for any transactions. I inquired earlier, and there were no findings at the registration office." The attendant scratched his head, feeling utterly perplexed. If that were not the case, then from where did these individuals emerge? Just then, an attendant rushed in, breathless. "Manager, the individuals you instructed us to keep an eye on have appeared." Manager Wang's pupils widened in astonishment, and he sprang to his feet, moving swiftly to the attendant's side. "Where are they now? Take me to them at once." Manager Wang could hardly contain his excitement. "As you command." He hurried to the entrance of Shiyuan Auction House, where he finally spotted Qin Lu and several fellow villagers on the street. Unlike their previous visit, this time, Qin Lu and his companions were adorned in splendid attire, a stark contrast to their former humble appearance. Manager Wang quickly stepped forward, earnestly addressing Qin Lu. "Esteemed warrior, please hold on. The previous incident was due to our failure to negotiate properly at Shiyuan Auction House. Rest assured, it shall not happen again. As a gesture of our apology, here is a VIP token from Xingyuan Auction House. Present this token, and we will fulfill your requests unconditionally." Upon hearing this, Qin Lu regarded Manager Wang and shook his head. "I'm sorry, but we have already established a partnership with Songshuan Auction House." Manager Wang clenched his fists. Looking intently at Qin Lu, and earnestly replied, "Our Sheiyuan Auction House is exceptionally well equipped in various commodities. Furthermore, should you choose to collaborate with us, I assure you, you will not be disappointed. We can offer you a generous discount of 30%. Qin Lu gazed at Wang, the shopkeeper, raising an eyebrow. "Shopkeeper Wang," he began, "I previously mentioned that it was you who rejected us. Thus, it can only be said that you forfeited this opportunity." Chapter 35. Regret engulfs the soul. Upon hearing these words, Wang stood there, dumbfounded. Had they truly missed the chance to engage with Qin Lu and his companions? At that moment, Wu Nyang swayed into view, slowly emerging. Observing the scene before her, she raised an eyebrow and broke into a radiant smile. Shopkeeper Wang. I never anticipated that you would come here to snatch business from me. Yet, Qin Lu is correct. It was your people who looked down upon them, attempting to drive them away, even claiming that they would never allow Qin Lu and his companions into your Shiyuan auction house. Wen Yang scoffed. Positioning herself before Qin Lu and the others, her gaze icy as she regarded Wang. Wang opened his mouth, exhaling deeply, his expression etched with bitterness. They were in the wrong. Had he known this would be the outcome, young brother, he implored, we acknowledge our past missteps. I beseech you to show mercy and not hold it against us. Wang bowed deeply before Qin Lu and his companions. The two newly arrived villagers watched in astonishment. It was evident that Wang was a figure of considerable standing. Yet, here he was, publicly apologizing to them. This is indeed imbued with dramatic flair. Qin Lu turned around, gazing at Wen Yang, and revealed a serene smile. Boss, we are fully prepared here. I wonder when we can commence the acquisition. Wen Yang nodded and waved her sleeve. We can begin at any time. In that case, let us proceed with the transaction now. Qin Lu pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. He gestured to the two villagers and then made his way towards the Zhongshan auction house. Boss Wang, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. What a tremendous loss. Unfortunately, he found himself in a situation akin to a mute eating bitter herbs, unable to express his grievances. Within the Zhongshan auction house, Qin Lu observed Wen Yang not far away. Boss, I find it rather curious that the Shengyuan auction house has always been exceedingly arrogant, seemingly dismissing others entirely. Why? Then, do they exhibit such a different demeanor now? Upon hearing this, Wen Yang stifled a laugh behind her hand. Mr. Qin, you are unaware of certain matters. The Shengyuan auction house is currently in dire need of pearls, especially upon realizing that you possess a substantial quantity. They are regretting their earlier arrogance. What do you think? Would you consider collaborating with them? Wen Yang teased as she looked at Qin Lu. Qin Lu shook his head, his gaze unwaveringly resolute. Their enterprise is vast. They do not require our offerings. Moreover, if we lack pearls and resources, should we be subjected to their scorn? Such reasoning is utterly unfathomable in this world. Therefore, rest assured, from this day forward, all goods from Sichuan County will be sold exclusively to you. Qin Lu declared solemnly. Wen Yang regarded Qin Lu with a knowing glance. Though he was relatively young, his insight was remarkably profound. Since you have articulated it so clearly, I am completely reassured. Rest assured, should Sichuan County have any future resource needs, do not hesitate to communicate with me. I assure you, I will find a way to meet your requirements. Wen Yang stated with great seriousness. Qin Lu and the two villagers nodded in agreement. The result, naturally, brings joy to all. However, the shopkeeper. There is indeed a matter that may require your assistance. Would it be possible for you to provide some silver and send a few individuals to escort us? I suspect that the Shenyuan auction house will not let this matter rest easily. Hence we require additional personnel to accompany us on our return. Qin Lu is well aware that one must not flaunt their wealth. Once it is exposed, one must devise a comprehensive plan. Otherwise, they will surely suffer the consequences. Wang Yang chuckled lightly. I thought it was something significant. Just this? Rest assured, we shall take care of these matters. I will arrange for adequate guards to ensure your safety, and you will face no threats whatsoever. Upon seeing this, Qin Lu instructed the other two villagers to bring forth all the pearls. The sight of over 100 pearls rendered even Wang Yang momentarily speechless. After all, Qin Lu had already presented more than 100 pearls previously. She had assumed these were the result of prolonged accumulation. To her surprise, merely a month had passed, and there were so many more. In total, there were 132 pearls. After Wang Yang had counted them, she looked at Qin Lu with a rather intriguing smile. I imagine if Master Wang were to witness this scene, he would likely faint from shock. Qin Lu scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. As for that, I am uncertain. As long as we can sell these pearls, that will suffice. Wang Yang examined the pearls carefully before determining a plan. Very well. For these more than 100 pearls, I shall offer you 1,000 taels of gold. Should you acquire more pearls in the future, you may send them over at any time, and I assure you I will prioritize resolving your matters. Qin Lu and the other villagers widened their eyes in astonishment. 1,000 taels of gold? It seems the price has indeed risen. Qin Lu took a deep breath and gazed at Wang Yang. Then I shall trouble you with this. Wang Yang sat at the counter, preparing the items while nonchalantly saying, I have heard of Sichuan County before. You all rely on fishing for your livelihood. Your lives are not particularly affluent, and many even struggle to make ends meet. How is it that things have changed so drastically? Your recent harvests are figures that ordinary families could scarcely dream of in a lifetime. Hearing this, Qin Lu looked up at Wang Yang with excitement. Because we are under the protection of Lord Hebo. As long as Lord Hebo is present, nothing is too difficult. Wang Yang stared at Qin Lu in astonishment. What? Lord Hebo? In a place like Sichuan County, no one would have willingly gone there before. Could it be that this river lord is merely an impostor? Is there an intention to exploit these common folk for some nefarious secret? Wu You nodded solemnly at Qin Lu. Should there be any needs in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Here, I assure you, as long as you do not provoke trouble, I can guarantee your protection regardless of who may come. In this Kaiyang prefecture, as the esteemed guests of my Tsongshuan auction house, no one dares to lay a finger on you. Qin Lu clenched his fists and nodded emphatically. Thank you, esteemed manager. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Chapter 36. A qualitative leap within the Xingyuan auction house. Manager Wang's countenance was exceptionally grim, as various exquisite vases lay shattered across the room. A pack of incompetent fools. It is because of you that I have suffered immense losses. The guards who had previously obstructed Qin Lu and his companions now knelt on the ground, their bodies bloodied and bruised, eyes filled with terror. Blood dripped steadily down their faces. Manager, spare my life. I never anticipated that these individuals would possess pearls. I beseech you, grant me another chance. I will certainly locate their dwelling. At that time, I will reclaim all the pearls. Upon hearing this, Manager Wang furrowed his brow. Very well. I shall grant you this final opportunity. If you cannot retrieve the items, do not return. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the injured guard limped away, clutching his wounds. Watching the guard's retreating figure, Manager Wang clenched his fists and snorted coldly. Truly a band of inept fools. And that Wu You, how dare she provoke me? They are courting disaster. Once my master rises to power, I shall ensure that the entire Tsongshuan auction house is thoroughly eradicated from Kaiyang Prefecture. Manager Wang scoffed disdainfully. As for those villagers, I am quite eager to discover their origins. Once I locate them, they shall meet their demise. At this moment, Qin Lu and the merchant convoy, now laden with goods, were slowly making their way towards Sichuan County. Observing the surroundings, Qin Lu appeared remarkably composed. A stark contrast to his initial visit when he was met with disdain and contempt in Kaiyang Prefecture. Were it not for Wu You, they likely would have returned in utter disgrace. Upon their arrival at Kaiyang Prefecture, the presence of the fifth lady commanded immediate respect. Even Wang, the esteemed manager of the Xingyuan auction house, bowed in apology to them. In times past, such a notion would have been utterly inconceivable. One can only say that with the formidable support of Lord Hebo, everything has transformed. Rest assured, my lord, we shall not disappoint your nurturing. We will surely rise to prominence. In due course, we shall make it known throughout the entirety of Kaiyang Prefecture that none who emerge from Sichuan County are of lesser caliber. Qin Lu clenched his fists, his resolve unwavering. At that moment, a guard approached Qin Lu with a grave expression, stating, Mr. Qin, while we were advancing, we discovered a spy who has been trailing us. We have now apprehended this individual, and I implore you to take a look. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu felt a jolt in his heart, narrowing his eyes at the guard being brought over from a distance. The Xingyuan auction house. Indeed, these individuals have not relinquished their nefarious intentions. Qin Lu surmised their purpose for following. They likely sought to ascertain their origins. Should these individuals succeed in uncovering the truth, it would undoubtedly lead to an influx of many others into Sichuan County. At that point, all within Sichuan would fall under the control of Xiyuan auction house. Whether it be pearls or the lives of the villagers, it was imperative to handle this matter with utmost discretion, leaving no traces behind. Qin Lu regarded the guard with a serious demeanor. The guard nodded in understanding. As the guard departed, Qin Lu took a deep breath. It appeared that caution and vigilance would be paramount in their forthcoming endeavors in Kaiyang Prefecture. Shaking his head, Qin Lu spoke with grave seriousness. Within Sichuan County, Zhang Lin gazed at the martial arts wheel before him, rubbing his hands in anticipation. After a period of accumulation, he had finally gathered 5,000 incense values. This prompted him to immediately desire to experiment with the lottery of this technique. If I could draw a remarkable martial art, it would be a transformative experience. May the system bless me with an extraordinary treasure. Zhang Lin murmured to himself, unable to contain his excitement. As the wheel began to spin, he watched intently as the pointer whirled rapidly. Various martial arts appeared in a dazzling array on the wheel. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the 8th grade martial art. The ice-cold technique. Upon seeing the martial art displayed on the wheel, Zhang Lin's mouth fell open, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. 8th grade. Well, It is better than nothing. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Lin promptly clicked to switch. As the martial art transitioned, his pupils dilated in astonishment. This 8th-tier cultivation technique. The spiritual energy within him instantly doubled. What is most crucial is that at this moment, the spiritual energy within him seemed to carry a hint of icy essence. A look of wild ecstasy appeared on Zhang Lin's face. The value of these 5,000 incense offerings is indeed worthwhile. Zhang Lin gazed upon the surface of the lake, exhaled softly, and snapped his fingers. Before him, a water spout arose into the air. However, this water spout had undergone a transformation, emanating an aura of coldness. Merely approaching it sent shivers down one's spine. Its edges were adorned with shards of frost, as if a fall would pierce one like an icicle. Is this the essence of an 8th-grade technique? Zhang Lin steadied his thoughts, coming to a profound realization. Among those of the 8th grade, strength varies considerably. If one were to consider only the 8th grade realm, such wild deities would be the weakest, possessing little combat capability. A stronger 8th grade wild deity might wield several divine abilities and possess a few 8th grade artifacts, enabling them to engage in battles beyond their tier. Ascending further, one would attain a level akin to his own, armed not only with formidable divine abilities but also with techniques and artifacts devoid of any shortcomings. He could be deemed a true hexagonal warrior. Should he face the river god of Linhua County now, he was confident he could eliminate him with a single strike. With his hands clasped behind his back, Zhang Lin's gaze deepened remarkably. At that moment, the old blind man approached the lakeside, observing Zhang Lin's demeanor with surprise. You, young man, have made a qualitative leap in strength, the old blind man remarked, somewhat puzzled. Zhang Lin's progress was astonishingly rapid. While others practiced steadily, Zhang Lin seemed to leap forward. Each time they met, it was evident that Zhang Lin's strength had surged dramatically. Senior, should I remain stagnant? It would indeed be a disservice to your guidance. The old blind man rolled his eyes at Zhang Lin, dismissing his flattery with a wave of his hand. Enough of that. I have come to discuss a matter of great importance. I have received word that a new county magistrate is arriving in Sichuan County. Zhang Lin paused momentarily. A county magistrate? Previously, due to Sichuan County's backwardness, no one wished to come here. Now, a new magistrate was actually coming. Could it be that he intended to take action against him? A tightening sensation gripped Zhang Lin's heart. Chapter 37. This must be a stroke of good fortune. Senior. Sichuan County is a remote area. Many officials from the court have little desire to come here. Why is there suddenly a magistrate arriving? Zhang Lin inquired gravely. Eyeing the old blind man. The old blind man chuckled lightly, his hands clasped behind his head, and teased Zhang Lin. Oh, you still harbor fears. Rest assured. He is not here to investigate you. As far as I know, this individual is named Zhou Chuan and is a distinguished scholar. Due to his unwavering integrity, he inadvertently offended the powerful figures within the court, which led to his suppression and eventual arrival in Sichuan. At present, this situation does not pose a significant threat to you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin let out a sigh of relief. As long as the conflict is not directed at him, there remains hope. Thank you, Senior, for informing me. I owe you a favor for this. The old blind man stroked his chin, observing Zhang Lin. You may not believe it, but there is indeed a matter where I require your assistance. I possess a new alchemical formula and need you to concoct a few elixirs. Should you succeed, this favor will be repaid. An alchemical formula? Zhang Lin regarded the old blind man with some hesitation. Senior, I am currently only capable of refining 8th grade elixirs, which should hold little value for you, correct? The old blind man shook his head, a hint of frustration evident on his face. There exists a hidden realm that necessitates this clear spirit elixir to safeguard the mind. Otherwise, I would not squander this favor. In short, if you can produce this clear spirit elixir, the rewards will undoubtedly be considerable. Zhang Lin accepted the materials and formula tossed by the old blind man, casting a careful glance at them. This caused him to involuntarily gasp in astonishment. The Qiling pill is reputed to be an 8th grade elixir. However, the complexity involved in its creation could be deemed several times that of the spirit consolidating pill. Were it not for my recent improvement in alchemical skills, I would lack complete confidence. Senior, I can only promise to do my utmost, Zhang Lin stated earnestly. The old blind man waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unfazed. Understood. As the old man departed, Zhang Lin furrowed his brow. He hoped that the county magistrate would not disrupt his forthcoming plans. Otherwise, he might have no choice but to delve into dreams and alter the magistrate's memories. Outside Sichuan County, Zhou Chuan, with a bamboo basket slung over his back, rode a donkey leisurely toward the county. One hand held a book, while the other grasped the reins. Observing the winding road ahead, Zhou Chuan could not suppress a sigh. The conditions in Sichuan County were worse than he had anticipated. It was likely that the villagers here faced even the most basic struggles for sustenance. Nevertheless, now that he had arrived in Sichuan County, he needed to devise a means to ensure their livelihoods. Zhou Chuan set down his book and tilted his head in contemplation. Just then, he noticed a group of Sichuan citizens busily seated by the shore, their fishing nets continually being pulled in. Observing this scene, Zhou Chuan frowned. Relying solely on fishing for one's livelihood requires favorable conditions. Any misstep could lead to financial ruin. It was imperative that these villagers come to a profound understanding of the necessity for diversified cultivation to guarantee returns, regardless of whether the winds howled or the rains poured. Before Zhou Chuan could complete his musings, his eyes widened in astonishment. The villagers had already retrieved their nets, each containing dozens of fish. Witnessing this, Zhou Chuan felt utterly bewildered. When did fishing become so effortless? Or was it merely a stroke of luck that he happened upon such a bountiful catch? He opened his mouth in disbelief and hurriedly urged his donkey toward the group of villagers. However, at that moment, the donkey's pace was regrettably slow. He could only watch helplessly as the villagers dragged their haul away from the shore. Standing at the water's edge, Zhou Chuan shook his head as he examined the current. It seemed unlikely that fishing would be so straightforward. This must have been an unexpected occurrence, he murmured to himself. With a sigh, just as he prepared to turn away, a voice called out to him. "Hey there. What are you doing standing by the shore? Don't think of giving up. If there is something troubling you, feel free to share. There is no need to consider such drastic measures." Zhou Chuan turned around, revealing a helpless smile, just as he was about to greet someone. Suddenly, the small donkey before him seemed to have been startled, abruptly thrusting Zhou Chuan into the water. "Help!" Zhou Chuan struggled in the water, unable to contain himself. In the distance, Qin Lu noticed this and hurriedly quickened his pace, leaping onto the shore. After rescuing Zhou Chuan, Qin Lu collapsed on the bank, exhaling deeply. As Zhou Chuan could not swim, saving him had required considerable effort from Qin Lu. Lying nearby, Qin Lu looked at Zhou Chuan with a hint of exasperation and said, "My friend, considering your youth, why seek such a reckless end? You should cherish those around you to avoid any lingering regrets." Zhou Chuan, having swallowed a mouthful of water, glanced at Qin Lu, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I was just pushed in by that little donkey," he explained. Qin Lu regarded Zhou Chuan with an understanding smile. Zhou Chuan opened his mouth, feeling rather helpless. "By the way, my friend, I am quite curious. Why does Sichuan County seem somewhat different from my impression? It appears the living standards here are quite decent." Qin Lu could not help but chuckle, gazing into Zhou Chuan's eyes. "My dear fellow, it's evident you are from out of town. Let me tell you, in the past, Sichuan County was indeed one of the most remote and barren places, where every citizen struggled tirelessly for their livelihood. Until one day, our Lord of the River appeared to have changed everything. Since then, the entire development of Sichuan County has entered a period of rapid advancement." Zhou Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment. "The Lord of the River? I can't believe that such a place as Sichuan County could have a river lord. This is nothing short of absurd. It is noteworthy that Ishikawa Prefecture is a place even the court officials are reluctant to visit. How could there possibly be any deities?" Zhou Chuan shook his head. "This is indeed understandable. In such a barren land as Ishikawa Prefecture, the villagers undoubtedly place their hopes upon the divine. When fortune smiles upon them, they attribute it to the so-called river god." Observing Qin Lu before him, Zhou Chuan spoke with a tone of earnestness. "You possess both hands and feet. Your livelihood should depend on your own efforts. Why must you entrust your hopes to the so-called river god? I see you possess commendable skills. Why not serve in the court or enlist in the military? You could achieve something substantial." Upon hearing these words, Qin Lu's expression darkened, and he glared at Zhou Chuan, sternly admonishing, "Silence. If you dare to speak disrespectfully of the river god again, do not blame me for expelling you from Ishikawa Prefecture." Chapter 38. Unveiling his true identity. "Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Zhou Chuan glared at Qin Lu, his indignation palpable. After enduring the machinations of the powerful in the capital, he had been relegated to this forsaken place. Now, a mere commoner dared to address him with such harsh words. "This is utterly outrageous. I care not who you are. In this Ishikawa Prefecture, anyone who dares to show disrespect towards Lord Hebo becomes an enemy of us all. I must inform you that I am being quite lenient. Had it been those few hotheads who heard your insolence towards Lord Hebo, you would undoubtedly face dire consequences." Qin Lu scoffed. gazing at Zhou Chuan with a grave demeanor. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan opened his mouth to speak. Outrageous. Were it not for the fact that this individual is my savior, I would certainly make him pay. Alas, I find it beneath me to argue with you. In due time, you shall understand whom you have disrespected today. Zhou Chuan chuckled at this thought, reflecting on how he had received a rather abrupt lesson from this county magistrate. I perceive that you are not entirely malevolent, so heed my advice. Regardless of your status elsewhere, you must never show disrespect towards Lord Hebo within Shikawa Prefecture. As for the reasons behind this, once you mingle with the local populace, you will naturally grasp this truth. Qin Lu sighed lightly, addressing Zhou Chuan with earnest concern. Seeing Qin Lu's serious demeanor, Zhou Chuan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. I appreciate your reminder, my friend. Indeed, I am new to this place and remain unaware of many matters. I merely arrived drawn by the fame of Shikawa Prefecture. Qin Lu placed a hand on Zhou Chuan's shoulder, beaming a radiant smile. There is no need for such formality. Here in Shikawa Prefecture, we are all brothers and sisters. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek assistance from the locals. They will all be more than willing to help you. Zhou Chuan raised an eyebrow, skeptical of Qin Lu's assurances. After all, even in the capital, one could not guarantee that everyone harbors goodwill. This is mostly self-aggrandizement. However, this thought was swiftly dispelled for Zhou Chuan, as he stumbled upon an astonishing revelation. Ever since he set foot in the territory of Sichuan County, the local populace exhibited an extraordinary warmth. Whether it was dining, seeking accommodation, or inquiring for directions, every individual was exceptionally attentive and considerate, seemingly anxious to alleviate any difficulties he might encounter. This rendered Zhou Chuan somewhat silent, particularly after he checked into the inn. He cautiously secured the doors and windows, spending the entire night in fear of potential thieves. However, as the night passed, he heard no sounds whatsoever. Even as he walked the streets, he did not encounter any quarrels. Everyone seemed to exude a harmonious spirit. Zhou Chuan opened his mouth in astonishment. This Sichuan County was indeed vastly different from his previous impressions. Most striking was the absence of beggars throughout the entire county, where everyone appeared to have enough to eat and wear. This profoundly shocked him, for even in the capital, amidst a host of powerful nobles, beggars could be found languishing in the streets, struggling for basic sustenance. Yet here in Sichuan County, it seemed that all were well-fed and warmly clothed. This sudden turn of events left him feeling a tumult of emotions. What was truly happening? Could it be that Shikawa was merely a remote county? Zhou Chuan clenched his fists, grappling with disbelief. Everything before him felt as though it were a dream. Shikawa had bestowed upon him an astonishing surprise. Following the throng, he arrived at the pristine river god temple. Upon witnessing the sea of black-clad figures, Zhou Chuan found himself momentarily speechless. In that instant, he comprehended the earlier words of Qin Lu. Should he dare to speak ill of the river god, he would find it impossible to leave Shikawa. For in that moment, the immense crowd could easily overwhelm him, each person's disdain capable of drowning him without a trace of resistance. A sense of perplexity lingered within Zhou Chuan's heart. How has this river lord managed to achieve such a level of adoration? It is well known that individuals possess varying opinions, while some may venerate the river lord. It stands to reason that there must be those who harbor disdain towards him. Yet, within the bounds of this Shikawa prefecture, not a single soul has uttered a word of disparagement against the river lord. Could it be that he has employed some beguiling means to ensnare the hearts of the populace? Contemplating this, Zhou Chuan's expression grew exceedingly grave. After all, Shikawa is his domain. If it were true that under his very nose, all the citizens were subjugated, how could he ever justify this to the emperor? How could he honor the esteemed position he holds? Taking a deep breath, Zhou Chuan fixed his gaze intently upon the gathering of people. As the adage goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. He was determined to uncover the methods by which this river lord had entranced the hearts of the masses. Following the throng, Zhou Chuan arrived at the river lord's temple. At that moment, the incense burner was already heaped with offerings of fragrant sticks. A few villagers were actively guiding the supplicants. Upon noticing Zhou Chuan, several villagers greeted him with faint smiles. Ah, young brother, it appears this is your first visit. Allow me to share a bit of wisdom. If you seek the river lord's assistance, simply close your eyes and sincerely articulate your wishes. The river lord will undoubtedly find a way to fulfill your requests. However, do bear in mind that your desires must be reasonable. Otherwise, the river lord will not entertain them. Zhou Chuan felt a ripple of intrigue stir within him upon hearing these words. The river god has certainly crafted an impressive facade. It is no wonder he has managed to deceive so many common folk into venerating him here. However, this time, I am determined to unveil his true nature, ensuring that the entire populace of Sichuan County understands that this river god is nothing more than a charlatan. Zhou Chuan knelt before the river goddess temple, his hands clasped in prayer. In his mind, he could not help but recite fervently, "You deceitful wretch, while you may bamboozle these simple souls, you cannot fool me. Your intentions are merely to exploit the people to satiate your own vanity. I will eventually expose your true self, revealing your grotesque nature to all." Inside the temple of the river god, Zhang Lin observed this scene, his brows slightly furrowed. The newly appointed county magistrate is indeed quite ambitious. Is he attempting to overturn everything before the public gaze? Zhang Lin couldn't help but shake his head in dismay. What a pity. This week, Chuan will be disappointed. Zhang Lin raised his hand, exuding an unparalleled calmness. As the candlelight flickered gently, a radiant glow enveloped the entire River Lord temple. Chapter 39. Something is amiss with the River Lord. The River Lord has manifested. Young brother, you have gained the River Lord's acknowledgement. Should you require assistance within Sichuan, feel free to approach us. We shall endeavor to aid you. At this moment, the villagers regarded Zhou Chuan with warm smiles. Gaining the River Lord's favor meant they were all allies. Zhou Chuan opened his mouth, glancing at the surrounding populace, momentarily at a loss for words. Had he truly obtained the River Lord's recognition? Just moments ago, his thoughts had challenged the River Lord's esteemed position in the hearts of the people. If the River Lord possessed such extraordinary abilities, he should surely perceive Zhou Chuan's inner turmoil. How could he possibly bestow his approval upon him? Clenching his fists, Zhou Chuan realized he must first bide his time, gradually undermining the River Lord's standing among the villagers. My friends, you are exceedingly gracious. If you find yourselves in need of my assistance, do not hesitate to speak up, Zhou Chuan said earnestly, cupping his hands in a salute. The crowd chuckled softly and nodded in agreement. As Zhou Chuan settled into Sichuan, observing his surroundings, he increasingly felt the weight of his responsibilities. Even during mealtime, he could overhear the townsfolk discussing the River Lord's name. Sitting at the table, Zhou Chuan gazed around, unable to suppress a sigh. At that moment, Qin Lu approached him, noticing his furrowed brow, and couldn't help but chuckle. You've gained the River Lord's acknowledgement. You're now part of Sichuan. What is there to sigh about? Zhou Chuan looked at the teacup before him, pausing in silence, his emotions complex as he regarded Qin Lu. Brother Qin, I am curious. How is it that someone like you believes so fervently in the myth of the River Lord? Qin Lu shook his head, his gaze serious. It is not a myth, but a reality. In the past, I was not a resident of Sichuan. I hailed from neighboring Linhua County. At that time, my career was flourishing, and my family life was harmonious until my child became the target of the River Lord of Linhua. Ultimately, I had to flee with my entire family, and we eventually sought refuge in Sichuan. Zhou Chuan listened intently, growing increasingly unsettled with each word. Defeating other River Lords? Protecting Qin Lu's family? Organizing a public selection event to dive for pearls? A miraculous catch to assist the villagers in improving their living conditions. In each of these instances, Zhou Chuan could find no flaws whatsoever. It is as if the river god of Ishikawa truly dedicates himself wholeheartedly to the welfare of the people. Zhou Chuan clenched his fists, lifted his gaze towards the departing Qin Lu, and hurried after him. Brother Qin, I must confess that my earlier skepticism regarding the river god's deeds was indeed narrow-minded. At this moment, a singular thought occupies my mind. I wish to accompany you, Brother Qin, to gain a deeper understanding of Ishikawa and to learn more about the illustrious feats of the river god. Qin Lu patted Zhou Chuan on the shoulder. Do not fret, my friend. There are still many matters to explore. Sooner or later, you shall comprehend why the river god garners such a multitude of followers. Zhou Chuan forced a somewhat helpless smile. I understand. For the subsequent half-month, Zhou Chuan trailed closely behind Qin Lu, becoming acquainted with all facets of Ishikawa. He aimed to gather ample evidence to unveil the truth to everyone. However, this period of interaction left Zhou Chuan feeling somewhat bewildered. For according to the villagers' unanimous testimony, not only was he unable to fully devote himself to serving the populace without expecting anything in return, but neither could anyone else. How does this river deity differ so remarkably from the one depicted in the tales? Were it the deity of the stories, they would undoubtedly demand the populace to toil endlessly, leaving no respite. Yet, the river deity of Sichuan exhibits none of these traits. What, then, could be the ulterior motive of this river god? Initially, Zhou Chuan surmised that this deity might be coveting material wealth such as gold, silver, and precious gems. However, throughout the entire encounter, the river god never once solicited anything. Even the temple dedicated to this deity was constructed voluntarily by the locals. Now that I have arrived in Sichuan, I shall not remain passive. Regardless of the machinations at play, I will unmask this deceptive facade, Zhou Chuan murmured with utmost seriousness. At that moment, a sudden cry for help pierced the air. Help? Zhou Chuan's pupils dilated as he hurried toward the source of the voice. Upon reaching the scene, he beheld a young girl, her ankle trapped beneath an exceedingly long stone pillar, blood gushing uncontrollably. Witnessing this, Zhou Chuan's eyes widened in shock. If this little girl cannot be rescued immediately, her foot will be irrevocably damaged. Moreover, her life may also be in jeopardy. Contemplating this, Zhou Chuan turned to the woman beside him and earnestly urged, "Please, gather more townsfolk to assist without delay." Approaching the stone pillar, Zhou Chuan examined it meticulously and finally identified an optimal angle from which to attempt to shift the pillar in the shortest possible time. At the very least, he aimed to alleviate some of the harm inflicted upon the girl. Zhou Chuan exerted every ounce of his strength, yet the stone pillar remained utterly unmoved. This has somewhat altered his entire disposition. How could this be possible? Zhou Chuan clenched his fists, his expression reflecting profound distress. He addressed the river god, imploring, "If you truly care for the welfare of the people, I beseech you to intervene and save this child. He is merely 7 or 8 years old. His life has only just begun." Zhou Chuan's voice rose in fervent urgency. In the distance, Zhang Lin observed Zhou Chuan's impassioned outburst and couldn't help but chuckle softly. At long last, this fellow has come to his senses. Zhang Lin's finger lifted slightly. It was then that Zhou Chuan, who had been steadfastly contending with the stone pillar, felt an inexplicable force enveloping him. He could not ascertain whether the pillar had grown lighter or if his own strength had surged. But he astonishingly managed to move the stone. As he watched the pillar rise incrementally, Zhou Chuan's heart swelled with exhilaration. With a resounding crash, the pillar was finally cast aside by Zhou Chuan. He then turned to the child, squatting before him. "Remember, upon your return, you must rest well and avoid overexertion." The child's lips were somewhat pale, yet he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. As the other villagers arrived one after another, they too bore witness to Zhou Chuan's remarkable feat. This left them all in a state of astonishment. "My dear young brother, your strength is truly remarkable. This stone pillar weighs at least 200 pounds. We are incredibly grateful to you this time." Chapter 40. The Art of Dream Creation. "It is merely my duty. There is no need for such formalities," Zhou Chuan said earnestly, gazing at the villagers. Upon hearing this, the townsfolk shook their heads in unison. "Young brother, the principle of our Sichuan county is this: as long as one performs good deeds, they are considered our friend. Therefore, there is no such thing as obligation." Zhou Chuan found himself somewhat at a loss for words. The greatest challenge faced by the common folk is their overwhelming enthusiasm, which momentarily leaves Zhou Chuan at a loss in how to navigate such a situation. However, as he momentarily turned his gaze towards the nearby stone pillar, an indescribable sensation welled up within him. Could this stone pillar truly be lifted solely by his strength? Zhou Chuan inhaled deeply and approached the pillar, attempting to move it. However, its immovable stance caused a weight to settle in his heart. Perhaps, as he had just surmised, his ability to lift the stone was due to the intervention of the river god. With this thought, Zhou Chuan revealed a rather helpless smile. The river god had indeed become increasingly intriguing. Observing the excitement of Qin Lu and the others, Zhou Chuan's heart gradually regained its composure. For him, as long as the children remained unharmed, that was enough. Qin Lu stepped forward, clapping Zhou Chuan on the shoulder, wearing a smile. "Little brother, I knew I didn't misjudge you. Today, you have achieved a significant feat. Perhaps next month, in the good deeds ranking, you may even secure a place in the top 3. Zhou Chuan opened his mouth in surprise. "Really? Brother Qin, are you suggesting I might have the chance to die for pearls?" He had always been curious about this endeavor, eager to see if the river god was indeed all he was reputed to be. Qin Lu shook his head slightly. "I'm afraid that's unlikely. Just look at your small frame. It's evident you lack training and martial skills, and you have never experienced such things. Most importantly, you're a landlubber. Do you really wish to plunge into the depths and risk not resurfacing?" Zhou Chuan chuckled awkwardly, having forgotten this crucial detail. He couldn't swim. "Brother Qin, I must entrust that task to you," he said earnestly, bowing in respect. "Rest assured, all the pearls I collect will belong solely to you," Qin Lu replied, clapping his hands. Late at night, Zhou Chuan took out a letter and sat at the wooden table. Observing the brightly lit surroundings, his movements slowed considerably. Normally as the emissary, would need to report the current state of the city to the relevant authorities. However, Zhou Chuan was acutely aware that once he reported, the ones who would suffer would undoubtedly be the common folk. In the eyes of those officials, the lives of the people were inconsequential. What mattered was ensuring their own interest remained unaffected. Otherwise, regardless of who was responsible, they would not hesitate to retaliate. Zhou Chuan exhaled, stowing the letter away and placing it in the flames beside him, watching as it turned to ash. Clenching his fists and gazing at the scene outside, he murmured to himself, "As long as I am here, no one shall tarnish this sanctity." During this period of companionship, Zhou Chuan has come to adore the enchanting locale of Ishikawa. Here, he feels an unparalleled sense of freedom enveloping him. Furthermore, he is acutely aware of the innate goodness of humanity. There are no schemes or intrigues. Everything appears to be in perfect harmony. In the distance, Zhang Lin gazes upon the scene before him, a contented smile gracing his lips. This Zhou Chuan is not merely a reckless youth. For him, this might represent a golden opportunity. Zhang Lin recalled the river god of Linhua County, who managed to convince the surrounding populace that he was sanctioned by the imperial court. And the reason was quite straightforward, the support of the county magistrate. If he could reach a consensus with Zhou Chuan, perhaps he could replicate the river god's success in Linhua County. With this thought, Zhang Lin clasped his hands behind his back. Fortunately, he had made significant progress in the art of dream manipulation, dream crafting. With it, Zhang Lin could perfectly manifest everything he envisioned, making the true orchestrator be himself. Moreover, he could glimpse fragments of the memories of those who entered the dream. Zhang Lin snapped his fingers, glancing at Zhou Chuan, who was asleep on the table, his eyes momentarily glinting. Within the dreamscape, Zhou Chuan surveyed his surroundings, clenching his fists tightly. Inside the Prime Minister's residence, a host of officials regarded him with icy disdain, as if he were a mere corpse. Standing at the center, the Prime Minister, with hands clasped behind his back, scrutinized Zhou Chuan with a gaze that held a hint of judgment. "Zhou Chuan, I believe you are an astute individual. You must understand which decisions will serve your interests." Zhou Chuan met the Prime Minister's gaze with a cold smirk. Interests? To forsake dignity and become the Prime Minister's lackey for personal gain? To betray the court? To disregard the lives of the common people? He would not accept such a fate then, nor would he now. "You want me to serve you? Begone," Zhou Chuan replied indifferently. At that moment, a deep, resonant voice echoed. "In Sichuan County, such a thing will never transpire." Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief. A beam of light flickered in the distant sky, and the figures of the Prime Minister and the officials vanished without a trace. Zhou Chuan clenched his fists, struggling to fathom the reality of the situation. Especially when that voice resonated, it felt as though his very soul trembled. Zhou Chuan opened his mouth, his breath quickening. Gazing at the unfolding scene, he gritted his teeth. "Who are you? Are you the river god of Sichuan County?" He called out several times, but received no reply. In the next instant, he leapt up from the table, his gaze drawn to the open window, where the curtains danced in the breeze, his mind momentarily adrift. It had merely been a dream. Yet, this dream felt astonishingly vivid. Zhou Chuan's heart was a tumult of emotions. During this period, he had felt increasingly disheartened, brimming with ambition yet deprived of opportunities to manifest it. Ultimately, he found himself relegated to this Sichuan County, reduced to the role of a mere county magistrate. He could not accept this unjust spectacle. However, now, perhaps this Ishikawa prefecture is even better than that chaotic capital city. Chapter 41. It turns out I am the poorest. The following morning, Zhou Chuan packed his belongings and made his way towards the county magistrate's office. After a period of observation, he felt thoroughly prepared to embark on his official duties. Along the way, the townsfolk greeted him warmly, calling out to him, "Isn't that little Chuan? Where are you headed so early in the morning? You seem to have brought quite a lot with you." At that moment, Qin Lu looked at Zhou Chuan with a beaming smile. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan gestured towards the magistrate's residence. "Brother Qin, today marks the beginning of my tenure. I am immensely grateful for your support during this time. I will forever cherish this kindness." Zhou Chuan spoke with utmost sincerity. Qin Lu was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. "What? The residence ahead? You mean to say you are the new magistrate?" He stared at the county magistrate's office, his mouth agape, struggling to comprehend. "Little Chuan, please don't scare me. My heart isn't strong enough for such surprises." Zhou Chuan smiled reassuringly. "Brother Qin, you may not know this, but I am the current flower of the court, destined for a place in the capital. However, due to the machinations of treacherous officials, I have found myself in Ishikawa Prefecture. I am truly thankful for your assistance here. Qin Lu shook his head and playfully punched Zhou Chuan on the shoulder. Listen to you. Does this mean you will no longer be in Ishikawa? As long as you are here, we will always be friends. It is only right that friends help each other. At that moment, Zhou Chuan felt a great weight lift from his heart, for his greatest fear was that Qin Lu and the others would distance themselves upon learning of his true identity. Brother Qin, your words are more than enough. Furthermore, I promise all the villagers that I will strive to lead the people of Ishikawa towards a prosperous future. Zhou Chuan expressed his excitement fervently. Qin Lu then cleared his throat and asked, My lord, are you aware of the income levels of the villagers in Ishikawa? Zhou Chuan paused momentarily, taken aback by the inquiry. Income? He had not meticulously calculated this matter. However, according to the statistics previously compiled by the court officials, the populace of Sichuan County was unable to secure even the most basic necessities for their sustenance. The annual income of the entire Sichuan County should not exceed 10 taels of gold. He pondered for a moment before articulating a conservative estimate. Logically speaking, it would amount to no more than 3 taels of gold. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu could not suppress a chuckle. Ah, Xiao Chuan. Or should I say County Magistrate Zhou? Let me enlighten you. Last month, nearly every household possessed at least 1 tael of gold. And that does not even account for the income from fishing, which, if included, would certainly double that figure. Zhou Chuan's pupils widened in disbelief as he gazed incredulously at Qin Lu. What? 1 tael of gold? Per household? How is that possible? He was utterly astonished. Qin Lu let out a light laugh. County Magistrate Zhou, this is the current reality of Sichuan County. With the protection of Lord River God, nearly every household no longer has to worry about basic sustenance. Their income is steadily on the rise. Zhou Chuan quickly raised his hand to rub his forehead, utterly bewildered by the revelations. This news is undeniably explosive. According to his knowledge, there are at least 200 households in Ishikawa Prefecture. This implies that the revenue of Ishikawa Prefecture exceeded 200 taels of gold last month. This is nothing short of a miracle for a backward county. Indeed, if the population were to increase further, even the prestigious Kayong Prefecture would not boast such numbers. I cannot help but wonder how the River Lord has managed to elevate your income to such remarkable heights. What is most crucial is that you just mentioned a steady increase. Observing this, Qin Lu shared the details of the pearl trade with Zhou Chuan. Upon hearing this, a hint of bitterness crossed Zhou Chuan's lips. He is certainly aware of this pearl. Many dignitaries regard it as a treasure. If it is indeed a pearl over a century old, those aristocrats would undoubtedly be willing to pay a king's ransom for it. However, he was taken aback. Sichuan County was entirely different from his expectations. By the way, last month when we went to Longning Mountain, we stumbled upon the corpse of a gigantic python, which was worth 5,000 taels of gold. The overall yield from Longning Mountain has been quite satisfactory. Qin Lu suddenly recalled this and continued to gaze at Zhou Chuan. 5,000 taels of gold? Zhou Chuan opened his mouth in astonishment, then lowered his head to feel the contents of his pocket. As the county magistrate, he found that he possessed a mere 5 taels of silver. So it turns out that he was indeed the poorest person in Sichuan County, without exception. Thank you for sharing this information, Brother Qin, Zhou Chuan said solemnly. However, this pearl will eventually be depleted. For Sichuan County to achieve sustainable development, we must hasten our efforts in agriculture. After all, as the saying goes, people regard food as paramount. Grain has always been indispensable. Zhou Chuan organized his thoughts and spoke earnestly. Qin Lu shook his head, a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. County Magistrate Zhou, you may not be aware, but the farmland in Sichuan County is exceedingly scarce. If we wish to invest our efforts here, it may prove quite challenging to see significant progress. Zhou Chuan fell into silence. Farmland. It seems that developing Sichuan County will require a gradual approach. We must not act hastily, as that could lead to diminished returns. I understand your point. In that case, let us prepare. Starting tomorrow, I shall diligently explore the path to prosperity for Sichuan County, Zhou Chuan declared earnestly. Within the River God Temple, Zhang Lin had just completed the refinement of a batch of concentration pills. He looked at the precarious alchemical furnace before him, which seemed on the verge of collapse, feeling quite helpless. The repeated concoction of these 8th-grade elixirs has nearly overwhelmed the medicinal furnace. It is likely that after merely 2 or 3 more uses, this furnace will be utterly rendered inoperative. It appears that procuring another furnace from the old blind man is imperative. Zhang Lin turned his head, catching the dialogue between Zhou Chuan and Qin Lu, which caused a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Is it necessary to establish a more stable source of income for Sichuan County? Farming? Certainly, that must be considered. But not at this moment. The time investment is far too lengthy, and the returns are slow to materialize. Zhang Lin's gaze fell upon the offering table beside him, where a cup of wine rested, and a subtle smile graced his lips. When it comes to profit, historically, two categories have always soared to exorbitant heights: women's skincare products and men's fine wines. If wine were to be adopted as the signature product, it would undoubtedly suffice to address the basic needs and even elevate Sichuan County to a position of grand renown. Chapter 42. Destitution. County Magistrate within the Magistrate's residence. Zhou Chuan surveyed the somewhat antiquated estate before him, a slight twitch of his lips betraying his thoughts. The Magistrate's residence, which ought to be the most opulent place within the county, now pales in comparison to the homes of some common folk. Zhou Chuan shook his head, a rather helpless smile gracing his lips. I must be the first magistrate poorer than the commoners. Although Zhou Chuan lamented, a hint of amusement lingered at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, a guard approached Zhou Chuan's side, bowing respectfully in acknowledgement. My lord, as per your instructions, we have prepared the items that need replacing within the magistrate's residence. However, this will require a considerable sum of silver. Preliminary estimates suggest that to complete the renovations, 5 taels of gold will be needed. Zhou Chuan opened his mouth, extracting the 5 taels of silver from his pocket and rubbing his hands together repeatedly. Did the previous magistrate possess any savings? Or when might the court's subsidies arrive? Financially constrained. This was something Zhou Chuan had never anticipated. One day, he found himself compelled to bow his head for mere grains. My lord, I must inform you, the previous county magistrate succumbed to hunger, unable to endure any longer, and ultimately passed away. Thus, there are naturally no savings. Zhou Chuan widened his eyes, gazing at the guard before him, and promptly relinquished his struggle. It appeared that he must first procure some silver. No matter. Have someone attend to it. I shall devise a means to resolve the monetary issue. Zhou Chuan took a deep breath, his expression turning exceedingly grave. As you command. With the guard's departure, Zhou Chuan surveyed the mansion before him and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Alas, while other villagers can catch ample fish daily to sustain themselves, I refuse to believe I cannot do the same. During my time in the capital, I was, after all, a skilled fisherman. Confidence radiated from Zhou Chuan's eyes. Arriving at the riverbank, he observed the villagers nearby, continuously hauling in considerable catches, stirring a sense of anticipation within him. To his astonishment, fishing turned out to be so effortless. It seemed that the fish here should be quite easy to catch. However, the ensuing scene left Zhou Chuan utterly bewildered. He sat by the riverbank for a full 3 hours, yet not a single fish was caught. Meanwhile, the villagers beside him continued to reel in their catches. This truly left Zhou Chuan feeling somewhat withdrawn. Is that not the county magistrate, Zhou? How could he, like us, be engaged in fishing? You see, our fishing is for survival, while Magistrate Zhou's endeavor is merely for the pleasure of life. Yet, why is it that the fish refuse to bite? Despite his considerable time spent here, there has been no reward for his efforts. A gathering of villagers could not help but voice their opinions. Amidst their chatter, a couple of fish occasionally succumbed to the lure. Witnessing this, Zhou Chuan's countenance paled significantly. These fish are simply outrageous. In this day and age, even fish seem to discern the intentions of humans. It is evident that these villagers possess no fishing skills whatsoever. 4. Zhou Chuan distinctly recalls a recent incident where a villager, with casual indifference, cast his net into the water. Remarkably, a swarm of fish immediately surged forth before him. The efficiency here is astonishingly high. Yet, when it comes to him, it seems that nothing at all is forthcoming. Is that not Magistrate Zhou? What brings you here? Qin Lu, surprised by Zhou Chuan's demeanor, approached him. Zhou Chuan glanced around before leaning closer to Qin Lu, his expression grave. I merely wish to understand why these common folk can effortlessly catch fish, while here, despite exhausting all my efforts, I have yet to catch a single one. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu couldn't help but chuckle. It's quite simple. Before you fish, you must first pay your respects at the river god temple. If you neglect this, your chances of success will merely align with those of an ordinary person, making it exceedingly difficult. Typically, one might catch 1 or 2 fish after drifting on the water for an entire day. Zhou Chuan inhaled deeply, realizing the truth. So it was because he had not paid homage to the river god. Such a notion. Clenching his fists, Zhou Chuan's expression turned resolute. Pay homage to the river god? No. Even if it means only catching 2 fish a day, I shall persevere here. He raised his fishing rod, gazing calmly ahead. Brother Qin, fishing is indeed a test of patience, and I pride myself on possessing that virtue. Qin Lu patted Zhou Chuan's shoulder, sighing softly. Magistrate Zhou, heed my advice. Pay your respects to the river god. You shall not regret it. Moreover, if you truly wish to develop Sichuan County, reaching an understanding with the river god would be beneficial rather than detrimental. Zhou Chuan opened his mouth, contemplating. Reach an understanding? Clenching his fists again. He remained silent for a moment. Rest assured, I am well aware. Observing this, Qin Lu chose not to linger, instead beginning to tally the day's catch. As the number of fish caught daily multiplied, neighboring counties had begun receiving their share. Should this high volume persist, it might soon be time to consider sending shipments to Kaiyang Prefecture. As time passed, Zhou Chuan sat by the river for an entire day, ultimately yielding no results. After such an extended wait, he felt famished. Yet, gazing at his empty bucket, he couldn't help but feel disheartened. Perhaps I should visit the river god temple? Otherwise, will I become the county magistrate known for being unable to afford repairs for the magistrate's residence? Zhou Chuan sighed, feeling rather helpless. What does this matter? The position of a county magistrate seems rather humble. Upon entering the river god temple, Zhou Chuan's eyes widened at the sight of the offering altar. With the expansion of the temple, the main hall has become considerably more spacious. The altar was adorned with an array of fruits and exquisite delicacies. My magistrate's residence pales in comparison to the grandeur of the river god temple. Zhou Chuan refrained from further contemplation and approached the meditation cushion. Kneeling respectfully on the ground to bow. Great river god, I am Zhou Chuan, the magistrate of Sichuan County. I have come here today to seek your favor in fishing. I hope for your protection that I may catch some fish to alleviate my financial woes. Upon finishing his words, the flame of the candle flickered slightly. Observing this, Zhou Chuan blinked in surprise. Could it be that his plea had been heard? He rubbed his hands together in anticipation. This time, he was indeed curious to see if it was as miraculous as Qin Lu and the others claimed. As long as one worshipped the river god, one could effortlessly catch fish. If it were true, he could simply return here every day. Chapter 43, A Slap in the Face Success. I have finally caught a fish. The river god has truly proven to be effective. Had I known it would be so easy, I would not have wasted an entire day in vain. At this moment, Zhou Chuan held up a 5-pound fish, a look of delightful surprise gracing his face. This was his first time nearly brought to tears by the catch of a fish. Upon arriving in Ishikawa Prefecture, he truly felt it was entirely different from his previous expectations. Everything seemed to have slipped beyond his grasp. Unbelievable, especially upon seeing the fish. He was overwhelmed with a multitude of emotions. No wonder the villagers held such unwavering faith in the river god. With such miraculous powers, it would be difficult not to believe. He murmured to himself, eager to seize the moment and catch as many fish as possible, hoping to earn whatever little he could. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the river god temple, Zhang Lin gazed towards the riverbank, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This week, Zhou Chuan has proven to be less formidable than initially anticipated. Setting aside other matters, he is currently engrossed in the pursuit of a modest sum of silver, which demands considerable effort on his part, not to mention the additional responsibilities he must juggle. Moreover, through careful observation over the past days, Zhang Lin has discerned that Zhou Chuan possesses a fundamentally good nature. Having him serve as the county magistrate indeed brings a sense of reassurance to Zhang Lin. At that moment, the voice of the old blind man unexpectedly resonated. Observing Zhou Chuan before him, the old blind man's gaze flickered. Your prowess is advancing quite rapidly. It seems that before long, you shall attain the late stage of the 8th rank. Without turning his head, Zhang Lin gazed ahead and replied nonchalantly, Senior, it is merely a stroke of good fortune. The old blind man shot Zhang Lin a sidelong glance, unable to suppress his irritation. This insolent youth always resorts to claiming luck. Does he truly believe I will fall for such tricks? He cleared his throat, recalling a prior conversation. You should remember what I told you before. If you wish to further enhance your strength, you must transcend the confines of the county and allow Sichuan to experience a qualitative leap. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin raised his head to meet the old blind man's gaze, his eyes momentarily flickering with intrigue. Senior, do you mean that I should leave Sichuan for grander horizons? The old blind man nodded, regarding Zhang Lin with a look of mild bewilderment. Do you intend to remain in such a small place for the rest of your life? Your talent in alchemy is indeed remarkable. Should you dedicate yourself to the study of this art, you may yet become a master in your own right. If you're willing, I can take you to a place where you may cultivate your skills for a time. Zhang Lin lifted his gaze to the old blind man and offered a faint smile. Senior, you jest. I have no intention of departing Sichuan at present, so there is no need for further discussion. The old blind man's lips twitched in frustration as he regarded Zhang Lin, exasperated by his stubbornness. That rascal. He truly infuriates me. I can hardly be bothered with you, but do remember to refine the elixir you promised to deliver. The old blind man spoke with a hint of coldness in his voice. Zhang Lin nodded, suddenly struck by a thought, and extended his hand towards the old man. Senior, my previous alchemical furnace was merely a 9th grade one, and it simply cannot withstand the explosive power of this 8th grade elixir. Would you be so kind as to furnish me with an 8th grade furnace? Otherwise, the frequency of my failures may not concern me much, but the impact on you would undoubtedly be substantial. The old blind man opened his mouth in surprise. Zhang Lin was clearly trying to take advantage of him. Unfortunately, he had no effective means to counter this, unless, of course, he decided to forego the 8th grade elixir entirely. With this thought, the old blind man let out a cold snort. You little fox, calculating as ever. I shall procure an 8th grade furnace for you as soon as possible. However, let it be known that this furnace will not be gifted to you for free. You must refine a sufficient quantity of elixirs to repay the debt. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin nodded, a faint smile gracing his face. Rest assured, senior, as long as you provide ample materials, I shall naturally produce the requisite number of elixirs. As for their quality, I assure you, I will not disappoint. The old blind man shot Zhang Lin a glance. You had better. By the way, it would be prudent for you to limit your interactions with Sichuan. Rumor has it that he has offended individuals from the Chancellor's faction, which is why he has been exiled to Sichuan. Should you become too entangled with him, and the Chancellor's faction takes notice of you, I need not elaborate on the consequences. After all, they are colleagues, while you are not. Zhang Lin felt a tightening in his heart. The sensation of having one's life's safety so thoroughly controlled by others is undeniably disheartening. This is precisely why he has always sought to diligently enhance his strength. In this era of survival of the fittest, only by becoming formidable can one face all adversities without fear. I am grateful for your guidance, esteemed senior. For the next batch of elixirs, I can offer you a 30% increase. Within the confines of Kaiyang Mansion, the shopkeeper Wang gazed upon the grotesque remains before him, his countenance reflecting utmost distress. He had initially intended to utilize this guard to glean some pertinent information. If he could uncover the origins of figures such as Qin Lu and his companions, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous gain. However, he never anticipated encountering such a predicament before even departing the precincts of Kaiyang Mansion. This is truly infuriating. The death of the guard was, to him, a trivial matter. What truly mattered was that it was a slap in his face. A bunch of worthless fools. They often boasted grandly, yet now they couldn't even manage a group of villagers. If that is the case, what purpose do you serve? The merchant Wang pointed at the several guards before him, his tone chillingly cold. Upon hearing this, the guards all lowered their heads, unable to meet Wang's gaze. At this moment, who would dare to take a stand? That would be tantamount to courting death. I shall grant you 3 days, regardless of the means employed, to ascertain their origins. Furthermore, uncover how they managed to gather such an abundance of pearls. If you fail to provide clarity, do not bother returning. The expressions of the several guards betrayed a hint of bitterness as they sighed softly before turning to depart. The shopkeeper Wang stood rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed on the vibrant and bustling Songshuan auction house across from him, his fists clenched in frustration. All of this should rightfully belong to him. It is all because of Wuliang. She has caused the treasures that were meant for him to vanish without a trace. Wuliang, I am eager to see how a mere woman like you dares to contend with me. Once the situation in the capital stabilizes, you shall merely be a pawn in my game. Wang stated coldly. Chapter 44. Then I shall pay a personal visit. Inside the Songshuan auction house, Wuliang held a pearl in her hand, her eyes fixed upon the envelope before her, astonishment washing over her. The newly appointed magistrate of Sichuan County is actually Zhou Chuan. Could it be that he is the one orchestrating these events from the shadows? A heavy feeling settled in Wu Yang's heart. She recalled Zhou Chuan's name. After all, he was the sole individual bold enough to confront the prime minister's faction directly. Though his ultimate fate was rather tragic, she felt an unsettling premonition stirring within her. This week, Zhou Chuan will inevitably return to the capital. If it is indeed true that everything in Sichuan County has been orchestrated by Zhou Chuan, and he has single-handedly revitalized the entire region, then this Zhou Chuan will be even more formidable than what the intelligence suggests. Such individuals, when engaged excessively, may not yield favorable outcomes. The steward has dutifully complied with your instructions. transporting the necessary supplies to Ishikawa Prefecture. Remarkably, the entire process went unnoticed. Upon hearing this, Wunyang lifted her gaze to the guard before her, revealing a subtle smile. Pray tell, what is the true nature of Ishikawa Prefecture? Is it as desolate as the legends suggest? The guard opened his mouth, cleared his throat, and promptly lowered his head, bowing respectfully. If I may report to the steward, from my observations, Ishikawa Prefecture is rather extraordinary. It gives me the impression that the populace there operates as a cohesive entity, exhibiting a remarkable sense of unity. Consequently, their collective strength is formidable, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, Ishikawa Prefecture is poised for a significant transformation in the near future. A slight smile graced Wunyang's lips as she suddenly rose to her feet. The guard, taken aback by this unexpected action, was left bewildered, unsure of Wunyang's next intentions. Despite having frequently heard of Ishikawa Prefecture's renown, I have yet to visit it myself. Today seems opportune. I shall embark on a personal journey there, eager to witness firsthand the unique allure that has garnered such acclaim from so many. The guard, upon hearing this, was left in a state of shock. Wunyang intended to personally travel to Ishikawa Prefecture? Should this news leak, it would undoubtedly provoke widespread astonishment. After all, the identity of Lady Wu is not merely one of ordinary nobility. Master, might this be an excessive risk? If anything were to occur here, I would find it quite challenging to explain myself. Lady Wu cast a glance at the guards, exuding an air of serene composure. I am well aware of these matters. You should hasten to make the necessary preparations. The guard's lips curled into a bitter smile as he nodded helplessly. I understand. As the guard departed, Lady Wu languidly stood at the window's edge. Observing the surroundings, a faint smile graced her lips. Shiyuan Auction House? This time, I shall ensure that you have no opportunity whatsoever. As dawn gently broke, Shou Chuan surveyed the pile of fish before him, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. After a night of toil, he had managed to catch several dozen fish. If he could maintain this momentum, perhaps the renovation issues at the county magistrate's office could soon be resolved. Just then, an astonished voice broke the silence. County Magistrate Zhou, what brings you here still? Surely, you haven't spent the entire night here. Shou Chuan turned to see Qin Lu in the distance and smiled. As a newcomer, I wish to gain a deeper understanding of the lives of the people in Sichuan County. After all, a county magistrate cannot simply bask in the fruits of others' labor. Can he? Qin Lu shook his head, presenting a faint smile. County magistrate, you need not bear too great a psychological burden. Whether in the past or present, magistrates have generally refrained from interfering with the overall development of Sichuan County. Moreover, the county's overall income is steadily rising, which is indeed a positive outcome. After all, under these circumstances, it won't be long before County Magistrate Zhou is promoted. Zhou Chuan paused at this revelation, gazing curiously at Qin Lu. You are aware of my circumstances? Qin Lu couldn't help but chuckle, regarding Zhou Chuan with interest. I have only heard your name until now, never having seen you in person. It is said that the current top scholar is wholly devoted to the welfare of the people, even clashing with the chancellor for the safety of the populace. I never imagined they would send you here. Zhou Chuan fell silent for a moment, unable to suppress a rub of his forehead. My intentions were not solely for the populace. I also wish to uphold my family's honor. I do not want to disappoint them. Now that I have arrived in Sichuan County, I find myself quite content. It seems that entering the officialdom is entirely different from my usual training. Zhou Chuan patted Qin Lu on the shoulder, his expression turning grave. My current staff at the magistrate's office is in desperate need of talent. Are you interested in helping me? Qin Lu quickly waved his hands, his head shaking like a rattle drum. County Magistrate Zhou, please do not frighten me. I am not cut out for this. If County Magistrate Zhou was unaware of the current state of Sichuan County, perhaps he should listen to me recount a certain event. Zhou Chuan gazed at Qin Lu and nodded. Through Qin Lu's vivid description, he could distinctly envision the scene of Linhua County's invasion, which ultimately faltered before Lord Hebo. I understand your intentions, rest assured. My objective is quite straightforward. I must find every means possible to ensure Sichuan County firmly establishes itself. Zhou Chuan flicked his sleeve, exuding an air of grandeur. Qin Lu cast a curious glance at the fish beside Zhou Chuan. County Magistrate, do you have a special purpose for catching so many fish at once? Zhou Chuan met Qin Lu's gaze, offering an awkward smile. What are the prices of fish around here? I merely wish to personally experience how much silver the folks here earn each day. Qin Lu regarded Zhou Chuan with a hint of skepticism, pondering for a moment before responding earnestly, County Magistrate, You may not realize that the price of fish is quite low. This is not only due to our Sichuan County, but also because several neighboring counties rely on fishing for their livelihood. The abundance of fish has driven the prices down significantly. Your catch, when summed up, would amount to perhaps no more than 1 or 2 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan's mouth fell agape. What? After toiling through the night without rest, I have only earned 1 or 2 taels. At this rate, how could the magistrate's office possibly afford any repairs? This is utterly exasperating. Is it not possible to transport these fish to a more distant location? The price would undoubtedly be higher. Qin Lu shook his head, letting out a resigned sigh. By the time we deliver them, the fish will have perished. At that point, they will be truly worthless. Zhou Chuan fell silent for a moment, exhaling deeply. Lord River God must have a solution to this predicament. Chapter 45. Finalizing cooperation outside Sichuan County. Wen Yang peered out from the carriage, gazing at the scene before her with a sense of astonishment. Indeed, Sichuan County was quite different from the rumors that circulated. The citizens here exuded an extraordinary spirit. Having presided over the Tsangshuan auction house for many years, Wen Yang possessed a unique ability to discern people's character. To assess the prosperity and future development of a city, one should not merely consider its infrastructure, but rather observe the state of its populace. The thriving atmosphere in Sichuan County was a striking indication of significant change. Reporting to the manager, all the inhabitants of Sichuan County adhere strictly to several key principles. I must admit, I am quite impressed by them, Wen Yang remarked. Upon hearing this, her eyes narrowed slightly. What principles? The guard, glancing at Wen Yang with a faint smile, replied, unity and mutual assistance, a prohibition against wrongdoing, fairness and impartiality without favoritism. At this revelation, Wen Yang's eyes widened, and she exhaled sharply. Indeed, the county magistrate Zhou is exceptional. He aspires to create a true sanctuary. With a shake of her head, Wen Yang disembarked from the carriage and proceeded toward Sichuan County. As she walked, the villagers cast her curious glances. For her beauty was truly breathtaking. The splendid silk red garment she wore accentuated her noble and ethereal demeanor. A mere glance was enough to send a quiver through the hearts of those who beheld her. In the distance, Qin Lu spotted Wen Yang, his expression shifting as he hurriedly tugged at Zhou Chuan's sleeve. County Magistrate, a noble has arrived in Sichuan County. She is none other than Wu, the manager of the Tsangshuan auction house from Kaiyang Prefecture. Zhou Chuan, who had been engrossed in weeding, looked up in surprise upon hearing this. Manager Wu? Does the Tsangshuan auction house have so many managers? Qin Lu paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. County Magistrate, you truly have a sense of humor. I meant Manager Wu, referring to her surname, not implying she is the 5th in rank. Zhou Chuan suddenly understood, offering an awkward smile. Look at you, speaking without clarity. Truly, I grasp your meaning. He set aside the weeds in his hands and dusted off his clothes. Let us go then. We shall meet this esteemed Manager Wu together. Upon arriving at the entrance of the tavern, Zhou Chuan was greeted by the sight of the approaching Feng. A faint smile graced his face. For it was indeed an honor that the esteemed 5th manager of the Tsangshuan auction house had come to my Sichuan County. I wonder if you have any guidance to offer? Feng regarded Zhou Chuan, her brow slightly furrowed. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Zhou Chuan, she felt that the transformations in Sichuan County could not possibly be attributed to him. There was a critical element conspicuously absent from him: charisma. Zhou Chuan appeared more like an executor than a leader. County Magistrate Zhou, you jest. I merely seek to glean wisdom from you on how to facilitate the remarkable metamorphosis of a once backward border town, she said, gesturing towards the tavern beside them with a light laugh. Shall we step inside to discuss further? Zhou Chuan glanced at Qin Lu and nodded in agreement. Upon entering the tavern and facing Zhou Chuan, Feng lifted her teacup and took a delicate sip. During this time, thanks to the pearls of Sichuan County, I have been able to establish a firm footing. For this, I must express my gratitude to you, County Magistrate Zhou. Zhou Chuan offered a rather helpless smile. 5th Manager, you have expressed your thanks to the wrong person. It is the tireless efforts of our fellow townsfolk that merit appreciation. Frankly, I have always felt that I, as the County Magistrate, am the most ineffectual among us. Compared to them, I have merely read a few more books. Feng smiled quietly, taking a piece of paper from a nearby guard. County Magistrate Zhou, I am greatly interested in the development of Sichuan County, and I have an idea that I wonder if you might find feasible. Zhou Chuan raised an eyebrow, looking at Feng. Feel free to speak candidly, 5th Manager. Feng's playful demeanor faded, and she regarded Zhou Chuan with utmost seriousness. It is quite simple. I wish to establish a branch of the Tsongxian auction house in Sichuan County. Our auction house can supply a vast array of goods to the citizens of Sichuan County, all priced at least 20% below market value. This would ensure that every resident of Sichuan County can enjoy this unique benefit. Zhou Chuan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had not anticipated such a proposal from Feng. It was truly remarkable to consider that the populace of Sichuan County, which was already substantial, could procure goods at prices below the market by 20% was no small matter. Furthermore, what truly excited Zhou Chuan was the prospect that if the Tsongxian auction house were to establish a foundation in Sichuan County, the availability of these resources would be assured. This would undoubtedly lead to a significant enhancement in the overall quality of life for the citizens. This turn of events, Zhou Chuan could only describe as unexpected. After calming his emotions, he solemnly inquired, "In comparison, I am curious about what Master Wu seeks to gain here. I cannot believe that a merchant would not pursue profit, merely thinking of altruism. Since we are discussing business, it would be prudent for Master Wu to clarify his intentions." The corners of Wu Nyang's mouth lifted as she rested her hands on her knees, gazing at Zhou Chuan across the table. "It is quite simple, aside from pearls. Should there be any other precious items from Sichuan, they should be offered to my Tsongxuan auction house first. The prices at my establishment will certainly not shortchange you." This could be deemed a mutually beneficial arrangement. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan grasped the implication. Wu Nyang aimed to monopolize the trade in Sichuan. However, as she mentioned, this indeed spared him considerable trouble. In the short term, it was undoubtedly a beneficial endeavor. "I understand. In that case, let us proceed as you suggest, Wu Nyang." Zhou Chuan raised his cup, a smile illuminating his face. Beside him, Qin Lu scratched his head, somewhat wistful. What a pity, had Master Wu arrived sooner. We could have sold you the corpse of the giant python we retrieved from our village. Wu Nyang chuckled softly, covering her mouth, her curiosity piqued. "Mr. Qin, what sort of giant python could leave such an impression on you?" Qin Lu clapped his hands, letting out a deep sigh. "It was merely a 10-meter-long giant python, thicker than my waist. We tried every blade imaginable but could not breach its defenses. After struggling for several days, we still could not penetrate its hide." Suddenly, the smile faded from Wu Nyang's face as she stood up, looking at Qin Lu with evident excitement. Was there not a prominent bulge on its forehead? Qin Lu appeared taken aback. "Master Wu, how did you know?" Wu Nyang inhaled deeply, her disbelief palpable. "What of the python's corpse? I am willing to pay a handsome price for it." Chapter 46. The Incomplete Treasure. "Master Wu, you have arrived too late. The giant python's corpse has already been sold to a merchant. He offered us 5,000 taels of gold." Zhou Chuan's lips twitched slightly at the side. 5,000 taels of gold? He would toil his entire life and never earn that amount. Indeed, this county magistrate is the poorest wretch. This is truly disheartening. Five Nyang displayed a look of regret and let out a sigh. "Mr. Qin, you have indeed suffered a great loss." She gazed at the teacup before her, her voice heavy with contemplation. "This giant python harbors the bloodline of a flood dragon. It has likely begun its metamorphosis. Not only can its skin be fashioned into armor, but its flesh also possesses immense value. If utilized properly, the remains of this python could be worth the equivalent of 100,000 taels of gold. Should I be the one to procure it, I would be willing to offer 50,000 taels of gold for its carcass." Qin Lu widened his eyes, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Indeed, these merchants are truly unscrupulous. However, Master Wu, we were previously unaware of the intricacies involved, leaving us powerless. If such precious items arise again, we shall rely on you, Master Wu." Qin Lu stated earnestly. Five Nyang nodded, turning her gaze to the side at Zhou Chuan. "County Magistrate Zhou, the surprises you have brought us are simply overwhelming. I hope our ensuing collaboration will be more seamless." Although Zhou Chuan's head was still buzzing, he mustered the courage to raise his wine cup. "This is certainly not an issue." In front of the river god temple, Zhang Lin gazed at the alchemical furnace before him, a look of confusion etched on his face. The furnace was riddled with rust in many areas, and even one of its ears had broken off, presenting a rather pitiable sight. Zhang Lin weighed the furnace in his hands, glancing curiously at the old blind man across from him. "Senior, you aren't trying to deceive me with this, are you? Is this furnace truly of the 8th grade? Let me tell you, if my attempts fail, it would be of no benefit to you either." The old blind man shot Zhang Lin a disdainful glance. "You young rascal, what about the most fundamental trust between people? How can you suspect me here?" The old blind man said indignantly. Zhang Lin coughed lightly. feeling somewhat bashful as he looked at the old blind man. "Senior, I am merely expressing reasonable doubt. Furthermore, I am doing this for the sake of our elixirs." The old blind man snorted, crossing his legs and reclining on the nearby mat. "Let me tell you, this furnace is no ordinary one. In its prime, it was a 7th-grade alchemical furnace, ranking among the top 3 in the entire Kayong prefecture. It possesses a unique effect. It enhances focus. This can increase the success rate of alchemical concoctions." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan was rather astonished. "So, as the grade of the furnace increases, it can also provide additional benefits? What could have caused this furnace to deteriorate to its current state? What has it endured?" The old blind man cast a fleeting glance at his fingers, delicately probing the crevices of his nails. When he encountered a formidable adversary in the past, lacking any suitable weaponry, he resorted to wielding the alchemical furnace as a makeshift instrument of defense. Thus, he was left in this peculiar state. Zhang Lin's lips twitched slightly. The old blind man's words resonated with understanding. One should not place complete trust in him. His statements were a blend of truth and deception, rendering them rather elusive. Zhang Lin tucked the alchemical furnace into his bosom. "Senior, let it be settled then. This furnace shall belong to me. Rest assured, I shall endeavor to concoct the corresponding 8th-grade elixirs promptly." The old blind man cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Lin, slightly shaking his head. "Do not be in such haste, young lad. I have another matter for you to attend to. Should you succeed, the rewards shall undoubtedly be plentiful." Zhang Lin squinted, pondering the old man's words for a moment. "What is this task?" The old blind man surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one else was present before solemnly stating, "From my observations, beneath Sichuan County lies a relic. Within that relic, there may be treasures. Thus, I wish for you to accompany me to investigate it." Zhang Lin regarded the old blind man with surprise. "Senior, with your prowess, why would you require my assistance? Would that not be rather superfluous?" The old blind man, somewhat flustered, gazed at Zhang Lin as if he were both vexed and embarrassed. "You, lad, are always questioning. I clearly intend to help you strike it rich. Yet here you are doubting my intentions. If you are unwilling, I can seek others, and you shall glean no benefits." Zhang Lin chuckled lightly. "Senior, I comprehend your intentions. Fear not, I shall take care of this matter. Should any news arise, I will inform you at the very first opportunity." Only then did the old blind man turn and depart from the Hebo temple. Standing at the Hebo temple, the old blind man found himself in a quandary. Could it be that this young lad might discern my intention to make him the scapegoat? Never mind. The relic indeed harbors significant treasures. How much he benefits will depend on his own capabilities. Furthermore, the burden I bear far exceeds his. The old blind man shook his head, humming a little tune as he turned to leave. Inside the Yibo temple, Zhang Lin's eyes narrowed. A relic? Previously, he had not thoroughly investigated the situation in Sichuan County. However, based on his recollections, this old blind man was far from benevolent. It appeared that this relic might harbor perilous elements. If one were to be careless, it could lead to one's own downfall. But for now, let us examine the elixir furnace. Zhang Lin withdrew the furnace from his possession and scrutinized it with great care. Suddenly, a prompt flashed in his mind. Ding! Detected a 7th-rank heart refining furnace. Damaged, reparable. Zhang Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. The source of his excitement was singular. It was indeed reparable. Taking a deep breath, he tapped on the word reparable. Ding! Repairing the 7th-rank heart refining furnace requires 50,000 incense points. Zhang Lin's eyes widened even further, disbelief washing over him. 50,000 incense points? This must be a joke. A quick glance at his incense points panel revealed the fruits of his labor over this period had only accumulated to 12,000. He was still far from the required 50,000 incense points, with more than half still to go. Is this not a form of bullying? In such a short span of time, how could one possibly gather such an abundance of incense value? The most critical point is that with these 50,000 incense points, he could ascend to the 7th rank. Zhang Lin gritted his teeth, exhaled deeply, and his eyes turned red. 50,000 it is. I refuse to believe I cannot amass this incense value. Chapter 47. The system's new upgrade outside the River God Temple. Wu Yang gazed at the magnificent temple with a sense of surprise. Turning to glance at Qin Lu and Zhou Chuan in the distance, she couldn't help but smile. County Magistrate Zhou, I never anticipated that the River God's status within Sichuan County would be so elevated. If my memory serves me correctly, your magistrate's residence cannot possibly rival the opulence of the River God Temple, can it? Zhou Chuan opened his mouth, feeling as if a knife were being thrust into his heart. It is not merely that his county magistrate's residence pales in comparison to the river god temple. Even the abodes of some local villagers exude more opulence than his official dwelling. What the esteemed fifth manager fails to comprehend is that I have grown accustomed to a life of modesty, hence my aversion to ostentatious estates. Simultaneously, I have used my current magistrate's residence as a symbol, a constant reminder to myself of my aspiration to guide the populace of Sichuan County toward genuine prosperity. Our Sichuan County, blessed by the sea, relies on its bounty, and the river god, revered as our guardian deity, naturally deserves due honor and respect. Upon hearing this, Fifth Miss's eyes flickered slightly. For some reason, she sensed an underlying dissonance, yet she could not pinpoint the source of this feeling at that moment. With a sigh, Fifth Miss gazed at the river god temple and blinked thoughtfully. Lord Zhou, it is only fitting that I pay my respects to the river god, as I shall soon require his protection for the upcoming auction at Songshuan. At this, Zhou Chuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is only natural. Once inside the river god temple, Fifth Miss surveyed her surroundings, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. The river god temple is entirely different from her recollections. Lavish, majestic. Every brick and tile reveals the immense thought and effort invested in their creation. Even the patterns on the pillars have been meticulously crafted, which is truly astonishing. Who would have imagined that the river god temple could achieve such grandeur? It is indeed breathtaking. Wu Yang accepted the incense, slightly bowing in acknowledgement. I am Wu Yang, and I aspire to establish a branch of the Songshuan auction house here in Sichuan. I sincerely hope that Lord River God will bestow his protection upon us. As soon as Wu Yang's words fell, the flames flickered slightly. Observing this, the guard behind Wu Yang tensed, his fingers resting on the hilt of his sword. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Tension hung in the air. Master Wu, you have already gained the river god's favor. We hope for a fruitful collaboration in the future. Zhou Chuan stepped forward, casting a light smile at Wu Yang. Indeed, Wu Yang responded, rising to meet Zhou Chuan's gaze with a nod. As the crowd began to disperse, Zhang Lin's figure gradually emerged. He fixed his gaze on Wu Yang's retreating silhouette, furrowing his brow. For reasons unknown, the aura emanating from Wu Yang always instilled within him a lingering sense of trepidation. This individual is certainly not as straightforward as they appear on the surface. The origins of this individual are profoundly terrifying. Indeed, as the development of Ishikawa Prefecture flourishes, it attracts individuals of extraordinary status. Should one fail to enhance their strength, the circumstances may become exceedingly dire. Zhang Lin clenched his fists, his expression gravely serious. Enough. It is time to break through. Zhang Lin closed his eyes, meticulously attuning to his surroundings, and thus elevated the level of his cultivation technique. Ding. Congratulations on reaching the pinnacle of the 8th tier. The system will undergo an upgrade, and the novice phase is nearing its conclusion. May the host strive even further. An upgrade? The sudden sound of a notification took Zhang Lin by surprise. He had not anticipated that upon reaching the pinnacle of the 8th rank, he would be met with a system upgrade. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. The distinction between the 7th and 8th ranks constitutes a clear demarcation. A wild deity of the 7th rank possesses a definitive capability for self-preservation, able to entrust a fragment of its blood and soul to a specific location. As long as this essence endures, the wild deity can be reborn. This also elucidates why wild deities ranked above the 7th tier are exceedingly difficult to vanquish. Furthermore, receiving feedback from this system has instilled a sense of reassurance in Zhang Lin. It appears that his strength can be enhanced without constraints. And even in this Stone River County, he can achieve such progress. This aligns perfectly with his thoughts. Remaining in this small locale for a while longer seems prudent. Once his strength is sufficiently formidable, he will have greater assurance when venturing to other cities. Just in time, during this period of system upgrade, he plans to explore the so-called relics. Zhang Lin murmured to himself. Upon entering the depths of the water and surveying his surroundings, he experienced a sensation entirely unlike before. Previously, he could merely blend into the water, harnessing a fraction of its power. Now, however, it felt as though he had undergone a transformation, becoming the master of the very water itself. Everything in this water is under his own control. This transformation stirred a subtle turbulence within Zhang Lin's heart. At this pinnacle of the 8th tier, one already possesses such capabilities. What then of the 7th tier? Zhang Lin took a deep breath and began to scrutinize the surroundings meticulously. However, after an extensive search, he discovered no anomalies whatsoever. There were no signs of relics, nor even a hint of anything suspicious. This caused Zhang Lin to furrow his brow. Could it be that the old blind man was deceiving him? Yet that seemed unlikely. The old blind man had no need to mislead him on this matter. Was there something he had overlooked? Could it be that the relic was not submerged in water? The thought struck Zhang Lin, sending a jolt through his heart. If it were not in the water, perhaps it lay beneath some patch of land in Sichuan. The realization of this notion brought Zhang Lin some discomfort. If it was on the surface, he lacked the ability to discern what lay beneath. Suddenly, Zhang Lin clapped his hands. I cannot, but others can. He gazed towards the direction of Longning Mountain, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Within Longning Mountain, the mountain god elder stared in astonishment at the neatly arranged elixirs before him, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Zhang Lin. How could this be? How could you possess so many elixirs? Are these the 8th grade spirit concentration pills? The mountain god elder was utterly flabbergasted. Though they were both 8th grade wild gods, how could the disparity between him and Zhang Lin be so vast? Moreover, have you reached the pinnacle of the 8th grade? The mountain god elder was momentarily rendered speechless. He could distinctly sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Zhang Lin. If previously he felt he could still contend with Zhang Lin, now he sensed that it would take merely a few moves for Zhang Lin to effortlessly vanquish him. A slight breakthrough was hardly worth mentioning. In comparison, your progress and strength is commendable. You are nearing the late 8th grade, are you not? With these elixirs, I believe it will not be long before you successfully make your breakthrough. The mountain god elder offered an earnest smile, rubbing his hands together. You are absolutely correct. If there is any way I can be of assistance, please do not hesitate to command me, and I assure you I will meet your expectations. Chapter 48. The expert in seizing opportunities beneath Sichuan. There was indeed something peculiar. It seemed as though an invisible barrier concealed something significant. On the streets of Sichuan, the mountain god elder furrowed his brow as he observed the scene before him, glancing back at Zhang Lin with a slight tightening in his chest. This barrier made him feel an overwhelming sense of danger. You may investigate. As long as you can determine the general area, your task will be complete. All those elixirs will belong to you. Zhang Lin remained remarkably calm. As expected, the relic was indeed beneath Sichuan. Upon hearing this, the mountain god elder clenched his fists, his cane radiating an invisible frequency that rapidly extended outward. In an instant, the entirety of Sichuan fell within its scope. After a considerable time, the mountain god elder looked at Zhang Lin and broke into a smile. I have found it. This location appears to be the residence of the governor of Ishikawa Prefecture, which comes as quite a surprise to Zhang Lin. He did not expect that this site of ruins would indeed be the governor's mansion. Now I understand. Your task has been accomplished, and you may return. The mountain god elder nodded, observing Zhang Lin's momentary hesitation before bowing in acknowledgement. This place possesses a certain strangeness. It would be wise for you to exercise caution. Here is a teleportation talisman I have crafted, which will allow you to move within this limited area of land. I believe you may find it useful. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin accepted the talisman and handed over the elixirs to the mountain god elder. Do make haste in your cultivation. Your current level is still rather insufficient. The corner of the mountain god elder's mouth twitched slightly. He did not possess an abundance of elixirs, and achieving a breakthrough would not come easily. Thank you. As the mountain god elder departed, Zhang Lin remained silent for a moment before gradually approaching the governor's mansion. Having spent considerable time in Ishikawa Prefecture, this was his first visit to the governor's residence. Observing the somewhat dilapidated structure before him, Zhang Lin's eyes flickered with intrigue. Previously, he had not approached closely enough to sense much, but now, standing near, he could indeed perceive a lingering trace of an unusual phenomenon emanating from the mansion's signboard. The magistrate's residence seemed to have been meticulously refined by some profound entity. At that moment, Zhou Chuan emerged from the courtyard of the magistrate's residence. Surveying his surroundings, he could not resist stretching languidly. Finally, the collaboration with the Tsongshuan auction house had been secured, and with their involvement, the development of Sichuan County had found a semblance of stability. The next step was to disseminate this news to the neighboring counties, thereby enticing more citizens to engage in commerce within Sichuan County, thus further invigorating its economic growth. As Zhou Chuan concluded his thoughts, he sensed an inexplicable gaze upon him. Oddly, he felt as though someone had been watching him intently. Shaking his head, he offered a self-deprecating smile. Truly, it was a delusion. In Sichuan County, everyone was engrossed in their own endeavors. Who would squander time on me? Exhaling deeply, he proceeded onward. As Zhou Chuan's figure moved forward, the silhouette of Zhang Lin emerged, his eyes narrowing slightly as he approached the magistrate's residence. The moment he stepped into the premises, Zhang Lin was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming sense of pressure. The oppressive aura far exceeds that of an 8th rank, even comparable to the presence of the individual who once stood behind the water monkey. Most crucially, this oppressive force is merely a remnant. Had it been whole, a mere few exchanges would suffice to shatter Zhang Lin's body completely. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Lin produced a multitude of elixirs and began to consume them, his heart tightening with resolve. There is no reason for a living being to be intimidated by this lifeless entity. I am indeed curious to discover what lies within this magistrate's estate. Clenching his fists, Zhang Lin stepped through the grand entrance of the magistrate's residence. Upon entering, he surveyed the surroundings, and a slight tremor coursed through him. He could sense the extraordinarily rich spiritual energy within the estate. Prolonged exposure here could accelerate his cultivation significantly. However, there was a drawback. This spiritual energy seemed to have been calibrated for human beings, rather than for beings of their kind, the wild gods. The imperial court truly exhibits grand ambitions. Not only has it conferred titles upon numerous wild gods, but it has also established such restraints in every magistrate's estate. The intent is unmistakable, presumably to prevent the wild gods from posing a direct threat to the safety of the magistrates. With this thought, Zhang Lin exhaled deeply, his eyes glinting with understanding. The old blind man must certainly be aware of this. Yet, he had not alerted Zhang Lin, which indicates a singular truth. The relics he mentioned are certainly not within the magistrate's estate itself. If that is the case, they can only be found beneath it. In an instant, Zhang Lin's figure flickered and he descended into the depths of the magistrate's estate. After an indeterminate duration of stealthy movement, he was met with a striking sight. Beneath the magistrate's estate stood an entire palace. While the structure bore signs of decay and many areas showed marks of deterioration, the magnificent and imposing sight stirred something profound within Zhang Lin. In these 4 weeks, there still emanated some elixirs and magical artifacts, albeit most of them were incomplete. The thought of the heart-refining furnace crossed Zhang Lin's mind, causing a fleeting glimmer in his eyes. Perhaps, these magical artifacts can also undergo appropriate repairs. If that is the case, the rewards from this endeavor will undoubtedly be extraordinary. With this thought in mind, Zhang Lin moved into action without a moment's hesitation. Within merely half an hour, he had collected over 100 damaged artifacts. Arriving at the grand hall of the palace, he surveyed his surroundings and was just about to take a step forward when he suddenly felt a tightening sensation in his body. His gaze fell upon the large character nearby, Jin. Zhang Lin's pupils constricted, and he quickly retreated, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. It was above the 7th rank. This character, crafted by the hand of a certain wild deity, undoubtedly belonged to a realm beyond the 7th rank. Zhang Lin took a deep breath. Indeed, the task assigned by the old blind man was far from easy. What a trap! Had he not been cautious and prepared numerous defensive measures in advance, that single instance would have left him severely injured. Alas, this relic is no longer a place I can explore further. I shall return when my cultivation reaches the 7th rank and then venture deeper into the ruins. Otherwise, it would merely be a blind act of self-sacrifice. Zhang Lin shook his head and solemnly remarked. He turned and hastily exited. Shortly after his departure, the character Jin suddenly radiated a bright light, and a phantasmal figure floated above. A wild deity? How intriguing. Chapter 49, The Flower of the Examination? A remarkable presence. In Sichuan County, Zhou Chuan observed the bustling townsfolk around him, feeling a pang of reflection. This will not do. I must devise a way to earn some silver. Otherwise, what will become of my reputation as the county magistrate? Just then, Bao approached him, holding a candied hawthorn stick and gazing at him with curiosity. Are you the county magistrate? Zhou Chuan momentarily froze, taken aback by the child before him. With genuine curiosity, he replied, Yes, little one, I am the magistrate. What can I do for you? Bao pouted, looking up at him with a touch of sorrow. I heard that the county magistrate is a renowned scholar, knowledgeable in many characters, so I would like you to teach me to read and write. I can give you this candied hawthorn stick. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan's heart trembled slightly. Indeed, Sichuan County, once a remote town, had hardly any exposure to systematic education. Few in the entire county had the opportunity to attend school and learn to read. Although the economy had developed and the people were living harmoniously, there was one critical issue. There were no teachers to guide these children. They are the future of Sichuan County. Are we to allow the entire county to remain as it was, devoid of books to read? Upon reflection, Zhou Chuan clenched his fist, inhaled deeply, and affectionately patted Bauer on the head, his face illuminating with a radiant smile. What is your name? He inquired. Bauer looked up at Zhou Chuan, her expression earnest, and replied, My name is Bauer. Just then, Qin Lu rushed over. A look of sincere apology etched upon his face as he addressed Zhou Chuan, county magistrate. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance caused by Bauer. Zhou Chuan waved his hand dismissively. It is of no consequence. Bauer is exceptionally endearing. Moreover, at such a tender age, she possesses a fervent desire for knowledge, which is truly a rare and admirable quality. Qin Lu, cradling Bauer in his arms, bowed respectfully. Your Excellency may not be aware, but Bauer has never had the opportunity to attend school since her birth. Hence, she has always yearned for it. Recently, she inquired about you. And fearing she might inadvertently offend you, I took the liberty of enlightening her about your illustrious achievements. Little did I anticipate that she would seek you out today. Zhou Chuan chuckled softly, shaking his head. Bauer has reminded me that the current Sichuan County indeed requires educators to enlighten these children in reading and writing. This matter is pressing and must be prioritized without delay. You may reach out to the Tsongshuan auction house to see if they can recommend any suitable teachers. We can offer a generous remuneration as long as they are willing to come to Sichuan County to educate the children. Qin Lu nodded, a glimmer of joy appearing on his face. I understand. I shall contact them immediately and ensure you are not disappointed, County Magistrate. Zhou Chuan stepped forward, gently touching the tip of Bauer's nose. In the meantime, gather all the children of Sichuan County, for I shall personally instruct them. This inaugural lesson will be delivered by none other than myself. Qin Lu's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Zhou Chuan in astonishment. The county magistrate himself was to teach these children. How extraordinary. This is indeed a rare and exceptional opportunity. Rest assured, Magistrate Zhou, I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. I guarantee you will not be disappointed. With that, Qin Lu hurriedly cradled the precious child and raced towards the distance. As he ran, he called out to the crowd of villagers, his excitement palpable. Friends, the esteemed magistrate intends to teach our children to read and write. Hurry and bring your children to the square. The esteemed magistrate? This is a remarkable scholar. They exclaimed. Quickly, send the children over. What is a remarkable scholar? Oh, a remarkable scholar is an extraordinary figure, even more esteemed than Master Yang from the neighboring county. Upon hearing Qin Lu's words, the villagers instinctively began to take action. Though many among them were unfamiliar with the term remarkable scholar, they understood the profound impact that an esteemed teacher could have on their children. This is what grants these children a new future. In the square, Zhou Chuan sat with a flourish, gazing at the hundreds of children seated before him, as well as the onlookers surrounding them, a smile gracing his face. I understand that among you, many may not even grasp the reason for learning to read and write. Now, allow me to enlighten you. For human effort is ultimately finite, and acquiring knowledge through reading enables us to perceive the truths of this world more profoundly. Upon hearing these words from Zhou Chuan, the children appeared somewhat bewildered. The truth of the world? It was Zhang Lin, observing from a distance, who was taken aback. He never anticipated that Zhou Chuan possessed such profound insights in this regard. Alas, the audience he had chosen was ill-suited, rendering his eloquent speech akin to playing music to a cow. As expected, one of the children raised their chubby little hand, looking at Zhou Chuan with wide, inquisitive eyes. County Magistrate, what is the use of understanding this world? Can it fill my stomach? I didn't have enough to eat this morning. Zhou Chuan was momentarily at a loss for words. As a scholarly individual, he found himself speechless at the child's remark. While he was engaged in discussing life ideals with these children, they were, in turn, confronting him with the harsh realities. Zhou Chuan gently tapped his forehead and exhaled. Indeed, in this matter, he had overthought. Not only the children, but even the villagers and many common folk were living for the sake of practicality. Those who genuinely pursue ideals are, after all, a minority. Reflecting on this, Zhou Chuan adjusted his mindset and earnestly addressed the chubby child. Of course, once you learn to read and write, you will be able to earn more silver, and in time, you shall enjoy an abundance of exquisite delicacies. Surely, the culinary delights you currently encounter are few and far between. Imagine the majestic tiger, the dragon emerging from the waters, and the soaring raptors. These meats are of exceptional succulence, ensuring that once you taste them, you will be forever captivated. Beyond the confines of Sichuan County, a myriad of delectable cuisines awaits your discovery. The moment Zhou Chuan concluded his words, all the children erupted with excitement. Even the villagers nearby found themselves salivating at the thought. This is hardly a form of instruction. This is clearly tantalizing their appetites. That water dragon, one can only wonder what it tastes like. If only I could have a taste. It would surely be a life without regrets. Qin Lu smiled at this scene. Truly, the top scholar is well-versed and knowledgeable. Chapter 50. Seizing destiny in one's own hands in the distance, Zhang Lin observed Zhou Chuan's actions and rhetoric stirring the emotions of the crowd, and could not help but shake his head. A water dragon, a tiger as formidable as a mountain, leaving aside other matters. It is certain that Zhou Chuan has only encountered such beings in books. For creatures of this nature, transcending the mundane, are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. If Zhou Chuan possessed such resources, how could he be enduring such hardships in Sichuan County? Furthermore, Zhang Lin sensed no corresponding transformation in Zhou Chuan. Zhou Chuan's physique could only be regarded as that of an ordinary mortal. Consuming such flesh would undoubtedly lead to a metamorphosis in Zhou Chuan's body. At that moment, the old blind man approached Zhang Lin, appearing somewhat astonished. "You, young man, your aura has changed again?" Zhang Lin looked at the old blind man and retorted, "Senior, you have deceived me. That so-called relic is not submerged in water at all. It lies beneath the county magistrate's residence." The old blind man chuckled awkwardly. As the saying goes, even the best-laid plans can go awry. "But tell me, have you ventured into the county magistrate's residence?" The old blind man regarded Zhang Lin with a look of surprise, as if he had uncovered something extraordinary. "Why else would I? There is something peculiar about the county magistrate's residence. Why do I feel an overwhelming pressure emanating from it? It seems to possess a natural restraint against wild gods." Zhang Lin gazed at the old blind man in confusion. Even now, this matter remains somewhat perplexing to him. The old blind man circled around Zhang Lin a few times, expressing his astonishment. "It has only been a short while, yet you have already reached the pinnacle of the 8th rank. There is no doubt. The reason I can ascertain your level is quite simple. Unless you attain the apex of the 8th rank, it would be impossible for you to emerge unscathed." Noticing the predatory glint in Zhang Lin's eyes, the old blind man cleared his throat, feeling somewhat disgruntled. "Allow me to explain. Initially, I did not anticipate that you would venture to the magistrate's office. In order to ensure that local cities are not besieged by wild deities, the court has taken measures to prevent local magistrates from being demonized, bestowing enhancements upon magistrate offices across various regions. The intensity of these barriers varies according to local circumstances. In Sichuan County, due to its underdeveloped conditions, the barrier's pressure is designed merely to deter wild deities below the 8th rank. If you were to go to Kaiyang Prefecture, unless you could attain the 6th rank, it would be tantamount to courting death." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin's heart jolted. Fortunately, there had been no magistrate in Sichuan County previously, and he had not been overly curious to investigate. Otherwise, he might have risked his very life. Indeed, the old blind man here is nothing but a pitfall. He does not believe for a moment that he has forgotten anything. It is likely that the old blind man simply wishes to instill a sense of caution in him, making him aware that in this world, dangers lurk everywhere. And without his intelligence, there would be no assurance of safety for his life here. This is merely an attempt to make him overly reliant on his presence. Zhang Lin exhaled deeply. "Senior, I have fulfilled the promise I made to you. If you desire the items within that relic, feel free to retrieve them yourself. Rest assured, I shall not contend with you over it." The old blind man slightly twitched the corner of his mouth and gestured dismissively. "All right. You can go when you have the time. As for me, I have just finished dealing with the corpse of that giant python. The harvest this time was quite satisfactory. I shall gift you a spiritual talisman. At a crucial moment, it may very well preserve your life." Zhang Lin gazed at the talisman in his hand, contemplating the now vanished old blind man for a moment. At this juncture, he had come to understand a certain truth. This relic is likely a mere facade. The old blind man intends to use this incident to test the worth of his surroundings. His objective is to ascertain whether there is any value in what he has nurtured. Zhang Lin is well aware of this. Such trials are absolute. Death is simply death. Were it not for the support of the system, one would not ascend to the pinnacle of the 8th rank. The consequences of this need not be elaborated. Zhang Lin gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. "Sooner or later, I shall seize my own destiny into my hands, whether it be him or the court. I shall act without reservation." Zhang Lin clenched his fist, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed in his mind. System upgrade complete. Several auxiliary systems have been added. Simultaneously, the method of acquiring incense has been adjusted. Only the incense value obtained on the 15th of each month will be considered valid. Zhang Lin's eyes widened, and a slight smile appeared on his lips as he opened his personal panel. Host, Zhang Lin Realm. Peak of the 8th rank can break through. Wild God spells. Water Dragon Whirlwind, Major Achievement. Soul Dream Kill, Beginner. Dream Creation, Beginner. God Shaking Stab, Beginner. Magic Artifact. 7th rank Alchemy Furnace, Damaged, Reparable, Incense Value. 15036. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Lin was momentarily taken aback. In the spell section, numerous descriptions had appeared. To his surprise, the only spell he had achieved a major level in was the Water Dragon Whirlwind. The others were merely at the beginner level. Ding. Spells of the same rank are categorized into beginner, minor achievement, major achievement, peak, and perfection. If one can attain perfection, they may fight beyond their rank. With this realization, Zhang Lin finally comprehended the situation. This spell will also become a crucial criterion for assessing combat prowess. On the surface, it appears to be at the pinnacle of the 8th rank. However, with the enhancement of these spells, even when confronted with a 7th rank opponent, there remains a chance for escape. The most critical factor is, this realm can be transcended, alleviating much of the pressure within his heart. However, the acquisition of this incense value left Zhang Lin with a tinge of regret. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have opted to temper the pace of his ascension. In this manner, through the system upgrade, he could amass a substantial amount of incense value, rather than enduring the current hardships. Zhang Lin shook his head and slowly rose to his feet. With circumstances having reached this point, regret served no purpose. There was but one crucial matter at hand, to swiftly consolidate his strength. The incense value has been fixed in time. Thus, it is imperative to fully mobilize the incense value on the 15th day. To achieve this, it is essential to instill a sense of reverence in the hearts of all the citizens. Only then can we ensure absolute certainty. Furthermore, we must elevate the population of Sichuan County to a new level. As long as the numbers are sufficient, there remains a glimmer of hope for all of this. With this thought, Zhang Lin's gaze became resolutely steadfast. He took a deep breath, declaring to himself that no one would impede his breakthrough. Chapter 51. She must not escape. Teaching these children is indeed no simple task. In the square, Guangchuan observed the departing citizens and could not help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow, exhaling a sigh of relief. During these 2 time periods, he was profoundly astonished by the boundless imagination of these children, regardless of the subject he broached. These youngsters invariably interjected with unexpected remarks. Had it not been for his extensive knowledge, he would have likely found himself at a loss for words. However, over time, Zhou Chuan deeply realized that such open-minded thinking might be most beneficial for the children. County Magistrate Zhou, today must have been quite taxing for you. Here is some warm tea I have prepared. You may sip it to soothe your throat, Qin Lu said with a jovial expression as he approached Zhou Chuan. Zhou Chuan regarded the teacup before him with surprise, looking at Qin Lu. What prompted you to think of this? Qin Lu met Zhou Chuan's gaze, his eyes reflecting a complex sentiment. County Magistrate Zhou, I must apologize for my earlier indiscretions. At that time, I believed that scholars such as yourselves possessed no real capabilities and could not endure hardship. I thought your role as our county magistrate might even influence Lord Yibo's perception of Sichuan County. However, I later realized that my views were too narrow-minded. You possess genuine talent and knowledge, and you were willing to impart these to the children. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan nodded, revealing a resigned smile. It was understandable why Qin Lu held such opinions, as many shared similar sentiments. While in the capital, he often encountered the notion that all pursuits are inferior, save for scholarly endeavors. To those learned individuals, anything beyond the confines of academic knowledge seemed unworthy of their time and energy. They often believed that time spent on the common folk would be better allocated to reading more books, thereby enhancing their understanding and striving for the emperor's favor. Reflecting on this, Zhou Chuan patted Qin Lu on the shoulder. That is of no consequence. Just remember to find some teachers soon. Otherwise, relying solely on my efforts will be rather challenging. You wouldn't want me to become utterly overwhelmed by these matters, would you? I still have the responsibility of leading the entire Sichuan County towards prosperity. Qin Lu nodded vigorously, turning to pay his respects in the direction of the Yibo Temple. Thank you, Lord Yibo, for your protection and for bringing us such an outstanding county magistrate. Zhou Chuan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. How had his arrival in Sichuan County become perceived as a blessing from Lord Yibo? Zhou Chuan waved his hand, relinquishing his struggle. At this point, he had come to regard the matter with a sense of detachment. There was no need to become overly entangled in this issue. After all, during this time, he had been under protection. Otherwise, he would have been left to wander the streets, destitute. Since you all hold such regard for Lord Yibo, why not establish a precise date? Let us select a specific day each month to honor Lord Yibo. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Chuan spoke earnestly. Qin Lu clapped his hands and nodded at Zhou Chuan. What the county magistrate says is indeed wise. The reason no decision had been made earlier was that no one could take the lead. Thus, even if there were such intentions, they remained unfulfilled. Zhou Chuan patted Qin Lu on the shoulder. This is simple. Let us choose the 15th. It is said that the 15th is a day of reunion. So why not honor Lord Hebo on this day? This would also strengthen the bond between the people and Lord Hebo. A radiant smile spread across Qin Lu's face. I understand. In the distance, Zhang Lin, upon hearing Zhou Chuan's words, felt his hand holding the tea slightly stiffen. He had originally intended to enter Zhou Chuan's dreams and convey the plan for the 15th. Who would have thought that Zhou Chuan would bring it up himself? This truly took him by surprise. Indeed, having such a county magistrate has alleviated many burdens. As long as he can manage to cultivate a more prosperous Sichuan County, it will undoubtedly attract a multitude of people to this locale. By that time, the influx of incense value will surely be substantial. Zhang Lin couldn't help but murmur to himself. It appears that he yearns to transcend to a more profound realm. The scale of the populace shall undoubtedly emerge as a paramount concern. In regard to the Songshuan auction house, there may be opportunities to delve into the matter further. Outside of Shikawa, at this very moment, Miss Wu resides within her carriage, observing the scene before her, her eyes momentarily glimmering before breaking into a radiant smile. Indeed, Shikawa is extraordinary. It appears that the decision to come here was remarkably astute. Just as Miss Wu was about to raise her wine cup, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to glance back towards Shikawa. Is Zhou Chuan truly the venerated leader of Shikawa, or could he be the legendary river god? Miss Wu shook her head, unable to suppress a soft sigh. Although Zhou Chuan is undoubtedly a formidable figure, he is acutely aware that the true architect behind these events lies in the shadows. She shook her head again. Despite these lingering thoughts, she recognized the necessity of focusing on her own responsibilities. As a merchant, she is well aware that some matters are open to inquiry and action, while others are profoundly different. Much like the auction house, which has now established a branch, it is clear that they are poised for assured profitability. The shopkeeper has just received a letter. Would you care to take a look? Miss Wu arched an eyebrow. At that moment, a letter was at hand. Just as Wu Nyang was about to unfold the missive, a gleaming blade lunged towards her. Witnessing this scene, her eyes widened in shock. She swiftly delivered a kick, sending the guard sprawling aside. Around the carriage, the cacophony of battle erupted, echoing through the air. The sound plunged Wu Nyang's heart into despair. There was a problem. She had not anticipated that a prestigious auction house would resort to such unscrupulous tactics to fulfill its ambitions. They were willing to expend exorbitant sums merely to ambush her on this path. Without hesitation, Wu Nyang leaped into the nearby river. In this moment, she had to take a desperate gamble. If she could return to Kaiyang Prefecture, she would ensure that these individuals would face repercussions. As for now, her foremost priority was to survive. As Wu Nyang fled, the expressions of the other guards shifted dramatically, and they hastily attempted to pursue her. However, the swift current of the river instilled a sense of uncertainty in their hearts. No, they absolutely could not allow her to escape. Chapter 52, Committing Evil and Seeking Escape? On the banks of Sichuan County, Zhou Chuan gazed contemplatively at the flowing river before him. In terms of scenery, Sichuan County far surpassed other counties. The river, flanked by verdant mountains, evoked a sense of tranquility and refreshment. Should this landscape be harnessed, it could potentially lead to a significant increase in the county's population. Brother Qin, do you know why Kaiyang Prefecture flourishes so? Zhou Chuan inquired. It even ranks among the foremost in all the prefectures. Qin Lu, taken aback by the question, looked at Zhou Chuan with puzzlement. Hasn't Kaiyang Prefecture always been prosperous? It seems to have been so since the founding of the nation. Moreover, I have not traveled to other places. The largest city I have visited is Kaiyang Prefecture itself, so I am somewhat at a loss regarding your point. Scratching his head awkwardly, Qin Lu replied. Zhou Chuan could not help but chuckle at this. The prosperity of Kaiyang Prefecture is due to the emergence of a great general. This general is hailed as the foremost warrior, victorious in every battle. Consequently, because of this illustrious figure, Kaiyang Prefecture has become a place of admiration and aspiration for all. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu clapped his hands in excitement. I know this. General Luo Chung. Zhou Chuan nodded, placing his hands behind his back. Thus, it is the same for Sichuan County. If, one day, we could produce a top scholar, our fame would surely spread throughout the land. Therefore, education is of paramount importance. Qin Lu, taking a deep breath, became gravely serious. I understand your intent. Rest assured, I shall prioritize the matter at hand. However, concerning Manager Wu, there seems to be someone unresponsive over there. Zhou Chuan and Qin Lu turned their gaze, only to behold a figure hovering by the riverbank. Zhou Chuan widened his eyes and, alongside Qin Lu, approached the scene. As they beheld the unconscious Wu Yang, they exchanged glances filled with astonishment. Indeed, it is as if the very mention of Cao Cao summons him forth. However, the situation with the fifth shopkeeper appears to be rather peculiar. Has someone been harmed? Zhou Chuan stepped forward and gently touched the tip of his nose. He finally let out a sigh of relief. There was still breath in him, but he seemed to bear some injuries. He hastily decided to bring him back, for this individual must not come to harm. Otherwise, Ishikawa Prefecture might suffer the consequences. Xu Chuan was acutely aware of this. The proprietor of the Tsongshuan auction house journeyed to Ishikawa Prefecture to discuss a collaboration, only to meet an untimely demise. Should this news spread, who would dare to conduct business in Ishikawa Prefecture thereafter? Isn't this undermining the reputation? Understood. As Zhou Chuan and others escorted Wu Yang back, Zhang Lin's figure gradually emerged on the surface of the water. With one hand propping up his chin, he sighed softly. Poor Wu Yang, indeed. To have been betrayed by a group of subordinates. Fortunately, she was in Sichuan. Had it been elsewhere, her safety could not have been guaranteed. However, those individuals should not entertain the notion of departing unscathed. Zhang Lin's gaze deepened. His entire figure hovered above the distant waters. At that moment, several guards were scanning the surroundings from their canoe. One of them bore an especially grim expression. Damn it! That esteemed gentleman had explicitly instructed that the living must be seen and the dead must be accounted for. If we fail to bring back a corpse, none of us shall escape unscathed. The others, upon hearing these words, appeared equally pale. They are acutely aware of the intricate stakes involved in this matter. This sent a slight tremor through their hearts. The methods employed by that individual were exceptionally ruthless. If I were to offend that individual, I would be doomed. At that moment, the surface of the water began to ripple. A gust of wind wafted in from a distance. The canoe suddenly became exceedingly unstable. Several guards widened their eyes, unable to comprehend the situation. What is happening? Why has the wind risen so abruptly? Indeed, was everything fine just a moment ago? Tension and apprehension gripped them all. Primarily, on this water surface, their martial prowess found itself rendered nearly useless. In the next instant, the water surged violently. A towering wave, 5 meters high, seemed poised to engulf them entirely. They gazed on with wide eyes, a sense of despair washing over them. Boom! As the colossal wave swallowed all, the river surface returned to an eerie calm. Fragments of the canoe floated upon the water. Zhang Lin observed the few who had sunk beneath the surface, his eyes flickering momentarily. Their grievances will be for them to resolve. Upon finishing his thought, a massive wave swept the individuals up, entwined in vines, and cast them ashore with a firm grip. Witnessing this scene, some villagers hastily knelt, fervently bowing in reverence. We pay our respects to Lord of the River. These individuals are guilty of heinous crimes, having provoked the Lord of the River to wrath, personally delivering them here. They must be taken to the magistrate's office. Indeed. Hurry and transport them there. We must not allow these scoundrels to escape. The villagers, filled with righteous indignation, promptly escorted the captives towards the magistrate's office. Inside the magistrate's office, Zhou Chuan observed the figures of the guards with a raised brow. Turning to the villagers, he exclaimed incredulously, "Are you suggesting that these individuals were cast ashore by the Lord of the River, and that the vines have been entwined around them all along?" The villagers nodded vigorously. Yes, that is precisely the case. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan began to piece together the circumstances. The individuals before him were likely involved in the plot against Wu Yang. However, this matter had come to the attention of the Lord of the River, who, while rescuing Wu Yang, had also apprehended these villains. A smile involuntarily crept upon Zhou Chuan's face. Though he typically held skepticism towards such matters, he now found himself harboring an inexplicable faith in the Lord of the River. This is indeed intriguing. Let us first detain them all. We shall discuss the specifics once the fifth master regains consciousness. Zhou Chuan waved his hand, his demeanor exceedingly grave. As several guards were apprehended, Zhou Chuan stepped into an adjacent chamber. He gazed at the unconscious fifth lady upon the bed and cast a glance at the physician beside him. "Doctor, what is her condition?" Upon hearing this, the physician sighed softly. "The situation with this young lady is rather dire. She must have sustained injuries prior to her immersion, and the prolonged duration in the water has left her vital signs alarmingly faint. Now, it is solely up to her to endure. Should she fail to pull through, I fear the consequences would be grave." Zhou Chuan fell into a moment of silence, a sense of weariness enveloping him. Isn't this a jest at one's own expense? This cannot be permitted. It is time to seek the River Lord's guidance. Chapter 53. Let us engage in a contest. Inside the River Lord's temple, Zhou Chuan gazed at Qin Lu beside him, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Brother Qin, when you previously sought the River Lord's assistance, what methods did you employ? Were there any specific rituals involved? Zhou Chuan chuckled awkwardly. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. He dared not exhibit even the slightest carelessness. Particularly, he harbored a foreboding sense that this Wen Yang would encounter a similar assassination attempt. This attests to one undeniable truth. The identity of the fifth lady may indeed be of a stature far greater than he had ever envisioned. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu shook his head and cast a light smile at Zhou Chuan. Rest assured, County Magistrate Zhou, there is no specific ritual required. Sincerity of heart is all that is needed. The river god has never troubled those who are earnest in their intentions. Zhou Chuan nodded in agreement, then turned to face the statue of the river god, clasping his hands together and kneeling upon the mat. O river god. This fifth manager is a prominent figure in the Tsongshan auction house. Although this assassination is unrelated to our Sichuan County, should anything happen to her here, it would profoundly impact our entire region. Thus, I beseech you, river god, to extend your assistance. Grant us a potent remedy to restore the fifth manager to her former state. Having spoken, Zhou Chuan bowed several times in reverence. Just as he raised his head after the final bow, he noticed a wooden box had appeared on the mat before him. Inside the box lay a medicinal pill. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Chuan blinked in disbelief. No, such astonishing efficiency. Zhou Chuan was acutely aware that in other grand cities, even when individuals beseeched these deities for assistance, it often required an exceedingly protracted duration. At the very least, it would take several days for a response. Yet here, from the moment he uttered his request to the instant it was fulfilled by the river god, merely a few breaths had elapsed. The Lord of the River God is truly remarkable, isn't he? Governor Zhou, I told you, as long as one is sincere, the River God will certainly not trouble any honest individual. Rest assured, with this elixir, Master Wu will undoubtedly be safe. In fact, this incident might even lead Master Wu to owe us a debt of gratitude from Sichuan County. The matter regarding the gentleman will surely find resolution. Qin Lu, gazing at Zhou Chuan, could not help but chuckle. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan was momentarily taken aback, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. Quickly administer this elixir to Master Wu. As the group departed, Zhang Lin appeared within the river god temple. He shook his head in disbelief. Master Wu's injury was not severe. This antidote would suffice. I hope everything goes smoothly for them this time. At that moment, the old blind man entered the temple and, upon seeing Zhang Lin, expressed his astonishment. You truly care about the lives of the people of Sichuan County. You exert yourself to rescue individuals, capture the culprits, and now you even use an 8th-grade elixir to prolong that young lady's life. You are quite the benevolent soul. Zhang Lin, hearing this, looked at the old blind man with a hint of helplessness. Senior, please refrain from jesting. I am merely acting out of necessity. However, I do wish to inquire about one matter. What exactly is the background of that young lady? You must be well aware of it. The old blind man shot Zhang Lin an exasperated glance and retorted, Do you truly consider me an all-knowing sage? Let me tell you. Had this young lady not possessed a notable background, I might not have discerned her identity at all. Zhang Lin's eyes flickered with curiosity as he chuckled lightly. Since you are aware, please share it with me, so I may make a proper assessment. The old blind man snorted, clapped his hands, and, with a serious expression, declared, Let me enlighten you. This young lady does not bear the surname Wu. Her true surname is Luo. She is a descendant of that esteemed general. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin's eyes widened in disbelief, and he instinctively gasped. The esteemed general? I never would have imagined. The proprietor of this auction house possesses quite a remarkable background. Could it be that she has discerned my peculiarities? Zhang Lin opened his mouth, expressing his frustration. At this moment, he truly wished to avoid entanglements with such influential figures. After all, a misstep could very well cost him his life. The old blind man couldn't help but chuckle, glancing at Zhang Lin before whistling softly. I never imagined that you, young lad, would ever experience fear. I had always thought you to be the type unafraid of anything. Zhang Lin slumped onto the cushion, gazing at the old blind man with a deep sigh. Of course, I am afraid. The circumstances are different now. My current strength is insufficient, lacking the means for self-preservation. Unless, one day, my power grows formidable enough to instill a sense of invulnerability. The old blind man sighed with a hint of melancholy. Unafraid of anyone? How could that be possible? Once your strength reaches a certain level, you will come to realize that there will always be individuals who command your respect. The old blind man observed Zhang Lin in silence for a moment before continuing with an ineffable expression. Just like me, there are still many formidable figures in this world. It was my own arrogance that led me to this current predicament. Zhang Lin waved his hand and chuckled lightly. Rest assured, Senior, I will be more cautious than anyone. The old blind man couldn't help but laugh. He had a fair understanding of Zhang Lin's character. This may indeed be an opportunity. Today, I am not here to discuss this matter with you. In present-day Ishikawa, it has come under the scrutiny of the Xinyuan auction house. Upon hearing this name, Zhang Lin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Xinyuan auction house? The very nemesis of Wunyang? The old blind man nodded. Indeed. The individuals behind Xinyuan auction house are of no ordinary stature. It is said that one of them is a prince. Zhang Lin's lips twitched. As expected. This is quite a hot potato. However, I never anticipated that Xinyuan auction house would take an interest in a place like Ishikawa. This is indeed rather peculiar. I understand your intent, esteemed senior. Rest assured, in Chikawa, it is not merely anyone who can manipulate matters at will. Should they wish to take action against Chikawa, they must first consider their own capabilities. Zhang Lin exuded an air of confidence. At present, he stood at the pinnacle of the 8th rank. Within Chikawa, bolstered by the support of its citizens and the flowing river, he would dare to contend even with those of the 7th rank. Chapter 54. This is indeed a significant matter. You possess quite the audacity. However, you may take a moment to breathe easy, although you have caught their attention. I can still assist you in navigating this situation for a short while longer, allowing you a bit more time. The old blind man waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Lin looked at the old blind man with surprise. Senior, I did not expect you to be so benevolent towards me. Is there anything I can do to assist? Zhang Lin slightly cupped his hands in respect. The old blind man glanced at Zhang Lin nonchalantly and nodded. Indeed, there is something. I require your assistance in gathering these materials. The more, the better. I am rather lazy by nature and have little inclination to engage in such tedious tasks. The old blind man admitted with a yawn. Zhang Lin examined the list handed to him by the old blind man and noted that the items were not particularly complex. However, the quantity was indeed substantial. Zhang Lin flicked the paper and cleared his throat. Senior, I can only promise to gather them as swiftly as possible. I cannot guarantee the exact time frame. Upon hearing this, the old blind man waved his hand again. Just do it as quickly as you can. As the old blind man departed, Zhang Lin remained rooted in place, gazing at the paper in his hand, shaking his head in contemplation. This matter is far from easily resolved. Nevertheless, I shall do my utmost. Inside the room, Wu Yang drowsily opened her eyes, gazing at the scene before her, momentarily bewildered. Where am I? Just as she attempted to sit up, Baobao approached her, wide-eyed and curiously observing her. You finally awakened. This is Sichuan County. Wu Yang patted her forehead as memories flooded back. She quickly realized that after her plunge, she had indeed been rescued. Indeed, her life was not meant to end here. This time, we must ensure that these individuals pay a heavy price. Bauer, please refrain from disturbing the steward's rest. At that moment, Qin Lu entered from outside, glancing at the awakened Wu Nyang with a gentle smile. Steward Wu, our county magistrate will be arriving shortly. This incident was truly a lapse on our part. We should have dispatched someone to escort you home. Wu Nyang shook her head and exhaled softly. I am perfectly fine here. In fact, I should be the one expressing my gratitude. Had it not been for your assistance, I fear I would have met my demise in those waters. Wu Nyang remarked with a hint of sentimentality. Qin Lu quickly waved his hand in dismissal. This is not our merit. It was the River Lord who discovered you. He brought you to the shore, allowing us to rescue you in time. Moreover, it was thanks to the River Lord's elixir that you have awakened. Upon hearing this, Wu Nyang was somewhat taken aback. The River Lord? Once again, it is the River Lord. She was astonished that her savior was indeed the River Lord. Sitting up from the bed, she looked at Qin Lu. Please extend my gratitude to the River Lord for his assistance. I, Wu Nyang, shall remember this kindness. Qin Lu scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. By the way, Steward Wu, we have another matter for which we seek your assistance. We wish to establish a private school, enabling these children to acquire greater knowledge, so that their future does not confine them to this remote land, as it has for us. Therefore, we hope you could recommend a few teachers. Rest assured regarding the remuneration, we will not allow these teachers to work without compensation. Wu Nyang was taken aback. Establish a private school? Has Ishikawa Prefecture truly progressed to this extent now? Zhou Chuan. This individual is indeed extraordinary, possessing such magnificent aspirations. If Zhou Chuan were to remain in Ishikawa Prefecture for an extended period, he would undoubtedly achieve something significant. In the future, Ishikawa Prefecture may very well become widely recognized. This is a minor concern. Even without the current events, I would be more than willing to make introductions if you so desire. As for now, I can introduce you to numerous gentlemen, as well as some martial generals, to instruct these children in martial arts. Essentially, it will enable them to achieve a true balance of both scholarly and martial prowess. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu was filled with immense excitement. If only such abundant resources could be obtained, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for Ishikawa Prefecture. My heartfelt gratitude to you, Master Wu. At that moment, Zhou Chuan also entered the room. Upon seeing the awakened Miss Wu, he let out a sigh of relief. Zhou Chuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Master Wu, you have finally regained consciousness. Had you remained asleep any longer, I fear I would have been quite anxious. Miss Wu rose and, with utmost sincerity, bowed to Zhou Chuan. I am immensely grateful for the assistance rendered by County Magistrate Zhou during this ordeal. Rest assured, I am at your service. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Within the confines of Kaiyang Prefecture, should you encounter any issues, you may always seek my aid. While I cannot guarantee absolute resolutions, I assure you that most matters can be addressed. Zhou Chuan exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Lu and nodded. Thank you, Master Wu. By the way, we have detained your guards in the prison. At the time, they were found on the shore, entangled in vines, which aroused my suspicions. I believe they might not be aligned with you, Master Wu, and thus took the liberty of confining them. Miss Wu took a deep breath, her expression one of disbelief. The river god is truly remarkable. I never anticipated that he would possess such knowledge. Fifth Lady displayed an expression of helplessness. Unbeknownst to you both, the assassination attempt I encountered this time was orchestrated by them. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to County Magistrate Zhou and to the River God for their assistance. Once I have fully recovered, I shall personally visit the River God Temple to express my sincerest thanks to the River God. Zhou Chuan and Qin Lu nodded in agreement. Fifth Lady, there is no rush. Your primary focus should be on recuperating, and you may express your gratitude at a later time. However, it has been some time since you fell unconscious. It would be prudent to send a message back to Kaiyang Prefecture. Otherwise, the Tsangshuan auction house may descend into chaos. Zhou Chuan spoke earnestly. Fifth Lady pondered for a moment before nodding. I understand your concern. Rest assured, I am fully aware of these matters. I will certainly ensure that you are not put in a difficult position. Coincidentally, I shall also address the affairs concerning the children's education, as it is of utmost importance and must not be delayed. Fifth Lady's expression was exceedingly solemn. Chapter 55. Do you not wish to know who seeks your life? As Fifth Lady dispatched the letter, Zhou Chuan finally let out a sigh of relief. He gazed curiously at Fifth Lady. Do you not wish to interrogate those guards to ascertain who desires your demise? Upon hearing this, Fifth Lady slightly shook her head, her eyes taking on a profound depth. It is unnecessary. Within Kaiyang Prefecture, the number of individuals daring to act against me is few. Most likely, it is someone from the Xingyuan auction house. Fifth Lady gestured dismissively. Zhou Chuan regarded Fifth Lady, shaking his head. Fifth Lady, as partners in this collaboration, I hope you can confront the issue rather than evade it. Fifth Lady cast a complex glance at Zhou Chuan. Standing by the window, observing the scenery outside, she exhaled deeply. You are right, in this regard. I have been somewhat presumptuous. You speak the truth. There is also the possibility that my relatives, motivated by the power I hold, may wish to harm me and could even frame the Xingyuan auction house for it, achieving two objectives with one act. Zhou Chuan's eyes flickered slightly. He watched as Fifth Lady let out a light laugh. Since you are already aware, I shall refrain from further comments. As I have stated before, the Stone River County is always open to you. Fifth Lady, you may recuperate here until your health is restored. Furthermore, when you return to Kaiyang Prefecture, should you require assistance, please do not hesitate to speak up. As long as it is within my capacity to help, I will not decline. Zhou Chuan patted his chest and spoke with utmost seriousness. Upon witnessing this, Wen Yang couldn't help but stifle a giggle. Zhou County Magistrate's demeanor genuinely touched the young lady. Perhaps I should marry into Sichuan County and wholeheartedly become one of its own. Zhou Chuan quickly waved his hand and cleared his throat. I appreciate your sentiment, but alas, at present, Zhou has yet to achieve his ambitions and lacks the energy to indulge such whims. Wen Yang shot Zhou Chuan an exasperated glance. County Magistrate Zhou, what are you thinking? Do you believe I was referring to you? Rest assured, I harbor no interest in a frail scholar like you. To be my husband, one must possess both literary and martial prowess. Zhou Chuan opened his mouth, revealing a rather awkward smile. My apologies for the misunderstanding. He coughed lightly. In the distance, Qin Lu observed the scene and couldn't suppress a chuckle. Indeed, only Wu Nyang would dare to openly critique Zhou Chuan. If it were anyone else, such audacity would surely incur consequences. Like myself, who once mocked Zhou Chuan's fishing skills and was subsequently dragged into a week of fishing, leaving me with a lingering aversion to it. Sensing Qin Lu's amusement, Zhou Chuan glanced over at him. Qin Lu, I feel my fishing skills have improved recently. I shall catch a few more later and treat you to another fish feast, Zhou Chuan remarked, somewhat irritably. Qin Lu twitched his lips and shook his head rapidly. I just remembered that I have matters at home to attend to, so I shall take Bao and leave now. With that, Qin Lu hurriedly departed the scene with Bao in tow. Wu Nyang shook her head at this sight. County Magistrate Zhou, we must express our gratitude to Lord He Bo for his assistance. How shall we properly thank him? Does Lord He Bo have any specific requirements for offerings? Wu Nyang inquired curiously. In her understanding, deities of this nature typically required appropriate offerings, lest they provoke divine wrath. She had encountered countless such cases in the past. Zhou Chuan chuckled softly upon hearing this. Wu Nyang, you worry too much. Lord He Bo is always approachable and has never been picky about offerings. I recall a while back, a child fell gravely ill, and the mother merely offered some weeds, yet Lord He Bo still rendered aid. Wu Nyang's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Zhou Chuan. What? Weeds are acceptable? Is the river god truly devoid of desires and aspirations? How fortunate it is for Ishikawa Prefecture to possess such a divine being. Magistrate Zhou, heed my counsel and treat the river god with the utmost respect. To have such an entity offering protection is a privilege for Ishikawa. Should the day arrive when the river god departs, it would constitute the greatest loss for our region. Zhou Chuan felt a jolt within. Could the river god indeed leave? The words of Wu Nyang had left him breathless. It is essential to recognize that the current prosperity of Ishikawa is entirely built upon the foundation of the river goddess' presence. If the river god were to abandon us, would Ishikawa revert to its former state? Zhou Chuan was engulfed in uncertainty, for this possibility loomed large. A solution must be found. It is imperative to ensure the river god is satisfied with Ishikawa. Not only should the river god's temple be restored, but the offerings must also be meticulously prepared. Furthermore, efforts could be made to promote the river god's deeds, perhaps by composing laudatory biographies of illustrious figures associated with him. This would enlighten both the citizens of Ishikawa and visitors about the profound impact of the river god. I am grateful for your timely warning, Wu Zhuangguo. Otherwise, I might have inadvertently invited catastrophe, Zhou Chuan remarked, filled with a sense of reflection. Upon hearing this, Wu Nyang slightly shook her head and chuckled softly. There is no need for such anxiety. I shall also come to Ishikawa on the 15th day to pay homage to the river god. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan's face illuminated with a radiant smile. This is splendid. With Wu Nyang present, the scale of Ishikawa will undoubtedly expand further. Moreover, Wu Nyang herself is a remarkable emblem. In due time, we can leverage her esteemed name to draw even more individuals to Ishikawa. Within the Kaiyang mansion, at this very moment, Manager Wang perused the information before him. Humming a cheerful tune, his somewhat plump visage radiating a hint of satisfaction. Wu Nyang, oh Wu Nyang, do you truly believe that with those pearls, you can engage in a contest of strength with me? How utterly naive. A cold glint flickered in Manager Wang's eyes. He raised his hand, gesturing to the guard beside him, and continued. The manager of the Tsangshuan auction house has encountered a predicament. Swiftly consolidate all resources of the Tsangshuan auction house. We must incorporate everything into the Xingyuan auction house in the shortest possible time. Upon hearing this, the guard respectfully bowed in acknowledgement. As you command. As the guard departed, Manager Wang cast the letter into the nearby brazier. Chapter 56. The right to education within Ishikawa. Wu Nyang relished the scene before her. In the square, Zhou Chuan was earnestly instructing a group of children in reading and writing. Observing the esteemed scholar being somewhat flustered by the antics of the children, Wu Nyang could hardly suppress a smile. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly provoke much laughter among many. Qin Lu stood beside Wu Nyang, gazing at her and scratching his head in a gesture of uncertainty. Shopkeeper Wu, I perceive that here in Sichuan County, you appear even more approachable than when you were in Kaiyang Prefecture. Upon hearing this, Wu Nyang turned her head to look at Qin Lu, slightly shook her head, and chuckled softly. The reason is quite simple. In Sichuan County, I am merely Wu Nyang. There is no such title as Shopkeeper Wu. Before my return to Kaiyang Prefecture, I was merely an ordinary citizen who happened to linger in Sichuan County. Aside from a handful of you few who are aware of my true identity, the other townsfolk regard me as one of their own. To be frank, life in Kaiyang Prefecture was rather dull. The subordinates, due to my position as shopkeeper, were hesitant to speak to me for fear of incurring my displeasure, while competitors were excessively wary of losing business to me. The daily intrigues and machinations were exceedingly taxing. It pales in comparison to the freedom of being an ordinary Wunyang. Wunyang stretched out her arms, expressing her sentiments with a hint of nostalgia. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Wunyang's experiences were difficult for him to empathize with, as he had never truly known such heights. In his world, had it not been for the river goddess intervention, he might have remained in mediocrity for a lifetime. Regardless of which version of Qin Lu, none would be of any consequence. Shopkeeper Wu, your words are indeed profound. To expect me to comprehend them is somewhat unreasonable. Wunyang covered her mouth and let out a soft laugh, walking a short distance away. Yet, after only a few steps, she halted. Observing the bundles of weeds held by the villagers, her lips twitching slightly. What nonsense it is to call this a weed. She has delved into the study of cultivation and possesses a certain degree of knowledge in this regard. These herbs, albeit of lesser age, are nonetheless spiritual plants. It is rather astonishing that such treasures abound in Sichuan County, a fact previously unnoticed. Contemplating this, Wunyang approached one of the villagers, a faint smile gracing her lips, and inquired, "To where are you transporting these items?" One villager, regarding Wunyang, nodded in acknowledgement. "These are offerings for Lord Hebo." For some reason, it seems that Lord Hebo has a particular fondness for these items. Upon hearing this, Wunyang's eyes narrowed slightly. If Lord Hebo has an affinity for these spiritual herbs, then surely she could cater to his tastes. Resolute in her thoughts, Wunyang made her way to the Hebo temple. Observing the flickering candlelight, she bowed respectfully, expressing her gratitude. "Lord Hebo, I extend my heartfelt thanks for your previous assistance, which saved my life. Were it not for your intervention, I fear I would have met my demise. This is a small token of my appreciation. I humbly ask you to accept it." Wunyang produced a high-grade spiritual stone from her possession and placed it upon the offering table. With a bow, she turned and departed. Not long after, Zhang Lin's figure gradually emerged. Observing the silhouette of the departing woman, Zhang Lin's eyes flickered slightly. This young lady possesses a certain cleverness. She actually comprehended what I desired. This high-grade spiritual stone is undoubtedly a treasure to others. Alas, for me, it has become somewhat superfluous. Zhang Lin let out a helpless sigh. The crux of the matter is that with the support of the system, my elevation in rank solely hinges on the amount of incense value I possess. The cultivation of this spiritual stone, though rapid, pales in comparison to the swift advancements provided by the system. Zhang Lin took a deep breath. Gazing at the scene before him, his eyes flickering with a glimmer of anticipation. It is approaching rapidly. The distance to 15 is narrowing with each passing moment. Should the incense value attain this time meet expectations, then the breakthrough to the 7th tier of mastery would be but a matter of days. Soon, 3 days slipped away in the blink of an eye. A merchant caravan appeared, slowly making its way towards Sichuan County. Upon seeing the banner, Wenyang raised an eyebrow. Finally, they have arrived? Beside her, Zhou Chuan, witnessing the scene, felt overwhelmed with emotion. As a county magistrate, he had been somewhat beleaguered by these children in recent days. His composure fraying considerably. These children are truly exceptional in their mischief. Their level of playfulness often exceeds imagination. On several occasions, he found himself at a loss for words in response to their inquiries. Of course, the most critical aspect is that he must confront the minds of over 100 imaginative youngsters, all on his own. The pressure has indeed become somewhat overwhelming. "Is this person under your supervision, 5th manager?" Zhou Chuan inquired, visibly agitated as he gazed at Wunyang. Wunyang nodded in affirmation. "This time, I have arranged for 7 gentlemen and 3 martial instructors. With their collaborative efforts in guiding these children, it should not pose a challenge. However, I do harbor a question. Is it not said that scholars are not confined by age, as long as one possesses a fervent desire to learn?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan felt a jolt within him. Initially, he had merely considered the notion that the children represent the future of Sichuan, yet he had overlooked a crucial point. It is not solely the children. Every citizen of Sichuan constitutes a part of its future. They should not be deprived of learning opportunities simply due to their advanced age. Zhou Chuan reflected deeply. During this time, he had indeed observed many adults displaying a fervent thirst for knowledge as they watched the children learn. This realization filled him with a sense of guilt. Were it not for Wu Nyang's reminder, he might have continued to overlook this vital aspect. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Chuan gazed at Wu Nyang and respectfully bowed. Fifth manager, I sincerely thank you for your reminder. Otherwise, I fear I would have inadvertently disheartened many citizens here. Moving forward, I will categorize them into different classes based on their educational backgrounds, ensuring they receive the most appropriate education. I strive to provide each individual with the opportunity to learn and engage with new knowledge. Wu Nyang nodded in agreement. In fact, Lord Zhou, you have already excelled in this regard beyond many others. I believe that after this, you will undoubtedly become an exceptional county magistrate. Zhou Chuan chuckled wryly. I do not aspire to be immortalized in history. I merely hope to live up to the title of county magistrate. Wu Nyang's eyes flickered slightly as she nodded. Chapter 57. The captivation of personal charisma. With the arrival of numerous scholars and martial instructors, the entire Sichuan County became extraordinarily lively. For many citizens, this marked the beginning of a new future for their children. These individuals are the guiding lights for their children. Consequently, each villager is imbued with a heightened sense of warmth and hospitality, eager to present the finest wines and delicacies from their homes in a generous display of welcome. This fervent demeanor left the gentlemen utterly astounded. Initially, they were compelled to venture into this remote locale solely due to the influence of Miss Wu. However, they were taken aback by the stark contrast to their preconceived notions. Which impoverished region's denizens could possibly adorn their doorways with such magnificent pearls as mere decorations? Not only they, but even some prominent figures would scarcely indulge in such extravagance. It is essential to recognize that such pearls are, in essence, treasures that are seldom encountered. Yet, in this Shijia County, it felt akin to stumbling upon a veritable trove of pearls. This is indeed somewhat unbelievable. As the situation grew increasingly chaotic, Zhou Chuan finally stepped forward, gazing at the gathered villagers. Esteemed villagers, the grand ceremony in honor of the river god is fast approaching. Let us not forget our solemn duty. This time, we must collectively present a magnificent surprise for the river god, demonstrating our unwavering respect and reverence for him as the citizens of Sichuan County. Upon hearing Zhou Chuan's words, the crowd exchanged glances and comprehension dawned upon them. Indeed, the river god holds paramount importance. There must be no losses incurred. Otherwise, what face would they have left to beseech the river god for assistance? At that moment, several gentlemen also took notice of Zhou Chuan. This left them utterly astonished. Is this not the illustrious flower of the examination? How could he possibly come here to serve as the county magistrate? Indeed, for a flower of the examination to arrive in Sichuan County is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. If I were a flower of the examination, I would not linger here in Sichuan County, not even in the prefecture of Cayenne would I remain. Staying in the capital would undoubtedly be the wisest choice. Observing this, Zhou Chuan turned to several gentlemen and revealed a faint smile. Gentlemen, within the confines of Sichuan County, we share a singular identity. We are educators. Our duty is to impart all that we have heard, seen, and felt to these children, whether one is a flower of the examination or an ordinary teacher. In the hearts of these children, we hold the same esteemed position. We are their mentors, guiding them in the pursuit of knowledge and understanding. Inspired by Zhou Chuan's words, the group brimmed with enthusiasm, as if eager to dedicate their very selves to the service of the common people. Witnessing this scene, Wu Nyang could not help but shake her head in disbelief. Who would have imagined? This week, Chuan has surprisingly displayed such inspiring prowess. Prior to this, I had underestimated him somewhat. Wu Nyang gazed towards the direction of the prison. At this juncture, it was indeed time to address matters here. Wu Nyang entered the confines of the dungeon. Observing the few guards imprisoned, her gaze turned icy. You have accompanied me for quite some time, have you not? I have invested significantly in you, and yet you dare to ally with others against me? To betray me? Who bestowed upon you the audacity? The guards. Upon hearing her words, bowed their heads, unable to meet Wu Nyang's gaze. These words filled them with an overwhelming sense of shame, much like what Wu Nyang had articulated. In truth, she found herself at a loss for words when it came to them. Had it not been for Wu Nyang, they might have perished long ago amidst the chaos of this tumultuous era. Where else could they have secured such a favorable position? Shopkeeper Wu, we are left with no choice, they implored. They have taken our family members captive. If we do not comply with their demands, our loved ones will face dire consequences. We are compelled to act for their safety. Upon hearing this, Wu Nyang lifted her gaze and revealed a cold smile. This time, you may act against me for the sake of others, but what will follow? Do you truly believe that by eliminating me, your families will remain unscathed? How naive. At that point, there will be no chance of leaving any loose ends. I can only say that your actions are exceedingly foolish, Wunyang remarked, shaking her head. Her eyes glacial in their intensity. The crowd, upon hearing her words, bowed their heads, unable to meet her piercing gaze. At this moment, they all realized the gravity of the situation. However, regret was now futile. Some actions, once taken, leave no room for retreat. The intensity of these emotions threatened to engulf them entirely. Sitting in her chair, Fifth Lady observed the guards with a cold smirk. However, to a certain extent, I must express my gratitude to you. Were it not for your presence, I would not have lingered in the Sichuan County for so long. Nor would I have discovered its true allure. Rising from her seat, Fifth Lady shook her head at the guards. Alas, none of this bears any significance to you now. Meanwhile, within the confines of Longming Mountain, the elder mountain deity found it impossible to calm his turbulent emotions as he gazed upon himself. A breakthrough. With the aid of Zhonglin's elixir, the elder mountain deity had indeed surmounted this formidable hurdle. The river god of Sichuan County was truly remarkable. The efficacy of the elixir he provided was nothing short of extraordinary. The elder mountain deity's breathing became noticeably rapid. As a legitimate wild deity, he was acutely aware of the arduous path of cultivation. For those like him, devoid of support and background, striving to reach the 7th tier through sheer effort was akin to an insurmountable challenge. It could even be said that wild deities at the peak of the 8th tier were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. At this moment, he found himself with backing. Congratulations on your breakthrough. It appears the effects of the elixir have suited you well. Zhang Lin remarked with a gentle smile as he approached the elder mountain deity. The sudden appearance of Zhang Lin caused the elder mountain deity's pupils to constrict, his face breaking into a radiant smile. My lord river god, were it not for your elixir, I would not have found such ease in my breakthrough. From this day forth, I pledge my loyalty to you. No matter what you command, I shall exert every effort to fulfill the orders of the river god. The elder mountain deity spoke with passionate fervor. Zhang Lin was momentarily taken aback. The elderly mountain deity truly possesses the remarkable ability to ascend with ease. However, this is indeed a positive trait. Zhang Lin is acutely aware that, in this world, an individual's strength is ultimately limited. His objective is to gather those around him, whether they be these individuals or wild deities, uniting their collective power. Very well. From this moment forth, you shall accompany me. Chapter 58. I, the 7th rank, have arrived. Thank you for your support, esteemed sir. The mountain deity expressed his excitement by bowing in gratitude. Zhang Lin patted the shoulder of the elderly mountain deity, offering a gentle chuckle. There is no need for such formality. In fact, I have a question I wish to pose to you. Within the territory of Shikawa, aside from yourself, are there any other wild deities? This is precisely the matter that intrigues Zhang Lin the most. For in the present day, Shikawa County is Zhang Lin's dominion. If he wishes to garner the allegiance of all the populace and accrue greater spiritual merit, he must eradicate the other wild deities. Upon hearing this, the elder mountain god pondered for a moment before looking earnestly at Zhang Lin and stating, I must inform you, my lord, that apart from myself, there are no other wild deities within Shikawa County. The county was previously so impoverished that both its resources and spiritual offerings were scant. Only those deities of feeble strength or lacking potential would choose to remain here. At this point, the elder mountain god straightened up, gesturing toward Zhang Lin. My lord, I did not mean to imply you. Zhang Lin shook his head, exuding an air of serene composure. Were it not for the support of the system, his situation would indeed be as the elder described, vulnerable to being extinguished by any passing wild deity or court official. Fortune has favored him thus far. Since there are none, you are tasked with surveying the various mountains and rivers within Shikawa County. I have but one request of you. No other wild deities may appear apart from us. The elder mountain god held his breath and nodded vigorously. Understood. Observing this, Zhang Lin tossed a medicinal pill to the elder. Continue to consume this. Strive to reach the 7th rank. Otherwise, you shall find it difficult to keep pace with me. The elder mountain god gazed at the pill in his hand, casting a glance at Zhang Lin, and could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Is this individual on the verge of entering the 7th rank realm? How could this be possible? In such a small place like Shikawa Prefecture, how could it possibly accommodate a 7th grade wild deity? The elderly mountain god glanced at Zhang Lin, his voice tinged with anxiety as he remarked, My lord, you cannot possibly be on the verge of breaking through to the 7th grade, can you? You may not be aware of a crucial fact. Should you achieve this breakthrough, as the river god, you must take root in a larger river. Otherwise, your 7th grade prowess would be utterly ineffective. Zhang Lin squinted slightly, pondering the notion of establishing dominion over a broader territory. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned back to the elderly mountain god. Is the territory of Shikawa Prefecture, along with the waters of Linhua County, sufficient for a 7th grade wild deity? The mountain god opened his mouth, contemplating seriously for a moment. It should be about right. However, I am not entirely certain of the specifics. After all, I am not a 7th grade wild deity, he replied with an awkward smile. Zhang Lin nodded in understanding. Very well, I comprehend. As Zhang Lin departed, the elderly mountain god finally exhaled, a sense of relief washing over him. During this encounter, for reasons unknown, Zhang Lin exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure that was almost palpable. A mere glance sent a tremor through him, evoking an inexplicable tension. It shouldn't be this way. The gentleman has yet to ascend to the 7th rank. Why does he appear even more formidable than those of greater standing? The mountain god elder couldn't help but murmur to himself. In the blink of an eye, the 15th day of the month arrived quietly. At this moment, the citizens of Sichuan County appeared exceedingly solemn. They had prepared a variety of delicacies and fragrant candles, for they were acutely aware that today marked the day of worship for Lord Hebo. In Sichuan County, this occasion had become the most significant event, unparalleled by any other. Some children even donned new garments, their faces alight with excitement as they gathered outside the Hebo temple. Among the throng, Wen Yang, dressed in the attire of an ordinary family, stood to the side, watching the citizens with an involuntary smile gracing her features. Unexpectedly, in Sichuan County, the day of worship for Lord Hebo had blossomed into the grandest celebration. However, this was not surprising. After all, the significance of this day held a different meaning for them. Wen Yang glanced at her palm, instinctively tightening her grip. Just then, Zhou Chuan approached her side, casting a glance toward her and unable to suppress a chuckle. Manager Wu, how do you find the proceedings? Our ritual seems satisfactory, does it not? Wen Yang turned to Zhou Chuan, shrugging in resignation. Satisfactory is an understatement, I suspect, in the hearts of these citizens. Even the current emperor holds less esteem than Lord Hebo. Zhou Chuan's lips twitched as he surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one else could overhear before looking at Wen Yang with exasperation. Manager Wu, some things ought not to be uttered so freely. Such words could lead to dire consequences. You truly are audacious. Your comments just now startled me, Wen Yang responded, gently patting Zhou Chuan's shoulder with a calm demeanor. I merely spoke the truth. Now, you, the county magistrate, should not linger here chatting with me. Hurry and oversee the proceedings. Your responsibilities today are exceedingly demanding. Zhou Chuan cast a glance ahead, his expression laden with resignation. Indeed, they were arduous. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Hebo temple, Zhou Chuan observed the gathered citizens, his countenance turning grave. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the grand ceremony of worship for Lord Hebo. Here, I shall lead you all in expressing our deepest gratitude to the Lord who has continually protected us. Without Lord Hebo, our present existence would not be possible. Let us bow in reverence to Hebo. At Zhou Chuan's command, the citizens of Sichuan County collectively bowed their heads in a show of respect and reverence. This is not merely a command from Zhou Chuan, rather, it is a manifestation of their heartfelt reverence. In their hearts, the River Lord has ascended to a status akin to that of a deity. In the heavens above, Zhang Lin gazes down upon the multitude of citizens. Taking a deep breath, just as he anticipated, the offerings have indeed reached a sufficient magnitude. If the distinction between the 8th and 7th ranks is akin to a chasm, then from this day forth, he, Zhang Lin, shall truly leap over the dragon gate, becoming a genuine 7th rank wild deity. Zhang Lin closes his eyes, inhales deeply, and his gaze flickers momentarily. In that instant, he adopts an expression of utmost solemnity. The aura surrounding him begins to undergo a profound transformation. Meanwhile, outside of Sichuan, the old blind man senses the shift, and his countenance changes dramatically. How is this possible? This young lad, is he on the verge of breaking through to the 7th rank? The light in the old man's eyes flickered slightly. He was deeply impressed. Zhang Lin should have only recently reached the 8th rank. How is this achieved? 7th rank. How intriguing. Chapter 59, Human Limitations, the River God. This lad has reached the 7th rank, but it may attract some trouble. Nevertheless, observing his recent efforts in alchemy, I shall lend him a hand. The old blind man gazed at the sky before him, waving his hand. At that moment, the unusual disturbances throughout Stone County seemed to be entirely severed. At this juncture, Zhang Lin, who had just broken through to the 7th rank, sensed the change and approached the old blind man. Bowing respectfully, he greeted, "Senior." The old blind man cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Lin and could not resist a jest. "You are quite brave, aren't you? Do you know that all wild gods who break through to the 7th rank or above will be monitored? If the Heavenly Monitoring Bureau detects a wild god of such caliber arising in this humble stone county, what do you think the consequences would be?" Zhang Lin paused momentarily, taken aback. Such a regulation existed? Why had he not been aware of it until now? A chill ran down his spine. He could surmise that if detected, the Heavenly Monitoring Bureau would undoubtedly send someone to eliminate him, this newly ascended 7th rank wild god. Taking a deep breath, he regarded the old blind man with a serious expression. "Thank you for your assistance, Senior." The old blind man shook his head, his demeanor calm. "Do not be in haste to thank me. I have merely provided you a temporary concealment. This respite is limited to 3 months. Afterward, everything will revert to its original state, and you will still be subject to monitoring." Zhang Lin pondered carefully for a moment before nodding. 3 months would be sufficient. By that time, when the Heavenly Monitoring Bureau could detect him, his strength would have changed dramatically. In fact, a bold idea began to form in his mind: conceal a trump card. His elevation was unlike that of ordinary individuals. As long as he possessed enough incense value, he could instantly progress from the early 7th rank to its pinnacle. He doubted that the Heavenly Monitoring Bureau would dispatch someone of 7th rank pinnacle or above to deal with a newly emerged wild god like him. Under these calculated circumstances, there remained a glimmer of hope. "Senior, I appreciate your warning. By the way, if you have the time, could you share some 7th rank alchemical formulas with me? They might prove useful later on." Zhang Lin addressed the old blind man with a composed demeanor. "7th rank? You have indeed become a 7th rank alchemist?" The old blind man widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at Zhang Lin. If the notion of breaking through to the 7th tier realm was within the realm of acceptance, the idea of becoming a 7th tier alchemist was an entirely different matter. For even among 10 7th tier wild gods, it would be a rare occurrence to find a single 7th tier alchemist. The higher the rank of an alchemist, the more coveted they become. The 7th tier serves as a watershed moment. Attaining the status of a 7th tier alchemist would elevate one to a position revered by countless individuals of 7th tier and above. He found it hard to fathom that Zhang Lin could actually achieve the status of a 7th tier alchemist. "Allow me to share a secret with you. Should you manage to ascend to the rank of a 3rd tier alchemist, the court will undoubtedly prefer to recruit you rather than eliminate you. Thus, you should strive to break through to the 3rd tier as expeditiously as possible." The old blind man regarded Zhang Lin with utmost seriousness. 3rd tier? Zhang Lin gasped in astonishment. Although his strength had been advancing rapidly, he was acutely aware that as one's realm ascends, the time required for further breakthroughs becomes increasingly prolonged. Not to mention, the incense value needed to achieve such breakthroughs would also escalate correspondingly. The 3rd tier. This is estimated to require a period of 2 to 3 years. This remains a conservative estimate. Should there be any discrepancies along the way, it would undoubtedly require a more extended period. By that time, circumstances will have changed. The standards set by the court are indeed rather elevated. I shall do my utmost. The joy of Zhang Lin's breakthrough to the 7th rank has swiftly dissipated. The journey ahead is both arduous and long. This demands earnest effort. Little did he know, the old blind man had deceived him in this matter. In terms of pure realms, it is indeed necessary to attain the 3rd grade wild god realm to have a chance of being enlisted. However, according to the alchemist's words, merely reaching the 5th grade is sufficient to secure a permanent position. This reflects the rarity of an alchemist. However, the old blind man, in his effort to motivate Zhang Lin, decided to elevate the challenge. "Given your considerable talent and unwavering diligence, I shall provide you with a 7th grade formula. Utilize your time wisely and attempt to concoct it." After tossing the formula to Zhang Lin, the old blind man turned and departed. Observing the figure of the old man retreating, Zhang Lin felt a weight in his heart. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Those wild deities, without any systematic assistance, were still capable of advancing beyond the 3rd grade. With the aid of a system at his disposal, there was no reason he could not succeed. Contemplating this, Zhang Lin's gaze deepened significantly. He took a profound breath. As the grand ceremony concluded, 5th Mistress glanced at the assembly before her, a flicker of determination in her eyes. The time had come for her to return. This time, those who conspired against her must pay a grievous price for their treachery. 5th Miss arrived at the county magistrate's office, observing Zhou Chuan seated on the steps, and offered him a faint smile. How could the busy magistrate, burdened with a myriad of affairs, be idly sitting here? Upon hearing her words, Zhou Chuan let out a soft sigh. I am merely troubled. I have been contemplating how to properly reform Sichuan County. I hope to effectively utilize the county's resources to enhance income while enriching the lives of its people. However, I have encountered a significant obstacle. The topography of Sichuan County presents numerous challenges to implementing many of my plans. Zhou Chuan rose, inhaling deeply as he surveyed the surroundings. For instance, Sichuan County is encircled by mountains. The steep terrain makes travel quite arduous for the populace. Many paths are obstructed, leading to rampant overgrowth. Extracting resources from these mountains proves to be a formidable challenge. Fifth Miss nodded in agreement, acknowledging, I noticed this issue on my very first day here. The rapid development of Kayong Prefecture can be largely attributed to its flat terrain, which is conducive to large-scale habitation. In contrast, Sichuan County, as its name suggests, is predominantly rocky. These mountains cannot be leveled. Thus, while the resources appear abundant, they are, in fact, exceedingly difficult to harness. Zhou Chuan sighed again, his heart brimming with passion and plans. Yet the current challenges seem insurmountable by mere human effort. Suddenly, Zhou Chuan was struck by a revelation. While human effort may be futile, he had the river god on his side. Surely, the river god would possess a solution. Chapter 60. Let us give it a try. Within the river god temple, Zhang Lin contemplated the scene before him, lost in thought. After breaking through to the 7th tier, he discovered several newfound abilities. The most tangible among them was his capacity to conjure a doppelganger, capable of disguising itself as a human. However, this doppelganger could not cultivate like a typical practitioner. It remained merely an ordinary person. The second ability allowed him to anchor his core essence in a specific location. As long as his core essence remained intact, the possibility of rebirth existed. The third benefit of reaching the 7th tier was that all his spells had increased in potency tenfold. Zhang Lin exhaled, realizing why everyone claimed there was a world of difference between the 7th and 8th tiers. It was because below the 7th tier, one was akin to a rootless weed, perpetually at risk of obliteration. Just like the river god of Linhua County, once dead, there was no return. There is no chance of resurrection. Had he ascended to the 7th rank at that moment, even if he were to be obliterated, he would still have had the opportunity to be reborn at the river god temple in Linhua County or elsewhere. Although his strength would have been somewhat diminished, he would at least have preserved his life. This is indeed the most pivotal point. Contemplating this, Zhang Lin could not help but take a deep breath. The changes brought about by the 7th rank are truly profound. The only regret is that the current incense value has dwindled to a mere 16,000. To ascend to the rank of 7th tier alchemist, an additional 4,000 is required. Truly, it appears that another month will be needed to elevate his alchemical mastery. Zhang Lin murmured to himself, aware that if others were to overhear his words, they would undoubtedly wish to strike him down with a single blow. A month has time to attain the status of a 7th tier alchemist? This is undoubtedly a matter that countless 8th grade alchemists yearn for. Yet, here stands Zhang Lin. Who dares to complain about the sluggishness of this pace? If this were to be overheard by others, it would undoubtedly incite a collective onslaught against Zhang Lin. At that moment, Zhou Chuan and Wu Nyang arrived outside the river god temple. Upon seeing the two figures, Zhang Lin's eyes flickered slightly, and his true form vanished from sight, leaving only a clone kneeling upon the mat. Zhou Chuan entered the river god temple and, upon observing the figure kneeling on the mat, was momentarily taken aback. During this period, he had become quite familiar with the citizens of Sichuan County. Yet the individual before him elicited no recognition whatsoever. Is this an outsider? Zhou Chuan found himself engulfed in hesitation. Young man, you must have just arrived in Sichuan Prefecture, haven't you? Zhang Lin observed Zhou Chuan and the other individual before him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. It is said that the River Lord of Sichuan possesses remarkable efficacy, thus I thought to pay a visit. Furthermore, during my recent interactions, I have noted that the people of Sichuan are exceptionally harmonious, which has made me contemplate the prospect of settling here. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan could not help but chuckle. You are indeed welcome. Sichuan has always encouraged individuals from various walks of life to settle here. In fact, those who reside in Sichuan for more than 3 months are entitled to certain subsidies. Zhang Lin nodded in agreement, a smile illuminating his face. How splendid. Curiosity piqued. Zhou Chuan remarked, my dear fellow, you must be an educated person, am I correct? Your attire and demeanor suggest that you are not one who toils in manual labor. Beside them, when Yang observed Zhang Lin, her eyes glimmering slightly as she offered a polite nod. Zhang Lin, hearing this, slightly cupped his hands in acknowledgement. I fear you may jest. I am merely a humble scholar, engrossed in the pursuit of knowledge, a mere bookworm unworthy of such praise. It appears you two seek the River Lord's assistance. I shall not intrude any longer." With that, Zhang Lin made his way toward the temple of the River Lord. As he departed, Wu Yang turned to Zhou Chuan, shaking her head. "This man is anything but ordinary. I have observed a myriad of individuals, and I have always believed that everyone possesses their own vulnerabilities. However, this individual leaves me with a sense of ambiguity." Zhou Chuan, intrigued by her words, asked, "And what about me? What are my weaknesses?" Wu Yang cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Chuan and coughed lightly. "Fragile?" The corners of Zhou Chuan's mouth twitched slightly. Wu Yang's candor was indeed striking. Even if it were true, there was no need for such bluntness. A modicum of discretion would not go amiss. "Manager Wu, I shall go seek the River Lord now." Zhou Chuan approached the mat and articulated his request. At that moment, not far from the River Lord's temple, Zhang Lin, overhearing his words, wore a smile that hinted at understanding. "So that is it. This week, Chuan aspires to alter the topographical structure of Ishikawa Prefecture. Previously, he lacked the capability to do so. However, now, this is truly different." Zhang Lin snapped his fingers. Immediately, a piece of parchment suddenly appeared upon the offering table of the River God Temple. As Zhou Chuan and Wu Yang raised their heads, they beheld the paper resting on the altar. Zhou Chuan exchanged a glance with Wu Yang. He approached the table, gazing at the markings upon it, and was momentarily taken aback. "Submit?" Zhou Chuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed about the function of this submit, which was crafted from stone and combined with various other materials. The concoction appears to be relatively uncomplicated. However, what significance does this hold? "Master Wu, with your extensive knowledge and experience, surely you must be familiar with the nature of this submit." Zhou Chuan could only place his hopes on the side of Miss Wu. As she gazed at the blueprint, she opened her mouth, only to shake her head in disbelief. In that moment, the esteemed scholar of the current dynasty and the proprietor of the Songxian auction house found themselves perplexed by a mere sheet of paper. The primary reason being, this substance was entirely unfamiliar to them, both in hearing and in sight. This evokes an indescribable sensation within them. Indeed, this is a gift bestowed by the River God. Truly extraordinary. Merely an item given at random, yet they possess no inkling of its significance. Let us attempt to produce it and discern what makes it unique. We can devise a plan thereafter. Zhou Chuan gazed at Wu Yang, expressing his helplessness. Wu Yang had initially intended to depart, but upon seeing the blueprint for the cement, an inexplicable voice within her urged her to wait until this cement was actually produced before leaving, for it surely promised substantial benefits. Perhaps this was the final straw that could topple the Xunyuan auction house. We must hasten to find someone to experiment with it. I am equally curious about the miraculous properties of this cement. Chapter 61. The profits are enormous. County Magistrate Zhou. Does this cement truly possess such formidable efficacy? Surely you have not been deceived. To the eye, it appears merely as a heap of ash. In Sichuan County, Qin Lu gazed at Zhou Chuan with astonishment. Zhou Chuan shook his head and replied earnestly, "Impossible. This substance is a gift from the River God. How could the River God deceive us?" Upon hearing this, Qin Lu took a deep breath. Indeed, were it anyone else, he would have harbored doubts. However, when it comes to the River God, there is but one possibility. Their understanding is merely superficial. At that moment, Zhang Lin's doppelganger arrived in the adjacent square. Observing the cement before Qin Lu, Zhang Lin chuckled lightly and approached the crowd. "Gentlemen, is this not cement?" Zhou Chuan and Wu Yang exchanged astonished glances, incredulous. They, one an accomplished scholar and the other a shopkeeper, were unable to recognize what had been so easily discerned by another. The disparity is indeed striking. "How do you know about this?" Zhou Chuan gazed at Zhang Lin with a curious expression. Zhang Lin, gently waving the folding fan in his hand, chuckled softly. "Is it not merely cement, a rather commonplace substance? It possesses the remarkable ability to solidify and serves an exceptionally durable purpose, whether utilized for paving roads or repairing houses. It is undoubtedly the optimal choice, without exception." Qin Lu opened his mouth slightly, looking at Zhang Lin with a hint of confusion. "Just this gray substance? It can pave roads or mend houses. Surely, you must be jesting." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin shook his head slightly and smiled at Qin Lu. "Whether it is true or false, you shall discover for yourself. Remember, the ratio of water must neither be excessive nor insufficient. It must be precisely 3-to-1. Hearing this, Qin Lu hesitated momentarily, but upon meeting Zhou Chuan's gaze, He snorted softly and nodded. Very well, I shall give it a try. As Qin Lu began his endeavor, the bag of cement was officially mixed. However, no matter how vigorously Qin Lu stirred, it appeared to lack the promised efficacy. At this juncture, do you have anything further to say? Qin Lu inquired gravely. Zhang Lin pointed to a nearby pit of earth and smiled faintly. Why not pour it in there and see? Qin Lu opened his mouth, yet complied obediently. Next, all that remained was to patiently wait for the incense to burn down. Wen Yang and Zhou Chuan exchanged glances. This ignited an insatiable curiosity within them. May I inquire, where were you before? How did you come to know about this summit? Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin's gaze deepened as he looked into the distance, unable to suppress a sigh. My homeland is quite distant. Over the years, I have wandered far from home. It is only upon witnessing these mountains and rivers that I have come to realize my desire to settle in Sichuan County. Zhou Chuan remained silent for a moment, instinctively rubbing his forehead. This seems to have elicited no useful information whatsoever. This person seems rather impervious to reason. Alas, what is merely the passage of a stick of incense? We shall await the moment when it burns down. At that time, the truth shall inevitably reveal itself. In the blink of an eye, the duration of the incense has swiftly elapsed. As they gazed upon the pit before them, Zhou Chuan and Wen Yang widened their eyes in astonishment. The once earthen pit had transformed into a smooth expanse. Moreover, Zhou Chuan could distinctly observe that this cement-covered area was even more resilient than the surrounding soil. Even when Qin Lu stood beside it and stamped his feet with vigor, there was no discernible effect. This cement truly possesses such astonishing effects. Remarkable. This cement is indeed extraordinary. It turns out that this gift bestowed by Lord Hebo harbors such miraculous properties. At this moment, the elation on Zhou Chuan's face was simply uncontainable. He could hardly believe it. In this world, there truly exists such a wondrous substance. Most importantly, this miracle can be replicated indefinitely. After all, the materials required for this cement are abundantly available. Moreover, Zhou Chuan is certain that once the reputation of this cement is established, wealth will follow in abundance. The cement from Shijiazhuang is poised to become a valuable asset that will lead all the citizens towards prosperity and alleviation from poverty. Congratulations to Magistrate Zhou, this time. Shijiazhuang has truly stumbled upon a treasure. Here, I have a proposal. Once this cement is produced, our Sangshuan auction house would be delighted to assist with its sale. We would only require a modest 10% of the profits as our commission for promoting it. Seeing Zhou Chuan beside her, Wen Yang let out a light chuckle. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan inhaled sharply. He understood all too well that if Sangshuan Auction House is willing to promote their product rather than merely purchasing it outright, the terms are vastly more favorable. After all, he is acutely aware that relying solely on their own efforts to market the cement presents an insurmountable challenge. The willingness of others to assist transforms the situation entirely. A mere 10% of the profits. This matter is hardly worth mentioning. Fifth Master, I am somewhat perplexed as to why you choose to assist in promoting rather than making a direct acquisition. Are you concerned that the profits may not be substantial enough? Qin Lu scratched his head, expressing his bewilderment. Zhang Lin, who was nearby, could not help but chuckle upon hearing this. It is not that the profits are low, rather, they are exceedingly high. Fifth Master believes that if it were an acquisition, no matter the price she offered, it would merely be a ploy to treat you as fools. The advantage taken would be too great, and she feels a twinge of guilt about it. Upon hearing Zhang Lin's words, Fifth Miss was utterly astonished. This individual could see through her thoughts with such clarity. This individual is undoubtedly remarkable. Furthermore, the fact that this person is aware of the true purpose of cement attests to a significant truth. This individual is undeniably extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan regained his composure and glanced at Wen Yang, who let out a soft chuckle. Shopkeeper Wu, I had not anticipated that this young brother could perceive matters so profoundly. Even I, under his astute reminder, have only just come to realize it. He is indeed correct. I possess a premonition that this cement will become a fiercely contested commodity among many cities in the future. When that time arrives, no one will be able to accurately ascertain the value of this cement. Thus, I am profoundly grateful for Shopkeeper Wu's choice to assist in promoting it. Should any other opportunities for collaboration arise, I shall certainly not forget your invaluable contributions, Shopkeeper Wu. Chapter 62. You are still alive. The words of County Magistrate Zhou seem somewhat distant, yet our goals are presently aligned. I believe that County Magistrate Zhou is indeed different. Sichuan County has remained in its current state for far too long. Here, my focus lies on the promising future of Sichuan County. Wu Nyang is acutely aware that the existence of Chaoyang Prefecture has essentially reached its zenith. The prospect of further advancement for Chaoyang Prefecture appears nearly impossible. Furthermore, a single auction house, Songshuan, cannot hope to monopolize the entire market of Chaoyang Prefecture. The reason is simple. There are too many factions involved within Chaoyang. Even she cannot fully integrate these forces. However, Sichuan County is an entirely different scenario, as she is currently the sole investor. Building during times of need is far more beneficial than embellishing later. Additionally, through our interactions, Wu Nyang has come to understand Zhou Chuan's character. Establishing a cooperative consensus now will undoubtedly lead to significant prospects for future development. Of course, there is one crucial factor, the River Lord of Sichuan County. The method of producing cement has been imparted by this River Lord. If, in the future, there are other materials besides cement, it would serve as a unique promotional asset for Songshuan Auction House, enhancing its reputation in a remarkable way. The significance is entirely different. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan nodded. Glancing at Zhang Lin beside him, he curiously inquired, "Young brother, since you possess such a profound understanding of this cement, why not take charge of its business?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin quickly shook his head, revealing a rather helpless smile. "County Magistrate Zhou, I merely have a superficial understanding. How could I possibly be responsible for such an important matter? Besides, I have always been somewhat carefree. If I were suddenly tasked with such a duty, I might end up performing poorly. However, if I think of any insights later, I can certainly share them with you." Zhou Chuan felt a twinge of regret upon hearing this, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, Zhang Lin was currently residing in Sichuan County. As the saying goes, if one invitation proves ineffective, then extend a second. If 2 attempts fail, try a third. As long as Zhang Lin remained within Sichuan County, there would still be opportunities. With this thought in mind, Zhou Chuan patted Zhang Lin on the shoulder and chuckled lightly. "I may have been a bit hasty. You are right. There is no need to rush this matter. How about this? If you have any concerns, feel free to consult Qin Lu. If he cannot resolve them, you can always come to me." Zhang Lin nodded, and then turned to bid farewell to Zhou Chuan and the others. As they watched Zhang Lin's retreating figure, Zhou Chuan and Qin Lu exchanged glances. Qin Lu approached Zhou Chuan with a beaming smile and remarked, "County Magistrate Zhou, judging by your expression, it appears you are quite fond of this newcomer. Do you need me to keep a close eye on him during this period?" Zhou Chuan nodded earnestly, stating, "Indeed. We must not overlook any talent. Sichuan County is in dire need of skilled individuals, and now that one has suddenly appeared, how could I not feel a sense of urgency?" Zhou Chuan could not help but let out a gentle sigh. Being the magistrate of Sichuan County is no simple task. Whenever a talent emerges, he must find a way to ensure they remain here. Qin Lu nodded, his face lighting up with a brilliant smile. "County Magistrate, retaining this individual is quite straightforward. Either create an environment that feels like home for him, or simply help him establish a family here, perhaps by finding him a local partner. In that case, he would be unlikely to relocate elsewhere." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan enthusiastically clapped his hands and exclaimed, "You make an excellent point. Let us implement this matter promptly. Not only for him, but we should also introduce more opportunities to other newcomers, ensuring their livelihoods. Additionally, if suitable candidates arise, we can facilitate connections for them." At this moment, within a thatched cottage near the Hebo Temple, Zhang Lin gazed at the dwelling before him, shaking his head in dismay. The architecture in Sichuan County today primarily consists of rudimentary thatched huts and stone houses. Under ordinary circumstances, this might suffice, but during inclement weather, these structures offer little in terms of safety. It appears that a solution must be sought to improve the architectural integrity of Sichuan County. Such enhancements would at least ensure a greater degree of safety for the local populace. With the availability of cement and reinforced concrete, this challenge is well understood by Zhang Lin. These matters must be approached gradually. Should one attempt to resolve all these issues in one fell swoop, it would inevitably attract the attention of the celestial observers. Furthermore, it could allow other factions within the Chaoyang Prefecture to extend their malevolent grasp toward Sichuan County, rendering all of his current endeavors nothing more than a means to adorn another's garments. Contemplating this, Zhang Lin's gaze turned particularly grave. "Very well. During this period, I shall focus on refining some elixirs for unforeseen circumstances." Within the Chaoyang Prefecture, at the Songshuan Auction House, Manager Wang surveyed the assembly of senior executives before him, unable to suppress a smile. "What are you all still clinging to? Your 5th manager has met his untimely demise at the hands of treachery. If you persist in your stubbornness and refuse to accept our Xinyuan Auction House's acquisition, You shall soon find yourselves as mere possessions of others. Upon hearing this, the crowd lowered their heads, fists clenched, their gazes fixed intently upon Manager Wang. Despite harboring much dissatisfaction, they were acutely aware that as long as the fifth manager had not returned, they had no grounds for rebuttal. Manager Wang regarded them, shaking his head in dismay, a cold smile gracing his lips. Truly, a group of ungrateful fools. I am here to deliver my final ultimatum to you. If you do not submit within a day, then the Tsangshuan auction house shall no longer have any reason to exist. Just as Manager Wang prepared to rise, a chilling voice interrupted. How bold of you, Manager Wang. I wonder why I had not noticed your audacity before. At that moment, Fifth Miss, flanked by several bodyguards, made her entrance. Witnessing this scene, Manager Wang's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed upon Fifth Mississippi. How could you? You are alive. Chapter 63. Disputes resurface thanks to Manager Wang. My fortunes have turned. I have narrowly escaped a calamity. What? Are you displeased to see my safe return, Manager Wang? Fifth Miss regarded him with a cold smile, her demeanor dripping with disdain. Manager Wang felt a slight heaviness in his heart, suppressing his inner fury, and replied to Fifth Miss in a grave tone, Your words are quite remarkable, Fifth Manager. Am I truly such a petty individual? However, allow me to remind you. As a woman, it would be wiser for you to settle down and find a husband. Business is not a realm for someone of your status. Just like the Tsangshuan auction house, it could vanish without a trace one day. Manager Wang looked coldly at Fifth Mississippi hearing this. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she let out a cold snort. Is Manager Wang truly so assured? It appears that in the heart of Manager Wang, he is quite certain of his hold over our Tsangshuan auction house, isn't he? With a snap of his fingers, Manager Wang cast a glance at Miss Wu, who merely snorted in response. You shall soon find out. As Manager Wang departed, the staff of Tsangshuan auction house looked at Miss Wu with expressions of exhilaration. Manager, you have finally returned. We were utterly worried during your absence. We feared something untoward might happen here. Upon hearing this, Miss Wu regarded her gathered colleagues with a faint smile. Fear not. Everything is well here. During my absence, did anything occur within Kaiyang Prefecture? The crowd exchanged solemn glances, their expressions gravely serious. Manager, you are unaware. During your absence, Manager Wang has been exceedingly overbearing. He frequently sent individuals to disrupt our auction house, and without your presence, we had no means to retaliate. After all, we cannot afford to offend the power behind Manager Wang. Miss Wu narrowed her eyes, realizing the gravity of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed everyone with utmost seriousness. I understand. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one shall dare to bully you again. Furthermore, relay my orders. Tomorrow evening, we shall host a banquet for all prominent figures in Kaiyang Prefecture. The crowd nodded vigorously in agreement. We understand. Upon entering her room, Miss Wu surveyed her surroundings and took a deep breath. At last, I have returned. Yet, for some reason, after spending time in Sichuan County, returning to this bustling Kaiyang Prefecture left her with an inexplicable sense of emptiness. It seems that Kaiyang Prefecture no longer possesses the same allure that once captivated her. Sichuan County, however, held a multitude of intriguing experiences. Miss Wu could not help but shake her head and let out a soft laugh. The next day, in the evening, Tsangshuan auction house appeared somewhat desolate. The exquisite food and fine wine piled high, yet the grand banquet was attended by remarkably few guests. Only a scattered handful of individuals were present, leading one to believe there were hardly any inhabitants in Kaiyang Prefecture. Miss Wu stood at the entrance of Tsangshuan auction house, gazing at the bustling Xingyuan auction house across the street, her eyes narrowing. In stark contrast to the quietude of Tsangshuan, Xingyuan was alive with activity. Throngs of various individuals moving about. Manager Wang was seen holding a goblet of fine wine, bustling around with an air of triumph that provoked a sense of irritation. Manager, this Wang is indeed insufferable. Upon hearing that you were hosting a banquet for others, he hastily sent an invitation. He is clearly seeking trouble. Upon hearing the words of the maid beside her, Wu Nyang remained remarkably composed. Since her return, she had anticipated this possibility. Moreover, based on her understanding of Manager Wang, his current audacity likely stemmed from having resolved the issue with the pearls. Thus, he was eager to demonstrate his superiority here. His intentions were unmistakably clear. He sought to employ such tactics to compel her to withdraw from the market of Kaiyang Mansion. With this thought in mind, Wu Nyang raised her hand, her expression serene. Inform everyone. The banquet tonight is officially commencing. At the same time, let the items I have prepared be put up for sale. I am curious to see how long Manager Wang can maintain his arrogance. The guards nodded in response, acknowledging her command. With Wunyang's order, the crowd began to mobilize. Meanwhile, within the Xingyuan auction house, Manager Wang observed the actions of the Tsangshuan auction house across the way, a cold smile emerging on his face. Truly laughable. I am eager to see how long you can hold on, Wunyang. With a flick of his wrist, he exuded an air of unbridled confidence. Just then, a guard rushed urgently to Manager Wang's side. Manager, it's bad news. This Manager Wu has somehow procured a type of cement, and many people are gradually flocking to her. Our number of guests has suddenly dwindled by more than half. Hearing this, Manager Wang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the guard beside him. What did you just say? The guard hesitated, cautiously replying, I mean, over half of our guests have opted to go to that Tsangshuan auction house. At this rate, Xingyuan auction house may become merely a backdrop for them. Manager Wang's expression turned grim, and he struck the guard on the head. Approaching the entrance, he glared at the customers streaming into the opposite establishment, gritting his teeth. Damn it! Manager Wang had not anticipated that, under such circumstances, Wunyang would possess a means of resurgence. Infuriating. I want to see what is really happening. Bring some people. And follow me. Manager Wang commanded with a fierce glare. Understood. Following his order, he led a large group to the entrance of the Tsangshuan auction house. Seeing Manager Wang's imposing entourage, Wunyang approached him, holding a wine glass, and offered a faint smile. Oh, is that not Manager Wang? What brings you here with such a large crowd? Are you intending to smash my humble Tsangshuan auction house? Upon hearing this, Manager Wang let out a cold snort and, with a frosty glare directed at Miss Wu, declared, let us speak plainly. I merely wish to ascertain what it is that draws them to you. What, pray tell? Is this substance known as cement? A slight smile graced the corners of Miss Wu's mouth as she regarded Manager Wang. Oh, is there still something you do not know? Manager Wang? Chapter 64. An opportunity to seize. Do you truly believe that employing some underhanded tactics can resurrect the Tsangshin auction house? How utterly laughable! Manager Wang scoffed, his gaze fixed upon Miss Wu. When I unveil the true nature of your Tsangshin auction house to others, I assure you, few will continue to lend their support. In response to his words, Miss Wu's expression remained remarkably serene. Oh, then I shall await the outcome with bated breath. She cast a glance at the guard beside her and calmly added, by the way, do remember this. Our Tsangshin auction house is modest in size and cannot accommodate someone of your stature, Manager Wang. Should you insist on entering, it would be prudent for you to depart instead. The guard, feeling the weight of her words, tightened his grip and promptly bowed in acknowledgement. At your command, Manager Wang, gritting his teeth, watched as Miss Wu departed, then turned sharply, his sleeves flaring as he strode away. He must report this matter. Within the Tsangshuan auction house, fifth young lady observed the crowd before her, filled with excitement and fervor, and offered a faint smile. Esteemed guests, the efficacy of this cement extends beyond mere surface enhancement. Its most crucial application lies in construction. Houses built from this cement, when mixed with other aggregates, possess a hardness exceeding that of conventional materials by several multiples. Due to its expansive terrain, Kaiyang Prefecture faces a particularly vexing challenge, the frequent occurrence of strong winds and heavy rains. Many houses struggle with stability under such extreme weather conditions. A moment's inattention could lead to their destruction. Previously, numerous nobles have awakened from their slumber, startled by the very same peril. Master Wu, we require 2 custom-built houses utilizing this cement for the Li residents. We at Song Yuan Pavilion also desire them. And we, at this moment, many prominent figures express their urgent interest. This matter is a matter of life and death for them. This absolutely allows for no negligence whatsoever. Fifth Miss gazed at the crowd and shook her head. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the scarcity of cement, we can currently only adopt a custom and auction approach. Thus, it ultimately depends on your capabilities. Throughout history, rarity has always dictated value. In today's market, this cement must be released in limited quantities. This is how the greatest value can be created. Wunyang has always been a master in this regard. Nowadays, she has perfected this skill to an exquisite degree. Upon hearing Wunyang's words, everyone became particularly fervent. Consequently, the prices surged to astronomical heights in an exceptionally brief period. Undoubtedly, the most crucial aspect is that the Tsangshuan auction house has become their premier choice. This is indeed the most pivotal aspect. This is precisely the scenario that Wunyang aims to create. Under such circumstances, it will not be long before Sheiyuan auction house is gradually ousted from the scene by her machinations. Cement. Ishikawa Prefecture is indeed a remarkable place. Within its borders, Zhou Chuan gazed in astonishment at the throng of families before him, his eyes wide with disbelief. What brings you here? The elderly leader, leaning on his cane, looked at Zhou with a tremor of anxiety. We are from Yunyan Village in the neighboring Linhua County. We wish to relocate the entire village to Ishikawa Prefecture. We aspire to settle here. Taken aback by this revelation, Zhou scratched his head in surprise and cleared his throat. May I inquire about the reason? What prompted your sudden decision to move your entire family to Ishikawa? It was imperative for Zhou to comprehend the underlying motives, otherwise, missteps could easily arise. At his inquiry, the elder regarded Zhou with a deep breath, his eyes glistening with moisture. County Magistrate Zhou, you may not be aware. Yunyan Village is situated in a remote area, far from Linhua County. Consequently, we have often been neglected, and the magistrate there has shown little concern for our plight. We heard that you welcome newcomers to settle in Ishikawa, so we decided to take a chance. We hope you will grant us this opportunity. As the elder spoke, he knelt before Zhou, bowing his head in reverence. Witnessing this, Zhou's eyes widened, and he instinctively stepped back. Elder, this is absolutely unnecessary. I am genuinely delighted that you wish to come to Ishikawa. It is my honor. There is no need for such grand gestures. Zhou waved his hand in a gesture of dismissal. Nearby, Qin Lu nodded in agreement, quickly assisting the elder to his feet with a gentle smile. Elder, I too once resided in Linhua County. However, due to the river spirit's demand for youthful sacrifices, I was compelled to leave. Upon arriving in Ishikawa, I found not only the magistrate, but also the townsfolk to be incredibly accommodating. The elder's heart fluttered slightly at this, and a radiant smile spread across his face. Thank you, magistrate, for your kindness. Zhou patted the elder's shoulder and turned to address the villagers behind him. Dear friends, as you have just arrived in Ishikawa, I will first arrange accommodations for you at an inn. Starting tomorrow, I will ensure that you are guided in the cultivation of the land. Furthermore, your housing construction plans will be expedited and completed in the shortest possible time. I assure you, you will come to love Ishikawa. Certainly, there exists a prerequisite. All the inhabitants of Ishikawa Prefecture must hold the Lord of the River in the utmost reverence. Should there be any lack of respect towards the Lord, we would unequivocally not welcome such individuals. Zhou Chuan stated with great seriousness. Upon hearing this, the elder nodded and revealed a radiant smile. Rest assured, esteemed county magistrate, we are fully aware of this matter. In Ishikawa Prefecture, it is imperative to maintain 100% respect for the Lord of the River, and we shall undoubtedly adhere to this principle. Moreover, our faith in the Lord is precisely why we have chosen to come to Ishikawa Prefecture. The villagers behind the elder also hastily nodded in agreement. Prior to their arrival in Ishikawa Prefecture, they had already heard tales regarding the Lord of the River. This has ignited a mix of envy and admiration among them. In this day and age, the opportunity to settle in Ishikawa Prefecture is something they are reluctant to squander. With that being the case, there are no further complications. Zhou Chuan watched as Qin Lu led the villagers away, feeling a sense of relief. He understood well that for Ishikawa Prefecture to thrive, it must attract a greater populace, thereby enhancing its overall demographic. Chapter 65, a new challenge the following morning as Zhang Lin stepped out of the thatched cottage. He beheld the elderly gentleman and a group of villagers making their way toward a nearby hillside. Each person was equipped with various agricultural tools, their faces alight with excitement. The governor of Ishikawa Prefecture is truly benevolent, providing us with such ample land. Indeed, he even arranged for assistance in repairing our homes. Had we known it would be like this, we should have arrived in Ishikawa much sooner. At this moment, the villagers were all brimming with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin momentarily stood in stunned silence. Have other residents come to Ishikawa Prefecture? Zhang Lin inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze as he addressed the villagers before him. The elder looked at Zhang Lin and beamed with a radiant smile. Indeed, we are all from the neighboring Linhua County. Upon hearing about the happenings in Ishikawa Prefecture, we made a special trip here. The River Lord of Ishikawa not only grants every request, but the people here live in remarkable harmony. It truly is a paradise on earth. Zhang Lin, upon hearing these words, couldn't help but smile wryly. He had not anticipated that Ishikawa Prefecture had become so renowned. This indeed took him by surprise. However, it is somewhat within the realm of reason. It seems that Ishikawa Prefecture is destined to become increasingly lively. Zhang Lin chuckled lightly as he observed the elderly gentleman. The old man nodded. His curiosity piqued as he gazed at Zhang Lin. Young man, are you also from Ishikawa? Zhang Lin smiled in silence and nodded. The old man regarded him with a tinge of envy. You people from Ishikawa are truly fortunate. Zhang Lin shook his head and chuckled softly at the old man. It is we who are fortunate. The old man, slapping his forehead, burst into hearty laughter. What you say is indeed true. I have misspoken. At that moment, Qin Lu approached the vicinity. Spotting Zhang Lin, he hurried over. Young brother. So this is where you are. County Magistrate Zhou is looking for you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin raised an eyebrow in surprise. What business could Zhou Chuan have? Yet, he quickly realized that Zhou was seeking him, not the River Lord. Understanding this, Zhang Lin nodded. All right, I shall go at once. Arriving at the entrance of the magistrate's office, Zhou Chuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the scene before him, unable to suppress a sigh. There really is a shortage of capable individuals. As he saw Zhang Lin approaching, his excitement became palpable. Young brother, you have finally arrived. Zhang Lin looked at Zhou Chuan, somewhat taken aback, and inquired with curiosity, is there something you need from me, County Magistrate Zhou? Zhou Chuan spread his hands, surveying the surrounding concrete with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, there are matters at hand that I would like to trouble you to assist with. Recently, some villagers from other areas have arrived, and we need to arrange accommodations for them. As you can see, Qin Lu is already overwhelmed with work. Thus, I require someone knowledgeable in concrete application to oversee the repairs of these houses. Initially, I intended to have some common folk handle this task. However, I found that they struggled to grasp the proportions involved. Hence, I thought of you. I am certain you will have no issues with this. Hearing this, Zhang Lin smiled wryly at Zhou Chuan. County Magistrate, are you not concerned that I might also be incapable of handling this task? Zhou Chuan shook his head, looking earnestly into Zhang Lin's eyes. Young brother, I have always had great faith in my judgment of character. I believe that no one is more suited for this responsibility than you. Moreover, even if it does not go perfectly, it can be regarded as experience, allowing for better practice in the future. I aspire to provide each of you with the opportunity to explore new realms. In Zhou Chuan's heart lies a persistent yearning to cultivate talents from Ishikawa Prefecture into leaders across various fields. In the absence of assistance, let us nurture them. This endeavor encompasses not only literacy and education but also encompasses business and agriculture. Many fields require a benchmark capable of managing various tasks, both large and small. This embodies Zhou Chuan's ambition. Should it come to fruition, its significance would be extraordinary. Perhaps, it could elevate Sichuan to a status that many would gaze upon with admiration. This is the true essence of the matter. Magistrate Zhou possesses remarkable aspirations, and I must admit, I hold a profound admiration for this aspect of him. Zhang Lin is acutely aware that with a discerning individual like Zhou Chuan at the helm, the expansion of Sichuan County is poised to reach unprecedented heights. At the very least, he need not overly concern himself with the developmental issues of the county. The incense revenue is certain to rise month after month. Contemplating this, Zhang Lin nodded at the resolute Zhou Chuan. Since Magistrate Zhou places his trust in me, I shall not disappoint you. Leave this matter to me, he declared earnestly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan visibly relaxed. Should any challenges arise, you may communicate them to me without hesitation. I assure you that I will ensure others assist you in overcoming them. By the way, how resilient do you believe the cement-constructed houses will be against disasters? Zhou Chuan inquired with curiosity as he regarded Zhang Lin. Additionally, do you have an estimated budget for the road construction? After a moment of reflection, Zhang Lin responded. If the houses are made of cement, they should withstand flooding disasters to about 80%. In the rarest of extreme conditions, it would be beyond human capability to manage. During such weather, we must rely on the river deity. As for the cost of paving the roads, I must speak candidly. The current economic conditions of Sichuan County do not permit it. Zhou Chuan's lips twitched slightly. Although he had anticipated this, hearing Zhang Lin articulate it still brought a sense of disappointment. After all, if the roads in Sichuan County could be widened and improved, it would not only attract more citizens, but also entice merchants to settle in the area. He was taken aback by Zhang Lin's unwavering certainty regarding the budgetary constraints. This left him feeling somewhat helpless. One can only say that it is indeed a situation of unavoidable circumstances. After all, Ishikawa Prefecture is still in its nascent stage. Although the economy shows signs of recovery, it seems rather challenging to reach the level necessary for road construction. Therefore, let us first focus on the renovation of some buildings. As for the roads, we may attempt that once the economy of Ishikawa Prefecture is thoroughly stabilized. Chapter 66, to the bitter end within a lavish villa in Kaiyang Prefecture. The manager Wang knelt upon the gravel floor, drenched in sweat, his corpulent form swaying slightly in the sunlight. Beads of sweat fell incessantly like raindrops. Your Highness, this matter is absolutely true. Fifth Miss, in her desperation to protect the Sangshuan auction house, is resorting to any means necessary. Her actions are nothing less than a blatant provocation against you. You can no longer afford to turn a blind eye to her antics. From behind a screen, a figure gradually emerged, a hand extended forth, pointing at Manager Wang. These are not your concerns. If you choose to play the role of a dog, then you must accept the responsibilities that come with it. Do you understand? Wang felt a slight tremor in his heart at these words. He hastily lowered his head, too intimidated to utter another sound. Investigate the origins of this cement, came the command. Wang immediately rose, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. Understood. As he turned to leave, that deep voice resonated once more. Wait. Wang pivoted, anxiety gnawing at him as he gazed at the screen. Recently, the market for pearls in Kaiyang Prefecture has been unstable. Ascertain where these pearls are coming from and procure as many as possible. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Wang's mouth. Pearls? He was certainly aware of their existence. He had narrowly missed an opportunity with those pearls not long ago. Fortunately, he had indeed heard whispers of their source. Reporting to Your Highness, it appears these pearls originate from Ishikawa Prefecture. The quantity of pearls dispatched from there in recent times has been considerable. This is why the Sangshuan auction house possesses such an abundance of pearls. Upon hearing this, the figure behind the screen paused momentarily. Ishikawa Prefecture? Within the confines of the Kaiyang Prefecture, there exists such a county? How could he be unaware? How could Sichuan County possess such a multitude of pearls? Master Wang shook his head, a hint of puzzlement clouding his expression. Your Highness, I too find this perplexing. Sichuan County was previously a backward locale, yet it has suddenly risen to prominence through pearls. I suspect this is all a theatrical performance orchestrated by Lady Wu, aimed at establishing a foothold for the Sangshuan auction house in Kaiyang Prefecture. From behind the screen, a pallid-faced man emerged, wielding a folding fan. His gaze, icy and penetrating, fell upon Master Wang. We must ascertain the truth. If this is indeed a scheme devised by Lady Wu, we shall obliterate it. Does he believe he can escape my grasp through such underhanded tactics? It is nothing but a delusion. Upon hearing this, Master Wang opened his mouth, nodding at the man. As you command, Your Highness. With Master Wang's departure, the man's eyes glinted with cold resolve. He scoffed, Lady Wu. Do you think you can elude my control? Absurd. I will make you understand who holds true dominion over this realm. Inside the Xingyuan auction house, Master Wang returned to his study, exhaling deeply in relief. Visiting the fifth prince's residence had been overwhelmingly stressful, as if he were on the precipice of losing his head at any moment. Cement? Oh, Lady Wu. You place all your hopes upon this cement. This time, I shall ensure your complete disgrace. Master Wang slammed his palm on the table. Turning to the guards with a frigid expression, convey my orders, summon the head of the Yang family for a discussion. After a while, Yang Wu entered the study. Curiosity etched on his face. Surveying the surroundings, he hesitated. Master Wang, what prompts this unexpected summons? Yang Wu asked cautiously, glancing at Master Wang. Observing Yang Wu's timid demeanor, Master Wang's lips quirked slightly as he approached and patted his shoulder. Old Yang, have I not treated you well over the years? Because of me, you have been able to inherit the headship of the family with such ease. Yang Wu, acknowledging the sentiment, nodded hesitantly. I am indeed grateful for your kindness, Master Wang. However, I cannot relinquish the cement to you. Lady Wu has made it clear that if anyone dares to secretly hand it over, our cooperation will be terminated. Therefore, Master Wang, please do not place me in a predicament regarding this matter. Master Wang chuckled, a playful smile gracing his features as he patted Yang Wu's shoulder. Old Yang, do you not find it curious that Lady Wu speaks so highly of this cement? If such a miraculous substance truly exists, why did she not present it earlier? Yang Wu's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily lost in thought. Indeed, this was a pertinent reasoning. However, surely the fifth manager would not dare to act so brazenly in broad daylight, especially in the esteemed Kaiyang Prefecture. She was essentially declaring this to all the dignitaries of the city. Moreover, the cement, when showcased, certainly contained certain remarkable qualities. Manager Wang's gaze turned icy as he grasped Yang Wu's collar. I shall offer you one final chance. Will you join me in bringing down the Sangshuan auction house? Once we have toppled the fifth lady, this cement shall undoubtedly fall into our possession. Yang Wu opened his mouth, shaking his head as he looked at Manager Wang. Manager Wang, please do not put me in such a predicament. I genuinely find myself at a loss in this matter. Perhaps you should consider someone else. Upon hearing this, Manager Wang released his grip and sat down on a nearby chair, his fingers lightly tapping the tabletop. Suddenly, Several guards emerged from the shadows. Witnessing this scene, Yang Wu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Manager Wang. Are you intending to kill me? After all these years of camaraderie, you would resort to such treachery. Manager Wang cast a cold glance at Yang Wu, emitting a disdainful snort. I offered you a chance, yet you failed to appreciate it. Do not worry. I will link your demise to this cement. In due time, I shall ensure justice is served for you, though you shall only be able to witness it from the grave. Yang Wu attempted to rush towards Manager Wang, but before he could take more than a few steps, he was firmly restrained by the guards. Utterly devoid of any opportunity to escape, Wang Lin, may you meet a wretched end. As Yang Wu roared in fury, Manager Wang signaled with his hand. In the next moment, Yang Wu collapsed to the ground in sheer horror. Observing the unfolding events, Manager Wang tapped the table again. Enough. Clean up the Yang residence. Remember to encase Yang Wu within the cement. The guards nodded respectfully, promptly acknowledging his command. As you wish. With the guards departing, Manager Wang drummed his fingers and rose to his feet. Cement. Soon, the Songshan auction house will become the target of public ire. To conspire against the Yang family and annihilate their line, such a charge is no trivial matter. Manager Wang chuckled coldly. Chapter 67. A failed scheme leads to greater loss. Fifth Lady. For the sake of profit, you truly treat human lives like mere straw. Over this so-called cement, you would inflict such cruelty upon the Yang family. At the entrance of the Songshan auction house, a crowd of onlookers exchanged glances. Observing the enraged Manager Wang in the center, his recent proclamations sent a tremor of unease through them. Cement? The Fifth Lady emerged amidst the accusations, narrowing her eyes as she regarded Manager Wang. Manager Wang, your words seem rather inappropriate. The matters concerning the Yang family bear no relation to our Songshan auction house. If you doubt this, feel free to summon the officials. Upon hearing this, Manager Wang let out a cold laugh. The officials? Who is unaware of your true identity? Summoning them would merely be an attempt to secure your own protection. Fifth Miss furrowed her brow, casting a glance at Manager Wang before shaking her head. Your words imply that you wish to partake in the profits, do they not? You are clearly eyeing the lucrative cement deal and seeking to meddle, Wang Lin. You often regard others as fools, yet I am fully aware of your petty schemes. Manager Wang narrowed his eyes, letting out a cold huff. Fifth Miss. Do you truly believe that uttering a few words will absolve you of all suspicion? Absurd. Today, if your Songshan auction house fails to provide us with a satisfactory explanation, do not blame me for my lack of civility. Yang Wu is my sworn brother, bound by deep affection and loyalty, if I do not seek justice for him. What worth do I have as a man? Fifth Miss's eyes turned icy upon hearing this, and she let out a cold laugh. Wang Lin, regarding the cement matter, I have already summoned the officials from the Dali Temple of Kaiyang to conduct a thorough investigation. I am confident that results will emerge swiftly. The Dali Temple? Manager Wang's pupils constricted in an instant. He had not anticipated such severity from Fifth Mississippi. It is well known that the Dali Temple is renowned for its unwavering impartiality. Regardless of the background of any party involved, they show no mercy. Moreover, not only will the individuals be held accountable, but their affiliations will also face corresponding repercussions. Manager Wang, look at you. This is merely a minor dispute, yet you have gone so far as to involve the Dali Temple. Let us do this. I shall find a way to clarify the matters concerning the Yang family. As for the cement, I personally advise that we set it aside for now. Manager Wang narrowed his eyes, gazing earnestly at Fifth Mississippi. Upon hearing this, she shot him a glance, raising her hand in a gesture of dismissal. Wasn't he just rather arrogant moments ago? Why the sudden retreat? Manager Wang, I suggest that before you attempt to frame others in the future, you contemplate your escape routes. Otherwise, such incidents will merely recur. Fifth Miss clasped her hands before her, scrutinizing Manager Wang. Suddenly recalling something, she continued nonchalantly. As for the cement, your say holds no weight. I have already obtained the official document from the Dali Temple. Upon seeing the document in Fifth Miss's hand, Manager Wang's pupils dilated in disbelief. This document? How could this be? He involuntarily gasped in astonishment. He understood all too well. As long as Fifth Lady secures this document, it proves one undeniable fact. The Dali court has acknowledged the efficacy of this cement. This also signifies that all of his previous endeavors have been rendered futile. Manager Wang clenched his fists, taking a deep breath, his gaze turning decidedly sharp. This time, you have truly outdone yourself. We shall see how this unfolds. As Manager Wang departed, onlookers could not help but shake their heads at his retreating figure. Indeed, Manager Wang is no paragon of virtue. It is evident that, in pursuit of his own ambitions, he would resort to such ruthless measures against those around him. I recall that the Yang family was once his sycophants. Engaging in discourse with someone so avaricious is utterly absurd. It is clear that, should there be no benefit for Manager Wang, he would unhesitatingly discard anyone. At this moment, the crowd could not restrain their murmurs, each expressing disdain for Manager Wang's actions. Very well, since today's matter has been clarified, there is no need to squander any further time. Ladies and gentlemen, the second batch of cement from our Tsangshuan auction house is currently in production, and we warmly invite you to participate in the second phase of the auction. Surely, none of you wish to endure those perilous days under extreme weather conditions where your safety is compromised. The houses constructed with this cement will provide you with the utmost security. With a grand gesture, Fifth Lady expressed her excitement, her face alight with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, the others widened their eyes, their fists clenched tightly in anticipation. This pertains to their very safety. A competition is imperative, particularly because of the uproar caused by Manager Wang. Coupled with the documentation from the court of Dali, cement has suddenly transformed into a revered entity in the eyes of the majority. To possess cement is to possess the future. In Sichuan County, Zhang Lin observed the villagers toiling diligently and opened his mouth to speak. During this period, he has come to realize that he somewhat underestimated the fervor of the villagers. The vigor displayed by each individual is truly remarkable. During this period, the villagers have been toiling from dawn until dusk. A construction task that initially required half a month to complete has been astonishingly reduced to just 3 days. Presently, the sloping terrain at the outskirts of Sichuan County has been leveled to the ground, upon which stands an abundance of houses, appearing quite orderly. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Lin cannot help but express his admiration. It must be said that the motivation driving these common folk in pursuit of a better life is extraordinarily potent. While Zhang Lin reflects on this, Qin Lu approaches him with a gentle smile. Little brother, it seems you've managed quite well during this period. This pace is remarkably swift. Zhang Lin glances at Qin Lu and nods in agreement. Brother Qin, it is entirely the initiative of our fellow villagers. To be honest, the atmosphere here evokes deep sentiment within me. These villagers are exceptionally proactive. Qin Lu lets out a soft sigh. What a pity. Many residents of Sichuan County have previously left their homes in search of opportunities. I cannot help but wonder where they may be now. If they were to learn of the tremendous transformation that has taken place in Sichuan County, I wonder if they would choose to return. At this point, Qin Lu's mood becomes somewhat complex, as he himself was once part of that group seeking a better life. If it weren't for Bauer, he might not have even considered returning. Others, too, are likely struggling in different places. Rest assured, they will all come back, he adds in hopes of reassurance. Chapter 68. The importance of mindset. Let us hope so. Though the odds seem slim, as each person's choices differ. Qin Lu shakes his head, gazing at the scene before him, biting his lip. My greatest aspiration at present is to lead everyone towards prosperity, so that no one need worry about their so-called future. I wish for each individual to truly come to love Sichuan County and never wish to leave. Zhang Lin pats him on the shoulder and chuckles lightly. You must believe in yourself as well as in others. This goal will surely be realized. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu lifts his gaze to meet Zhang Lin's. Then, little brother, it is settled. You cannot abandon the others in Sichuan County. If you find a woman you admire, do not hesitate to let me know. I will do my utmost to connect you. Among the unmarried women currently in Sichuan County, aside from Manager Wu, you might want to consider the rest. Zhang Lin, upon hearing this, finds himself both amused and exasperated. He did not expect Qin Lu to begin matchmaking so soon. Is this a concern that he might flee, prompting an attempt to retain him in Ishikawa Prefecture? Brother Qin, rest assured that I have no intentions of leaving. Ishikawa offers me a sense of tranquility and harmony, providing a solid reassurance to my heart. Qin Lu nodded in response. I shall refrain from prolonging our conversation, my young friend. I have to make a visit to the River God Temple. Today, it is my turn to watch over the temple and see if there are any instructions from the River God. Zhang Lin observed Qin Lu hastily departing and could not help but shake his head. Look how anxious they are. Yet, he could understand the concerns of Qin Lu and his companions. Ishikawa is still in its nascent stage. Every talent is precious. At that moment, a rather surprised voice broke the silence. You rascal, have you truly immersed yourself to this extent? Turning around, Zhang Lin saw the old blind man holding a chicken leg, gazing at him with astonishment. Hearing this, Zhang Lin cast a sidelong glance at the old blind man and chuckled softly. Senior, I merely wish to observe how everyone goes about their daily lives. Engaging in the mundane affairs of life can indeed be a valuable experience. The old blind man fell silent for a moment before looking at Zhonglin. You young man. Indeed, you are extraordinary. This understanding I only grasped a decade ago. Yet here you are, already contemplating the philosophy of life at such an early stage. Do you know why there are so few wild deities above the 7th rank? Zhonglin looked up at the old blind man and softly inquired. Are you suggesting that the influence of mental state plays a role in the 7th rank and beyond? The old blind man shot a disgruntled glance at Zhonglin and nodded. Precisely. To break through the 7th rank, one must undergo tribulation. The most challenging aspect of this tribulation is the entanglement of the heart. Many individuals possess a mental state that is far too low, making them susceptible to the temptations of inner demons. Consequently, they cannot endure and fall into madness, meeting their demise. Zhonglin felt a tightening in his chest. Tribulation? Inner demons? I had not anticipated such concepts. Yet, it makes sense. After all, if one has inner demons, it indicates an inability to wield great power. Attempting to forcibly control it only results in backlash, potentially leading to mental turmoil. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Rest assured, I shall attentively heed your teachings and will not disappoint you. Zhonglin cupped his hands in respect towards the old blind man. Upon hearing this, the old blind man glanced at Zhonglin and waved his hand dismissively. You rascal, do you think I don't know you? The reason I am here today is to ascertain the level of your alchemical skills. Are you confident in refining 7th rank elixirs? The old blind man scrutinized Zhonglin with great intensity. Upon hearing these words, Zhonglin clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and replied, Esteemed elder, in just a month's time, it should suffice. After 1 month, you may also prepare the corresponding medicinal herbs. The old blind man widened his eyes, gazing at Zhonglin with a hint of uncertainty. Surely you jest, old man that I am? Is your breakthrough truly so effortless? Zhonglin chuckled softly. Whether it is true or not will be evident in a month's time. The old blind man inhaled deeply, contemplating Zhonglin for a moment. In that case, I shall not rush you. I hope you will not disappoint me. He continued, by the way, the cement you devised has garnered considerable attention. It has even stirred the interest of the Court of Judicial Review. I suspect it will not be long before they send someone to investigate. Do be cautious when that time comes. Zhonglin's pupils contracted. Does this capture the attention of the Dali Temple? This does not sound particularly promising. If it pertains to the Dali Temple, it implies that the Qintian Bureau is not far behind. The pride in Zhonglin's heart dissipated in an instant, replaced by an unsettling urgency that left him feeling somewhat suffocated. He must swiftly enhance his strength. Thank you, Senior, for informing me of this matter. The old blind man waved his hand dismissively. That's all for now. I shall take my leave. With a gesture, the old blind man vanished from Zhonglin's sight. Observing the old man's disappearing figure, Zhonglin took a deep breath. Indeed, there is an undeniable connection between the old blind man and the court. Otherwise, his information would not be so astutely informed. However, the old blind man is likely not affiliated with the Qintian Bureau. If he were, Zhonglin's life would have been in jeopardy from the very beginning. Moreover, even now, Zhonglin had no absolute assurance of escaping the old blind man's grasp. He could distinctly sense that the old man possessed extraordinary capabilities, at least above the 6th rank. Strength. Indeed, strength remains the most crucial asset. Zhonglin shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. Meanwhile, within the Dali Temple of Kaiyang Prefecture, a young woman wielding a long spear exuded an air of spirited confidence. The red ribbon in her hair gave off an impression of fiery enthusiasm. Opposite her stood an elderly man, past his 50s. His brow furrowed in displeasure as he regarded her. Nonsense. This Sichuan County is not a place you should venture. Remain here in Kaiyang Prefecture. Upon hearing this, the young woman scoffed, her tone resolute. Impossible. Father, you should know my disposition. Sichuan County produces the remarkable substance known as cement. I must see it for myself. You cannot deter me. The elderly man opened his mouth to respond, but fell silent. 3 days. You must return within 3 days. Chapter 69. The arrival of the young lady outside the city of Sichuan County. The young woman in red stood, one hand grasping the reins of an extraordinary steed that proudly lifted its head, surveying the landscape before them. As she beheld this scene, her eyes flickered slightly. Is this truly Sichuan County? It appears rather unremarkable. Could it be that the extraordinary aspect of Sichuan County lies not in the city itself, but in the people it harbors? Lost in thought, she found it challenging to reconcile the current vista with the legendary Sichuan County. In terms of prosperity, Sichuan County does not compare to Kaiyang Prefecture. Yet, it possesses the ability to produce cement. This is rather unusual. As the young woman approached the city gate, two guards swiftly stepped forward, their faces adorned with radiant smiles. Greetings. Welcome to Sichuan County. The woman widened her eyes in surprise, taken aback by the guards' warm welcome. After all, she had not disclosed her identity. Could it be that these guards treated everyone with such cordiality? I am Xie Yao, hailing from Kaiyang Prefecture. I have heard of the wonders of Sichuan County, and thus, I have come to see it for myself, she said, slightly cupping her hands in a gesture of respect. Upon hearing this, the two guards beamed with joy, their demeanor growing solemn as they regarded Xie Yao. It is our honor to attract your visit. Here is a commemorative booklet prepared for you, featuring the distinctive delicacies of Sichuan County, along with nearby scenic areas. You may find it a useful reference. Xie Yao stared at the booklet being offered by the guards, utterly astonished. What? There is a commemorative booklet for visiting Sichuan County? Is this a joke? The service in Ishikawa is remarkably attentive. This completely took Xie Yao by surprise. Primarily, one would expect that when others possess something valuable, their initial reaction would be to conceal it. Yet, here in Ishikawa, it seemed they were eager to showcase their treasures. Grateful. Xie Yao dismissed the distractions in her mind and made her way to a nearby area within the city. Observing the streets around her, she became increasingly astonished. Since her arrival, she had not encountered a single person idling about. It appeared that everyone was diligently striving for their own aspirations. What struck her most was the radiant smiles of happiness adorning their faces. This perplexes her greatly. It is essential to recognize that each individual's pursuits vary, and their measures of happiness differ accordingly. For those living at the bottom of the social hierarchy, mere sustenance represents the pinnacle of contentment. Conversely, for those in affluence, with aspirations for the future, their standards of happiness are likely to be exceedingly elevated. Yet, the reactions she observes seem rather peculiar. There is an oddity permeating Ishikawa Prefecture that she cannot quite grasp. Xie finds herself murmuring in frustration, her mind brimming with unanswered questions. At that moment, a surprised voice broke the silence. This is your first visit to Ishikawa Prefecture, isn't it? Turning around, Xie beheld Zhou Chuan standing nearby, his expression one of amusement. She cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Chuan and replied coolly, "Who are you? This matter should not concern you." Zhou Chuan shook his head and chuckled lightly. "I am Zhou Chuan, the magistrate of Ishikawa Prefecture. As a magistrate, it is only natural for me to inquire about your background. Wouldn't you agree?" Xie furrowed her brow, gazing at Zhou Chuan in confusion. "You are Zhou Chuan? You appear rather ordinary, quite different from the image I had conjured of you." Zhou Chuan, taken aback by her words, stared at her in disbelief. "This phrase means, what does this mean? Is this disdain directed towards me?" Zhou Chuan gazed at Xie, irritation evident in his tone. "You are truly something. I had the best intentions in wanting to assist you, to see what you might require, and yet you resort to such personal attacks." Xie merely pouted, feeling somewhat disillusioned. "I had assumed that the magistrate of Sichuan County possessed extraordinary capabilities, but it turns out you are merely an utterly useless scholar. Throughout these years, the type I have held in the lowest regard is precisely the likes of you. Therefore, I must apologize. This was certainly not my intention." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan's lips twitched slightly. "Indeed, this person is quite something. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Xie Yao, the daughter of the Minister of Justice from Kaiyang Prefecture." Zhou Chuan's pupils constricted in an instant, gazing at Xie before him with incredulity. A member of the Ministry of Justice? He was well aware of their reputation. Within the imperial court, the Ministry of Justice was known for its unwavering adherence to principles, often disregarding personal connections. The sudden arrival of Xie in Sichuan County raised a troubling thought. Could it be that someone had spoken ill of Sichuan County to the Ministry of Justice? With this realization, Zhou Chuan's heart tightened. The Ministry of Justice. Being scrutinized by them could spell disaster. Even though the citizens of Sichuan County were currently thriving and there were no negative reports, any unfounded accusations could obliterate all their hard work in an instant. "Miss Xie, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Sichuan County has consistently adhered to the law during its recent developments and has not overstepped any boundaries. Perhaps you have been misled by unfounded rumors regarding our situation? Zhou Chuan spoke, a hint of anxiety in his tone. Xie waved her hand dismissively, slamming her spear onto the ground. Her eyes flickered, and she raised her chin, adopting a serious expression. "Who is responsible for the cement and pearls?" Zhou Chuan's pupils constricted once more. Indeed, she had come specifically for these two matters. Should Xie become aware of this, She might attribute it to the benevolence of Lord Hebo. It is entirely possible that she would extend an invitation to Lord Hebo to visit Kaiyang Prefecture. The thought of losing Lord Hebo's protection tightened Zhou Chuan's chest. Could it be that all his efforts during this time would amount to nothing? A profound sense of resentment surged within him. No. Regardless of the circumstances, no one shall disrupt the harmony of Sichuan County. With this determination, Zhou Chuan regarded Xie Yao with an expression of utmost seriousness. This is my doing. Should Miss Xie harbor any doubts, I implore you to voice them. If there exists any skepticism regarding our cement, please feel free to express it candidly. Xie Yao cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Chuan, shaking her head with a dismissive air. Your words may deceive others, but not me. How absurd. If you possessed the capability to develop such cement, you would not have been relegated here to Sichuan County for offending the Prime Minister. County Magistrate Zhou, I advise you to speak the truth. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the nature of my subsequent evaluation of Sichuan County. Chapter 70. An unapproachable entity. What I have just stated is indeed the truth. If it were not for me, who else in Sichuan County could possess such prowess? Zhou Chuan gazed intently at Xie Yao, remaining silent for a moment before replying with utmost gravity. I shall uncover the identity of the individual responsible for the cement's development. When the time comes, I will expose your deceit. Xie Yao let out a cold huff, responding indifferently. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan clapped his hands. Very well, then observe as you wish. However, I must stipulate that you are not permitted to disrupt the lives of any villagers. Xie Yao crossed her arms, her gaze toward Zhou Chuan tinged with skepticism. Rest assured, I am not so idle as to meddle in your affairs. My sole interest lies in the cement. I merely wish to ascertain who discovered it. With that, Xie Yao mounted her steed and made her way into Sichuan County. Zhou Chuan watched her retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. He could not deny that the pressure emanating from Xie Yao was indeed formidable. Indeed, the Dali Temple. Once they intervened, many matters transformed. At that moment, Zhang Lin stood not far away, observing the worried expression on Zhou Chuan's face as he approached him with a pot of wine. It was quite unexpected that the county magistrate would fret over other matters. Clearly, this visitor held a significant status. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan could not help but shake his head and let out a soft sigh. This was not merely a trivial matter, it was a veritable hot potato. If this young lady were to harbor discontent towards our Sichuan County, it could lead to grave consequences. Particularly, it was imperative that she remain unaware of Lord Hebo's extraordinary capabilities, otherwise, trouble was bound to arise. Zhang Lin's eyes flickered as he cast a glance at Zhou Chuan. Oh, why does the county magistrate worry so much about her interaction with Lord Hebo? Could it be that if she were to learn of Lord Hebo's miraculous powers, she would take some action against him? Zhou Chuan sighed softly and nodded. You may not realize that beneath the capital, there are not many legitimate deities. Thus, upon arriving in Sichuan County, I discerned that Lord Hebo must be a wild god. If the officials from the Astronomical Bureau were to discover that we have a wild god here in Sichuan County, they would undoubtedly take action and eliminate Lord Hebo. Therefore, I absolutely cannot permit such an occurrence. At this revelation, Zhang Lin felt a jolt within. He had not anticipated that Zhou Chuan was aware of the existence of wild gods. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense, after all. Zhou Chuan was the top scholar of the current dynasty. He was indeed a person of considerable experience, and his knowledge of wild gods was hardly surprising. As per the county magistrate's implication, since this individual posed a potential risk of divulging secrets, why not simply expel her to avoid trouble? Zhang Lin looked at Zhou Chuan with curiosity. Zhou Chuan patted Zhang Lin on the shoulder. This matter is not as simple as you might think. Her background is quite formidable, far beyond my capacity to offend. If I were to expel her, that would be tantamount to forfeiting any opportunity altogether. Observing the conflicted expression on Zhou Chuan's face, Zhang Lin chuckled lightly. County magistrate, there is a saying, when the cart reaches the mountain, there will surely be a way. Perhaps she harbors no significant animosity towards Sichuan County, so you need not worry excessively. Zhou Chuan managed a wry smile. I can only hope so. As Zhou Chuan departed, Zhang Lin watched his retreating figure, his eyes narrowing. The officials from the Dali Temple had unexpectedly intervened. This took him by surprise. He merely released some cement, yet he did not anticipate such a significant response. If more novel creations were to be unleashed, would Ishikawa not become the target of widespread criticism? Contemplating this, Zhang Lin felt a heaviness in his heart. Yet, if he refrained from utilizing these scarce resources, or if he employed these intriguing novelties, how could he possibly procure a substantial amount of supplies? It was unthinkable for him to act like those wild deities, prioritizing his own survival at the expense of the common folk. Zhang Lin clenched his fists, taking a deep breath, his gaze resolute. At this juncture, he had no choice but to take a gamble. He would ascertain whether this Xie Yao posed a genuine threat. Should she prove to be restless, he would be compelled to undertake a perilous course of action, employing the art of dream weaving to alter her consciousness and memories within the realm of dreams. However, beings like Xie Yao undoubtedly possessed protective talismans. Thus, Zhang Lin held no absolute confidence in his plan. Very well, he resolved to enhance his dream-weaving abilities during this interval. The greater the enhancement of his skills, the higher the likelihood of success would soar. Zhang Lin murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Xie Yao observed the scene in Ishikawa County, letting out a cold snort as she glanced disdainfully in the direction of the county magistrate's residence. Does Chuan still intend to deceive her this week? This is simply a dream. Moreover, if Zhou Chuan is attempting to cover this up this week, it undoubtedly indicates that there are hidden circumstances at play. If there exists a concealed talent within Shijia County, and such a person is recruited to Kaiyang Prefecture, that would indeed exemplify the notion of maximizing one's potential. Zhou Chuan, is it not your intention to retain such talent within your Shijia County? How dare you conceal it in such a manner? Humph. The more you act this way, the more I shall not allow your plans to unfold smoothly. I am determined to unearth this individual. Xie Yao coldly snorted, expressing a hint of arrogance. Suddenly, a sound of weeping pierced the air. Xie Yao turned around to see Bauer, rubbing her eyes, standing behind her. Upon witnessing this scene, Xie Yao felt a surge of helplessness. Little one, what seems to be the matter? Xie Yao asked, her tone laced with concern. Bauer, upon hearing this, lifted her head to gaze at Xie Yao, and, with a hint of trepidation, replied, Sister, I can't find my father. Xie Yao was taken aback by this revelation. Please elaborate on what has transpired. Rest assured, Sister will certainly assist you. After attentively listening to Bauer's account, Xie Yao finally grasped the situation. Bauer had been out shopping with her father, but when she turned around, she discovered that he was no longer there. Xie Yao couldn't help but shake her head. This is not a matter of Bayer's father being lost. It is evidently Bayer who has gone astray. Xie Yao let out a gentle sigh as she gazed upon Bayer, reaching out to tenderly stroke her head. Fear not, Bayer. I shall take you to find your father. Bayer nodded vigorously in agreement, observing Bayer's demeanor. Xie Yao's eyes suddenly sparkled with a thought. By the way, Bayer, do you understand the situation with this cement? Chapter 71. Betraying the river god? Impossible. Cement? Sister, are you referring to the kind that is laid on houses? Bayer inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity as she looked at Xie Yao. Xie Yao nodded affirmatively. Indeed. That very substance. Do you know who invented that cement? Bayer nodded earnestly. Of course. As long as you assist me in locating my father, I will reveal to you who the inventor of that cement is. Bayer spoke with utmost sincerity. Upon hearing this, Xie Yao paused for a moment, casting a mildly displeased look at Bayer. This little rascal. I never anticipated that she would exhibit such remarkable sensitivity in this regard. This was indeed somewhat unexpected. Xie Yao cleared her throat and said earnestly, All right, I can agree to your request, but, little one, you must not deceive your sister. I have always held a strong aversion towards children who tell lies. Bauer nodded vigorously, extending her hand in reassurance. Sister, don't worry. I have never told a lie. Observing Bauer's earnest demeanor, Xie Yao finally let out a sigh of relief. She then took Bauer's hand and began to inquire around. Do you know where this child's father is? Bauer, her father was just at the factory working overtime. The factory? Xie Yao was quite taken aback upon hearing this. Is it truly the case that Ishikawa Prefecture possesses independent factories? What a ridiculous joke. How can this be considered a backward county? In the entire Kaiyang Prefecture, there are no more than 3 counties with factories. Yet now they claim that Sichuan County has them? Most likely, it's a fade, a mere pretense. How could Sichuan County possibly possess such establishments? Nevertheless, let us regard this as an opportunity for Bauer to search for her father. For it may prove to be a significant journey. Before the factory, gazing at the expansive grounds that span over a dozen acres, Xie Yao widened her eyes in astonishment. What? Is this a factory? In terms of sheer area, even the factories in Kaiyang Prefecture are hardly comparable, are they? Is it truly possible that such a small Ishikawa Prefecture boasts such an impressive scale? Is this some sort of jest? Are you certain this is a factory? Xie Yao questioned, glancing incredulously at Bauer beside her. Bauer nodded affirmatively. The cement is indeed produced in mass from here. Xie Yao opened her mouth, utterly astonished by the outcome. It was simply unbelievable. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Yao pushed open the door and stepped inside. Upon witnessing the bustling activity within, she was completely taken aback. The cement is being produced at an astonishing pace. At this moment, Qin Lu emerged from the factory. Upon seeing Bauer on the ground, he beamed with a radiant smile. Bauer, what brings you here? Did I not instruct you to wait for my return at home? Bauer widened her eyes and, with utmost seriousness, replied while glancing at the nearby Xie Yao, it was this sister who brought me here. Hearing this, Qin Lu looked up at Xie Yao and hastily clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. I shall take care of Bauer from here. Xie Yao gazed at Qin Lu and waved her hand dismissively. Little one, I have fulfilled my promise to you. Now, what about your promise to me? Bauer, upon hearing this, lifted her head to look at Xie Yao and earnestly replied, Sister, that cement is from Hebo. Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Lu interrupted her. He glanced at Xie Yao and offered an awkward smile. This child's words are not to be trusted. If you have no further matters to attend to, I shall personally express my gratitude after I conclude my work here. Xie Yao regarded Qin Lu with a furrowed brow. Sensing an unspoken tension, Qin Lu undoubtedly knows the truth, yet he chooses to conceal it. It appears that the intricacies behind this matter are far more complex than one might initially imagine. Xie Yao took a deep breath, her demeanor turning gravely serious. Sir, this matter is of utmost importance to me. I am a member of the Dali Temple in Kaiyang Prefecture. The cement from your Sichuan County has resulted in fatalities. Hence, I have been dispatched here to uncover the truth. I implore you to cooperate with my investigation. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu's pupils widened in disbelief as he stared at Xie Yao. What? Someone actually died because of this cement? He quickly gestured for silence. My lord, you must be mistaken. This cement is not something edible, and its texture is so soft that it could not possibly cause death. Xie Yao snorted coldly, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Lu's eyes. Do you think I am deceiving you? Let me assure you, this situation is exceedingly grave. There must be no oversight. You would do well to come clean now. Otherwise, I shall presume that the invention of this cement lies with you, and you will accompany me back to Kaiyang Prefecture, where you will be imprisoned. At that point, you may never again have the chance to see such a lovely child. Upon hearing Xie Yao's words, Qin Lu fell silent, his expression somber. Glancing at the child beside him, his eyes flickered with uncertainty. After much internal struggle, he finally exhaled deeply, meeting Xie Yao's gaze. He spoke with utmost seriousness. My lord, to be frank, I did indeed invent this cement. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon me. I assure you of my cooperation in your investigation, for the sake of the deceased citizen. Xie Yao's eyes widened as she regarded Qin Lu before her, momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Qin Lu would willingly accept such blame rather than divulge the truth to her. This is indeed a capital offense. What enchantment does this individual possess, allowing a father to forsake his wife and children? Xie Yao clenched her fists, drawing a long spear from behind her and pressing it against Qin Lu's throat. Do not mistake my words as mere threats. If you truly are the mastermind behind this, I shall undoubtedly take your life to avenge the common folk, she stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu gazed at the spear before him and chose to close his eyes, contemplating the idea of betraying Lord Yibo. How is this possible? During this period, the River Lord has bestowed upon him a grace akin to rebirth. Were it not for the River Lord, his entire family would have perished long ago. Now, to betray the River Lord for the sake of his own life? How absurd. Xie Yao parted her lips, standing still, retracting her long spear. The situation of Qin Lu indeed rendered her speechless. Who, exactly, is the mastermind behind this? Chapter 72, The Impossibility of a Deity. As I have stated, I am indeed the orchestrator behind the scenes. If you choose not to believe me, there is little I can do. Qin Lu spoke with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Xie Yao cast a somewhat clenched-toothed glare at Qin Lu. This individual is truly obstinate. Once I ascertain the truth of the matter, if it is indeed you, I shall assuredly claim your head, Xie Yao declared coldly. After uttering these words, she turned abruptly and departed. Observing Xie Yao's retreating figure, Bauer gazed at Qin Lu beside her, perplexed. Father, why did you assert that you invented cement? This is clearly... Before Bauer could finish her sentence, Qin Lu swiftly covered her mouth, his expression grave as he regarded her intently. Bauer, remember this. You must never speak of cement in front of this person. They are not of good character. Bauer blinked, nodding in understanding. I comprehend. In the dead of night, within the inn's chamber, Xie Yao stood by the window. Gazing at the surroundings, her mind enveloped in contemplation. Why? It seems as though these individuals have conspired in advance, their narratives astonishingly synchronized. Xiao took a deep breath, her countenance growing increasingly grim. Something is amiss. The transformation has indeed left her feeling perplexed. Did they truly believe that such tactics could obscure the identity of those responsible for the cement's development? A cold smile crept across Xiao's face. The more they attempted to conceal the truth, the more her excitement grew, compelling her to uncover the forces lurking behind this mystery. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from the doorway. "Miss Xia." Upon hearing this voice, Xiao grasped her long spear and approached the entrance, opening the door. There stood Shou Chuan, his gaze a blend of complexity as he regarded Xiao. "County Magistrate Zhou, what brings you here? Do you intend to reveal the truth to me?" she inquired. Unable to suppress a mocking laugh, Zhou Chuan shook his head and took a deep breath. "Miss Xia, I merely wish to understand your claim that citizens in Kaiyang Prefecture have perished due to cement. This cement was invented in Sichuan County, and now, with lives lost. It is my duty as the magistrate to grasp the full context of these events." Upon hearing this, Xiao furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before responding earnestly. "The entire Yang family has been annihilated. The head of the Yang family was even buried alive with cement. The cement had only recently arrived in Kaiyang Prefecture, and its availability was limited. I can only surmise that it was primarily your people from Sichuan County who possessed such quantities." Zhou Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment, realization dawning upon him. So it was thus. This gruesome massacre is evidently an act of vendetta. Zhou Chuan revealed a faint smile. "Miss Xia, you are aware that the journey between Kaiyang Prefecture and Sichuan County is quite distant. If it were a matter of transporting goods, it would require a considerable amount of time. If it were someone from Sichuan County harboring a grudge against the Yang family, the effort to deliver such cement to Kaiyang Prefecture would be unimaginable given our resources. Thus, it is clear that someone is attempting to frame another." Xiao narrowed her eyes, gazing at Shou Chuan, arms crossed. "Are you implying that I am causing trouble here? Am I making it difficult for you?" Zhou Chuan spread his hands, looking at Xiao with a calm demeanor. "It is not to say that Miss Xia is being unreasonable. Rather, I wish to caution you that your investigative direction may be entirely misguided. The true culprit must surely reside within Kaiyang Prefecture. To extinguish an entire family unnoticed beneath the gaze of so many witnesses, this is a feat that not even 10 Sichuan counties could accomplish. Therefore, I am certain that the one behind this act must be a person of power within Kaiyang Prefecture." Xiu felt a jolt in her heart as Zhou Chuan's words resonated deeply within her. This week, Chuan truly lives up to his reputation as the third-ranked scholar. In such a brief span of time, the enigma has already been unraveled. Indeed, appointing him as a magistrate in Ishikawa seems somewhat beneath his talents. Magistrate Zhou is undoubtedly an astute individual. Allow me to share a secret with you. I am merely curious about the kind of genius capable of inventing such a miraculous substance as cement. Xiao regarded Shou Chuan before her with a calm expression. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. "I am but an ordinary person, hardly deserving of the title of genius ascribed by the young lady. However, if you are speaking of the one who developed cement, then that would be me," he replied with an air of tranquility. Xiao furrowed her brow and cast a sidelong glance at Shou Chuan. "Magistrate Zhou, since you are unwilling to divulge, so be it. However, I shall remain in Ishikawa for a while longer, and you would do well to pray that no truths come to light. Otherwise, should I discover that you have deceived me, you will undoubtedly come to know the dire consequences." A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Shou Chuan's mouth as he cleared his throat and turned to depart. Xiao would be staying in Ishikawa for a while longer. It was uncertain whether this would be a blessing or a curse. Zhou Chuan shook his head, feeling rather helpless. The following morning, Xiao arrived at the riverbank and was taken aback by the sight of the River Lord Temple in the distance. How could this temple be far more opulent than the county magistrate's residence? Furthermore, it appeared to be the only temple within Ishikawa County. Xiao furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. This left her momentarily bewildered. Something felt amiss. Could it be that the river god temple harbored some hidden mystery? With this thought in mind, Xiao proceeded towards the temple without hesitation. Along the way, she couldn't help but glance around, her curiosity piqued. Upon observing the somewhat opulent temple at its center, she found herself momentarily taken aback, for as she drew nearer, the details became strikingly clear. The grandeur of the river god temple is such that, even within the illustrious confines of Kaiyang Prefecture, few can rival its splendor. Yet, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that this is not Kaiyang Prefecture. It is merely Sichuan County, a place once deemed the most desolate of regions, now graced by the presence of such an extraordinary temple. This sensation is undeniably peculiar. As Xiao stepped into the river god temple, her gaze swept across the interior and fixated on the deity statue at its center, causing her pupils to constrict instantaneously. How is this possible? This statue, Xiao could sense an indescribable aura of power emanating from it. In this scenario, there exists but one possibility. The sheer number of individuals who come here to pay their respects on ordinary days is overwhelmingly large. Consequently, a formidable force of faith has amassed around this sacred statue. This left Xiao somewhat incredulous. Is this the secret of Shikawa? Is there truly a divine abode in Shikawa? But that cannot be right. I recall my father mentioning that a small place like Shikawa could not possibly harbor a deity. Chapter 73. The All-Powerful Magistrate Zhou. A wild god? Unthinkable. In a remote and impoverished locale like Shikawa, a wild god would undoubtedly flee at the first sign of trouble. Xiao shook her head, unable to suppress her murmurs. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin, outside the river god temple, twitched the corner of his mouth slightly. Xiao was truly exasperated. Was this an indiscriminate attack? Such outrageous behavior. At that moment, Xiao stepped out of the Hebo temple. Her gaze fixated on Zhang Lin in the distance, her eyes momentarily flickering. Approaching Zhang Lin, she earnestly inquired, "You are a resident of Sichuan County, correct? Do you know why this Hebo temple has been renovated so lavishly?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin nodded, a light chuckle escaping his lips. The reason is quite simple. In the hearts of many common folk, they rely on water for sustenance, thus they worship the so-called river god, seeking a sense of peace. This, indeed, reflects the reality of the ordinary people, does it not? Xiao shot Zhang Lin a disapproving glance, retorting, "Are you trying to deceive me? Do you truly believe I am unaware of the facts? Even if there is a need, it shouldn't reach such an extravagant level. Moreover, the residents of Sichuan County live in considerable poverty." With his hands clasped behind his back, Zhang Lin regarded Xiao with a light smile. The people of Sichuan County are impoverished? Currently, they may simply have a smaller population, but their personal income is not necessarily inferior to that of the citizens of Kaiyang Prefecture. Xiao furrowed her brow, casting a skeptical glance at Sichuan County. Given the geography of Sichuan County, large-scale farming was unfeasible. Their income sources were predominantly reliant on the water. Pearls were not a daily bounty. And fish? Before Xiao could finish her thought, she found herself momentarily stunned. A group of villagers nearby was hauling in thick fishing nets, dragging an astonishing number of fish. Over 1,000 fish left her utterly dumbfounded. Was it truly possible for the people here to catch such an abundance daily? It seemed implausible. Although the river was expansive, surely the quantity of fish could not reach such absurd levels. Xiao expressed her confusion. Zhang Lin shrugged, resigned. But the reality is just that. Perhaps these fish have a particular affinity for the residents of Sichuan County. Furthermore, beyond the ordinary fish, this river conceals many other treasures, such as pearls and corals. Upon hearing this, Xiao found herself at a loss for words. What she had witnessed today was indeed beyond her expectations. Could it be that Sichuan County was truly a land of riches? Otherwise, how could such an outrageous situation exist? Even so, the development of Sichuan County could not possibly be sustained in the long term. A singular means of harvesting, once faced with extreme weather, would surely yield significant repercussions. At that point, troubles would likely ensue. Xiao held her head high, a touch of arrogance in her demeanor. Zhang Lin chuckled softly, refraining from further comment. However, soon Xiao found her emotions overwhelming her. For at that moment, some villagers from Sichuan County approached, carrying a bundle of medicinal herbs. Upon seeing those spiritual herbs, Xiao gasped in astonishment, her excitement palpable. Is that Sanshir grass? It is an essential herb for concocting the soul-returning pill. Although the year may not be particularly recent, it remains a rare gem. What she beheld before her was truly enough to leave her in a state of agitation. If it were to be exchanged for mundane gold, this three-stone grass would undoubtedly be a treasure of immense worth. Every single one of these plants holds a value equivalent to 1 or 2 pieces of gold. Yet, these villagers carry them in abundance. It is no wonder that Zhang Lin would assert that the living conditions of the people in Sichuan County are not inferior to those in Kaiyang Prefecture. Aside from cement, Sichuan County boasts a wealth of other treasures. What puzzles me is why, in times past, the inhabitants of Sichuan County failed to recognize these precious resources. As I recall, 3 years ago, Sichuan County was among the most backward regions. Zhang Lin cast a glance towards the magistrate's residence and chuckled softly. This is entirely the result of the magistrate's efforts. The magistrate is a distinguished scholar of the current dynasty, having traversed far and wide. thus exposing himself to a myriad of experiences. It is only natural that he would be able to identify these medicinal herbs. As for the aquatic products, the previous lack of appropriate sales channels for the people of Sichuan County was the sole hindrance. Now, with Magistrate Zhou connecting them to the Songshuan auction house, these goods have found opportunities for trade, which will undoubtedly alleviate their poverty. Upon hearing this, Xia Yao's eyes flickered. For reasons unknown, she harbored a sense of skepticism towards Zhang Lin's claims. However, at this moment, she possessed no evidence to the contrary. Very well. I shall grant you this one occasion of trust. But what of the cement? I have observed that many villagers in Sichuan County have begun using it to construct their homes. Why do they incorporate gravel and iron within? Xia Yao furrowed her brows. Perplexed, Zhang Lin gazed into Xia Yao's eyes and chuckled lightly. The cement acts as an adhesive, binding the gravel together seamlessly. The addition of iron serves a similar purpose. It enhances the stability of the structures. This was all the magistrate's idea, and he has also taken it upon himself to nurture some children, ensuring they have the opportunity to learn. Xia Yao opened her mouth, yet fell into silence. She could sense the truth in Zhang Lin's words. This week, Chuan has indeed exerted considerable effort for Ishikawa Prefecture. It is somewhat fortunate to have such a diligent county magistrate. I understand. Rest assured, I shall not make things difficult for your county magistrate, Zhou. Well then, I shall take my leave now. Xia Yao took a deep breath and, gazing at Zhang Lin, spoke earnestly. This journey to Ishikawa Prefecture has proven to be immensely rewarding for her. Upon her return, she is determined to share all her experiences with her father. Setting aside other matters, it is imperative to ensure the continued progress of Ishikawa's development. Observing Xia Yao's departing figure, Zhang Lin could not help but shake his head, relieved that he had finally managed to deceive her. The young lady of the Xia family is indeed not easily deceived, primarily if she does not depart soon. The upcoming sacrificial ceremony on the 15th is likely to be significantly impacted. The incense value that can be garnered may be exceedingly scant. Soon, the harvest of incense value tomorrow should enable a breakthrough into the realm of a 7th-grade alchemist. After restoring the alchemical furnace, perhaps I could attempt to enhance my own strength using these pills, Zhang Lin murmured to himself. At that moment, Zhou Chuan approached Zhang Lin, unable to suppress a smile upon observing his demeanor. That young lady from the Xie family did not trouble you, did she? Zhang Lin waved his hand dismissively. She must have returned. Zhou Chuan paused, a look of disbelief on his face. She left. Indeed, she has already departed, Zhang Lin replied with a light chuckle. Observing Zhou Chuan's astonishment, Zhou Chuan rubbed his eyes, gazing ahead, utterly amazed. I thought she would relentlessly pursue the truth, undoubtedly seeking the true developer of the cement. I was genuinely concerned that, at this rate, the sacrificial ceremony on the 15th might be compromised. Hearing this, Zhang Lin shook his head. Perhaps she felt she had uncovered all the truths, and remaining here would merely squander her time. Beyond that, I cannot fathom any other possibilities. Zhou Chuan clapped Zhang Lin on the shoulder, chuckling. You, my friend, are truly a stroke of luck. With your presence, many challenges seem to dissolve into simplicity. This time, the departure of the young lady from the Xie family is largely credited to you. Rest assured, once the sacrificial ceremony concludes, I shall bestow upon you a most generous reward. Zhang Lin raised an eyebrow. A generous reward? For some reason, I find it hard to believe your words, Zhou Chuan. After all, in the entirety of Sichuan County, your financial situation is rather dire. Relying on you for substantial benefits seems somewhat unrealistic. County Magistrate Zhou, may I be so bold as to inquire what this reward entails? Zhou Chuan patted Zhang Lin's shoulder and replied playfully, I've already stated it is a reward. Why probe further? Rest assured, I promise you will not be disappointed this time. In fact, you might even feel a sense of excitement. Zhang Lin shrugged helplessly, a light smile gracing his lips as he regarded Zhou Chuan. I understand your implication. I shall await the surprise you bring me, County Magistrate Zhou. Zhou Chuan, looking at Zhang Lin, suddenly recalled something and inquired with curiosity, by the way. There is yet another matter to consider. Why is it that adding certain substances to this cement can render the structures exceedingly more resilient? Zhang Lin gestured towards the distant landscape and nodded. County Magistrate Zhou, do you not perceive that the cement resembles that of mere mud? By incorporating appropriate gravel into this mud, one can significantly enhance the sturdiness of the construction. Thus, the principle remains the same. The addition of these materials to the cement serves to augment the strength of the edifices, ensuring their preservation even under extreme conditions. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. The principle is indeed remarkably simple. However, One must ponder why he had not foreseen it earlier. Zhou Chuan inhaled deeply, gazing earnestly at Zhang Lin before him, and admitted, "I was somewhat narrow-minded before, failing to consider this. Truly, entrusting you with the cement was an exceedingly wise decision." Zhang Lin moved to a tree nearby, observing the industrious villagers in the distance, and shook his head slightly. In truth, what is truly fortunate is the presence of so many citizens, diligently laboring for the construction of Sichuan County. For County Magistrate Zhou, this is undoubtedly the most gratifying aspect. Zhou Chuan nodded, clenched his fists, and appeared resolute. "Rest assured, I shall ensure the development of the entire Sichuan County." Zhang Lin watched Zhou Chuan's departing figure, his eyes flickering momentarily. The following day, Zhang Lin stood at the Hebo temple, feeling the surge of incense value. Momentarily taken aback. 80,000 incense value. He had not anticipated that, after more than a month with those villagers, the incense value would soar to 80,000. This time, not only can the alchemist realm be elevated to the 7th grade, but it also allows for the restoration of the 7th grade elixir furnace. With this thought, a slight smile graced Zhang Lin's lips. With the attainment of the 7th grade alchemical realm, he would be able to concoct a greater number of 7th grade elixirs. Thump, thump, thump. As the realm breakthrough occurred, Zhang Lin suddenly felt 3 formulae for elixirs surge into his mind: the bone-cleansing elixir, the 7 apertures exquisite elixir, and the ink jade elixir. To his surprise, this elevation in realm came with such a boon. These 3 7th grade elixir formulae arrived most opportunely. Zhang Lin reflected with profound sentiment. The cleansing elixir, as its name suggests, possesses the remarkable ability to purify the impurities within the human body, enabling an individual of exceedingly low aptitude to undergo a profound transformation into a genius. Furthermore, it allows certain practitioners to expel the toxins residing within their bodies, thereby enhancing the quality of their meridians and elevating their potential. Even for some wild deities, it proves to be extraordinarily effective, facilitating a smoother path to breakthrough. The washing essence pill, if revealed, would undoubtedly incite a frenzied scramble. As for the 7 apertures exquisite pill, it possesses extraordinary effects. Once consumed, it can sustain life even in the face of the gravest injuries, ensuring survival for 7 days without fail. In moments of life-threatening peril, the 7 apertures exquisite pill serves as a miraculous remedy for salvation. The ink jade pill, on the other hand, is capable of neutralizing the vast majority of toxins, enhancing one's own resistance to poison. For many, this is a rare treasure that cannot be easily encountered. It is no wonder that the elixirs provided by the system are all of exceptional quality. Zhang Lin could not help but smile as he spoke. With these potions at his disposal, he was confident that he could achieve a significant enhancement in both his own prowess and the health of the people of Sichuan County within a short period. The greatest challenge at present, however, lies in the lack of materials. The materials required for this 7th grade elixir are exceedingly precious. In Shikawa Prefecture, attempting to gather the ingredients for such a potion is akin to chasing a dream. The only feasible avenues are through the Zhongshuan auction house or the Old Blind Man. Otherwise, it is virtually impossible. While the Old Blind Man is indeed reliable, for reasons unknown, Zhang Lin is reluctant to inform him of his breakthrough immediately. It is imperative to conceal this matter for a while. Thus, one can seize the corresponding initiative, rather than being perpetually led by the nose by the Old Blind Man. The Zhongshuan auction house presents a viable option. However, it seems that one would have to exchange some 8th grade elixirs to redeem anything. Zhang Lin couldn't help but shake his head, letting out a soft sigh. Contemplating this, his expression grew increasingly solemn. At this juncture, it is imperative to make a decisive move. Within the Zhongshuan auction house, Fifth Miss sat in the hall, resting her chin on one hand as she gazed at the scene before her. At that moment, a guard approached her. "Manager, important intelligence has arrived from Sichuan, and it may require your personal decision. We find ourselves unable to make a call on this matter." Chapter 75, The Mysterious Alchemist. What significant intelligence? Fifth Miss asked, perplexed. As she regarded the guard took a deep breath, his demeanor serious, and replied, "Report to the manager. The young lady of the Xie family has made a trip to Sichuan." "What?" Fifth Miss sprang to her feet. Disbelief etched across her face as she looked at the guard. She had certainly heard of Xie Yao's name. This is no ordinary light. Her journey to Ishikawa must signify something significant. Could it be that Xie Yao has already uncovered the extraordinary aspects of Ishikawa? Contemplating this, Wunyang took a deep breath, her expression turning exceedingly grave. "What has Xie Yao done in Ishikawa? I need a thorough investigation conducted post-haste. Furthermore, it is imperative to ensure that the progress at the Ishikawa branch is completed within these 10 days." Upon hearing this, the guard nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. As the guard departed, Wunyang felt an overwhelming weight upon her heart. Through this incident, she had come to realize a crucial matter. With the growing reputation of cement, it would undoubtedly draw more attention to Ishikawa. Although she had endeavored to conceal the existence of Ishikawa as much as possible, it was virtually impossible to hide such traces from the discerning eyes of the observant. This indeed presents a conundrum, primarily, whether it be the cement or the pearls. It remains a perplexing matter. These invaluable resources must undoubtedly be traded, for they hold little significance for the people of Ishikawa Prefecture. Their greater need lies in basic provisions. At this moment, a deep voice resonated. Are you the fifth manager of the Tsongshuan auction house? Upon hearing this sudden voice, Wu Liang felt a jolt within her and swiftly rose to her feet, scanning her surroundings with an expression of utmost seriousness. Who is it? As the lights dimmed, Zhang Lin, cloaked in a dark robe, stepped through the doorway. Upon observing Zhang Lin, Wu Liang furrowed her brow. Sensing no threat emanating from him, he appeared as an ordinary man. However, for reasons unknown, a sense of anxious tension gripped her, as if he were a formidable beast, exuding a profound menace. Pausing momentarily, she inquired, Who are you? What brings you to the Tsongshuan auction house? Sitting upright, Wu Liang spoke earnestly. From beneath his black cloak, Zhang Lin produced a bottle of 8th grade elixir and placed it before Wu Liang. I wish to exchange this elixir for medicinal materials. Wu Liang's pupils constricted upon gazing at the elixir. 8th grade Qiling pill? It is well known that elixirs of such quality are exceedingly rare, and 9th grade elixirs are even scarcer. To possess an 8th grade elixir is indeed extraordinary. Wu Liang regarded Zhang Lin with utmost seriousness. She was not surprised by his disguise. One who could produce an 8th grade elixir would naturally seek to conceal their identity, for exposure could invite numerous troubles. Moreover, the Tsongshuan auction house had earned a stellar reputation over the years, partly due to its high level of confidentiality, ensuring clients' privacy was never easily compromised. This is what I wish to obtain, Zhang Lin stated, presenting a list from within his robes and placing it directly before Wu Liang. As she examined the list, her mouth twitched slightly. While the 8th grade elixir was indeed rare, the materials he sought in exchange were hardly of lesser value. Of the items listed, only a few scattered pieces could be found within the entire Tsongshuan auction house. The disparity is quite significant. Esteemed guest, you must be aware that the medicinal herbs you seek are rather precious. Thus, I require some time to gather them. Zhang Lin furrowed his brow and inquired in a low voice, How long will it take? Wen Yang swallowed hard, contemplated for a moment, and then solemnly replied, 3 days. Grant me this time, and I assure you, I shall not disappoint you. Zhang Lin nodded and retrieved 3 vials from his pocket. Upon seeing these vials, Wen Yang's mouth fell slightly agape. Who exactly is this individual? How could they possess such an abundance of 8th grade elixirs? Could it be that this person is an alchemist? As this thought crossed her mind, Wen Yang felt a tightening in her chest, and her gaze grew more solemn and earnest. There has always been an unwritten rule. One must never offend an alchemist. The connections and background of an alchemist are undoubtedly beyond imagination, capable of leaving many in awe. If this individual truly is an alchemist, then the Tsongshuan auction house cannot afford to make an enemy of them. Should they incur this person's wrath, the auction house might very well face utter annihilation. Provided you can procure a sufficient quantity of medicinal materials, 8th grade elixirs are plentiful, Zhang Lin remarked nonchalantly. Wen Yang quickly bowed in deference. As you command. As Zhang Lin departed, Wen Yang bit her lip, her eyes flickering slightly. Master, should I dispatch someone to follow him? Perhaps we could uncover his hiding place. Upon hearing the shadow's suggestion, Wen Yang shook her head and waved her hand dismissively. There is no need. The Tsongshuan auction house has always prided itself on integrity. We must not tarnish our reputation. Furthermore, do you truly believe that someone who can casually produce 8th grade elixirs is an ordinary character? I can assure you, such individuals possess extraordinary skills. Should we act rashly? Not only you but the entire Tsongshuan auction house could swiftly face ruin. The shadow, upon hearing this, lowered their head in silence, refraining from uttering another word. Filled with trepidation. Understood. I shall promptly prepare the materials to ensure we gather them within 3 days. Wen Yang gestured with her hand, her gaze growing profound. All materials must be doubled. The Tsongshuan auction house has long lacked the presence of an alchemist. Now that a mysterious alchemist has finally appeared, we must seize this opportunity. If this collaboration satisfies them, it may lead to a long-term partnership. If we can ultimately invite them to take residence with us, that would be the best outcome. Wen Yang spoke with unwavering determination. The shadow inhaled deeply and nodded. Understood. Meanwhile, outside the Songshuan auction house, Zhang Lin, clad in a black cloak, exhaled a breath of relief. Fortunately, Wu Yang harbored no ill intentions. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly uncover that this body of mine is merely that of an ordinary person. This avatar possesses no cultivation whatsoever. It is hoped that this time a collaboration can be established, thereby creating an additional avenue for future endeavors. Chapter 76. The Audacity to Offend. Zhang Lin gazed upon the Kaiyang prefecture, unable to suppress a sigh. With the possession of this avatar, he had finally arrived within the confines of Kaiyang prefecture to investigate further. As the largest city near Sichuan County, it must be said that Kaiyang Prefecture indeed exudes remarkable prosperity. The splendor here is not merely confined to the architecture, even within the confines of Kaiyang Mansion. One can distinctly sense a palpable difference among the gathered throngs. The majority congregated within Kaiyang Mansion are nobility, accompanied by numerous figures from the martial world, each exuding an aura of distinction. In stark contrast, the populace of Sichuan County remains preoccupied with fulfilling their material needs, still striving to enrich their spiritual existence. Presently, the prospect of Sichuan County evolving to the stature of Kaiyang Mansion appears to be a distant aspiration, requiring considerable time to materialize. However, should the day ever dawn when Sichuan County achieves such magnitude, the potential influx of reverence it might garner is beyond his imagination. It is likely to be extraordinarily exaggerated and absurd. Perhaps it could even elevate him to the status of a third-tier master in a remarkably short span. Contemplating this, Zhang Lin inhaled deeply, his gaze transforming into one of unwavering determination. Sooner or later, I shall see this ambition fulfilled. When that time comes, all these aspirations will manifest into reality, Zhang Lin declared solemnly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days swiftly passed. Fifth Miss stood within her study, her fingers lightly tapping on the desk. During this span, she not only dispatched individuals to gather the herbs required for the 7th grade elixir, but also concentrated her efforts on uncovering identities. Yet, the results she obtained left her perplexed. No such individual could be found. Within the domain of Kaiyang Mansion, there was no trace of any suspected 7th grade alchemist. Indeed, not even a single 8th grade alchemist had been discovered. This outcome indeed left her somewhat perplexed. Logically, it should not be the case. If such an alchemist truly existed, they would merely need to reveal their identity to garner substantial support from other factions. Alas, let it be regarded as an unexpected surprise. With her head bowed, Wu Yang murmured to herself, just as Zhang Lin reappeared at the door, cloaked once more. Upon witnessing this scene, Wu Yang's pupils instantly constricted. How is this possible? This individual has already arrived at this location, yet she remains utterly oblivious. This is utterly inconceivable. Fifth Lady inhaled deeply, her expression gravely serious, a palpable tension coursing through her. Senior, the medicinal herbs you requested have been meticulously prepared and are here for your perusal. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin glanced casually at the collection before stowing it away in his storage bag. These 8th grade elixirs are yours. You may proceed to gather the corresponding herbs. The more, the better, he gestured dismissively. In response, Fifth Lady bowed respectfully. I understand. As she observed Zhang Lin's impending departure, she opened her mouth, hastily raising her hand. Senior, might you consider presiding over our Songshuan auction house? Should you agree to become our alchemist, I am prepared to meet any conditions you may propose. Fifth Lady's emotions brimmed with fervor, her gaze resolutely unwavering. Zhang Lin turned to regard her for a moment, then replied nonchalantly. You wish to invite me to be your alchemist? I'm afraid your standards are insufficient. Perhaps when you have thoroughly unified the market of Kaiyang Prefecture, we may revisit this discussion. With that, he turned and exited the study. As she surveyed the vacant room, Fifth Lady sat down, enveloped in contemplation. Insufficient qualifications? A bitter smile graced her lips. She understood all too well that Zhang Lin's words were no jest. Currently, the Songshuan auction house could attract no more than 8th grade alchemists, while even 7th grade practitioners looked down upon their establishment. Moreover, the creator of such exquisite 8th grade elixirs surely possessed a realm beyond mere 7th grade. Otherwise, the perfection of these elixirs would be an impossibility. Such a master, if retained, would indeed be exceptional. The Kaiyang Prefecture? I shall endeavor to meet the standards. If we could manage to keep this esteemed individual here, it would suffice. Wu Yang's eyes sparkled momentarily, her heart quaking with excitement. Just then, a guard rushed before her, gravely stating, Madam, there is trouble. That alchemist has been surrounded by the personnel of the Xingyuan auction house. Upon hearing this, Wu Yang sprang to her feet, Fully aware of that individual's temperament, he had disregarded even the Tsongshuan auction house, let alone a mere Xingyuan auction house. The audacity of these insects, daring to approach him. With that thought, Wunyang regarded the guard with utmost seriousness. Bring them in. Follow me. On the street, Manager Wang cast a cold smile at Zhang Lin. I always suspected you of sneaking out from the Tsongshuan auction house. What is it? So shameful that you must wear a cloak in broad daylight? Hearing this, Zhang Lin glanced at Manager Wang and the surrounding servants. At present, this avatar was merely an ordinary person. Should any mishap occur, the preservation of these medicinal herbs would be in jeopardy. Contemplating this, Zhang Lin coldly replied, "This is none of your concern. If you wish to avoid the ruin of the years of effort invested by your Sheiyuan auction house, then step aside." Manager Wang gazed indifferently at Zhang Lin, spreading his hands dismissively. What a joke. You? I have encountered far too many insects like you, each with inflated bravado. What strength do you possess to threaten our Xingyuan auction house? Seeing this, Zhang Lin shook his head. He was about to raise his hand and utilize the spell stored within his true form when a voice echoed from afar, "Wang Lin, you have quite the audacity." Manager Wang turned to see Wunyang approaching swiftly with a contingent. The other onlookers, witnessing this scene, instinctively recoiled. Well aware that neither the Xingyuan auction house nor the Tsongshuan auction house were entities they could afford to provoke. This must be avoided at all costs. Otherwise, I fear that calamity may ensue. At this thought, an involuntary tension gripped their hearts. Wunyang, observing Zhang Lin's presence, bowed respectfully. "Senior, these unruly individuals dare to offend you here. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter personally, and I promise to provide you with a satisfactory resolution." Her gaze was particularly resolute. Chapter 77. You may certainly attempt it. Wunyang, what audacity grants you the courage to utter such words? Wang, the shopkeeper, scoffed dismissively. Let me remind you, in this Kaiyang prefecture, your words hold no weight. Upon hearing this, Wunyang turned to face Wang, raising her spear defiantly. You may certainly attempt it. However, I assure you, should I take action, I cannot speak for others, but your demise is assured. Wang's pupils constricted as he regarded Wunyang. Pointing incredulously at Zhang Lin, he exclaimed, "You dare speak such bravado for this insignificant insect? Do not forget, I have powerful allies behind me. If you lay a hand on me, the repercussions are beyond your capacity to bear." Zhang Lin fixed his gaze on Wang, raising his hand and calmly inquired, "Is the force behind you truly formidable?" At this, Wunyang turned to Zhang Lin and bowed again. "I must inform you, esteemed senior, that the Xingyuan auction house is backed by members of the royal family." Zhang Lin raised an eyebrow. Indeed, behind this Xingyuan auction house lies a connection to the royal family. Otherwise, the shopkeeper Wang would not dare to be so arrogant and domineering in Kaiyang prefecture. Given this, it appears that a lesson must be imparted to him. Zhang Lin raised his hand, and 7 or 8 8th-grade elixirs floated gracefully in the air. "Ents? Are you referring to yourself?" The shopkeeper Wang and his associates were utterly astounded by the sight of the floating elixirs. 8th-grade elixirs. Moreover, judging by the quality of these elixirs, they are undoubtedly of superior grade. The quality of this elixir is at least that of an 8th-tier pinnacle alchemist, if not higher. "Are you an alchemist?" Manager Wang swallowed hard, struggling to fathom the reality. An 8th-tier alchemist is a person who would undoubtedly be revered as an esteemed guest even in Kaiyang prefecture. Yet here, Zhang Lin has openly declared it. This sent a chill down his spine. Terror. Had he offended an 8th-grade alchemist? If that esteemed individual were to become aware of this, he would undoubtedly strip him of his skin. "Forgive me, esteemed senior. I was previously unaware of your esteemed status as an alchemist. If I have caused any offense, I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Master Wang bowed deeply in a gesture of respect. At this moment, Manager Wang was utterly flustered. This is simply exasperating. Zhang Lin cast a glance at Wunyang, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of inscrutability. "From this day forth, I shall be the esteemed guest at the Tsongshan auction house. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to express them directly. Ensure that an ample supply of medicinal herbs is prepared each month." Upon hearing this, Wunyang felt a surge of excitement and nodded fervently. "Thank you, esteemed senior." As soon as Zhang Lin uttered these words, a chill crept down Manager Wang's spine. This is disastrous. If he fails to handle today's affairs properly, his tenure as manager may very well come to an end. "Esteemed senior, the Tsongshan auction house is merely the second best in the entire Kaiyang prefecture. If you are willing to join our Xingyuan auction house, I assure you, the outcome will not disappoint you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin glanced at Wen Yang before striding away into the distance. At this moment, he was consumed by a singular thought: to seize the opportunity to escape. Although he had intimidated Manager Wang today, as the saying goes, a visible threat can be countered, but a hidden danger is far more perilous. The Xingyuan auction house, in its relentless pursuit of its objectives, will undoubtedly resort to any means necessary. It is imperative to retrieve these 7th-grade medicinal herbs without delay. This is indeed the crux of the matter. I harbor no interest whatsoever in your Shenyuan auction house. Begone. Upon uttering these words, Zhang Lin turned his gaze towards the street. Upon hearing Zhang Lin's declaration, Manager Wang felt a slight tremor in his heart. Clenching his teeth, his pupils dilated in an instant. It's over. This time, indeed, a certain alchemist has been offended. Even the individual backing him will not offer unwavering support. Contemplating this, Manager Wang felt a shadow cast over his world. There is no foundation. He shot a glare at Fifth Miss before departing with his entourage. At present, the most pressing matter is to simplify the public sentiment surrounding this issue. Fifth Miss remained silent for a moment, observing the direction in which Manager Wang had left. To seize the entire market relying solely on this reason seems nothing short of a dream. However, the Shenyuan auction house is far from ordinary. The best strategy now is to proceed step by step. The first step is to absorb other auction houses. Once the auction houses within Kaiyang Prefecture are monopolized, it will be the opportune moment to act against Manager Wang. As for now, the circumstances are still somewhat inconvenient. Fifth Miss' gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. Upon hearing this, the attendant respectfully nodded in agreement. The 8th-grade alchemist has already departed from Kaiyang Prefecture. Where he has gone, I cannot ascertain. Upon hearing this, a radiant smile blossomed on Fifth Miss's face. She gestured dismissively. Such esteemed predecessors possess capabilities beyond our imagination. The fact that he refrained from intervening previously spared Manager Wang from a calamity. Otherwise, it would have been tantamount to courting death. The prowess of that individual is beyond their comprehension. Fifth Miss confidently asserted. The ability to instill a sense of danger in her signifies extraordinary strength. The attendant nodded emphatically. I understand. The attendant looked at Fifth Mississippi. Should we proceed with the matter of the offering? Fifth Miss nodded and clapped her hands. Naturally, we must expedite arrangements to ensure absolute certainty. Fifth Miss spoke with utmost seriousness. The attendant nodded. As you command. In Sichuan County. Zhou Chuan gazed at the children practicing martial arts, his eyes flickering with unease. Something feels amiss. There is an inexplicable oddity in the air. Yet, in that moment, Zhou Chuan could not pinpoint the source. Just then, Qin Lu approached his side, noticing Zhou Chuan's hesitation with curiosity. County Magistrate Zhou, is something the matter? Why do you appear so perplexed? Zhou Chuan glanced at him and sighed softly. I cannot articulate why, but I feel a strange sense of discomfort. As if something is not quite right. Qin Lu chuckled lightly, patting Zhou Chuan's shoulder. It's quite simple. There is nothing amiss with the teachings of these martial instructors. However, there exists a significant dilemma in Ishikawa Prefecture, the scarcity of sufficient food. Ensuring that the nutritional needs of the children are adequately met has proven to be exceedingly challenging. Zhou Chuan's eyes widened as he grasped the situation. Indeed, Ishikawa relies on its water resources. Thus, fish is plentiful. Yet, after training, a diet consisting solely of fish cannot fulfill the body's nutritional requirements. This presents a problem that must be addressed. Chapter 78. Regardless of who comes, the only course of action is to wait for the establishment of the Zhongshuan auction house branch, at which point the necessary supplies will naturally arrive. For now, this issue is rather difficult to resolve. Zhou Chuan opened his mouth, feeling quite troubled. The reason is straightforward concerning such supplies. It is impossible for him to conjure an abundance of meat out of thin air. Qin Lu hesitated momentarily before looking at Zhou Chuan with curiosity and suggesting, County Magistrate Zhou, how about I take a team to hunt in Longning Mountain? This way, we might yield some results. Zhou Chuan clapped his hands, his spirits lifting. How could I have forgotten this? Very well. Let us proceed as you suggested. We must ensure that these children receive the nutrition they require. Zhou Chuan rolled up his sleeves, brimming with ambition. Qin Lu observed Zhou Chuan's demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. County Magistrate, hunting is arduous labor. Perhaps it would be best for you to remain in Ishikawa. Moreover, many people have begun to take notice of Ishikawa. If you stay here and any issues arise, you can address them immediately. If entrusted to others, mistakes may easily occur. Zhou Chuan opened his mouth, managing a reluctant smile. I had indeed overlooked that. Very well. I will leave it to you. Should any problems arise, inform me at once. Everyone in Ishikawa will cooperate with your efforts. Qin Lu nodded, gestured respectfully, and then turned to depart. Watching Qin Lu's retreating figure, Zhou Chuan felt a wave of nostalgia. Previously, he believed that developing a county was a straightforward endeavor. Through this period, he has come to realize how naive that notion was. New challenges always arise in succession. As the county magistrate, he has a considerable burden ahead of him. Suddenly, he found a newfound respect for the current sovereign. Zhou Chuan couldn't help but shake his head, reflecting with a sense of melancholy. In the past, his sole ambition was simply to study diligently, as long as one devotes oneself to the pursuit of knowledge. Mastering poetry and prose, that alone suffices. At that time, he existed in a state where his own sustenance ensured that his family would not go hungry. However, now he must scrutinize the entirety of Ishikawa's development and future, and even devise strategies to address the considerable disparities that exist. It seems he will need to seek counsel from others. While Zhou Chuan pondered these matters, Qin Lu was organizing a group of townsfolk, making their way towards Longning Mountain. The mountain god, who had been in deep meditation, sensed the intrusion of these people into Longning Mountain, causing his eyes to flicker momentarily. A smile of excitement spread across his face. Finally, they have arrived. Had they delayed any longer, I would have begun to doubt my ability to fulfill the task entrusted to me by my master. Rubbing his hands together, the mountain god exclaimed with enthusiasm. The crux of the matter is this: the more benevolent I am towards these townsfolk, and the more I assist them, the better my chances of gaining favor with Zhang Lin in exchange for some elixirs. Otherwise, I would have no standing to request such favors. Hunting, you say? The mountain god stroked his beard, observing the actions of the townsfolk, and suddenly realized the situation. There are indeed plenty of creatures to be found on Longning Mountain. However, given the rudimentary hunting skills of these townsfolk from Ishikawa, capturing such game would prove quite challenging. Nevertheless, this presents the perfect justification for my intervention. Their numbers are not particularly vast. I shall provide them with a few wild boars and a couple of sheep. After careful consideration, the mountain god slightly waved his staff. Subsequently, stone pillars rose from the ground. Within Longning Mountain, several animals were impaled by these suddenly emerging pillars. Others, who would have otherwise evaded the arrows of Qin Lu and his companions, were caught off guard, appearing dazed and startled, and were consequently pierced by the deadly arrows. This bizarre scene left Qin Lu and the others utterly stunned. Why does hunting seem to have become rather inexplicably effortless? Even novices appear capable of securing sustenance. Brother Qin, why do these prey seem so naive, as if they are oblivious to the need for evasion? They remain in place, awaiting our assault. This feels somewhat amiss. Upon hearing this, several townsfolk reacted in kind. Qin Lu opened his mouth, uncertainty etched across his features. A meticulous examination of these animals for any ailments is warranted. If none are found, we shall bring them back. After all, at the very least, the children will have provisions. Qin Lu stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, the others nodded vigorously in agreement. I have inspected them. There are no issues. Qin Lu exhaled, visibly relieved. This time, he led the team into the majestic Longning Mountain. Many of the common folk were aware of their arrival at the sacred site. Returning empty-handed would undoubtedly dampen morale. However, under the current circumstances, it is a fortuitous turn of events. Let us head back. Observing the triumphant return of Qin Lu and his companions, the mountain god elder let out a sigh of relief. At last it is settled. This will surely earn me a generous reward from the esteemed lord. A radiant smile graced the face of the mountain god elder as excitement surged within him. The treasures bestowed by Zhang Lin are guaranteed to be of exquisite quality. His own cultivation has now reached a stable pinnacle. Yet, taking that next step remains an arduous challenge. The mountain god elder could not help but exhale a deep sigh. He pondered how that particular individual managed to achieve a smooth breakthrough. Isn't it said that this is a formidable obstacle? Why does it seem effortless to him? Akin to the simplicity of eating and drinking? Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck the mountain god elder. A terrifying possibility surfaced in his mind. Zhang Lin's original strength may have far surpassed the 7th tier. He might have encountered a formidable foe, resulting in a depletion of his essence, leaving only a fragment to be recultivated. Such remarkable figures, when reincarnated and renewed, exhibit an astonishing speed in their advancement. A bottleneck? To them, it was entirely non-existent. After all, they merely needed to reach a certain level of spiritual prowess to easily break through. If this were the case, it seemed that they had indeed latched onto a significant opportunity. The elder of the mountain god took a deep breath and spoke. Associating with such individuals, even the slightest favor bestowed upon them would yield immense benefits. It could even be said that it would facilitate a transformative evolution. Understanding this ignited a fervor within the elder of the mountain god. If previously his aspirations were for medicinal elixirs, now he felt an irresistible pull towards Zhanglin. No matter who it was, the outcome would be the same. Chapter 79. A new decision, my goodness. This time, we have managed to capture such an abundance of game. Our county's hunting team is truly remarkable. Tonight, we shall indulge in a grand feast. The citizens of Sichuan County gazed upon the array of delectable food before them. Their faces illuminated with joyful smiles. In recent times, they had primarily subsisted on fish and meat. Even the most exquisite flavors could grow tiresome with daily consumption. However, due to the geographical conditions of Sichuan County, the survival rate of poultry was rather low, necessitating substantial grain for concentrated feeding. At last, they could savor a variety of other foods. Bauer, amidst the crowd, dashed to Qin Lu and clung tightly to his leg. "Father, you are truly incredible." Hearing these words, Qin Lu felt a slight flush of embarrassment. The recent success in capturing such a multitude of prey cannot be attributed to their hunting prowess, but rather to sheer fortune. Perhaps it is also the benevolent protection of Lord Hebo. Otherwise, how could they have effortlessly acquired so many catches? I believe we ought to express our gratitude to Lord Hebo, for without his blessings, our endeavors may not have been so fruitful. Thus, I propose that when the next 15th arrives, we should all strive to enrich our offerings, allowing Lord Hebo to truly feel our respect. Qin Lu addressed the assembly with utmost seriousness, and upon hearing his words, the gathered populace nodded in agreement. Indeed, without Lord Hebo, none of their current fortunes would exist. Praise be to Lord Hebo. In the distance, Shou Chuan observed the scene before him and could not suppress a sigh. It is undeniable that with Lord Hebo's presence, even the act of hunting has become significantly easier. One can hardly fathom what their condition would be like in the absence of Lord Hebo. Zhou Chuan's pupils constricted momentarily, and a tremor coursed through his heart. If they truly relied on Lord Hebo for everything, it would imply a complete lack of independent capability. In the long run, this will undoubtedly prove to be a significant setback, and it poses considerable dangers as well. The people of Ishikawa today face a rather straightforward task. They must cultivate their own independence. It is imperative that they do not rely on Lord Hebo for assistance in every matter. Zhou Chuan is acutely aware that should every issue necessitate the direct involvement of Lord Hebo, he will inevitably grow weary over time. When that moment arrives, the consequences could be dire. Contemplating this, Zhou Chuan closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. The situation has become increasingly dire. It seems one must devise a plan. Zhou Chuan pondered for a moment before earnestly surveying his surroundings. Presently, within the confines of Sichuan, there are already 7 martial masters. The 7 individuals possess formidable strength. If the other citizens could glean even a fragment of wisdom from them, it is conceivable that, even without the assistance of Lord Hebo, they could capture a considerable bounty. Contemplating this, Zhou Chuan hesitated not for a moment and hurried to a nearby courtyard. At that moment, the 7 martial masters were engaged in training some children. Upon noticing Zhou Chuan's presence, they paused their activities in unison. We pay our respects to Lord Zhou Chuan. Upon observing the assembly of martial masters before him, Zhou Chuan earnestly addressed them. You have been in Sichuan County for a while now, have you not? What are your impressions of our land? The 7 martial masters exchanged glances, then turned to Zhou Chuan, expressing their sentiments with heartfelt sincerity. Sichuan County is the finest place we have ever visited. The local customs and traditions make us feel at home. Moreover, this land is filled with innumerable wonders. We truly wish to become a part of Sichuan County. The 7 martial masters bowed in respectful acknowledgement. These are their heartfelt sentiments. For Ishikawa Prefecture is the sole place that provides them with a sense of belonging. Here, there is no deceit or treachery, nor the underhanded schemes that often plague other locales. Indeed, the benefits in here far surpass those found elsewhere. This left them momentarily at a loss. Astonishing. There is certainly no issue. As long as you are willing to remain here, we shall welcome you at any time. Zhou Chuan gazed at the martial artist and chuckled lightly. I have come to you this time for a matter of great significance. Sichuan County, previously an exceedingly backward frontier region, could be considered a place even thieves would avoid. However, the situation has transformed entirely. The overall development of Sichuan County is now experiencing remarkable progress. Therefore, relying solely on past resources to ensure the safety of the entire county has become increasingly untenable. Thus, I hope you can train the other citizens, enabling them to possess a certain degree of strength, whether for hunting or for self-defense against potential invaders. The 7 martial artists felt a profound sense of emotion upon hearing this. They had not anticipated that Shou Chuan would be so attentive to the welfare of the common people. Were it someone else, they would likely disregard such matters entirely. It is even possible that, as long as the county magistrate reaps sufficient profits, he might act as a mere absentee landlord. Yet, unlike others, Zhou Chuan personally addresses both significant and trivial matters. Reflecting on this, each of them solemnly assured, County Magistrate Zhou, rest assured. We shall exert our utmost effort to train the other citizens, striving to equip them with self-defense capabilities in the shortest possible time. However, there exists a pressing challenge. The resources required for training these children are already insufficient, and should we include adults, the costs would likely escalate excessively. Without a steady supply of provisions, their training progress would undoubtedly suffer significantly. Zhou Chuan opened his mouth, feeling somewhat helpless. The matter at hand ultimately revolves around food. Currently, despite his earnest efforts, he finds himself somewhat at a loss. It is hardly feasible to transport provisions all the way from Kaiyang Prefecture. Indeed, Wunyang is keen on establishing a branch here, aiming to transform Sichuan County into a pivotal hub. In that case, everyone would seize the opportunity to engage in trade here. By then, a myriad of ingredients would hold immense value. Contemplating this, Zhou Chuan rubbed his forehead. Indeed, it posed a formidable challenge. I shall devise a solution. Chapter 80, Breaking the Norm. County Magistrate Zhou. Just then, a shout interrupted Zhou Chuan's musings. Turning around, he saw Qin Lu rushing toward him in a flurry. Zhou Chuan was somewhat taken aback. In his memory, Qin Lu was not one to easily lose composure. What has happened? You appear quite flustered. Zhou Chuan remarked with a hint of irritation. Qin Lu approached Zhou Chuan, took a deep breath, and pointed into the distance. The people from the Zhangxian auction house have arrived. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan felt a sense of resignation. And so? Qin Lu shook his head, gesturing animatedly. This time is different. Many individuals have come, at least several hundred. It seems the branch of the Zhangxian auction house is about to be established. Zhou Chuan's heart jolted at this news. Truly, when one is drowsy, a pillow appears. With these hundreds of people, it would surely suffice. Following Qin Lu, Zhou Chuan arrived at the entrance of the Zhangxian auction house branch, where hundreds of individuals were busily constructing the fade. Numerous precious items were being transported inside. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Chuan's lips curled into a smile. Have the 5 managers arrived? He inquired, eyeing one of the attendants with curiosity. In response, the attendant respectfully bowed. Reporting to County Magistrate Zhou, Manager Wu is currently occupied with affairs and is expected to arrive in approximately 3 days. However, Manager Wu has instructed that if you have any issues, you may consult our steward, Yang Chen. Zhou Chuan sighed with a hint of regret. He had hoped that with the arrival of Manager Wu, the food issue could be resolved effortlessly. It seemed that more time would be required. As for Steward Yang Chen, he feared he might not have the authority to make decisions. After all, this was not a mere transaction, but a long-term arrangement. Reflecting on this, Zhou Chuan glanced at the attendant and chuckled lightly. There is nothing particularly pressing. You may continue with your work. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to seek me out at the earliest opportunity. Having walked a short distance, a deep voice resonated. County Magistrate Zhou. Zhou Chuan turned to see a robust man standing at the entrance of the Zhangxian auction house, a smile gracing his features. Curiosity piqued, Zhou Chuan raised an eyebrow. And you are? The stout man approached Zhou Chuan, bowing respectfully. County Magistrate, I am Yang Chen, the current head of this branch of the Zhangxian auction house. Henceforth, should there be any matters to discuss, do not hesitate to convey them directly to me. The esteemed Master Wu has instructed that I must cooperate fully with County Magistrate Zhou. As Yang Chen spoke, he lightly tapped his forehead and chuckled softly. By the way, there is another matter. Prior to my arrival, I learned of a predicament in Sichuan County. The grain yield in your region is rather meager and the varieties quite limited. It seems that some children may struggle to obtain adequate nutrition. Thus, I reached out to several neighboring counties and secured an agreement with them. They shall be sending a substantial supply of grain and food. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at Yang Chen before him. He was genuinely astonished. Yang Chen had indeed considered everything so thoroughly. Has everything been arranged already for what is to come? Unbelievable. This strategic capability is truly remarkable. I once questioned him here. Yang, please take more care of these matters. Rest assured, in Sichuan County, we will certainly not make things difficult for you. In the near future, we will arrange a substantial supply of cement and pearls and promptly sell them at the Zhangxuan auction house. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen chuckled softly and nodded in agreement. Very well. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin returned to the Hebo temple. His doppelganger presented all the medicinal herbs. Zhang Lin, gazing at the array of 7th-grade herbs before him, broke into a radiant smile. At last, everything is gathered. This time, he must succeed. With the enhancement of his abilities, Zhang Lin is acutely aware that solely relying on incense value to elevate his realm will only yield a minor advancement within a month's time. To break through to the 6th tier, it would take no less than 4 to 5 months. Should this be the case, once the personnel from the Imperial Observatory arrive, his fate would be sealed. Thus, to swiftly augment his strength, he requires not only a copious amount of elixirs, but also the acquisition of additional spells. It is only through possessing a plethora of magical techniques that he can achieve a qualitative leap in power. At that point, no one would dare to threaten him. With this thought in mind, Zhang Lin refrained from further contemplation and began to meticulously refine his concoctions. As he worked, a sinister cloud materialized above the river god temple, exuding an eerie and foreboding aura that sent chills down spines. In the distance, the old blind man, who had been leisurely gnawing on a chicken leg, was suddenly rendered speechless by the sight before him. He could hardly believe his eyes. Had this young man truly broken through to the rank of a 7th-tier alchemist? Yet, devoid of any medicinal materials, how could he possibly concoct 7th-tier elixirs? At that moment, the old blind man found himself utterly unable to remain seated. The 7th-grade elixir represents a remarkable leap in quality. After a moment of contemplation, the old blind man hurriedly rose to his feet and rushed towards the direction of Sichuan County. Upon arriving at the Riverlord Temple, Zhang Lin concluded his actions. He gazed at the 3 elixirs before him and nodded in acknowledgement. This can also be considered a bountiful harvest, the cleansing essence pill. These 3 elixirs are all essence cleansing pills. The decision to refine the essence cleansing pill first is driven by a significant reason. Zhang Lin is acutely aware that his true body does not require enhancement. However, this avatar is alarmingly feeble. Previously, had it not been for the timely intervention of Lady Wu and her troops to alleviate the impending crisis, the fate of this avatar would have been precarious. Yet, by consuming the essence cleansing pill, the avatar could attain a robust physique. At that point, should it engage in cultivation, the circumstances would transform entirely. The emergence of the essence cleansing pill has indeed brought a surge of joy to Zhang Lin. Without hesitation, he ingested one of the pills. As the impurities were gradually expelled, his avatar began to experience an overwhelming sense of pressure. Most importantly, by consuming this essence cleansing pill, the avatar finally acquired the qualification for cultivation. This is of utmost importance. Zhang Lin slowly opened his eyes and was about to rise when the old blind man appeared before him. "You rascal, you have been keeping secrets. You became a 7th-tier alchemist, yet you didn't inform me." Zhang Lin looked at the furious old man and offered an awkward smile. "Senior, it's not that I didn't intend to tell you. I simply hadn't the chance yet. I plan to come find you after completing my concoction." Chapter 81. The Secret of the Soul-Suppressing Cauldron. "I can hardly believe you," the old blind man exclaimed. "This 7th-tier recipe and its materials are extraordinarily precious. And yet you managed to acquire such treasures." He scrutinized Zhang Lin closely, unable to suppress his astonishment. "It seems I underestimated you before." Zhang Lin smiled at the old man and placed the soul-cleansing pill before him. "Senior, what do you think of the value of this soul-cleansing pill?" Upon hearing this, the old man widened his eyes in disbelief. "The soul-cleansing pill? How could you possibly possess such a thing?" At that moment, the old blind man was genuinely taken aback. Within the realm of 7th-tier recipes, the value of the soul-cleansing pill is exceedingly high, and the difficulty of its concoction is formidable. Many 7th-tier alchemists would consider it a mere dream to produce such a pill. Yet here was Zhang Lin, who had actually managed to concoct it. "Inconceivable. You are not just an ordinary 7th-tier alchemist," the old man remarked, somewhat exasperated. The soul-cleansing pill before them could undoubtedly be deemed a superior item. At this point, even if Zhang Lin claimed to be a 6th-tier alchemist, the old man would not be surprised. Furthermore, if Zhang Lin truly were a 6th-tier alchemist, combined with his previous reputation, even if the Heavenly Supervision Bureau were to investigate him, they might very well show leniency. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin chuckled lightly at the old man. "Senior, all of that is of little consequence. What truly matters is what I could exchange for this soul-cleansing pill." The old man pondered for a moment before replying earnestly. "The value of your soul-cleansing pill is extraordinarily high. It could be exchanged for a 7th-tier weapon or a 7th-tier divine spell. Other items, I suspect, would not pique your interest." Zhang Lin was quite surprised. He had not anticipated the old man would offer such a generous price. A 7th-tier divine weapon. This is truly remarkable. Should he possess a 7th-grade divine weapon, his combat prowess could enhance by a staggering 50%. One must understand that even the slightest disparity in strength among peers could lead to dire consequences. Thus, an increase of 50% in power is a game-changer. Furthermore, the allure of the 7th-grade divine spells has stirred Zhang Lin's heart immensely. The acquisition of an additional spell would undeniably grant him a commanding advantage in future battles. Senior, allow me a moment to ponder. Zhang Lin hesitated before earnestly stating, Senior, I wish to exchange for a 7th-grade divine weapon. The old blind man was not taken aback. He recognized Zhang Lin as a cunning fox, adept at discerning his true needs. The 7th-grade divine weapon for him undoubtedly outweighs any drawbacks. The potential enhancement in strength it offers is monumental. Before him lay 3 imminent 7th-grade divine weapons, the cloud-piercing spear, the abyssal blade, and the soul-suppressing cauldron. You may select one among these, the old blind man declared, waving his sleeve to reveal the 3 weapons. Observing the serene countenance of the old man, Zhang Lin's eyes flickered slightly as he regarded the divine weapons before him. Indeed, the 7th-grade divine weapons are truly extraordinary. Merely a glance allowed Zhang Lin to sense an overwhelming aura of power emanating from them. This formidable power exceeds his expectations. Moreover, these 3 divine weapons each possess distinctive characteristics. The spear, with its sharp brilliance, exudes a sense of ferocity. The long knife evokes an impression akin to standing on the edge of an abyss. However, the most astonishing of all is the cauldron. Its obsidian surface faintly reveals a shadowy crimson hue. Even from a distance, Zhang Lin feels a tremor in his very soul. This cauldron is extraordinary. Zhang Lin gritted his teeth, gazing at the old blind man before him, feeling an overwhelming weight upon his shoulders. Senior, I choose this cauldron. Upon hearing this, the old blind man's lips twitched slightly. You truly have an eye for selection. Very well, hand me the elixir, and this cauldron shall be entirely yours. The old blind man hastily tossed the cauldron to Zhang Lin, as if it were a scalding hot potato. Observing this scene, Zhang Lin felt a twinge of confusion. Senior, is there something amiss with this cauldron? Why is your reaction so peculiar? The old blind man chuckled awkwardly in response. There is no problem per se, but this cauldron is one of 9, and a relic will emerge in a year. Each individual may utilize this cauldron to gain entry. It is said that the relic holds abundant resources. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Lin's face. This matter is undoubtedly far more complex than the old blind man has suggested. If this cauldron serves as both a key and possesses such formidable power, it stands to reason that the old blind man would never willingly relinquish it. Senior, it would be prudent for you to speak candidly. What inherent flaws does this cauldron possess? Should you choose to remain vague, I shall be compelled to sell all my 7th-grade elixirs to others. Upon hearing this, the old blind man offered an awkward smile. Is that truly how you perceive me? Very well, I shall divulge the truth. The soul-suppressing cauldron indeed possesses extraordinary effects. If 9 cauldrons were to merge into one, it could even transform into a 6th-grade divine weapon. Consequently, should you possess one, the attention of others will undoubtedly be drawn to you. Thus, your adversaries will likely consist of several 7th-grade wild deities, along with a few 6th-grade ones. At this revelation, Zhang Lin's lips twitched slightly. This object is indeed a remarkable treasure. However, one must also consider the fortune to obtain it. A 6th-tier wild deity. Zhang Lin is acutely aware that, should he encounter a 6th-tier wild deity in his current state, it would be nothing short of a certain demise. Since this cauldron possesses such remarkable efficacy, it is certain that a fierce battle awaits a year hence. For reasons unknown, Zhang Lin felt an inexplicable premonition. The old blind man presenting this soul-suppressing cauldron seemed utterly assured that Zhang Lin would inevitably select the finest treasures. Contemplating this, Zhang Lin gently shook his head. Thank you, esteemed elder. A year from now, I shall certainly enter this relic and strive to acquire the corresponding resources. The old blind man observed Zhang Lin's demeanor, slightly shook his head, and chuckled softly. Remember, should you obtain any precious artifacts within this relic, sell them to me at the earliest opportunity. I assure you, the items you entrust to me will remain undiscovered by others. The old blind man's tone was markedly grave. Zhang Lin watched as the old man departed, nodding slightly. This elder, at times, exhibited a rather irreverent demeanor, though otherwise, he was commendable. It appeared that this soul-suppressing cauldron would indeed yield significant gains. Zhang Lin expressed with excitement. Chapter 82. The Two-Headed Giant Python. A year later. At that time, he would be able to access this relic and procure a wealth of resources. A radiant smile illuminated Zhang Lin's face. Throughout this period, he had come to realize a fundamental truth. Resources were not only vital for ordinary people but equally essential for him. Whether it be 7th-grade medicinal herbs or more advanced weaponry and alchemy furnaces, all could facilitate a qualitative leap in his strength. The cost of exchanging other items for such resources would be exorbitant. Thus, venturing into these relics might indeed prove fruitful. Zhang Lin's lips curled into a smile. Suddenly, a frantic cry interrupted his thoughts. "Lord River God, we beseech you, save De Zhuang and the others." Zhang Lin turned to see a throng of villagers rushing towards him, their faces etched with urgency. His gaze flickered momentarily before his true form vanished from sight, leaving only his doppelganger standing still. The villagers entered the River God Temple, and Zhang Lin immediately recognized the leader among them as the elderly man who had recently relocated to the village. Old Master Zheng, in this village, holds a considerable degree of esteem. The villagers regard him with great respect. "Old Master, has something happened?" Zhang Lin inquired with curiosity as he observed the elderly figure. Master Zheng looked at Zhang Lin and let out a gentle sigh. "Young sir, you are unaware. De Zhuang and his companions were out hunting when, unexpectedly, a creature emerged from the depths of Jiaoxian Abyss, dragging De Zhuang and the others into its clutches." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin's eyes flickered with intrigue. Jiaoxian Abyss? This is indeed the first time I have heard of it. Zhang Lin took a deep breath and turned to face old Master Zheng and the others. "Do not worry, esteemed guests. As long as you sincerely seek guidance from Lord Hebo, all shall be well. For Lord Hebo has never forsaken a single citizen of Sichuan County." Zhang Lin spoke with unwavering conviction. Old Master Zhang's eyes glistened with tears as he nodded in appreciation. "Thank you. We share the same sentiment." As old Master Zheng and the others knelt in reverence, Zhang Lin blinked and then rose to take his leave. Upon reaching the outskirts of Sichuan County, Zhang Lin surveyed the scene before him and shook his head slightly. After this period of development, the scale of Sichuan County had expanded significantly, appearing exceptionally prosperous and grand. However, the population still seemed somewhat lacking. Though the incense value has seen an improvement compared to previous times, it remains woefully insufficient to elevate one's realm to the 6th tier, or even beyond. Within a short span, it is imperative to expand the scale and increase the population. Only through such measures can one attain a substantial incense value. Alas! Let us first observe what transpires here. Zhang Lin slightly shook his head, his body swaying gently as he entered the 9 profound abyss. At this moment, he floated in midair, his gaze flickering with surprise as he beheld the scene below. Aside from De Zhuang and a few others, numerous white bones floated within the 9 profound abyss. Judging by their shape, they appeared to belong to various wild beasts. Zhang Lin furrowed his brow, inhaling deeply before his fingers flickered slightly, conjuring a water dragon that materialized out of thin air. The water dragon surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, racing towards the 9 profound abyss. In mere moments, it shattered the mist surrounding the abyss. At that instant, a chilling voice echoed, "Who are you? Why do you seek to disrupt my affairs?" Zhang Lin cast a fleeting glance at the figure at the end of the 9 profound abyss and calmly replied, "The individuals you have abducted are the citizens of Sichuan County. As long as I am here, you shall not harm them." As soon as Zhang Lin's words fell, the previously cold voice took on a more menacing and sinister tone. "You, why do you bear the aura of Xiaojiu? Is the disappearance of Xiaojiu connected to you?" Zhang Lin, taken aback by this revelation, had yet to respond when a 2-headed giant python emerged within his line of sight. One of its heads bore an ominous curved blade-like pattern. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Lin could not help but gasp in astonishment. The strength of this 2-headed giant python is undoubtedly at the 7th rank. To my astonishment, the giant python from Longning Mountain has relatives. At first, Zhang Lin felt a tinge of perplexity. Given that the 9 Xian Abyss harbors wild deities, one would expect that the Elder Mountain deity here would be aware of such matters. Yet, it had never offered any warnings to him. This serves as proof of one undeniable fact. The existence of the 9 Abyss indicates that its power must surpass that of the mountain god Elder. Currently, it is unexpected that this 2-headed giant python has attained the formidable strength of the 7th rank. Little Gio, are you referring to the giant python within Longning Mountain? Zhang Lin inquired with a hint of seriousness. The 2-headed giant python nodded, flicking its tongue. Indeed, previously, I received a message from Little Gio. It was harmed by a wild deity. It is said that this wild deity is at the mid-8th rank and excels in water-based sorcery. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin opened his mouth, nodding as he regarded the 2-headed giant python. Senior, you speak the truth. I have also heard of this wild deity. It seems to be the river god of Sichuan County. Given your prowess, if you were to strike near the river god's banks, You could undoubtedly eradicate this threat while avenging your brother. The two-headed giant python fell silent for a moment, then raised its gaze to Zhonglin. You speak quite eloquently. But do not presume I am unaware. The river god of Sichuan County possesses extraordinary strength. On its own territory, its power could certainly reach the initial 7th rank. Are you suggesting I engage it in a mutually destructive battle? Zhonglin raised an eyebrow and shrugged. If you do not believe me, so be it. I am merely curious to witness the extent of your power, great python. As soon as Zhonglin finished speaking, 10 water dragons surged forth from the sky. Each of these water dragons surpasses the size of those from the 8th rank by more than tenfold. The power contained within is vast beyond imagination. Upon witnessing this scene, the two-headed python's eyes narrowed coldly. Do you dare to challenge my authority? Regardless of your origins, the 9 mysterious abyss is my domain. A wall of black water surged around the two-headed python. This murky atmosphere sends a slight shiver through the heart. In that fleeting moment, the 10 water dragons were utterly devoured. Zhonglin observed this scene, his eyes narrowing slightly. The strength of the two-headed python surpassed all expectations. Mere water vortices were no longer sufficient to contend with this formidable creature. Zhonglin felt a weight settle in his heart. The two-headed giant python, if left unchecked, could lead to dire consequences. With a firm resolve, Zhonglin raised his gaze to meet the formidable creature before him. With a subtle flick of his fingers, he unleashed a powerful strike aimed directly at the two-headed giant python. Chapter 83, Victory Through Numbers. You are the river god of Ishikawa. I remember well. Before her demise, Xiaojiao conveyed a message to me. She perished at the hands of this very spell. The two-headed giant python let out a thunderous roar, its voice resonating with immense power. Its skin, at that moment, merely bore a slight flush of red. Observing this scene, a sense of foreboding settled heavily in Zhonglin's heart. The prowess of the two-headed python surpassed his expectations. Even when it withstood a powerful strike, it exhibited little reaction. Had he known, the might of the python he had previously encountered was but a mere fraction of what he faced now. Yet, this formidable creature emerged merely with minor injuries. Zhonglin took a deep breath, acutely aware that a fierce battle loomed ahead. What of it? You are merely a beast lurking within the depths of the 9 Shin abyss, capable of stirring only trivial disturbances. Let me make it abundantly clear, this territory of Sichuan belongs to me. Should you dare to act recklessly, the consequences will be dire. Holding the soul suppression cauldron, Zhonglin's gaze flickered slightly as he regarded the two-headed python with indifference. Upon hearing his words, the two-headed python let out a cold chuckle. You are merely exploiting the fact that little Geo has not cultivated any defensive soul techniques. Otherwise, with your meager skills, do you truly believe you can slay little Geo? That is nothing short of a fantasy. Today, I shall avenge little Geo. The two-headed python exhaled a plume of venom, hurtling towards Zhonglin with great speed. Witnessing this, Zhonglin leaned back, causing the soul suppression cauldron in his hand to expand dramatically, resembling a mountain that shielded him from harm. The venom splashed against the cauldron, emitting a sizzling sound. However, after a considerable pause, there was no response whatsoever. Observing this scene, the two-headed python's pupils constricted sharply, gazing at Zhonglin with disbelief. How could this be possible? What kind of treasure is this? It can actually withstand the meticulously refined venom I possess. Zhonglin raised an eyebrow, unfazed by the outcome. It is worth noting that the ruins are capable of attracting experts of the 6th tier. This implies that the soul suppression cauldron is a key to a relic of the 5th rank or higher. If that is the case, then to think that a mere two-headed python could pose a threat is nothing short of delusional. Your toxins are quite trivial. In light of this, allow me to demonstrate what a true lethal strike entails. Zhonglin gazed at the two-headed python before him, harnessing the power of the soul suppression cauldron to spread its influence outward. The formidable deity, realizing that a direct confrontation posed no threat to the two-headed giant python, decided to consolidate all its power into a singular force, hoping to create a transformative impact through the intensity of this amalgamation. In such circumstances, the defeat of the two-headed giant python seemed inevitable. Indeed, with the enhancement of the soul-subduing cauldron, the two-headed giant python found itself at a disadvantage against this deity. You, a wild god, possess a 7th-grade divine weapon. The two-headed giant python's eyes widened in disbelief as it gazed upon Zhonglin, its expression laden with incredulity. A 7th-grade divine weapon. It was remarkable enough for a 7th-grade wild god to wield such a formidable weapon. Even a 6th-grade being might not have the fortune to possess such an advantageous armament. Yet, here stood this wild god, unexpectedly armed with such a weapon. A flicker of fervor passed through the eyes of the two-headed giant python. Should he acquire such a weapon, its possession would bear entirely different significance. The python flicked its tongue, gazing coldly into Zhang Lin's eyes. If you surrender this weapon to me, all that has transpired today shall be forgotten. Furthermore, I can return these individuals to you. Even the death of Xiao Jiao shall not be held against you, the two-headed giant python stated icily. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin cast him a derisive glance. Are you not quite well in the head? Do you truly believe I would fear you? Let me make this abundantly clear today. You shall either release these villagers without hesitation, or I will compel you to submit. With a flourish, Zhang Lin brandished the soul-settling cauldron, unleashing the shaking god technique once more. Seeing this, the two-headed giant python hastily conjured a wall to shield itself. Its body was enveloped in scales. Yet, bolstered by the cauldron, the shaking god's assault intensified tenfold. In an instant, it shattered the python's defenses and struck fiercely against its form. Hiss! You court death! The two-headed giant python growled, gritting its teeth against the pain as it charged towards Zhang Lin. It understood all too well that prolonging this confrontation was utterly unwise. Time was of the essence, and it must seize the opportunity to subdue Zhang Lin swiftly. Once close enough, victory would be within reach. For all wild deities lacked the robust physique of these demons. Close combat was their Achilles heel. Zhang Lin narrowed his eyes at the approaching two-headed giant python, a frown creasing his brow. This two-headed python is utterly distinct from the colossal serpent dealt with previously. In terms of intellect, it appears to exhibit a greater level of maturity, rendering it significantly more challenging to contend with. Zhang Lin inhaled deeply, his fingers gliding slightly. The soul-settling cauldron suddenly expanded in size, completely enveloping the entirety of the two-headed python's form. Witnessing this scene, a sense of relief washed over Zhang Lin's heart. This soul-guarding cauldron is extraordinarily useful. Not only can it be employed to amplify sound waves and enhance the potency of divine spells, but it can also serve as a formidable means of defense and entrapment against foes. The acquisition of this cleansing elixir is truly invaluable. Such a formidable weapon. At least at this stage, Zhang Lin is absolutely unwilling to relinquish it. Boy, do you think you can confine me merely with this treasure? I assure you, the moment I escape from here, I shall make you pay dearly. I will completely submerge the entire Sichuan County. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin's eyes turned cold. To annihilate the entire Sichuan County? Is this an attempt to extinguish his lineage? This enmity shall not be tolerated. Zhang Lin seized a handful of elixirs and hastily stuffed them into his mouth. In that instant, the divine power surged forth as if it were free, unleashed with fervor. The body of the soul-subduing cauldron began to grow warm, its entirety turning an extraordinary shade of crimson. Zhang Lin gritted his teeth resolutely. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him. If a single blow could not shake this formidable two-headed serpent, then let it be 10. If 10 were insufficient, then let it be 20. This time, he was determined to annihilate the two-headed giant python completely. After countless blows, even standing had become a challenge for Zhang Lin. The elixirs at his waist had been entirely consumed. With his fiery red eyes fixed on the scene before him, Zhang Lin took a deep breath and thought, I refuse to believe that it can survive in this state. He opened the soul-suppressing cauldron, only to find the two-headed giant python now rigid, devoid of any breath of life. Chapter 84. The secret art of mental attacks. This creature was indeed formidable. After expending such effort, he had finally managed to vanquish it. Zhang Lin couldn't help but shake his head. Had the two-headed giant python endured just a little longer, he would have been unable to withstand it any further. This time, in order to confront the two-headed giant python, he expended all his accumulated elixirs, leaving none behind. Even his spirit was significantly diminished, barely reaching 30% of its peak. Dinging. The first elimination of a mid-level 7-grade two-headed giant python rewards 100,000 incense points. Dinging. Subsequent slayings of 7-grade demon beasts reward 3,000 incense points. Upon hearing this notification, Zhang Lin was momentarily taken aback. To slay demon beasts indeed grants incense points. This revelation truly sent a shiver through his heart. The value is indeed exceedingly high. Zhang Lin took a deep breath. For him, this incense value represents a shortcut to swiftly enhance his strength. Previously, he could only acquire the corresponding incense value through the offerings of the common folk, thereby augmenting his personal power. Little did he expect that now, by vanquishing these demonic beasts, he could also receive corresponding rewards. This is truly a delightful surprise. Although the rewards will plummet significantly after excluding the 7th-tier demon beasts, it is certainly better than having nothing at all. If this accumulation continues, it is certain to precipitate a qualitative transformation. Contemplating this, Zhang Lin's face broke into a radiant smile. If he could further sell this corpse to his predecessor, It would be a true manifestation of optimal utilization. Zhang Lin murmured softly. He turned to face De Zhuang and the others, presenting them with a faint smile. He then raised his hand, and the horrifying scene was instantly shattered into fragments. However, at that moment, Zhang Lin's pupils constricted sharply. He suddenly grasped a crucial realization. He understood why this two-headed python had chosen to establish its lair here. Because, beneath the 9 mysterious abyss lies a spirit stone mine. Though the spirit stones are merely of mid-grade quality, the quantity appears to be quite substantial. Zhang Lin could not help but gasp in astonishment. Once this news leaks, the entirety of Shikawa Prefecture will undoubtedly become a battleground for a multitude of powerful figures. The likely outcome is that Shikawa will be utterly annihilated amidst their fierce competition. Contemplating this, Zhang Lin could not help but clench his fists. Possessing a treasure in Ker's guild, he is acutely aware of this truth. However, the Spirit Stone Mine is unlike any other resource. Even if he wished to exhaust it entirely in a single moment, such an aspiration would be utterly impractical. Moreover, should any whispers of this venture escape, they would become the target of public scorn. In that eventuality, all his efforts would be rendered futile. Contemplating this, Zhang Lin clenched his teeth, inhaled deeply, and positioned the soul-settling cauldron directly above the 9 profound abyss. At that moment, he could only place all his hopes upon it. After adequately camouflaging the soul-settling cauldron, Zhang Lin hesitated not a moment longer and swiftly made his way toward the residence of the blind old man. At this moment, he is the only one capable of resolving this issue. Although Wunyang possesses the ability to seize this spiritual stone mine, it is prudent to expedite the matter to avoid any potential hindrances. Upon entering the courtyard, the old blind man is leisurely reclining on a wicker chair, basking in the sun, exuding an air of tranquility. Zhang Lin approaches him directly and offers a respectful greeting. "Senior, I have encountered a dilemma during my travels." The old blind man, intrigued by these words, lifts his head to regard Zhang Lin. "What difficulty do you face? Speak plainly, don't conceal anything." Zhang Lin, taking a deep breath, solemnly nods. "Senior, I have discovered a formidable beast. Its strength is exceedingly powerful." He then presents the corpse of a 2-headed giant python. Speaking with utmost seriousness, the old blind man gazes at the creature in disbelief, struggling to comprehend. "Are you certain? Did you truly defeat this beast?" The old blind man is well aware that such transformed creatures possess combat prowess far superior to that of humans at the same level. Even if Zhang Lin's cultivation were equal to that of the beast, he would still be subject to a severe thrashing. The 2-headed giant python possesses the formidable strength of a mid-level 7th rank. For Zhang Lin to vanquish this creature, he would need to attain the peak of the 7th rank. Yet, how could this be possible? How long has it been since Zhang Lin just broke through to the 7th rank? The old blind man, contemplating this, cast a grave gaze upon Zhang Lin, taking a deep breath as his expression turned solemn. "You haven't perhaps mastered a mental-type attack secret technique, have you?" the old blind man inquired, fully aware of the rarity of such abilities. Among the myriad of divine powers, mental-type attack techniques are exceedingly rare. An 8th-rank mental attack technique can be nearly equivalent in value to a 6th-rank spell. This is due to the fact that the potency of a mental-type attack technique can escalate in accordance with the user's mental fortitude. Moreover, treasures that can defend against mental-type attack spells are exceedingly costly. This is not something an ordinary person can afford. Now, Zhang Lin, a wild deity, surprisingly possesses such a remarkable technique. It seems I have underestimated him in the past. The old blind man took a deep breath. "Senior, this is merely a stroke of good luck on my part. In comparison, this time I may indeed trouble you further. The corpse of the 2-headed giant python holds little value for me. Therefore, I wish to use it as a means of trade with you." Upon hearing this, the old blind man opened his mouth, falling into a profound silence. "Trade? What is this transaction?" The value of this 2-headed giant python is extraordinarily high. If its corpse were to be exchanged for treasures, it would be worth at least a 6th-grade magical artifact. Yet, even for him, the quantity of 6th-grade magical artifacts he possesses is not substantial. The value of such treasures varies greatly. If one were to exchange a highly valued artifact for Zhang Lin, it would undoubtedly be a grievous loss. However, considering Zhang Lin's cunning nature, he would never relent without offering something of worth. Contemplating this, the old blind man exhaled deeply, locking eyes with Zhang Lin. "You rascal, you've always been remarkably astute. Since you possess a spiritual attack secret technique, I propose an exchange. I shall offer you a 7th-grade artifact. This 7th-grade artifact has a singular enhancement effect. It can amplify one's mental prowess 3-fold. This means that when you employ this artifact alongside your secret techniques, your abilities will be augmented 3 times. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin's pupils instantly constricted. Threefold. Should this treasure come into possession, complemented by the support of the soul suppression cauldron, Zhang Lin felt confident he could vanquish the 2-headed giant serpent within a mere 10 moves. Contemplating this, he took a deep breath, gazed into the old blind man's eyes, and bestowed upon him a radiant smile. Thank you, esteemed elder. Chapter 85. Rise of Public Outrage Outside the Sun Residence in Linhua County. A multitude of citizens knelt upon the ground, their eyes filled with despair. Recently, a fierce tempest had ravaged their crops, annihilating all their sustenance. Their hard work and hopes were swept away in an instant. Furthermore, due to the tempest, the price of grain within Linhua County had skyrocketed. As the largest grain merchant in the area, the Sun residents had exacerbated the situation by inflating prices tenfold. The sudden upheaval has left them bereft of sufficient sustenance to survive. Our esteemed River Lord, why do you not safeguard us in this dire hour? We have dutifully offered our young boys and girls as sacrifices, yet why must we be treated in such a manner? At this moment, the masses could no longer contain their lamentations, their cracked lips mirroring their despondent spirits, devoid of any glimmer of hope. They gathered at the gates of the Sun residence, fervently beseeching the Sun family to lower their prices for food, as if this plea were their final lifeline. These unruly commoners! What does this calamity have to do with me? I yearn to voice my grievances. My 10 acres yield nothing. I tell them, without silver, they shall not eat. Sun Minglong, the head of the Sun family, furiously waved his sleeves, roaring in indignation. The guards, upon hearing his words, exchanged anxious glances, feeling a sense of trepidation. Master, if this situation persists, it may lead to dire consequences. I have heard that many commoners have begun to uproot their families, seeking to flee Linhua County. If this continues, it is likely that few will remain in Linhua County. Upon hearing this, Sun Minglong snorted coldly. After a moment of contemplation, he exhaled a heavy sigh. These unruly folk hold themselves in far too high regard. They fail to consider who truly holds dominion over Linhua County. Without them, a mere stratagem in collaboration with the county magistrate will undoubtedly attract many who seek solace, while their departure from Linhua County would merely amount to a self-imposed demise. Sun Minglong held his head high, speaking with an air of arrogance. Over the years, countless individuals have been unwilling to accept exploitation. Yet, in the end, what transpired? Under the weight of their living conditions, one after another, they chose compliance. And now, they dare to seek benefits for themselves? That is but a fantasy. Master, this time seems markedly different. The populace's display is rather formidable. Given the current circumstances, if mishandled, even the Sun residents may be reduced to ruins by these rebellious citizens. Several guards expressed their anxiety, for the scene before them was unlike anything they had ever heard or seen. The number of agitated citizens is simply outrageous. With such a vast multitude, even a casual spit could potentially drown them, unless they genuinely seek their own demise. As soon as Sun Minglong uttered these words, the previously shut door was forcefully flung open. A throng of citizens surged in like a swarm. The most alarming aspect was that each individual's gaze had taken on a tinge of crimson, exhibiting a semblance of madness. Witnessing this scene, the guards were caught off guard, trampled underfoot by the dense crowd. In such proximity, wielding long blades would not only fail to inflict effective damage, but would rather harm their own comrades. You wretched merchant, you have tyrannized us for too long. Today, you shall face the consequences. Indeed, you, the unscrupulous traitor, are the one who most deserves to pay with your head. Fellow citizens, let us unite and ensure that this despicable wretch pays a heavy price. In that moment, the refugees stood remarkably united. Driven by a singular thought, they must find a way to survive. Only by surviving would the future beckon to them. As this thought surged, the multitude of destitute souls radiated an intense will to live. The guards, at that moment, were powerless to save Sun Minglong, for they were struggling to secure their own safety. In the wake of the citizens' onslaught, a single misstep could lead to utter ruin. Sun Minglong gazed at the throng with immense fury. You seek rebellion. I shall summon the county magistrate to have your head severed. Upon hearing this, the crowd scoffed. You, the avaricious merchant, shall pay the price today. Fellow villagers, let us rise against this heartless traitor. He should have been subjected to 1,000 tortures long ago. Today, he must pay with his life. At this command, all the citizens lunged towards Sun Minglong. Time passed, though it felt like an eternity, and soon, Sun Minglong lay lifeless. As they beheld his body sprawled in a pool of blood, the citizens regained their senses. This was a crisis, though they had sought vengeance. The outcome was that Sun Minglong was dead. As the head of the Sun family, he had met a tragic end at their hands. Friends, I, Zhou Kai, shall bear the consequences of today's events alone. You must flee from this place. Stepping forward, Zhou Kai raised his hand, his expression grave. The crowd, hearing his words, stared at him, their mouths agape. In that moment, a sense of tension gripped their hearts. This was a calamity. Yet, at this juncture, they had no way out. Flee. Where could we possibly escape to? Nowadays, as soon as it is known that we are refugees from Linhua County, others instinctively steer clear of us, eager to establish a clear boundary. Indeed, those other officials, fearful of incurring trouble, would never offer a shelter. Each one expresses their profound despondency, despair. The emotion spread within their hearts. Surely, there must be other alternatives. Zhou Kai clenched his fists, suddenly struck by an idea. He gazed earnestly at the crowd of citizens before him and declared, Shikawa Prefecture. It has long been said that Shikawa has become a haven, where everyone lives in peace and prosperity. I firmly believe that they will welcome you with open arms. Therefore, dear friends, you can journey to Shikawa Prefecture, and I am confident they will provide you refuge. As Zhou Kai spoke these words, the crowd finally regained their senses. Indeed, Shikawa Prefecture. How could they have forgotten about this possibility? The distinction between Shikawa Prefecture and Linhua County is indeed profound. In their midst resides the revered River Lord, a champion of the people's cause. With his divine protection, even the most inclement weather cannot impose its will. Indeed, let us make our way to Shikawa Prefecture. Chapter 86. Why is there no edge of Shikawa Prefecture? At this moment, the citizens of Linhua County gazed in astonishment at the bustling village streets before them, their eyes widening in disbelief. Is this truly Shikawa Prefecture? It was not like this when I visited 2 years ago. Why does it seem even more prosperous than Linhua County? At this juncture, the people of Linhua County expressed their astonishment. The houses, arranged in a harmonious manner, along with the intricate network of roads, impart an impression of a utopian paradise. It is simply astonishing. The changes in Ishikawa Prefecture are nothing short of revolutionary, truly astonishing. This transformation is a positive development, signifying that under the guidance of Lord Hibo, Ishikawa has indeed undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. It is quite reasonable. I recall that Qin Lu had come to Ishikawa. I used to have a good rapport with him, and I shall inquire about him in due course. Amidst the crowd, a slender man with a face dotted with freckles and a mole on his forehead chuckled lightly. The others nearby, upon hearing his words, gathered around him. Wang Matzi, are you speaking the truth or jest? Our forthcoming happiness relies on you. Indeed, we have faith in you, Wang Matzi. The crowd chimed in eagerly. Previously, Wang Matzi was merely a lowly laborer in Linhua County. Now, basked in the adulation of so many, he felt a sense of exhilaration. Typically, these individuals held themselves in high regard, yet now, he found himself at the center of admiration, akin to a moon surrounded by stars. Rest assured, my relationship with Qin Lu is so close that we might as well be blood brothers. This will surely resolve everyone's issues. An elderly man, upon hearing this, cast a skeptical glance at Wang Matzi. However, the Qin Lu you mentioned is also an outsider. His words may not carry much weight in Ishikawa. I doubt your friend has the authority to make decisions. The crowd began to reflect upon this realization. Indeed, this is no trivial matter. Nowadays, there are indeed 300 to 400 of them. The idea of taking in such a large number of people is daunting. Especially if Qin Lu is merely an ordinary individual, it would indeed pose a considerable challenge. It is essential that he commands a certain level of respect in Sichuan County. Just as Wang Matzi was about to voice his thoughts, a villager appeared in the distance, dragging a cart filled with fish past them. Observing this scene, Wang Matzi quickly approached the villager and offered a light chuckle. Good sir, are you acquainted with brother Qin Lu? Upon hearing Wang Matzi's inquiry, the villager halted, wiped the sweat from his brow, and displayed a faint smile. The Qin brothers? Indeed, I am well aware of them. In Sichuan County, few are unfamiliar with his name. Thanks to him, he once brought a group to assist me in repairing my home. Otherwise, my roof would still be leaking. Are you his friend? Your entourage seems quite sizable. Wang Matzi and his companions exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with radiant smiles. The initial concerns about Qin Lu's status, which Wang Matzi had suggested might not be as formidable as presumed, were swiftly dispelled. The reliability of Wang Matzi's acquaintance was becoming increasingly apparent. Indeed, I am his friend. I have come specifically to seek him out. Do you know where he is? Could you guide us to him? Wang Matzi inquired, his breath quickening with anticipation. The elder nodded affirmatively. Of course, that is not a problem at all. Throughout the journey, Wang Matzi engaged the elder in casual conversation, keen to glean more information. However, when the elder mentioned that every household possessed gold, Wang Matzi found himself momentarily bewildered. Is this a jest? Which county could possibly guarantee such an extent? Let alone these remote areas. Even in Kaiyang Prefecture or the capital city, it is exceedingly difficult to reach such a level. One could even assert that it is nearly an impossible feat. Wang Matzi could not help but shake his head. Upon reflection, it is understandable. Observing these outsiders, it is only natural for them to extol the virtues of Sichuan County. This comes as no surprise. After a while, Wang Matzi found himself utterly bewildered upon witnessing the towns of Ishikawa Prefecture. All the houses have been meticulously renovated, each adorned with a delicate layer of white plaster. Constructed from cement, these homes are now impervious to the ravages of wind and rain. The stability factor is remarkably high. And over there, that is the Songshuan auction house, reputedly headquartered in Kaiyang Prefecture. The elder gestured towards everything around him, chuckling softly. Upon hearing this, Wang Matzi opened his mouth in surprise. Is this truly not a dream? Which county could possibly boast such grandeur? Linhua County pales in comparison to Sichuan County. This is the first time Wang Matzi has encountered such an expansive array of structures, simply breathtaking. At this moment, he felt a shiver run through his body. Ah, is that not Brother Wang? At that instant, Qin Lu's voice resonated from a short distance away. Wang Matzi turned to see Qin Lu approaching, adorned in resplendent attire. Striding confidently, within Linhua County, several discerning individuals, witnessing this spectacle, gasped in astonishment. This is golden silk cotton. Such a garment is worth 20 taels of silver. My heavens! Wang Matzi's friend must be exceedingly affluent. Is he not an outsider? How could he possess such wealth? Indeed, they murmured among themselves, he seems to be oozing riches. Taking a deep breath, Wang Matzi stepped forward to Qin Lu, his voice brimming with excitement. Brother Qin, it brings me immense joy to see you here. You cannot fathom the trials I have endured during this time. Wang Matzi spoke, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Qin Lu glanced at him, then at the throng of refugees behind him. This took him by surprise. What is going on with you all? Qin Lu inquired with curiosity, observing his reaction. Wang Matzi recounted the events in Linhua County in detail. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu was momentarily taken aback. Is there a great wind in Linhua County? How could Sichuan, being adjacent to Linhua County, remain unaffected? Wang Matzi and the others also found themselves intrigued by this question, having pondered it previously. I understand now. It must be the River Lord's intervention, Qin Lu exclaimed, tapping his forehead and chuckling lightly. As long as the River Lord is present, no natural disaster has ever occurred. Occasionally, we might experience a few waves, but they merely bring us fish. Upon hearing this, the people of Linhua County could not help but become teary-eyed. Why? Such a River Lord, they do not exist. Chapter 87. Unexpected Gains. Is your River Lord truly so benevolent? Wang Matzi exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, since my arrival in Sichuan County, I have not experienced any natural disasters or calamities. Moreover, thanks to the River Lord, there are regular bountiful harvests of pearls. Most importantly, the entire populace of Sichuan County is exceptionally kind. When I first arrived, they eagerly offered their assistance in repairing my dwelling, and in daily life, they embody the teachings of the River Lord, helping one another selflessly. Upon hearing this, Wang Matzi and the others gasped in astonishment. Isn't this the paradise they have always envisioned? This is truly moving. Incredible. If one could settle in Ishikawa Prefecture, it would surely be a dream worth awakening to with a smile. Brother Qin, there is a matter that may seem a tad presumptuous. Having recently escaped from Linhua County, we find ourselves without a place to go. May I inquire if you are still willing to take in newcomers? We aspire to establish ourselves in Ishikawa Prefecture. Rest assured, we are not indolent individuals. We shall toil diligently to earn our livelihood and renovate our dwelling. Until then, we could even find solace in a cave. Wang Matzi spoke with a hint of nervousness. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu could not help but chuckle. How can you say such a thing? Since you are eager to settle in Ishikawa, you are undoubtedly most welcome. As for the housing situation, you need not worry. I will consult with the county magistrate shortly to arrange suitable accommodations for you. Furthermore, Ishikawa Prefecture provides corresponding subsidies. Newcomers like yourselves are entitled to certain financial assistance, alleviating any concerns about your sustenance. While I cannot promise opulence, I assure you that hunger shall not be your fate. As Qin Lu spoke these words, the others were momentarily taken aback, astonished to discover that such kindness still existed in this world. It is akin to a pie falling from the sky, utterly incredible. Could this be a dream? How could such generous benefits exist? Qin Lu, observing the bewildered expressions of the crowd, could not help but chuckle. For during this period, the county magistrate had been eager to expand the scale of Sichuan County. However, the foremost challenge was the insufficient population. Thus, your arrival is precisely what the magistrate had hoped for. If you have any other friends, feel free to invite them as well. Rest assured, the treatment will be entirely equitable. Upon hearing this, Wang Matzi and the others could no longer contain their excitement. Thank you. At the magistrate's office, Zhou Chuan was adjusting the abacus in his hands, letting out a sigh and shaking his head. Everything in Ishikawa Prefecture has completely fallen into place. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he cannot seem to find joy here. This is still quite distant from his anticipated goal. However, the current population in Ishikawa Prefecture is exceedingly sparse. If only the population could reach the scale of Linhua County, he would have no cause for concern. The essential commodities, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea, require a workforce in various sectors to thrive. Presently, there are merely a handful of inns, and the situation is no better in other fields. Few individuals are willing to venture into business, which is quite vexing. Zhou Chuan feels rather helpless. This is a force without purpose. At that moment, Qin Lu approached from a distance. Upon seeing Zhou Chuan, he displayed a radiant smile. County Magistrate Zhou, I have some delightful news. Zhou Chuan, taken aback by these words, gazed into Qin Lu's eyes with curiosity and inquired, what is it? If it's not as wonderful as you claim, be wary of my reckoning come autumn. Qin Lu blinked playfully, wearing a knowing grin. There has been an incident in Linhua County. Zhou Chuan shot Qin Lu a disapproving glance. Do you believe I am the sort to revel in others' misfortune? What benefit is their plight to us? Are you merely indulging in jest at my expense? Qin Lu promptly shook his head, his demeanor earnest. Of course not. I genuinely have something of great significance to share. A fierce storm has struck, leaving the local populace destitute. The county magistrate is ineffective, and without the protection of Lord Ebo, many citizens have chosen to abandon their homes in search of refuge elsewhere. A friend of mine has brought several hundred people to seek my support. They wish to settle in Sichuan County. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan abruptly rose to his feet. Settle? This is indeed a momentous occasion. Hundreds of individuals? Even the smallest grasshopper is still a source of sustenance. If we could receive several batches, the population of Ishikawa Prefecture would surely rise. Contemplating this, Zhou Chuan waved his sleeve, a radiant smile illuminating his face. This is truly splendid. Please make the necessary arrangements for their accommodations. It is imperative that they feel the warmth of our Ishikawa Prefecture. Additionally, ensure their dietary needs are met. I shall organize a welcoming ceremony to instill in them a sense of returning home, Zhou Chuan exclaimed with enthusiasm. As slumber descends, one finds a pillow at hand. What a magnificent stroke of fortune this is. Rest assured, Magistrate Zhou, I shall handle this matter with utmost diligence. However, I have heard that many residents of Linhua County are seeking to relocate elsewhere. If we execute our strategy adeptly, we might attract a significant portion of these inhabitants to our fold. Should we succeed in drawing even 50% of them, combined with the existing populace of Sichuan County, we could witness a remarkable expansion of our region's scope. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan inhaled deeply, a spark of excitement illuminating his countenance. This is indeed a delicacy presented right at your doorstep. If we do not partake in this, it would indeed be quite remiss of us. Therefore, let us. You should bring along your friends, and we shall make a personal journey to Linhua County. This time, we must strive to attract as many individuals as possible to settle in Sichuan County. If this endeavor proves successful, I shall duly credit you for your efforts. Qin Lu nodded thoughtfully, and suddenly an idea struck him. He looked at Zhou Chuan earnestly and said, we should invite Brother Zhang. He has visited numerous places before, and with his assistance in gathering people, our task will surely proceed more smoothly. Zhou Chuan clapped his hands, a smile breaking across his face. Indeed, let us involve him, granting him a sense of participation. After all, you all shall be the pillars of Sichuan County moving forward. In the distance, Zhang Lin, still seated beneath the tree sipping tea, suddenly sneezed. He looked around, somewhat bewildered. Who called for me? Chapter 88. This task is indeed considerable. Zhang Lin's eyes flickered slightly as he attentively sensed the changes within Sichuan County. This caused a fleeting glimmer in his eyes. Oh, so many newcomers have arrived all at once? Zhang Lin remarked with surprise. It seems that the influx of outsiders has been rather significant lately. Rising to his feet, He surveyed the territories surrounding Shikawa. A spark of realization flickered in his gaze. So that is it. So many counties have been ravaged by fierce winds. Zhang Lin suddenly fell into a daze. The timing of these violent storms appeared to coincide with his own breakthrough to the 7th rank. Zhang Lin opened his mouth, revealing a rather helpless smile. Could it be? Is it possible that all of this has stemmed from my actions? He coughed lightly, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him. A sense of foreboding lingered in his heart. The probability of this is quite high. As Zhang Lin pondered, Qin Lu hurriedly approached. From a distance, he began waving his hand. Brother Zhang, I have good news. Noticing Qin Lu's exuberant demeanor, Zhang Lin walked towards him, a smile gracing his face. What has happened? You seem quite elated. Qin Lu, standing before Zhang Lin, spoke with utmost seriousness. Brother Zhang, the county magistrate holds you in high regard and wishes for you to accompany us. Zhang Lin's eyes flickered slightly, his hands gently tapping his waist. Oh, for Qin Dage to be this excited, it must be something significant. I am quite curious now. Seeing his reaction, Qin Lu promptly recounted the events leading up to this moment. After listening, Zhang Lin stroked his chin, nodding in acknowledgement. I see your point. You wish to invite me to Linhua County. However, our grand arrival might provoke discontent from the magistrate of Linhua County. No? Qin Lu patted Zhang Lin's shoulder and chuckled lightly. If it were just the two of us going, it would indeed be somewhat inappropriate. Yet this time, we have Magistrate Zhou with us. As the saying goes, when the sky falls, there are still tall individuals to uphold it. Moreover, Linhua County is currently facing widespread famine. The magistrate would be more than eager for the populace to depart. Zhang Lin nodded, a faint smile appearing on his lips. I understand your reasoning. Then let us proceed together. Grasping a nearby folding fan, Zhang Lin followed Qin Lu to the outside of the magistrate's residence. At that moment, Zhou Chuan surveyed the assembled guards with a furrowed brow. The armed forces of Sichuan County, at present, seemed rather inadequate. The weapons wielded by the guards were somewhat rusted, and not a single piece of complete armor was in sight. Furthermore, each of these guards appeared rather emaciated. Previously, the focus had been primarily on expansion and economic development, neglecting the necessary improvements to the guards' equipment. It has now become apparent that a solution must be sought. You all will accompany me, Zhou Chuan declared solemnly, observing the guards. The guards exchanged curious glances, intrigued by Zhou Chuan's words. County Magistrate, may I inquire where you wish to take us? Zhou Chuan, noticing Zhang Lin and his companion approaching, chuckled softly and pointed at them, saying earnestly, you shall follow these two to the branch of the Tsongshin auction house. It is time to upgrade your weaponry. As for the matter of pricing, I shall leave that to young brother Zhang. Zhang Lin opened his mouth, revealing a resigned smile. Indeed, it seemed that this visit would yield no pleasant surprises. Thus began the endeavor to negotiate at the Tsongshuan auction house. Zhang Lin sighed as he observed Zhou Chuan. My lord, I am concerned that an unresolved price may adversely affect your forthcoming plans. Zhou Chuan nonchalantly waved his sleeve, responding, that is of no consequence. You may proceed with confidence. Should any issues arise, I shall bear the burden. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin took a deep breath and nodded. I understand. At the entrance of the Tsongshuan auction house, Yang Chun was currently training the guards and staff. Remember this. Our Tsongshuan auction house has always prioritized exceptional service. If any discrepancies arise during negotiations with customers, report them immediately. I will address them promptly. There must be no errors before the arrival of Manager Wu in Sichuan County. Understood? With Yang Chen's words, the guards solemnly nodded in agreement. Understood. Yang Chen turned to see Zhang Lin and his companions approaching, his face breaking into a professional smile, revealing exactly 8 teeth. Isn't this brother Qin and little brother Zhang? I have been preoccupied with the opening ceremony of the auction house and have yet to formally visit you both. I hope for your understanding. Zhang Lin shook his head, offering a faint smile. Deacon Yang, you are too courteous. We have come today to discuss a matter of great importance with you. Yang Chen blinked in surprise. Please, do tell. If there is anything our Tsongshuan auction house can assist with, do not hesitate to let me know. I will ensure full cooperation. Zhang Lin exchanged a glance with Qin Lu and earnestly stated, it is not a major issue. Sichuan County has always emphasized agriculture and the well-being of its people, focusing on economic development. Today, upon reorganizing the guards of the county office, County Magistrate Zhou discovered that their weaponry is somewhat outdated. Thus, we have been dispatched to the Tsongshuan auction house with the intention of procuring new arms. Yang Chen hesitated, casting a glance at Zhang Lin and Qin Lu before gesturing. Little brother Zhang, this is not the place for discussion. Let us move inside. Upon entering the Songshuan auction house and observing its opulent decor, Zhang Lin was quite taken aback. In terms of luxury, this branch was hardly inferior to the main branch in Kaiyang Prefecture. It appears that Madame Wu aims to transform the Sichuan branch into a premier establishment. Yangchen glanced at the surrounding guards and waved them off. Once the guards had departed, Yangchen faced Zhang Lin and Qin Lu with an exceedingly serious expression. You may not be aware, but these weapons are subject to stringent regulations. Our esteemed Songshuan auction house can indeed sell a portion to you. However, this necessitates an approval process, which may require approximately 3 days. Furthermore, the pricing may be somewhat elevated, for the weapons required by soldiers differ significantly from the farming tools of the common folk. So I ask for your understanding. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 89. Offending this official is a path to ruin. 3 days is rather lengthy. As we must depart today. Zhang Lin shook his head gently as he regarded Yang Chen. In response, Yang Chen's gaze flickered momentarily, followed by a light chuckle. This matter is quite simple. Our Songshuan auction house branch currently has an abundance of personnel who can accompany you, young brother Zhang, on your journey. You need not worry about their capabilities. Even 3 to 5 ordinary individuals would be unable to approach them. Qin Lu glanced at Zhang Lin and nodded in agreement. This indeed places a burden upon you, Steward Yang. Upon noticing this, Yang Chun rose and made his way toward the entrance. Please wait a moment. I shall summon the personnel for you to choose from. As Yang Chen departed, Qin Lu leaned closer to Zhang Lin, speaking with palpable excitement. In truth, this may not be a detrimental turn of events for us. Our current manpower is indeed somewhat lacking, and should we take them all to Linhua County, any unforeseen circumstances here would yield unfavorable consequences. Zhang Lin chuckled softly upon hearing this. Since you say so, brother Qin, we shall heed your counsel. Zhang Lin's eyes glimmered slightly, his mind swirling with thoughts. Such restrictions on weaponry serve to prevent the emergence of armed factions in remote areas. Moreover, the fact that its Songshuan auction house can boast a security detail comparable to that of a county implies significant regard from Fifth Mrs. Father towards her endeavors. Before long, Yangchen returned with over 20 individuals to the Grand Hall. Thank you for your patience. These are handpicked from among us, and you may rest assured regarding their skills and loyalty. Zhang Lin nodded in acknowledgement. Judging purely by strength, this contingent of guards is indeed formidable. Such a team would be more than sufficient for the journey to Linhua County. Turning to Qin Lu, Zhang Lin inquired with curiosity, Brother Qin, if there are no objections, shall we proceed with them? As for the pricing, I assure you that Steward Yang will not incur a loss. The supply of cement this month can be doubled. Yang Chen's pupils constricted in excitement as he gazed at Zhang Lin. Thank you, young brother Zhang. Shortly after departing the Songshuan auction house, Qin Lu looked back at the group behind him, marveling in astonishment. Young brother Zhang, how is it that the Songshuan auction house possesses such remarkable influence? It seems they have everything one could possibly need. Zhang Lin chuckled softly and patted Qin Lu on the shoulder. Brother Qin, trust me. The future of Sichuan County will be devoid of any shortcomings. Under the leadership of County Magistrate Zhou, Sichuan County is poised for a remarkable leap forward. Qin Lu nodded vigorously. Suddenly, a sycophantic voice rang out. Brother Qin, what brings you here? Turning around, Qin Lu saw Wang Mozi rubbing his hands together, standing a short distance away. After 2 days of rest, Wang Mozi appeared significantly improved in health, especially in his fresh attire, which lent him an air of refinement. Observing this, Qin Lu clapped his hands. Brother Wang, how could I have forgotten you? We are planning a trip to Linhua County to promote our cause and see if we can encourage more people to settle in Sichuan County. At this, Wang Mozi's eyes widened, and he appeared troubled. After a moment of hesitation, he looked earnestly at Zhang Lin and Qin Lu. On that note, I have an urgent request. Could you possibly help rescue someone? Brother Zhou Kai was captured while covering our escape. He is a good man. Wang Mozi's breathing grew heavy as he spoke. Qin Lu fell silent for a brief moment before exhaling slowly. I cannot provide an immediate response to this matter, but if you are willing, you may accompany us. If an opportunity arises, we can attempt a rescue. Remember, as long as you two return to Sichuan County, it will no longer concern Linhua County. Wang Mozi nodded emphatically. Of course, that is no problem. In the Linhua County office, the county magistrate gazed upon Zhou Kai, whose condition was quite grievous, and furrowed his brow. You audacious rogue! How dare you lead a riot and bring ruin upon the Sun family? Do you not realize the grave calamity you have caused? Zhou Kai lifted his head, spat defiantly, and glared at the county magistrate. You corrupt official have long colluded with these aristocratic families. Without your support, how would they dare to raise prices so recklessly? Mark my words. One day, you will meet the same fate as the Sun family. The county magistrate's brows knitted tighter upon hearing this. Facing death, you still dare to utter such arrogance. Guards, take Shokai away. He shall be executed in 3 days. It is imperative that other rogues comprehend the consequences of offending me. With a commanding gesture, several soldiers seized Shokai and dragged him away. Sitting on the side, the county magistrate's expression remained tense. The recent strange weather had left him feeling uneasy. That old man, who had boasted so much, had vanished inexplicably. In the present day, Linhua County finds itself devoid of the wild deity's protection, rendering it somewhat vulnerable in the face of such natural disasters and calamities. At this juncture, the clerk beside the magistrate had a sudden inspiration and, casting a somewhat sheepish smile at the county magistrate, said, "My lord, I have heard whispers of a river god residing in Sichuan County, who is said to be ever responsive to the needs of the people. He is exceptionally benevolent towards all citizens. If we could persuade this esteemed river god to take residence in Linhua County, then these challenges would cease to be a concern." Upon hearing these words, the magistrate was momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly clap his hands together, his excitement palpable. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this possibility? Sichuan County is merely a remote outpost, hardly comparable to our Linhua County in terms of development. Previously, we were hindered by that old wretch's presence, making it difficult to extend an invitation. However, with that old fool now past, inviting this esteemed figure to Linhua County is undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Very well. Dispatch a few individuals to visit this river god in Sichuan County. Regardless of the promises you must make, ensure that the river god comes to Linhua County. Upon uttering these words, the magistrate of Linhua County promptly shook his head. Never mind. I shall personally make a trip. This matter cannot afford any slip-ups. The steward opened his mouth, bowing respectfully. What about Shokai? The magistrate of Linhua cast him a sidelong glance and retorted with irritation. Is this trifling matter to trouble me? You are entrusted with its full management. Remember, it is imperative to set an example, so that others understand that offending me leads only to demise. Chapter 90. This person must be saved on the outskirts of Linhua County. As Zhang Lin and his companions stepped into the region, they could distinctly feel a sudden drop in temperature by nearly 10 degrees. Qin Lu involuntarily shuddered, gazing incredulously at the desolate scene before him. The transformation of Linhua County was rather drastic, was it not? I recall that there should have been several villages in proximity, alongside an inn and some arable land. How could everything have vanished? Wang Matzi, upon hearing this, could not help but shake his head and let out a sigh. Brother Qin, you are unaware of the circumstances. Over this period, not only has there been severe wind, but the temperature has also fluctuated, making the cold exceptionally unbearable. Consequently, many have chosen to abandon Linhua County. As Wang Matzi spoke, he surveyed the surroundings, clenching his fists. Moreover, the crux of the matter is that most of the grain in Linhua County is now in the hands of those prominent families. They exploit the magistrate's protection to arbitrarily inflate prices, utterly disregarding the plight of common folk. Who knows how many have suffered due to their malice? Qin Lu and Zhang Lin exchanged glances, and in that moment, they comprehended why the populace was so eager to flee Linhua County. If the natural calamity was merely an accident, the decayed internal conditions were the fundamental cause of it all. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu exhaled, turning to Zhang Lin and shaking his head in disbelief. Brother Wang speaks the truth. Previously, to appease the river deity of Linhua County, they searched every household for young boys and girls. Yet, what was particularly detestable was that the children collected were merely from ordinary families. Those so-called prominent families, with their connections, had no need to sacrifice their own offspring. Qin Lu clenched his fists, his anger palpable. Zhang Lin patted his shoulder. Rest assured, those days are behind us. Our immediate priority is to reach the county town swiftly. If I am not mistaken, the Zhou Kai mentioned by Brother Wang cannot hold out much longer. Qin Lu and Wang Matzi nodded in agreement, prompting the group to quicken their pace. A day later, within the city of Linhua County, the once bustling streets were eerily devoid of life. The myriad of vendors, both large and small, seemed to have vanished without a trace. Only a handful of refugees remained, huddled in the corners of dilapidated buildings, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Lin furrowed his brow. The stench of wine and meat from the wealthy contrasted starkly with the frozen corpses lining the streets. It was shocking to see such a sight in Linhua County. Zhang Lin opened his mouth, his expression grave. Beside him, Zhou Chuan cast a surprised glance at Zhang Lin upon hearing his words. Well said, Brother Zhang. Based on that remark alone, if you were to participate in the imperial examination, you would undoubtedly achieve great success. From the moment I first met you, I sensed your profound knowledge, and it seems my intuition was indeed correct. Zhou Chuan exclaimed, still astonished after reflecting on Zhang Lin's words. Zhang Lin chuckled helplessly. You flatter me, County Magistrate Zhou. I noticed a tavern ahead that appears to be operational. Perhaps we should inquire there. Upon reaching the tavern's entrance, a young attendant emerged, raising an eyebrow at Zhang Lin and his companions. Who are you? What brings you here? Qin Lu produced a gold ingot from his pocket, placing it in the attendant's hand with a light chuckle. We are merchants from another county, and we have heard that Linhua County is the most prosperous and affluent place among the neighboring counties. We wish to witness it for ourselves. However, upon entering the city, we sense something amiss, and we would appreciate your guidance. The attendant weighed the gold in his hand, nodded slightly, and gestured for them to enter. Once inside the tavern, the once spacious hall was sparsely populated, with only a few patrons quietly eating, the atmosphere enveloped in an unsettling silence. The atmosphere was particularly eerie. Qin Lu cast a glance at Zhou Chuan and Zhang Lin before stepping forward to address the innkeeper. What could have transpired in Linhua County? The innkeeper, seated at the counter, propped his chin on his hands and could not stifle a yawn. Your timing is rather unfortunate, he remarked. Recently, an abundance of unsettling events has unfolded in Linhua County. Many citizens have chosen to flee, akin to those escaping a calamity. Those who remain are largely unable to leave, as they possess scant resources. Upon noticing the look in Zhou Chuan's eyes, Qin Lu immediately understood and handed another piece of gold to the innkeeper. Acknowledging the second piece of gold, the innkeeper nodded. Considering your sincerity, I advise you to depart swiftly. In just a few days, they plan to execute Zhou Kai. The county office has laid a trap, awaiting the arrival of his accomplices. Consequently, a curfew has been imposed on the citizens of Linhua County. Anyone found wandering outside will be branded as a rebel. I trust one need not elaborate on the dire consequences that await. Zhou Chuan and Zhang Lin felt a weight settle heavily in their hearts. The situation has unexpectedly escalated to such a severe extent. Thank you. Qin Lu sat beside Zhang Lin and the others, casting a glance at Zhou Chuan, and whispered, My lord, given the current circumstances, our rescue operation is unlikely to proceed smoothly. A slight misstep could result in dire consequences for everyone involved. At this moment, Wang Matzi lowered his head, his eyes visibly reddening. I should have stayed behind. If I had, Brother Zhou would not be in this predicament. Zhang Lin gently tapped the table with his fingers and calmly replied, Do not be hasty. As long as the individual has not yet faced execution, there remains a glimmer of hope. He turned to Zhou Chuan with utmost seriousness and continued, My lord, we must save Zhou Kai. For only by rescuing him can we inspire gratitude in the hearts of many. Furthermore, it will instill in them the belief that we are capable of safeguarding their safety as well. This is the essence of a truly advantageous endeavor. Naturally, the challenges are formidable, yet with courage to attempt, success is not beyond our reach. Zhou Chuan nodded in agreement. Zhang Lin's sentiments mirrored his own. Let us convene later this evening to deliberate thoroughly and strive to devise an impeccable strategy. This time, we must achieve success. Chapter 91. Mastery? A perfect 10. In the dead of night, within the inn, Qin Lu and Wang Matzi regarded Zhou Chuan with grave expressions. County Magistrate Zhou, the situation is rather bleak. Zhou Kai is currently imprisoned, guarded by dozens of soldiers. Moreover, during tomorrow's execution, there will be a substantial military presence ensuring strict oversight. Attempting to rescue him without detection seems highly improbable. Qin Lu exhaled deeply, fixing his gaze on Zhou Chuan with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan furrowed his brow in concern. The situation is far more dire than he had anticipated. If this is the case, rescuing Zhou Kai resembles an unsolvable conundrum. The crux of the matter is that this issue cannot be openly discussed. Should Zhou Chuan approach the county magistrate of Linhua County at this juncture to demand his release, it would likely yield counterproductive results. Brother Zhang, what do you believe we ought to do? Zhou Chuan inquired, glancing curiously at Zhang Lin beside him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin lifted his gaze to observe Zhou Chuan and the others, noting that their attention was entirely focused on him. He could not help but rub his forehead and let out a soft sigh. In truth, it is quite simple. Trust is akin to a wall. If a single crack appears, the entire structure is destined to collapse. Currently, within Linhua County, The only individuals who genuinely believe in the magistrate's office are those from the noble families and the officialdom. So why not unite with the other citizens to generate momentum? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan and the others could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. This is something they never anticipated. Indeed, the will of the people, the culmination of public sentiment. In the hearts of these common folk, the current Zhou Kai is nothing short of a hero. However, these citizens are unarmed. Even if they gather, it would be exceedingly difficult to stand against the soldiers, wouldn't it? Qin Lu opened his mouth, somewhat perplexed. Zhou Chuan chuckled softly and gestured towards their group. Indeed, while these citizens are defenseless, we are not. Once our numbers swell, we can seamlessly blend into their ranks. At that point, navigating through the chaos will be a matter of ease, won't it? Upon hearing this, Qin Lu inhaled deeply, and a realization dawned upon him. This maneuver is truly remarkable. I understand now. Rest assured, County Magistrate Zhou, I shall make the necessary arrangements forthwith. This time, we shall undoubtedly surprise them. As Qin Lu and the others departed, Zhou Chuan turned to the side and regarded Zhang Lin with keen curiosity. Young brother Zhang, I am most intrigued. What were you engaged in prior to this? I have been following your endeavors closely during this period. I have observed that you maintain an unflappable demeanor in the face of any circumstance. Even I cannot guarantee I could achieve such composure. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin raised an eyebrow, stretched lazily, and chuckled softly. I have traversed many places and explored numerous professions. Moreover, let me reiterate, I am merely a minor character. Even if the sky were to collapse, the county magistrate would stand firm before me. Should the magistrate falter, the river god would surely support him. Thus there is no need for me to be concerned. Zhou Chuan found himself both amused and bewildered. He had not anticipated this reaction from Zhang Lin. This truly took him by surprise. What do you think? How confident are we in this rescue operation? Zhou Chuan inquired with considerable curiosity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin let out a light chuckle. Absolutely certain. At the county magistrate's office, the scribe gazed at the soldiers before him, his brow furrowing in concern. What is the status of Zhou Kai? Has anyone infiltrated secretly? One soldier stepped forward, bowing in respect. Reporting to you, my lord, there are currently no anomalies. Today, only a merchant convoy from another county has arrived. The scribe's expression grew grave, and he began to pace with his hands clasped behind his back. Keep a close watch on this group. Should anything unusual occur, report to me immediately. As the soldiers withdrew, the scribe exhaled a sigh, his gaze turning icy. That old fool. I hope that the river god from Sichuan takes action and annihilates him right here. If he were to be eliminated, the positions of the county magistrates would be mine. The scribe's eyes narrowed, revealing a cold smile. The next day, as dawn broke, a faint light glimmered in the distance. Zhou Kai, in a state of confusion, felt his limbs being dragged. Voices of discussion reached his ears. Hurry and take him to the execution ground. We cannot keep the Lord waiting. If we displease him, we shall all face dire consequences. In contrast, I find myself increasingly curious whether anyone will attempt to raid the execution ground today. Those fools. A rabble of misfits, if they dare to come. Let them all perish here. Indeed, a bunch of miscreants. Any act of provocation will lead to their demise. Hearing this, Zhou Kai struggled to open his eyes. But his body was unresponsive. At that moment, one thought consumed him. He fervently hoped that they would not act foolishly. Upon his return, it was nothing short of a self-inflicted trap. Zhou Kai parted his lips, resigned to being dragged by the soldiers. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain, until they finally came to a halt. At the execution ground, the scribe sat leisurely in his chair, observing Zhou Kai below with a hint of amusement, idly toying with a piece of jade in his hand. Zhou Kai, do you acknowledge your crimes? The scribe inquired with an air of indifference. Hearing this, Zhou Kai mustered the strength to lift his head, his eyes barely opening to a slit as he gazed at the scribe before him. What crimes have I committed? The truly guilty are you. As the guardians of the people, you fail to heed their plight, instead colluding with the privileged elite. Their inflation has driven countless citizens to despair, leaving them to watch helplessly as their kin succumb to starvation. Given another chance, I would make the same choice. Sun Ming Long deserves his fate. Though Zhou Kai's voice was soft, it resonated with a chilling intensity. Outside the execution ground's walls, Zhou Chuan and the others were taken aback by his words. This Zhou Kai was no ordinary man. What had he done before this? Hearing this, Wang Mozi quickly bowed in acknowledgement. My lord, Brother Zhou was previously a bodyguard at a security agency, renowned for his martial prowess. He possesses a kind heart and often assists us in resolving numerous challenges. With Brother Zhou around, no ruffian dares to bully us. Zhou Chuan narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. This indeed took him by surprise. A bodyguard? This is indeed intriguing. Do not harm Brother Zhou. At that moment, a distant call echoed through the air. A multitude of citizens surged forth from the periphery of the execution ground, their eyes fixed menacingly upon the soldiers in the center. Chapter 92. The Divine Intervention. Zhou Chuan gazed at the throng of over 100 individuals, his expression one of astonishment as he turned to Wang Matzi and Qin Lu beside him. Are these also the people you had prepared? Upon hearing this, Qin Lu opened his mouth, exchanging glances with Wang Matzi, his confusion palpable. These are not the individuals we had arranged. Amidst the conversation, the advisor seated upon his chair observed the scene before him, a chilling smile gracing his lips. A rabble of miscreants. How audacious of them to attempt a rescue at the execution ground. Archers, prepare. Release the arrows. At the advisor's command. Dozens of archers emerged around the execution site. In but an instant, a flurry of arrows descended from the heavens. The gathered populace, witnessing this harrowing sight, hastily raised their farming tools in a futile attempt to shield themselves from the oncoming projectiles. Yet, under the relentless barrage of arrows, one after another, the citizens fell to the ground. The blood instantly saturated the ground, creating a particularly harrowing scene. Not far away, Qin Lu and the others gazed upon this spectacle with reddened eyes. The master, how could he resort to such tactics against mere commoners? My lord, we must take action. If this continues, the people will perish. Wang Matzi exclaimed with agitation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan fell into a contemplative silence. To storm the execution grounds. It is imperative to devise a strategy to neutralize these archers. Without addressing the threat they pose, any advance would lead to dire consequences. Zhang Lin, observing from the side, could not help but furrow his brow at the unfolding scene. The ruthless methods of this master were somewhat beyond his expectations. Zhang Lin took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Simultaneously, the true Zhang Lin, present in the Hebo Temple of Sichuan County, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Gazing towards Linhua County, his eyes were as cold as ice. He slightly raised a finger, and a water dragon soared through the sky, heading towards Linhua County. Since breaking through to the 7th rank, the range of his magical powers had undergone a qualitative leap, now encompassing the entirety of Sichuan County along with Linhua County. At the execution ground, the master observed the individuals gradually collapsing to the ground, a playful smile spreading across his face. A group of insignificant ants dares to challenge me? I assure you, no matter who arrives today, none shall escape with their lives. The master scoffed coldly, pointing at the crowd of commoners. At that moment, Zhou Kai regained his senses and stared at the scene before him with wide eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. You must flee. Do not worry about me. Zhou Kai shouted hoarsely. Flee. Since you are here, none shall leave. Kill them all. The master raised his hand and spoke indifferently. In the distance, Qin Lu witnessed this unfolding scene, took a deep breath, and turned to Zhou Chuan, his voice filled with urgency. My lord, we cannot wait any longer. If we do, they will surely perish. Zhou Chuan exhaled, his gaze becoming resolutely steadfast. His fingers rested on the hilt of his sword. Before Zhou Chuan could finish his sentence, a colossal shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. A massive water dragon emerged from the clouds at that moment. The colossal water dragon, under the watchful gaze of numerous soldiers, began to swiftly disintegrate into dozens of smaller water serpents. Each serpent seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, charging directly towards the soldiers. With a resounding crash, the archers were instantaneously hurled away, devoid of any opportunity for resistance. The sudden turn of events rendered everyone utterly speechless, particularly the steward, who stood frozen in place, his smile vanishing in an instant. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. He had merely sought to discipline a few unruly subjects. How could this have provoked the displeasure of the divine? Such a severe punishment had descended upon him. Realizing this, the steward hastily fell to his knees, fervently bowing his head in supplication. My lord, I am but a fool who failed to recognize your grandeur. I implore you to spare me. In that moment, the steward was truly paralyzed by fear. This is indeed the power of the divine. There is simply no basis for comparison. Even if there were dozens, or even hundreds, of archers, they could not pose a threat to a deity. Zhou Chuan and Qin Lu exchanged glances, the ecstasy on their faces utterly uncontainable at that moment. The Lord of the River God has intervened. They had not anticipated that the Lord of the River God could resolve their predicament with a single strike. Had it not been for his intervention, rescuing Zhou Kai and safeguarding the lives of these citizens would have demanded a significant sacrifice. The price may very well entail the sacrifice of lives. Among the multitude present, those who can truly survive will be few and far between. Yet now, the situation transformed in an instant. Zhang Lin slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, and let out a gentle chuckle. I knew it all along. Lord Bo would undoubtedly intervene. After all, Lord Bo has always shown great concern for our well-being and would never stand idly by as we ventured towards our demise. Observing Zhou Chuan's peculiar gaze, Zhang Lin quickly cleared his throat and spoke. Zhou Chuan, somewhat skeptical, glanced at Zhang Lin, feeling an inexplicable sense that something was amiss. Is this coincidence truly serendipitous? Zhou Chuan refrained from pondering further and, accompanied by others, hastened directly towards the execution ground. With their sudden arrival, the advisor remained prostrate on the ground, still in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, Qin Lu and his companions surged forth to confront Zhou Kai. Qin Lu grasped Zhou Kai's shoulder, while Wang Matzi hoisted his legs. Once they secured their hold, they swiftly departed from the execution site. The advisor, witnessing this scene, parted his lips but lowered his gaze, failing to raise it again. In comparison to the county magistrate's wrath, the transgression against the divine was undeniably far more grave. Moreover, ultimately, Kai is merely a mere ant, incapable of posing any significant threat. At this juncture, it would be wise to release him for the sake of self-preservation. The other soldiers, witnessing this scene, cautiously approached the advisor, their eyes filled with apprehension. Advisor, how shall we report to the county magistrate? Upon hearing this, the advisor cast them a disdainful glance and gestured toward the fallen soldiers. Pursue them? How can we? Do you not see they are still lying there? These individuals undoubtedly have divine beings backing them, a matter beyond the grasp of mere mortals like us. The magistrate will surely understand our predicament. After a moment of contemplation, the advisor spoke with utmost seriousness. The others, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. When divine forces intervene, it is a realm unattainable for those of their stature. Yet, why do these individuals have such divine support? If the deities were on our side, would we not be invincible? A chorus of soldiers murmured in disbelief. Chapter 93. The rarity of talent inside the inn. Zhou Kai groggily opened his eyes, gazing at Zhou Chuan and the others before him. His expression one of confusion and bewilderment. Who are you? At that moment, Wang Matzi hurried to Zhou Kai's side, gripping his hand with fervent excitement. Brother Zhou, you have finally awakened. I have been deeply concerned for your safety during this time. Seeing you unharmed is truly a relief. Wang Matzi's body trembled with barely contained emotion, astonished that he had indeed managed to rescue Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai struggled to raise his hand, looking at Wang Matzi with a gentle smile. I am fine. Are these your friends? Upon hearing this, Wang Matzi quickly shook his head, his face alight with enthusiasm. Brother Zhou, you must understand. The reason we were able to rescue you is due to their assistance. This is the county magistrate of Sichuan. Wang Matzi pointed to Zhou Chuan, earnestly explaining. Zhou Kai's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Zhou Chuan. Although he had suggested to Wang Matzi and the others before his capture that they might seek help in Sichuan, he never imagined that Wang Matzi could bring the magistrate himself to save him. When had Wang Matzi gained such influence? Having narrowly escaped death, Zhou Kai must be physically and mentally exhausted. It would be prudent for him to rest well. Once he has recuperated, we can engage in a leisurely conversation. Zhou Chuan raised his hand, offering a gentle smile. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Kai nodded in agreement. Thank you, Magistrate Zhou. Zhou Chuan glanced at Wang Matzi beside him, gesturing with his hand. Brother Wang, please escort Brother Zhou Kai to rest properly. Any matters can be discussed tomorrow. Wang Matzi nodded vigorously, understanding the instructions. Zhang Lin observed the departing figures of Wang Matzi and Zhou Kai, his eyes flickering slightly. As they left, Qin Lu hurried to Zhou Chuan's side, anxiously stating, My lord, were you not here to win people's hearts? Why did you not directly tell Zhou Kai to mobilize others to settle in Sichuan County? Zhou Chuan chuckled softly, patting Qin Lu on the shoulder. Your perspective is somewhat limited. Allow me to enlighten you. The situation is not as you envision. If I were to mention it now, while Zhou Kai might promote our cause, it would not be out of his own volition. However, if he were to engage with Wang Matzi first, Wang Matzi would undoubtedly extol the virtues of Sichuan County to him. Zhang Lin, hearing this, was not surprised. From the outset, he had surmised Zhou Chuan's intentions. Unlike other bookish individuals, Zhou Chuan always possessed unique insights and thoughts. By allowing Zhou Kai and Wang Matzi to depart, he was employing a strategy of feigned indifference to entice them further. This approach would ensure Zhou Kai's unwavering commitment to their cause. My lord, Your strategy is truly remarkable. I had not considered this angle before. Thank you for illuminating my path, Qin Lu said earnestly, bowing to Zhou Chuan. In response, Zhou Chuan turned to Zhang Lin, intrigued. It seems not only I hold this thought, Brother Zhang shares it as well. I am also curious as to how Brother Zhang is so certain that Lord He Bo will intervene. After all, we have already left the confines of Sichuan County. In Zhou Chuan's memory, the strength of the wild god was proportional to distance. Yet, the fact that the river god of Sichuan County could launch such a fierce strike from afar indicated a significant truth. The prowess of Lord He Bo is extraordinarily formidable. What is most astonishing, however, is how Zhang Lin has come to ascertain that Lord He Bo possesses the capability to transcend county boundaries. Furthermore, his unwavering conviction does not resemble mere boasting. There must indeed be some issue at hand. Could it be that Zhang Lin shares a connection with Lord He Bo? Contemplating this, Zhou Chuan took a deep breath, his gaze fixated on Zhang Lin. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Lin could not suppress a yawn and chuckled softly. I surmise this, for since our departure until now, there have been no hindrances from Lord He Bo. In fact, prior to our journey, I made a special visit to the temple of Lord He Bo to pay my respects. As a result, there were no objections from Lord He Bo at that time, leading me to ascertain that he could indeed safeguard our safety from a distance of an entire county. Zhou Chuan was left utterly astonished upon hearing this. Is this truly possible? However, Zhang Lin's words indeed illuminated him. No wonder. Previously, Zhang Lin had confidently asserted that he had complete assurance this time. It turns out that from the very beginning, he had factored in the assistance of Lord He Bo. With Lord He Bo's support, it is certainly understandable. Dealing with mere ordinary soldiers would be a trivial task. Zhang Zhao's meticulous thinking is indeed commendable. In this regard, I find myself somewhat lacking. Zhang Lin shrugged helplessly. Thus, from this point forward, we merely need to sit back and observe the unfolding spectacle, awaiting the results. This time, I suspect the county magistrate will have to prepare for considerable expenditure, for the influx of individuals heading to Sichuan County may be exceedingly large. Zhou Chuan's mouth twitched slightly. He glanced at Qin Lu and Zhang Lin, clearing his throat. You all know very well that among the entirety of Sichuan County, I, as the county magistrate, am likely the most impoverished. How about we negotiate? After returning, could you lend me a portion to facilitate operations? Once next month's salary is dispersed, I shall repay you all in full. Zhou Chuan's face flushed with embarrassment as he spoke somewhat uncertainly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin raised an eyebrow. This week, Zhou Chuan displayed remarkable fortitude. The following morning, as Zhou Chuan opened the door to his room, he was greeted by the sight of Zhou Kai kneeling at the entrance. The sudden scene rendered Zhou Chuan momentarily speechless. What are you doing? He asked Zhou Kai, a mixture of amusement and bewilderment in his expression. Zhou Kai took a deep breath, gazing at Zhou Chuan with utmost seriousness. County Magistrate Zhou, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace. Were it not for your intervention, I would have long since lost my head. Zhou Chuan opened his mouth, unable to suppress a shake of his head. There is no need for such gratitude. My motives are not entirely altruistic. Sichuan County is in a phase of development and urgently requires talent. Would you consider coming to Sichuan County? County Magistrate. I am a person with a tainted past. If I were to go to Sichuan County, I fear I would bring trouble upon you, Zhou Kai replied, biting his lip with determination. This debt of gratitude for saving my life, I am at a loss to repay it. From this point forward, should you require my assistance, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly, even unto death. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan could not help but smile. If your concern is that Linhua County might seek to hold you accountable and thereby cause me trouble, you need not worry. They would not dare. Zhou Kai paused. Suddenly recalling the river lord of Sichuan County, an enlightenment struck him. He bowed deeply in gratitude. In that case, I am willing to join Sichuan County. Regardless of the tasks you assign me, I pledge to give my utmost effort and shall not betray your trust. Zhou Chuan nodded, contemplating Zhou Kai before a thought struck him. There is indeed a matter that requires your attention. In Linhua County, many citizens, driven by life's hardships, have left their homes. In these turbulent times, they wander aimlessly, lacking stable shelter. Therefore, I hope you can leverage your connections to gather them in Sichuan County. Zhou Kai opened his mouth, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Over the years, Zhou Kai has consistently engaged in perilous endeavors, where each escort mission could potentially lead to his demise. The sensation of being valued and remembered by others has eluded him for many years. Unexpectedly, here in Sichuan, there exists a concern for the lives of ordinary individuals like them. This revelation struck a chord within Zhou Kai. He lifted his gaze to Sichuan. his expression imbued with utmost seriousness as he proclaimed, "County Magistrate Zhou, allow me to take charge of this matter. I assure you, I shall exert every effort to gather everyone together." With that, Zhou Kai resolutely turned and departed. In that moment, his conviction was unwavering. Observing Zhou Kai's retreating figure, Zhou Chuan could not help but stroke his chin, contemplating the potential of nurturing more ambitious youths like Zhou Kai. The development of Ishikawa Prefecture is destined to reach new heights. This journey has proven to be worthwhile. Zhou Chuan could not help but murmur to himself. At that moment, not far away, Zhang Lin stretched languidly and slowly approached. Observing Zhou Chuan with keen curiosity, he inquired, "County Magistrate Zhou, what brings you such joy standing here?" Zhou Chuan, meeting Zhang Lin's gaze, felt his face flush. Clearing his throat, he responded earnestly, "This recruitment initiative has indeed culminated in resounding success. Do you have any thoughts on the matter?" Zhang Lin moved closer to Zhou Chuan and cast a sidelong glance at him. "If I were in your position, I would be hastily departing with the team. After all, this is still Linhua County. If you linger here too long, you may attract the attention of certain individuals. While ordinary folks like us may go unnoticed, your presence as County Magistrate Zhou would certainly draw scrutiny. Should the magistrate of Linhua County file a complaint against you, it could lead to considerable complications." Zhou Chuan's lips twitched. After the intervention of Lord Hebo, he had completely forgotten this concern. Is this what it feels like to have backing? Indeed, it truly is. Such blind confidence is utterly undesirable. It appears that one must exercise greater caution from this point onward. Let us retreat swiftly, Zhou Chuan gestured. Meanwhile, the magistrate of Linhua County, accompanied by a contingent of personnel, had arrived at the outskirts of Sichuan County. Gazing at the expanse of Sichuan County before him, the magistrate was momentarily rendered speechless. How could this be? His eyes widened in disbelief. In his recollection, Sichuan County was merely a remote frontier, regarded as an exceedingly backward region. Here, the common people, not to mention living a prosperous life, are simply grateful if they can manage to fill their stomachs. However, the current situation has left him somewhat bewildered. The garments worn by the common folk, could this be cloud-patterned satin? If his memory served him correctly, this exquisite fabric held immense value. Each piece of clothing fashioned from cloud-patterned satin would command no less than 100 taels of silver. The magistrate of Linhua County lowered his gaze. Observing the somewhat worn cloud-patterned satin draped upon him, a twitch of dismay flickering at the corner of his mouth. What a surprising level these common folk have. They actually wear garments of the same quality as his. This is simply outrageous. The magistrate of Linhua County suppressed his inner fury and, accompanied by his entourage, approached the citizens before him, donning a radiant smile. "Esteemed citizens, are you indeed the inhabitants of Sichuan County?" Upon hearing this, the elder at the forefront lifted his gaze to glance at the magistrate and replied coolly, "Indeed, we are the people of Sichuan County. And you? Are you from Linhua County?" The magistrate was momentarily taken aback. How had their identities been so easily discerned? Furthermore, the citizens' reactions seemed rather peculiar, as though they were intent on devouring him and his companions alive. Something was amiss. The magistrate instinctively took 2 steps back, regarding the elder with grave concern. And what of it? The elder shot a glance at the magistrate and whistled. In the next moment, hundreds of individuals emerged from the surroundings. Seizing farming implements and charging forward, the elder took a couple of puffs from his pipe, watching the magistrate while exhaling smoke rings. "Do you truly think I, an old man, lack discernment? You brutes. It sufficed for you to wreak havoc in Linhua County, but now you dare to stir trouble in Sichuan County. Fellow villagers, advance and teach them a lesson." As the encircling citizens closed in, the magistrate was utterly panicked. He quickly covered his face and anxiously shouted, "Do not strike my face." Time passed, and eventually, the magistrate of Linhua County lay on the ground, his face battered and bruised, various footprints marking his body. The humiliation was unbearable. As the magistrate of Linhua County, he had always been the center of attention, revered like the sun among the stars. In Linhua County, he was akin to a deity. Anyone who dared to defy him faced certain doom. Yet now, he had been reduced to this state by a throng of unruly villagers. This is utterly intolerable. Were it not for the necessity of seeking the assistance of your Lord River God, I would surely demand 100-fold retribution for this grievance today. The magistrate of Linhua County spoke through clenched teeth. At that moment, several soldiers approached, limping, and bowed respectfully before the magistrate. "My lord, it is we who have failed to provide adequate protection." The magistrate waved his hand, exhaling slowly as he regarded them. "Enough. Let us hasten to the river god temple to address this pressing matter first, and we shall settle accounts with you later. If this matter is not resolved favorably, none of you shall escape unscathed. Do you understand? Chapter 95. It will soon change before the river god temple of Sichuan County. The magistrate of Linhua County felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he gazed upon the temple before him. Why does this river god temple appear to be even more prosperous than his county magistrate's office? What is the situation with Ishikawa Prefecture? This is simply astonishing. A river deity, they are willing to expend such a considerable cost. The magistrate of Linhua County, Zheng Qianjun, suppressed his inner discomfort and entered the river deity temple. Bowing respectfully, Great River Deity, I am Zheng Qianjun, the magistrate of Linhua County. I have come here today primarily to invite you to Linhua County. We are currently in need of a river deity to oversee our territory. Should you be willing to ally with me? I can assure you that any requirements you may have will be promptly fulfilled. Within the temple, Zhang Lin regarded Zheng Qianjun with narrowed eyes. If circumstances permitted, he would have preferred to resolve the matter with Zheng Qianjun directly. Yet, Zheng Qianjun was an official of the court, and any aggression towards him would undoubtedly attract the attention of the imperial authorities. If he were to inadvertently summon the personnel from the astral observatory, it would certainly lead to unnecessary complications. Contemplating this, Zhang Lin furrowed his brow. Currently, his strength was insufficient to confront the astral observatory personnel directly. However, if left unattended, the magistrate of Linhua County would undoubtedly become a nuisance. Just as Zhang Lin prepared to make his move, a deep voice resonated from outside the river deity temple. Shopkeeper, everything has been prepared for you. Upon hearing this voice, the magistrate's brow furrowed in displeasure as he glanced at those beside him. What sort of watch are you keeping? How could you allow someone to interrupt my plans at such a critical moment? Hearing this, the individuals exchanged anxious glances. My lord, we were unaware of how this occurred. We had left a few people stationed outside to keep watch. In the next moment, Wu Liang and Yangchen entered the river deity temple. Upon spotting Wu Liang, the magistrate's eyes gleamed with avarice, his gaze lingering on her as if he wished to consume her whole. To his astonishment, there existed such a stunning beauty in Sichuan County. I assure you, if you accompany me, I can guarantee you a life of comfort. Wu Liang glanced at the magistrate, her eyes flickering. Zheng Qianjun, the magistrate of Linhua County? I never expected an official of your stature to be here. Upon hearing this, Zheng Qianjun raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Wu Liang. You recognize me? Wu Liang chuckled lightly. Naturally, it is only fitting to know someone of your standing, Lord Zhang. Under your guidance, Linhua County has been nothing short of a nightmare these past years. Countless lives have been lost due to your insatiable greed. The collusion between officials and businessmen has been vividly exemplified under your rule. At this, Zheng Qianjuan's expression turned icy. He flicked his sleeve and directed a piercing gaze at Wu Liang. What do you mean by that remark? With her arms crossed over her chest, Wu Liang gazed at Zheng Qianjun with a look of utter disdain. Do you not grasp the literal meaning? Let me make it clear. A scoundrel like you should keep your distance from Sichuan County. Should I catch sight of you here again, I assure you, I will break your legs without hesitation. Her voice was chillingly cold. Zheng Qianjun scoffed, pointing at Yangchen behind Wu Liang. What audacity! Just the two of you? If you kneel before me and apologize immediately, I might consider sparing you. Otherwise, I guarantee you will learn the true meaning of desperation. Wu Liang cast a fleeting glance at Yangchen and replied calmly, This is the river god temple. Do not disturb the tranquility of the river god. Once we leave the temple, break one of their hands. At this, Yangchen nodded vigorously in agreement, signaling his compliance. At your command. Zheng Qianjun glanced in the direction of the incense altar, pausing for a moment in contemplation before rising. He had heard tales of the river god's swift retribution in Sichuan County. A disturbance here would be unwise. If he angered this deity, cooperation would be the least of his worries. His very life could be forfeit. Pondering this, Zheng Qianjun surveyed the soldiers behind him, nodding in affirmation. In terms of numbers, they undoubtedly held the advantage and could easily subdue the two individuals before them. Let us proceed. I am eager to witness the extent of the capabilities of these two braggarts. Outside the river god temple, Zheng Qianjun watched Wu Liang and Yangchen from a distance, a cold smile gracing his lips. I expected more from you, yet it seems you are merely two. I am curious to see how you will make me pay. With a flick of his sleeve, several soldiers emerged, standing at the ready, their eyes fixed on Wu Liang and Yangchen. Observing this, Wu Liang shook her head, a sardonic smile playing upon her lips. 7 or 8 men. I did not realize that the magistrate of Linhua County had such a meager entourage. Zhang Qianjun frowned, casting a disdainful glance at Wen Yang. And what of it? It is sufficient to deal with the two of you. Just capture her, and after I indulge, I may allow you some enjoyment as well. His words ignited a spark of excitement among the soldiers, their gazes exchanging glances filled with anticipation. The moment Wen Yang entered, all their attention had been captivated. Now, Zhang Qianjuan's declaration sent their spirits soaring. Such a captivating beauty. Even death would be worthwhile. Wen Yang gazed at the soldiers charging towards her, unperturbed. She cast a fleeting glance at Yang Chen. Onward. Yang Chen brandished his fist, suddenly appearing before one of the soldiers, delivering a powerful punch that sent him crashing to the ground. The sudden explosion left Zhang Qianjun and his companions momentarily stunned. They beheld a soldier lying on the ground, his body grotesquely mangled, utterly devoid of breath. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Qianjuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Yang Chen. You are a cultivator. Yang Chen cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Qianjun and replied nonchalantly, I never claimed to be an ordinary person. You have just offended our shopkeeper, and now you must pay the price. Zhang Qianjuan's breath quickened as he glanced at Wen Yang, his agitation palpable. This is all a misunderstanding. I am the magistrate of Linhua County. I am a government official. If you lay a hand on me, the court will pursue you, and you shall not escape. Thus, it is better to resolve this enmity than to escalate it. Wen Yang clapped her hands and let out a cold laugh. A government official? Soon. That will no longer be the case. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qianjuan's heart sank, and his eyes widened as he stared at Wen Yang. What do you mean by that? What do you mean it will soon change? Wen Yang, with her hands clasped behind her back, her eyes glinting slightly, replied, Zhang Qianjun, I have already sent your incriminating evidence to the Dali Temple. I believe the officials there have begun investigating your background. Given your deeds, do you truly think you can withstand scrutiny? Zhang Qianjuan's pupils contracted, and he clenched his fists as he glared at Wen Yang. I bear you no grudge, nor have I wronged you recently. Why do you go to such lengths to harm me? Wen Yang's gaze turned icy. Blame yourself for coming to Sichuan County. Zhang Qianjun observed the soldiers behind him and took a deep breath. Charge. With that, he transformed, lunging fiercely towards Wen Yang. In that moment, a singular thought consumed him. Capture the leader first. If he could subdue Wen Yang, even if Yang Chen were a cultivator, he could not threaten his safety. Once he returned to Linhua County, everything would be different. At that point, it mattered not whether the truth prevailed. In Linhua County, he was a deity. As he approached Wen Yang, a smile spread across Zhang Qianjuan's face. Yet, in the next instant, he found himself propelled backward like a mere ball, having been forcefully kicked 5 meters away by Wen Yang. She glanced at him, letting out a cold snort. Capture the leader first? You ought to consider whom you are attempting to confront. You are simply not sufficient. Zhang Qianjun lay on the ground, his face as pale as death. Who are you? He exclaimed in agitation. Wen Yang raised her chin and cast a sidelong glance at him. I am Wen Yang of the Zhangxian Auction House. Upon hearing this name, Zhang Qianjuan's pupils constricted instantly. The Zhangxuan Auction House? It is, in fact, the second largest auction house in Kaiyang Prefecture. Most importantly, in his recollection, the background of this Zhangxuan auction house is extraordinarily formidable. This is indeed a force capable of challenging the royal family. Trouble is imminent. Now you should comprehend the gravity of the situation. Zhang Qianjuan's face turned ashen as he collapsed to the ground. It is over. This time, it seems we are truly doomed. Why is it that this remote place, Ishikawa Prefecture, has summoned you here? At this moment, Zhang Qianjun expressed his frustration, finding the situation utterly absurd. Ishikawa is not only home to the ever-accommodating river god, but now even the proprietor of the Zhangxuan auction house from Kaiyang has arrived. This matter is beyond your concern. Yang Chen, take him back. Hand him over to the authorities of the Dali Temple. Wen Yang said indifferently. Yang Chen slightly bowed in acknowledgement. Understood. As Zhang Qianjun watched Yang Chen approaching, a sense of despair enveloped him. It's over. With Zhang Qianjun being escorted away by Yang Chen, Wen Yang turned her gaze toward the river god temple and smiled faintly, saying, My lord river god, I have already seen off this troublesome fellow. Should anyone else cause a disturbance, I shall take care of them for you. Inside the river god temple, upon hearing Wen Yang's words, Zhang Lin's eyes flickered momentarily. It seemed that Wen Yang had arranged for someone to monitor the vicinity of the river god temple all along. She likely had motives beyond merely observing potential troublemakers. She may also wish to glimpse her own true form. At this thought, Zhang Lin could not help but shake his head. This fifth lady is truly something. She merely wishes to discern her own reality. Zhang Lin gazed outside, shaking his head in contemplation. However, The events of recent times have instilled in Zhang Lin a profound sense of pressure. The county magistrate of Linhua has already come knocking. What lies ahead? If the officials of the Dali Temple were to pay a visit, the situation would become rather dire. It is imperative to hasten the enhancement of one's strength. Zhang Lin's eyes flickered slightly as he regarded the incense value he had accumulated. 100,000. This may seem like an overwhelmingly vast number, however. If all were utilized to elevate one's realm, it would at most lead to an advancement to the mid-stage of the 7th rank. This is far from sufficient. Zhang Lin exhaled sharply, his gaze icy to the core. The refugees from Linhua County must urgently expand into the territory of Sichuan County. Moreover, it is imperative to raise awareness about Sichuan County among a broader audience. Only in this manner can we swiftly enhance our strength. Time is of the essence. Once our power reaches a certain threshold, granting us the ability to protect ourselves, it will suffice. Outside Sichuan County, a shadow flitted past, gazing upon the lake before him. The figure cloaked in black revealed a sinister smirk. How audacious of a wild deity, emerging from the shadows, to dare harm the master's pet. Today, a heavy price shall be exacted for such insolence. The black-clad figure's tone turned icy. Just as he took a few steps forward, he suddenly froze. For not far away, the banner of the Tsongshuan auction house was prominently displayed in the air. Upon witnessing this, the figure's pupils constricted. The Tsongshuan auction house. How could they possibly be here? This is the second auction house of Kaiyang Prefecture. The power behind it is anything but trivial. The black figure was acutely aware that if this matter escalated, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the consequences. However, if he were to withdraw now, he would have no means of justifying his retreat. Perhaps it would be wise to investigate further. It is possible that the Tsongshuan auction house is merely passing through Sichuan County. With gritted teeth, the figure adopted a grave demeanor. Upon entering Sichuan County, he observed the bustling crowds, the incessant calls of vendors, and the myriad of merchants, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Is this still Ishikawa Prefecture? How does it seem so different from his recollections? Or is it possible that this Ishikawa is indeed under the protection of the Tsongshuan auction house? At this thought, the cloaked figure felt a tightening in his chest. If that were the case, the consequences could be unfathomable. He exhaled deeply, the weight of the situation pressing heavily upon him, gripping the long sword in his hand. He took 2 steps forward. Wunyang and Yangchen were approaching from this direction. Upon seeing Wunyang at the forefront, the cloaked figure's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Wunyang, the proprietor of the Tsongshuan auction house, is indeed here. The cloaked figure swiftly concealed himself behind a nearby wall. This Sichuan County is truly peculiar. No. He must remain composed. It is imperative to investigate thoroughly. The cloaked figure felt a tightening in his chest, his breath quickening. Thud, thud, thud. As Wunyang and her companions drew nearer, his heartbeat intensified. Suddenly, a hand clasped his shoulder. The cloaked figure tensed, turning to see Zhang Lin, a smile gracing his face. Clapping his hands. My friend, since you have arrived in Sichuan County, why hide away so furtively? Chapter 97. The shadow behind you, who are you? The cloaked figure's pupils constricted, his heart plummeting. Although his attention had been entirely focused on Wunyang and her companions moments before, this individual had managed to appear silently behind him. This scenario evokes a profound sense of unease. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Lin displayed a faint smile. Me? I am merely an ordinary citizen of Shikawa. Is there a problem with that? I don't care who you are, just get lost. If you ruin my plans, I promise you will regret ever existing in this world. At this, Zhang Lin let out a cold chuckle and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the cloaked figure felt an overwhelming heaviness in his eyelids, as if his body were burdened by 1,000 pounds, rendering him utterly immobile. The cloaked figure collapsed to the ground, succumbing to a deep slumber. Observing the fallen figure, Zhang Lin scoffed. Did you truly believe I had not detected your presence? How laughable. You have delivered yourself to me. I am most curious to see the extent of the power wielded by your mysterious benefactor. With a flick of his sleeve, both Zhang Lin and the cloaked figure vanished from sight. Within the dreamscape, the cloaked figure gradually opened his eyes, bewildered by his surroundings. Where am I? He pondered, rubbing his forehead in confusion. Just then, Zhang Lin's figure approached from a distance. Upon seeing Zhang Lin, a flood of memories surged through the cloaked figure. Gazing into Zhang Lin's eyes, he gasped, It's you. Who are you? Clenching his fists, the cloaked figure appeared visibly tense. Zhang Lin glanced at him and replied nonchalantly. I am just an ordinary person. But you, what brings you to Shikawa? Are you here to investigate the true capabilities of the wild deity of this land on behalf of your master? Sweat began to beat on the cloaked figure's palms. He was astonished that his intentions had been so thoroughly discerned by this individual. This is not right, he thought, gritting his teeth as he stared at Zhang Lin. I understand now. You are the wild deity of Shikawa. You were the one who harmed my master's pet. Zhang Lin shrugged, his expression calm. So what if I am? You should be more concerned about your own predicament. If you cooperate and divulge all that you know about your master, I might spare your life. But should you remain silent, I assure you, today you shall meet your end. The cloaked figure exhaled sharply, his expression darkening. You want me to betray my master? That is impossible. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will eliminate this grave threat to my master. He retrieved a token from his cloak, staring at Zhang Lin, and crushed it with determination. Break this illusion. Zhang Lin stood motionless, his gaze emanating an extraordinary calmness. Thud. The sound resonated, accompanied by the unchanged surroundings. The black-clad man's pupils widened in disbelief as he stared at Zhang Lin. How could this be? You are not an 8th-rank wild god. Zhang Lin chuckled lightly at the black-clad figure. When did I ever claim to be an 8th-rank wild god? It seems your master's information is not as comprehensive as one might expect. In that moment, the black-clad man was thoroughly unsettled. A crisis loomed. With his strength amplified by this artifact, he could at most contend with an 8th-rank wild god. If it surpassed that, the chasm of disparity was insurmountable, a height he could never hope to reach. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he regarded Zhang Lin. The weight of despair heavy upon him. Do not rejoice too soon. Even if you are not merely an 8th rank, what difference does it make? The gap between you and my master is as vast as heaven and earth. Once my master intervenes, your demise is inevitable. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Lin revealed a playful smile. I am quite curious to witness just how formidable your master truly is. Zhang Lin fixed his gaze on the black-clad man's eyes. A glimmer of light flashing within his own. The black-clad man cradled his head in anguish, writhing on the ground. I cannot divulge. If I do, my master will surely kill me. Zhang Lin frowned slightly. The demon has surprisingly left such a potent mental suggestion within this individual's heart. It appears that this adversary is even more formidable than one could have imagined. With this thought, Zhang Lin felt a tightening in his chest. As he gradually intensified the magical energy of his dream-weaving spell, the figure in black succumbed entirely to despair. Suddenly, the figure shot upright, gazing at the heavens. My master is shrouded in mystery. I have never laid eyes upon his true visage. All I know is that he commands the winds and rains. With but a thought, he can sever a man's head. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin's pupils constricted. Commanding the winds and rains. This is indeed a high-level spell. If he recalls correctly, it must be at least of the 6th rank. It may even be of an even higher caliber. A sense of foreboding weighed heavily on Zhang Lin's heart. On this occasion, the demon sent a minion to probe the situation. What followed was likely not so simple. Zhang Lin took a deep breath, and his expression grew exceedingly grave. It seemed that this demon had already set its sights on him. At that moment, the dream-manipulating spell dissipated, and the figure clad in black collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of breath. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. You young rascal. You've incurred the wrath of Indra. I must warn you, he is not one to be trifled with. Zhang Lin turned around, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld the old blind man in the distance. Senior, do you know this person? The old blind man took a puff from his pipe, gazing pensively at Zhang Lin. Of course I know him. Indra is quite an anomaly among the many wild gods. He can indeed be termed a demon, for many of his actions resemble those of one. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin retrieved a marrow-cleansing pill from his pocket, presenting it to the old blind man. This marrow-cleansing pill is a token of my respect as a junior, and I wish to understand what sort of being Indra truly is. The old blind man glanced at the pill and nodded. Indra is a late-stage 6th-grade wild god. Initially, he fell into the path of demonic cultivation, employing various creatures to fulfill the requirements of his training. Subsequently, to bolster his strength, he resorted to blood sacrifices, causing untold suffering to the common folk. However, due to his erratic movements, even those from the Astral Observation Bureau were unable to locate him in a timely manner. Moreover, you ought to exercise caution. This individual harbors a vendetta. Those who fall under his gaze often meet a dismal fate. Upon hearing this, the corners of Zhang Lin's mouth twitched. The old blind man was clearly relishing the misfortune. Indeed, Senior, please provide some useful information. Otherwise, if I truly meet my demise, you will also lose the chance to obtain the corresponding elixir, Zhang Lin remarked with a hint of annoyance. The old blind man, upon hearing this, cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Lin and pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. This Indra is undoubtedly powerful. However, I have heard that recently. The people from the Qintian monitoring agency found him. After a fierce battle, Indra should be severely wounded. Even if he employs his healing techniques, he will likely be unable to recover in the short term. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin narrowed his eyes. A critically injured 6th grade wild god demon. If he were to eliminate him, it would certainly yield a considerable amount of incense value. Zhang Lin had also contemplated this recently. If, under normal circumstances, one could only acquire incense value on the 15th of each month, then he would have to continuously hunt various demons, regardless of their strength, to accumulate a significant amount of incense value. Senior, do you know if there are any formidable demons near Sichuan County? Zhang Lin inquired curiously, gazing at the old blind man. The old man, surprised by the question, shot Zhang Lin a quizzical look. You're not considering becoming a bounty hunter, are you? Let me tell you, being a bounty hunter is not as easy as it sounds. A moment's carelessness could cost you your life. Zhang Lin stretched lazily, exuding an air of calm. You need not worry about that. As long as you can provide the relevant information, I can exchange it for a 7th grade elixir. The old blind man scrutinized Zhang Lin closely and ultimately shook his head in disbelief. You young men are truly reckless. I never imagined you would entertain such thoughts. Since that is the case, I shall assist you. In the vicinity of Sichuan County, there are approximately over 30 demons at and below the 7th grade. Among them, 3 are 7th grade demons, while the rest are rather insignificant. This list includes their approximate locations, but finding them will still require considerable effort and time. The old blind man handed Zhang Lin a list, speaking in a calm manner. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin nodded and cast a cursory glance at the list, which was even more detailed than he had anticipated. It clearly indicated their realms and possible appearances. With such a list in hand, Zhang Lin felt assured that he could capture all these demons in a short time. Thank you, Senior. This cleansing elixir is yours. The old blind man smiled faintly as he looked at the elixir in his hand. I see you're rather astute. In that case, I shall grant you an opportunity to demonstrate your capabilities. If you can procure 20 cleansing elixirs, I can assure you that I will resolve the matter concerning Indra. At my command, this individual will undoubtedly comply, harboring no inclination for defiance. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Lin's eyes flickered, and his breathing quickened noticeably. Is this Indra? If one were to entrust a person to the old blind man, it would not pose a significant issue. This, in fact, may alleviate some troubles. However, the immense incense value, if overlooked, would truly be a regrettable loss. Senior, please allow me a moment to contemplate this matter. The old blind man cast a glance at Zhang Lin and shook his head. Are you, young man, concocting some mischief again? Enough of that. You should focus on your tasks. As the old blind man departed, Zhang Lin picked up the list and began to examine it meticulously. The path of bounty begins. It is time to embark on this journey. In Ishikawa Prefecture, Zhou Chuan gazed at the multitude of citizens before him, momentarily taken aback. He could not help but swallow hard. Initially, he anticipated that with Zhou Kai's assistance, he would undoubtedly win over a considerable number of the populace, leading to an eventual improvement in circumstances. However, what he encountered was beyond his expectations. Suddenly, there are thousands more people. This is truly a delightful surprise. Zhou Kai, you have performed exceptionally well this time. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to bring them to my attention. I shall endeavor to assist you. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Zhou Kai's eyes as he earnestly regarded Zhou Chuan. County Magistrate, I have but one request. I wish to meet the River Lord of Sichuan County. I long to visit the River Lord Temple and personally express my heartfelt gratitude to him. Had it not been for his benevolent intervention, I fear my fate would have been sealed. Zhou Chuan looked at Zhou Kai with mild surprise, not expecting such a request from him. This is indeed somewhat astonishing. The desire to meet the River Lord. If this statement were uttered by another, Zhang Lin would feel only one thing, that this individual yearns to engage with the River Lord, seeking ways to abduct him for the benefit of those they represent. However, the situation is now distinct. Zhou Chuan harbors a premonition. Should the River Lord be unwilling, no matter how enticing the promises made, they would bear no fruit. Certainly, it is feasible, yet it is not the opportune moment. On the 15th of every month, all the citizens of Sichuan County partake in a ceremonial offering. At that time, you may also have an opportunity to experiment. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kai felt a jolt within, regarding Zhou Chuan with a solemn gaze. Sir Zhou, do you imply that the River Lord conducts a corresponding ritual every month? May I inquire what preparations are necessary for this ceremony? Surely it does not involve young boys and girls as offerings? A bitter smile tugged at the corners of Zhou Kai's mouth. If that were the case, He could only conclude that he had gravely misjudged the River Lord of Sichuan County during this period. This is simply unbelievable. Sichuan cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Kai and retorted, "What on earth are you thinking every day? How could they possibly be virgins? This sacrificial ceremony is an initiative we organized ourselves, aimed at expressing our gratitude to Lord Yibo. Without him, who knows what fate would have befallen Stone River County. Therefore, the essence of this sacrificial ceremony lies in sincerity. The offerings themselves are of little consequence, as Lord Yibo has never been particular about such matters." Upon hearing this, Zhou Kai suddenly grasped the situation. This made him feel somewhat awkward. What a misunderstanding this is. "Lord Zhou, it is my fault. I should not have misinterpreted the River Lord's intentions." Chapter 99. This matter is quite straightforward. I have heard that the former River Lord of Linhua County had a penchant for young boys and girls, requiring sacrifices to appease him. However, remember this, in Sichuan County, it has never been necessary to exchange the lives of children for so-called tranquility. The River Lord himself would disdain such practices. Otherwise, he would not have intervened to eliminate the River Lord of Linhua County. Zhou Chuan gazed earnestly at Zhou Kai as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kai felt a jolt in his heart. Indeed, initially he had not grasped the distinction, mistakenly equating the River Lord of Sichuan County with that of Linhua County. Just as Zhou Chuan had stated, the two cannot possibly be compared. With this thought, Zhou Kai looked at Zhou Chuan and nodded vigorously. "I understand. Rest assured. Esteemed Lord Zhou, I shall not repeat the same mistakes again," Zhou Kai declared solemnly. Zhou Chuan patted Zhou Kai's shoulder and chuckled softly. "There is no need for such tension. I merely wish to inform you, so that you may be at ease." Zhou Kai glanced around, his curiosity piqued. "By the way, esteemed Lord Zhou, I have noticed that all the houses in Sichuan seem to be coated with a layer of what appears to be mud. Does this substance possess any special properties?" Zhou Kai inquired, intrigued. Zhou Chuan chuckled again and turned to Zhang Lin. "Young brother Zhang, perhaps you could elucidate this for him." Zhang Lin nodded helplessly at this request, knowing that such troublesome matters would inevitably fall upon him. "This is not mud. It is called cement. Houses constructed with this material are 10 times more durable than ordinary dwellings. Even in the face of heavy rains and strong winds, structures built with cement remain unscathed." Upon hearing this, Zhou Kai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Zhang Lin. "What? A house coated with this mud can actually have such properties? Is this a lie?" Zhang Lin, observing Zhou Kai's reaction, naturally understood his thoughts and promptly pointed to a nearby house. "If you doubt this, you may test the sturdiness of this house." Zhou Kai blinked, noticing Zhou Chuan standing nearby with an air of calmness, which instilled a sense of reassurance within him. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was indeed somewhat absurd. How is this possible? Can mud truly enhance the hardness of a house? Zhou Kai took a deep breath and approached the nearby wall. Gazing upon it, he raised his long sword and struck down with a fierce blow. Bang! The resounding boom, accompanied by a powerful shockwave, caused Zhou Kai to stumble back several steps. Gazing at the white mark on the wall, Zhou Kai was utterly astounded. It was indeed real. The wall proved to be astonishingly resilient. It is worth noting that with a single strike, he could have severed even a solid wooden pillar. Yet, there was not a single mark left behind. Zhou Kai's lips twitched. "My dear young brother, what could possibly be the reason for this?" He pondered. "This substance, akin to mud, truly possesses such remarkable properties?" Zhou Kai gazed at Zhang Lin with quickened breaths. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin chuckled softly. "This is called cement. Its very nature enhances the hardness of structures. In the entire Sichuan County, all houses inhabited by the citizens must incorporate cement. The purpose is to ensure that the people of Sichuan County need not worry about the impacts of so-called inclement weather." Zhou Kai was rendered momentarily speechless upon hearing this. Unbelievable. In Ishikawa Prefecture, both the revered deity of the river and the county magistrate exhibit an extraordinary benevolence towards the populace, ensuring that the citizens are free from the anxieties wrought by natural calamities. This is nothing short of a miracle. Just as Zhou Kai was about to speak, Wu Nyang and Yang Chun were approaching them from a distance. Upon seeing Wu Nyang leading the way, Zhou Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. "The esteemed Wu Zhonggui of the Tsongshan auction house is here." Cold sweat began to beat on Zhou Kai's forehead, for he had certainly heard of Wu Nyang's illustrious name. The fifth steward of the Tsongshan auction house is undoubtedly a rose with thorns. In the past, countless individuals have coveted her beauty. Yet, the ultimate outcome is the Tsongshan auction house continues to exist, while those individuals have mysteriously vanished. Now, the fifth lady unexpectedly appears in Sichuan County. Could it be that among those present, there is someone favored by this fifth steward? Contemplating this, a hint of bitterness crept into Zhou Kai's smile. Indeed, Ishikawa Prefecture is quite extraordinary. Is that not the esteemed Wu manager? What brings you here today? Zhou Chuan glanced at Wu Nyang in the distance, letting out a gentle chuckle. Zhang Lin cast a curious glance at Wu Nyang. This fifth lady is truly remarkable. One moment she was preoccupied with the preparations for the branch of the Songshuan auction house, and the next, upon hearing that Zhou Chuan and the others had returned, she took the initiative to come and greet them. The efficiency is truly remarkable. Fifth young lady covered her mouth, stifling a chuckle. She gazed at Zhou Chuan and the entourage behind him, presenting a radiant smile. This was undoubtedly for County Magistrate Zhou. Upon hearing of your journey to Linhua County, I made a special trip here to warmly welcome your triumphant return. Zhou Chuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Each time he conversed with fifth young lady, he invariably found himself at a disadvantage, often emerging rather embarrassed from their exchanges. This is truly a bit too oppressive. I must extend my gratitude to you, Master Wu, as I happen to have a matter that requires your assistance. Zhou Chuan suddenly recalled something and regarded Master Wu with utmost seriousness. Oh, please, speak freely, replied Wu Nyang with a light chuckle. Zhou Chuan glanced at the crowd of citizens behind him and nodded. The current agricultural output in Sichuan County is insufficient to ensure that all its populace can be adequately nourished. Therefore, it is imperative to transport a portion of grain from your establishment to ensure these citizens can enjoy warm meals. Wu Nyang raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, a faint smile gracing her lips. I initially thought it was something significant, but it appears to be merely this. That is certainly no problem. I shall promptly dispatch individuals to procure the necessary grain from surrounding counties. You can rest assured regarding both the quantity and freshness of the provisions. However, I personally suggest that you, Master Zhou, prepare adequately, for with the increase in population, the demand for grain will undoubtedly surge. Zhou Chuan fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Currently, Sichuan County relies heavily on aquatic products, medicinal herbs, and is renowned for its cement. The state of agricultural cultivation is indeed a cause for concern. A qualitative leap in crop production must be achieved. This challenge is not insurmountable. At that moment, Zhang Lin casually interjected. Oh, this challenge is not insurmountable. Wu Nyang looked at Zhang Lin in surprise. It is well known that the issue of grain has always been of paramount importance. Countless individuals have fretted over this matter. Even her father once grappled with the burdens of grain shortages. Yet now, Zhang Lin asserts that the grain issue is merely a trivial one. Zhou Chuan, intrigued by Zhang Lin's assertion, turned to face him with curious eyes. Young Master Zhang, please elaborate. Zhang Lin shrugged helplessly and exhaled. It is indeed not difficult. For I have examined the types of crops cultivated in Sichuan County and discovered that the variety is overwhelmingly limited. While this may be attributed to the soil structure, if my suggestions are implemented, we could at least double the grain output. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan and Wu Nyang exchanged glances, astonished. Doubling the grain output? Excellent. Young Master Zhang, I knew you would possess a solution. Then the responsibility of cultivation shall rest upon your shoulders. Zhou Chuan gently patted Zhang Lin on the shoulder, his excitement palpable. Beside them, Wu Nyang's eyes flickered slightly as she regarded Zhang Lin, a sense of unease stirring within her. She had initially believed that only Yi Bo and Zhou Chuan could command her attention in Sichuan County. To her astonishment, this seemingly ordinary individual could articulate such profound thoughts. Remarkable. There truly seemed to be hidden talents in Sichuan County. Taking a deep breath, Wu Nyang gazed curiously at Zhang Lin, wondering if there was any way that Songshuan auction house could be of assistance. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Lin lifted his gaze to meet hers and calmly replied, Yes, I require a few varieties of crop seeds. Wu Nyang nodded, placing a reassuring hand on her chest as she chuckled lightly. As long as the seeds are available in Kaiyang Prefecture, I can procure them for you. Zhang Lin acknowledged her response with a nod, expressing his gratitude. I appreciate your help, Manager Wu. He then produced a sheet of paper from his pocket and began to write with great concentration. Zhou Chuan, observing from the side, raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Zhang, I never expected you to carry such items with you. Zhang Lin meticulously compiled a list of the crop seeds, accompanied by a catalog, which he handed over to Wu Nyang. It was merely a precaution, he explained, but fortuitously, it has come in handy today. Wu Nyang was momentarily taken aback as she received the catalog and documents, astonished at how quickly Zhang Lin had completed the task. Was he truly so unfazed as to not require contemplation? Taking a deep breath, she adopted a serious demeanor. Give me 3 days, and I will surely gather these seeds. Zhang Lin nodded in agreement. That would be ideal. Meanwhile, Zhou Kai watched Shou Chuan's interaction with Wu Yang and Zhang Lin, his mouth agape in astonishment. Previously, he had believed that Sichuan County's rapid development was solely due to Yibo's protection. Although Shou Chuan and Zhang Lin possessed remarkable abilities, he had not regarded them as insurmountable. However, he now realized that the influence extended beyond Yibo alone. Even Zhang Lin and Shou Chuan were beyond his comparison. At the very least, he recognized that he could never maintain such composure while conversing with a figure as significant as Wu Yang. As Zhou Kai lingered in his thoughts, Wu Yang and the others had already departed. Qin Lu gave Zhou Kai a gentle pat on the shoulder, a smile gracing his lips. Do you find it a bit strange? Much of what you imagined about Sichuan County doesn't align with reality. Zhou Kai nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is entirely different from what I had envisioned. Qin Lu let out a gentle sigh. Thus, I must say, if you believe in a single statement, coming to Sichuan County, you shall undoubtedly have no regrets. In fact, I can assure you that this decision is certainly one of the most prudent choices you will ever make in your lifetime. Zhou Kai took a deep breath. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Qin. Rest assured, I will diligently learn from you all, and I pledge to strive to fulfill my responsibilities. Simultaneously, I shall also guide others to learn from the original inhabitants of Sichuan County. Zhou Kai was acutely aware that the newcomers to Sichuan County exhibited a range of qualities. And if, due to his negligence, he failed to provide proper guidance to these individuals, any ensuing mishaps would render him a historical pariah. Contemplating this, Zhou Kai suddenly clapped his hands. Oh no, among us, there is one individual who requires particular attention, Xiao Shitzi. Qin Lu, intrigued by this revelation, turned to Zhou Kai. Who is the Xiao Shitzi you speak of, and why do you appear so anxious? Zhou Kai sighed. Xiao Shitzi has been orphaned since childhood, lacking any family ties, and has survived by navigating the streets. He has always relied on thievery as his means of subsistence. I fear that he may employ the same methods against others in Sichuan County. Qin Lu's curiosity was piqued. According to your account, did no one notice this before? Zhou Kai offered a resigned smile. To be honest, Brother Qin, you might find it hard to believe, but Xiao Shitzi's skills in theft are unparalleled throughout Linhua County. Virtually nothing he sets his sights on remains unclaimed. Qin Lu's lips twitched in response. Is this the return of a troublesome individual? Meanwhile, on the streets of Ishikawa, a teenage boy, casually chewing on a blade of foxtail grass, surveyed his surroundings with a hint of scrutiny. This Ishikawa hardly seems extraordinary. They have all sung its praises to the heavens. At that moment, a melodious voice broke the silence. Big brother, your outfit looks so cool. The boy, known as Little Stone, paused, looking down at the girl before him, Bao Bao, in astonishment. What did you say? You think my attire is cool? Aren't you afraid of me? Little Stone, unable to suppress a smirk, even made a face at Bao Bao. In response, Bao Bao burst into laughter. Big brother, you are so much fun. Everyone else is always too busy to play with me. Would you like to join me? With wide eyes filled with anticipation, she gazed at Little Stone. Chapter 101. Has he really changed? Let me tell you, I am not a good person. There were a few foolish ones who got too close to me, and I ended up robbing them blind. Little Stone glared at Bao Bao with feigned ferocity. Upon hearing this, Bao Bao froze for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile. Big brother, that sounds so much fun. Little Stone found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Fun? The little girl truly has no sense of the world. Xiao Shitzi shook his head, unwilling to engage further with Bayer. Just as he was about to move forward, Bayer tugged at his pant leg. Brother, I'm a bit hungry. I didn't bring any money when I went out today. Could you treat me to a candied hawthorn? Xiao Shitzi lowered his gaze, meeting Bayer's pitiful expression, momentarily at a loss for words. He opened his mouth and exhaled deeply. What a little glutton. All right, but let it be known that it's only candied hawthorn, he stated with utmost seriousness. Bayer nodded eagerly, pointing to the candied hawthorn nearby, her face blooming with a radiant smile. Xiao Shitzi, observing her delight, shook his head and reached into his empty pocket, suddenly struck by a realization. He had forgotten. The silver coins on him had nearly been spent by the time he arrived. Now, he was nothing more than a destitute wretch, utterly devoid of wealth. Little Stone glanced around, flexing his wrist. Just as he was about to take action, a teasing voice suddenly rang out. So, you intend to rely on this so-called thievery to sustain yourself? What a waste of your hands. Little Stone's pupils contracted as he turned to see Zhang Lin standing nearby, a smile illuminating his face as he observed the scene before him. Who are you? Little Stone retracted his hand, eyeing Zhang Lin with suspicion. Over the years, whenever he perfected the art of thievery, no one was ever able to anticipate his actions. Yet, this individual, who appeared to be nothing more than a frail scholar, seemed to discern his true nature at a glance. Xiao Shixi felt an unusual heaviness in his heart. Zhang Lin shrugged helplessly. Me? I am merely an ordinary person. I just happened to notice. Turning to the side, he chuckled lightly at Bauer, saying, Bauer, this big brother is not someone to be trusted. You should keep your distance from him. Upon hearing this, Bauer couldn't help but pout, feeling somewhat indignant. Uncle Zhang, this big brother is not like that at all. Zhang Lin, hearing her protest, shrugged once more, a faint smile gracing his lips. Oh, he is not like that? Bauer, you are far too trusting of others. Xiao Shixi observed Zhang Lin closely, his eyes flickering slightly as his fingers subtly brushed against his waist. In the next moment, those fingers darted towards Zhang Lin's side. Just as they were about to reach him, Zhang Lin stepped back, holding Bauer's hand and chuckling softly. Bauer, listen to Uncle. Next time, be sure to keep your distance from such people. Xiao Shixi's heart sank. Indeed, this individual is far from ordinary. Xiao Shixi took a deep breath, his heart laden with an overwhelming weight. He understood all too well that the scene he had just witnessed was certainly no mere coincidence. This individual is indeed extraordinary. Little Shixi has managed to roam freely in Linhua County for an extended period, not merely due to his exceptional thieving skills. A more significant reason lies in his extraordinary sixth sense, which is far from ordinary. Thus, he can ascertain that this person is undoubtedly more complex than he appears. Uncle, I understand, Bauer pouted, her head lowered in discontent. Zhang Lin gently patted Bauer on the head, then turned to face little Shixi. His expression tranquil as he spoke. I am indifferent to your circumstances in Linhua County. However, I must inform you that this is Sichuan County, where all matters must adhere to its regulations. Should you wish to continue living by theft, I can assure you that Lord Hebo will not permit it. In that case, you may find yourself either expelled from Sichuan County or, at worst, losing your life. Little Shixi's pupils constricted as he took a deep breath, his entire demeanor heavy with gravity. I understand. As little Shixi departed, Zhang Lin could not help but shake his head. From the moment little Shixi entered Sichuan County, he had sensed it. Among the newcomers in Ishikawa Prefecture this time, he is able to ascertain. The small stone represents a significant hazard. If left unchecked, it could potentially lead to great misfortune. Ah, Zhang, my young brother. Have you seen a child? He appears to be just over a decade old, clad in animal hide, with somewhat disheveled hair. Moreover, his complexion is rather dark. Qin Lu approached Zhang Lin with a sense of urgency. Beside them, Bauer, upon hearing this, quickly lifted her head and earnestly exclaimed, I know. It's that young gentleman from just now. Qin Lu exhaled, looking at Zhang Lin with a degree of seriousness. Young brother Zhang, were you unharmed? That child is not to be underestimated. His thieving skills are exceptionally advanced. In Linhua County, some refer to him as the little saint of theft. Zhang Lin shook his head, patting the pouch at his side. Rest assured, I am quite fine here. Perhaps he thought of me as merely a penniless scholar, devoid of silver. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu's mouth fell open in surprise. He did not anticipate that Zhang Lin had managed to evade disaster. Could it be that this little stone has undergone a transformation? If so, that would indeed be acceptable. In any case, young brother Zhang, please remain vigilant in the future. Should you encounter him again, try to restrain him here. We will arrive at the first opportunity. Zhang Lin nodded. Watching Qin Lu and Bauer depart, he clasped his hands behind his back and shook his head slightly. An orphan, is he? How pitiable. Zhang Lin scoffed softly to himself. In the deep of night, on a hillside adjacent to Sichuan County, the small stone sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing silently at the distant scene illuminated by lights. When he was in Linhua County, he had always been a solitary figure. Now, arriving in Sichuan County, the outcome remained unchanged. Had he known this would be the case, he would have preferred to stay in Linhua County, where he felt more at ease. The small stone shook his head as he surveyed the surroundings. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out. Young gentleman, why are you here all alone? The small stone turned to see Bauer, struggling with a skewer of candied hawthorn, approaching him. He was taken aback, never expecting Bauer to sneak her way here. Chapter 102. Are you not afraid of me? Are you not fearful of me? Your family must have told you that I am not a good person, correct? The small stone exhaled, looking at Bauer with a perplexed expression. Bauer wiggled her chubby hand, gazing at the small stone with a light laugh. I am not afraid. I believe you are not a bad person. After all, one has never heard of a villain sitting here all alone, looking pitiable. So let Bauer keep you company. Little Pebble opened his mouth, feeling somewhat helpless. You've won. Bauer looked at Little Pebble, blinking her eyes. In truth, young sir, I am acquainted with you. Back in Linhua County, I had heard other children speak of your name. They all proclaimed you to be the saint of thieves, claiming that you always rob the rich to help the poor. Thus, I trust you. You would never harm a good person. Upon hearing this, Little Pebble was taken aback. Good person? Saint of thieves? Little Pebble opened his mouth, truly astonished that such sentiments could emanate from the lips of such a young child. This is simply incredible. Do you truly believe I am a good person? Little Pebble gazed at Bayer, and after a moment of contemplation, managed to utter a response. Of course, in Shizhou County, everyone is good-hearted. Bayer lowered her gaze to her toes, absent-mindedly poking at them. If it weren't for Lord Hebo, I might have perished long ago. It was Lord Hebo who saved me and my parents. Furthermore, countless villagers extended their hands to assist in constructing our home, providing me with a warm sanctuary. As Bayer spoke, she rose to her feet, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on Little Pebble. To him, Shizhou County was an unfamiliar realm. I understand you might feel somewhat out of place. Therefore, let Bayer guide you in becoming acquainted with Shizhou County. You will undoubtedly come to genuinely cherish this place. Little Pebble, captivated by Bayer's radiant smile, felt the barriers within his heart dissipate considerably. Her smile seemed to heal him in ways he never anticipated. Unbelievable. Who would have thought that one day he would experience the warmth of being genuinely cared for? Bayer, I will make every effort to try. Little Pebble clenched his fist and exhaled deeply. At that moment, in the distance, Zhang Lin observed this scene, his brow slightly raised. He had not expected that Little Pebble would undergo such a transformation due to Bayer's influence. This indeed appears rather novel. Zhang Lin lightly tapped his toes and materialized within the Hebo temple. Observing the surrounding incense offerings, a flicker of recognition passed through his eyes. The scene of Yang Chun's earlier intervention lingered vividly in his memory. No wonder. The individuals within the Qingtian Observatory are predominantly ordinary mortals. Yet, they possess the extraordinary ability to transform decay into the miraculous. This grants these commonplace individuals the power to slay deities. It is likely that this phenomenon embodies what is referred to as a cultivator. They can rival beings of their own kind through sheer human effort. This elixir represents one such shortcut. It appears that these potions are primarily designed to empower cultivators, enabling their strength to reach levels that can rival that of wild gods within a remarkably brief period. Zhang Lin pondered for a moment before murmuring to himself. Initially, he had not contemplated this matter at all, as he was entirely oblivious to such information at that time. However, following his encounters with the likes of the old blind man and Yangchen, Zhang Lin could now ascertain that the number of cultivators in this world is certainly not insignificant. Previously, he simply lacked the qualification to be privy to such knowledge. Now, however, he found himself quite exhilarated. After all, the existence of potions implies a corresponding market driven by demand. Should he become aware that these elixirs could sell remarkably well among cultivators, the situation would transform entirely. Zhang Lin exhaled deeply, his expression turning exceedingly grave. It seems that the pace of alchemical refinement could indeed be hastened further. Ultimately, it is only by producing a substantial quantity that he can leverage his identity as an alchemist to enter the realm of cultivators. At that juncture, he might even reap some benefits from the experience. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Lin commenced his alchemical processes. The entire process lasted for several hours. However, this time, the elixirs produced left him with an unsettling feeling. The quantity of the final product was lamentably meager, merely 8. After hours of refining, the successful outcome yielded a mere 8 elixirs. The quantity truly exceeded his expectations. The difficulty of this 7th-grade elixir is exceptionally high. There must be some issue at play. Zhang Lin couldn't help but murmur softly, for he understood all too well. According to the system's standard feedback, the success rate of alchemy should be around 50%. Yet now, that success rate is merely at best 20%. The disparity between them is indeed quite significant. Alas, let us devise a solution later. The following morning, Zhou Chuan opened the door and beheld the lively scene before him, unable to suppress a smile of contentment. The multitude of citizens were bustling about, their faces alight with excitement, united by a common goal, the earnest endeavor to construct their new homes. County Magistrate Zhou noted their fervor, which was notably high. At this rate, the scale of Shizhou County would soon see a remarkable enhancement. At that moment, Wunyang stood nearby, observing Zhou Chuan, and couldn't help but tease him. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Chuan shook his head slightly, feeling rather helpless as he remarked, "One can only hope for your auspicious words to bear fruit." Wunyang stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. "Sir Zhou, you hardly seem the type to utter such discouraging remarks." Zhou Chuan sighed in resignation. "I wish it were otherwise. But alas, development requires a substantial amount of silver, and we are currently at a deficit." He gazed at the piles of bills, feeling quite exasperated. Wunyang, still chuckling softly, chimed in, "Sir Zhou, if it's silver we are discussing, the profits from the cement sales have already come in. With this 10,000 taels of gold, it should address your immediate concerns." Zhou Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Wunyang. "What? How much did you just say?" 10,000 taels of gold. Wunyang nodded. "This is merely a portion of the initial dividends. Once these customers settle their final payments, there will be even more." Zhou Chuan couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. These people truly possess wealth. Chapter 103. Trouble for Bauer. Unbeknownst to Sir Zhou, for these individuals, maintaining face is paramount. Cement has now become a tangible representation of their status and power. Thus, their eagerness to raise prices and reside in homes crafted from cement is understandable. Wunyang, gazing at Zhou Chuan with a gentle smile, remarked, "Indeed, for these nobles, gold is but a fleeting concern. As long as it accentuates their esteemed status, silver becomes trivial." "Shopkeeper Wu, you have indeed resolved several challenges for us in Sichuan County. Is there anything we might assist you with in return?" Zhou Chuan looked at Wunyang, his eyes flickering with curiosity. Every individual has their desires, and Wunyang is no exception. To be devoid of aspirations is a most perilous circumstance. Wunyang clasped her hands in front of her and gazed at Zhou Chuan with a playful smile. "Assistance? Of course. There is. Moreover, for Mr. Zhou, it should be a mere trifling task. Our auction house aspires to become the sole auction establishment within Ishikawa Prefecture." Upon uttering these words, Wunyang's demeanor took on a notably grave expression. Zhou Chuan's pupils constricted, taken aback by Wunyang's keen insight. "So, the significance of this is anything but trivial. It is essential to recognize that Ishikawa Prefecture is currently experiencing remarkable development. Following this, it is inevitable that other auction houses will seek to establish their business in Ishikawa. However, if the condition set by Lady Wu is accepted, it would necessitate the relinquishment of other opportunities." Contemplating this, Zhou Chuan inhaled deeply. "Lady Wu certainly possesses grand ambitions. Should this be the exclusivity in question, the sincerity you have presented thus far may still fall short." Zhou Chuan's gaze was exceptionally resolute. At this juncture, Zhou Chuan was indeed gambling, wagering on the notion that in Lady Wu's heart, the status of Lord Yibo is of no ordinary significance. Lady Wu's eyes flickered slightly as she let out a soft chuckle. "Naturally, should Lord Zhou agree to designate our auction house as the sole auction house, I can assure you, Lord Zhou, that we will devise a bespoke plan for Ishikawa Prefecture over the next 5 years, without delving into other matters. This 5-year span could transform Ishikawa into an entity akin to Cayenne Prefecture," Lady Wu stated with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan's pupils constricted in an instant. An existence akin to Cayenne Prefecture? This promise completely caught Zhou Chuan off guard. Initially, he expected that securing a modest investment or a slight shift in resources would suffice. To his astonishment, Fifth Lady was so generous. Zhou Chuan took a deep breath, gazing at Fifth Lady, and nodded vigorously. "In light of this, let us wish for a delightful collaboration." No sooner had Zhou Chuan uttered these words than Qin Lu rushed over in a flurry. "County Magistrate, Bauer has vanished." Zhou Chuan furrowed his brows upon hearing this. How could a living person simply disappear? Moreover, she was merely a young child. Where could she possibly go? Qin Lu hastily shook his head, clenching his fists. "I do not know. I only know that Bauer is missing." As he spoke, Qin Lu could not help but grit his teeth, overwhelmed by a sense of frustration. During this period, he was preoccupied with various matters, neglecting Bauer. To his astonishment, upon turning back, he discovered that Bauer had vanished. Wunyang gazed at Qin Lu and earnestly said, "There is no need for Mr. Qin to be anxious. I can mobilize all personnel at the Tsongshuan auction house to assist in the search for Bauer. Moreover, as you have just mentioned, a child of such tender years cannot have strayed far. She is likely to be tucked away in some corner." Qin Lu bit his lip and nodded at Wunyang. He could only hope that was indeed the case. By the riverbank in Sichuan County, at this very moment, Bauer held onto the hand of Xiao Shitzi. Gazing at the tumultuous waters before her, her heart brimming with excitement. "So this is what the riverside looks like. Previously, my father was quite stingy. He never allowed me to come here. He always told me that it was exceedingly dangerous and not a place for children. Bao stuck out her tongue, expressing her indignation. Xiao Shitzi, observing the precariousness of Bao, felt a twinge of regret. Why had he agreed to Bao's wishes in the first place? Isn't this merely seeking trouble for oneself? If Bao were to fall into this river, Xiao Shitzi could hardly bear to imagine it, for he lacked the confidence to rescue her. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he observed Bao cough. Oh, Bao, this truly is not safe. Perhaps we should return instead. If anything were to happen, I would find it difficult to explain to your parents. Bao shook her head, extending her finger to Xiao Shitzi. Brother, you promised me you would fulfill my wish. What is this? Are you already reneging on your word? The corners of Xiao Shitzi's mouth twitched. This truly is a predicament of one's own making. Well then, dear Bao must exercise utmost caution, Xiao Shitzi stated with great seriousness. At this moment, he found himself in a state of helplessness. Just then, Bao gazed at the flowing river, tilting her head in confusion. How does the River Lord sustain himself? Could it be that the River Lord resides within the water? Is he perhaps transformed from a fish? Otherwise, how could he wield such control over this water? What do you think the River Lord enjoys eating? She inquired. Upon hearing this barrage of questions, the young man was left momentarily speechless. These inquiries have truly perplexed him. How could he possibly know what the River Lord enjoys? He is not a parasite residing within the River Lord's belly. Why do you have so many questions? Little Stone expressed his bewilderment. Bao widened her eyes and chuckled lightly at Little Stone. Because Lord Zhou once stated that we must bravely question the world. Only in this manner can we uncover more of the unknown. Upon hearing these words, Little Stone was momentarily taken aback. He did not anticipate that such a young child as Bao could articulate such profound thoughts. Previously, in Linhua County, he had navigated life's challenges alone. Depend on whom? No one would extend a helping hand. Even if he were to perish on the streets, no one would care. Bao, your life in Sichuan County is truly fortunate. Little Stone remarked with a sense of nostalgia. In response, Bao glanced at Little Stone, tiptoed, and endeavored to reach for his hand. Big brother, now you also reside in Sichuan County. Trust me, you will come to love it here. At that moment, Bao suddenly lost her footing and began to tilt backwards. Chapter 104. The Concept of Respect. Bao. Little Stone reached out, hoping to catch the falling Bao, but grasped nothing but air. He could only watch helplessly as she tumbled into the raging river. Big brother, save me, Bao cried out desperately amidst the turbulent waters. Witnessing this scene, Little Stone's pupils constricted in an instant. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his head to gaze at the rushing river, a flicker of fear evident in his eyes. All along, he had harbored a profound dread of water. For when he was 6 years old, he had nearly been engulfed by this very torrent. Who would have thought that now? This river would threaten to consume Bao. Little Stone shut his eyes, collapsed to the ground, and fervently bowed his head in supplication. River Lord, I am Little Stone. I have been disrespectful to you in the past. I implore you, do not hold it against me. Now, I beseech you to intervene and save Bao. If you grant her safety, I vow to dedicate myself entirely to benefiting Sichuan County and to safeguarding all that belongs to it. Little Stone's voice grew hoarse as he spoke. In this moment, he was consumed by a singular thought: protection. He must protect Bao. Otherwise, he would live with unease for the rest of his days. Not far away, Zhang Lin heard this plea, his gaze flickering momentarily. In that instant, he grasped the unfolding events. One could only say that this Little Stone possessed remarkable courage. Given Bao's exuberant personality, it is quite audacious of him to lead her to the riverbank. As Zhang Lin contemplated this, he raised his hand and summoned a swirling vortex that materialized in the sky. Observing the tumultuous river gradually yielding its droplets, Xiao Shitzi's pupils constricted. Previously, he had held skepticism regarding the existence of a river deity in Sichuan, dismissing it as mere folklore. However, in this moment, Xiao Shitzi felt a jolt of hope within him. In the center of the whirlpool, Bao, shielding her eyes, came into view. Remarkably, the once turbulent river now appeared astonishingly docile, akin to a gentle lamb, imparting a sense of tranquility to the heart. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Shitzi hurriedly pulled Bao from the vortex. Just then, a figure came rushing from the distance. Let go of Bao. Qin Lu charged towards Xiao Shitzi, his gaze ablaze with fury, as if he intended to devour him whole. You beast! Bao is merely a child. If you have grievances, direct them at me. With that, Qin Lu delivered a powerful punch directly to Xiao Shitzi's face. The sudden blow left Xiao Shitzi utterly bewildered. Gazing at the close proximity of Qin Lu, he rubbed his cheek and let out a long sigh. Father, it is not as it seems. It was the young man who saved me. Had it not been for him and Lord Yibo, Bao might never have seen her father again. With reddened eyes and a quivering voice, Bauer looked at Qin Lu. Qin Lu was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Zhou Chuan scrutinized the surroundings with great care. The terrain here was treacherous. The river should have been tumultuous, capable of swallowing a person whole at any moment. Yet, the waters now appeared remarkably serene, a likely testament to Lord Yibo's intervention. Qin Lu opened his mouth, and upon realizing it was indeed Lord Yibo who had acted, his anxious heart began to ease. Yet, what of it? If it weren't for him, how could Bauer have possibly arrived here? Clenching his fists, Qin Lu gritted his teeth. Bauer had always been his lifeblood, and just moments ago, he had nearly lost the very essence. This turmoil within him rendered him utterly restless. Zhou Chuan patted Qin Lu on the shoulder, shaking his head gently. "Brother Qin," he said, "I understand your feelings, but there must be some underlying circumstances to this matter. If I am not mistaken, it was this young lad who prayed to the river god, thus awakening his attention. It is precisely due to the intervention of the river god that Bauer is now safe and sound." Qin Lu paused for a moment, exhaling deeply. Xiao Shizi took a deep breath and gazed intently into Qin Lu's eyes. "Regardless of whether you believe me or not, I assure you, I have not harmed Bauer today. Because the river god saved her, I, Xiao Shizi, solemnly pledge that henceforth, I shall never commit any act that endangers the citizens of Sichuan." In that moment, Xiao Shizi's gaze became resolutely steadfast. Seeing this scene, Zhou Chuan was deeply moved. At that moment, Wu Nyang stepped forward, casting a glance at Qin Lu with a faint smile. "Rest assured, Mr. Qin, my eyes possess a unique ability to discern those who harbor malevolent intentions. This Xiao Shizi does not exude the aura of a wicked person. Had he truly intended to harm Bauer, regardless of the outcome, he would undoubtedly emanate a similar aura." Qin Lu opened his mouth, flicked his sleeve, and sat sulking nearby. Bauer poked Qin Lu gently, hands clasped behind her back, her demeanor somewhat fierce as she declared, "Father, you have previously taught me that when we err, we must admit our faults and never become ungrateful. What is this? Are you reconsidering your stance? Do you wish to serve as a cautionary tale for Bauer?" Qin Lu's eyes widened as he looked at Bauer, momentarily at a loss for words. This child, truly, how can he, at this moment, use his own words to admonish him? This is simply astounding. Qin Lu clenched his teeth and, after a moment of silence, approached the small stone, nodding in acknowledgement. "I apologize. I was far too hasty just now. I should not have acted so impulsively, nor should I have targeted you indiscriminately. It is my fault, and I am truly sorry," Qin Lu stated with utmost seriousness. The small stone waved his hand dismissively and, looking intently at Qin Lu, replied, "It is of no consequence. As long as Bauer is unharmed, that is what matters." Qin Lu shook his head and gazed into the eyes of the small stone. "This cannot stand. The men of Sichuan County are all valiant heroes. When a mistake is made, there is no justification for escaping punishment. Just tell me what I must do to appease you, and I shall act upon it without delay." The small stone was taken aback and burst into laughter. He did not expect Qin Lu to be so resolute. "This sensation of being compelled to apologize at someone's doorstep is indeed a first for me. Previously, whenever his name was mentioned, everyone would instinctively retreat. Yet now, it is entirely different now. Respect." In Ishikawa Prefecture, he genuinely felt that these people did not regard him with peculiar glances. Here, he was not the petty thief scurrying through the streets, but rather a small pebble in Ishikawa Prefecture. Chapter 105. Bold speculation. I have but one request, to be involved in the construction of Ishikawa Prefecture. Even if it is merely to run errands, I am more than capable of running and enduring hardship. The small pebble looked at Qin Lu and Zhou Chuan with utmost seriousness. Zhou Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the small pebble would ultimately present such a request. This is hardly a matter of significance. From the very beginning, he intended to arrange a position for the small pebble. In Ishikawa Prefecture, this is practically standard. Of course, it is possible, as long as you are not afraid of hardship. Since Ishikawa is still under development, there is a great demand for talent. Zhou Chuan spoke earnestly. Xiao Shizi shook his head. "I am not afraid of hardship, nor am I afraid of fatigue." Observing this scene, Wu Nyang beside them chuckled softly. "Congratulations, Lord Zhou. You have acquired another talent. I just observed this young man. He possesses extraordinary abilities, particularly in stealth, a rare gift indeed. I am uncertain if what I possess qualifies as talent, but I firmly believe that if I set my mind to it, there is nothing I cannot steal." Xiao Shizi extended his hand, holding a purse, and tapped his forehead. He quickly turned to Zhou Chuan. "Apologies. It was merely a moment of impulse, and I lost control." Zhou Chuan glanced at the purse in Xiao Shizi's hand, his lips twitching slightly. This undoubtedly belongs to him. When did this act take place? Initially, this purse seemed inconsequential. Yet his financial situation is rather strained. The purse contains scarcely any silver. With Fifth Lady and Qin Lu present, it is nothing short of embarrassing for him. Zhou Chuan cleared his throat, casting a glance at the small stone, and, with gritted teeth, remarked, "You rascal, could you not temper your temperament? Truly, are you not aware that such behavior is utterly unacceptable?" The small stone scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. "My apologies, Lord Zhou. It was merely that I did not anticipate your financial plight. It is regrettable that I have brought you shame." The words of the small stone struck deep into Zhou Chuan's heart. Indeed, was he not the very one referred to by the most unfortunate county magistrate? Observing the atmosphere shift towards harmony among the gathering, Zhang Lin's lips curled into a subtle smile from his vantage point on the distant hillside. Indeed, this is a fortuitous development. The little pebble has taken root in Ishikawa Prefecture with unwavering assurance. What, then, of others? Zhang Lin hummed a cheerful tune, his heart brimming with contentment. Suddenly, the old blind man appeared before him, a fresh streak of blood marring his presence. Zhang Lin's pupils constricted in disbelief at the sight. It is worth noting that, in his memory, the old blind man's prowess was unfathomable. Even with Zhang Lin's recent surge in strength, he harbored no confidence in surpassing the old blind man. Yet, this enigmatic figure was now wounded. "What are you dawdling about for, you rascal? Come here at once." The old blind man barked somewhat grumpily. Zhang Lin approached, curiosity piqued by the old man's injury. "Elder, what transpired? What kind of being could inflict harm upon you?" The old blind man grimaced at Zhang Lin's inquiry. "Look at your words. Who could possibly injure me? This was merely a moment of carelessness on my part, allowing my opponent a fleeting strike." Zhang Lin shot the old man a sidelong glance, a smile playing on his lips, choosing to remain silent. The old blind man settled on the ground, exhaling deeply. "Listen here, you young scamp. I advise you not to pry into matters that do not concern you. I've come to you with a request. Here is the formula for the 7th rank Cloud Dragon Pill, along with the corresponding medicinal materials. These ingredients are sufficient to concoct 100 pills. Upon completion, I require merely 10 for myself. The remainder shall be yours." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin's eyebrows arched in intrigue. The treatment can only be described as exceedingly generous. Merely 10 out of 100 are required. The remainder shall belong to him. If his alchemical efficiency reaches a mere 20%, it would still represent an immense profit. Should he refine his skills to a 50% success rate, the situation would be entirely transformed. Contemplating this, Zhang Lin nodded in agreement. "Senior, grant me 3 days, and I assure you I will provide the promised elixirs." The old blind man shook his head, extending 2 fingers. "At most, 2 days. This time, you need only to concoct these 10 elixirs. And I can guarantee that when the personnel from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau come knocking, I will assist you in obfuscating the truth, allowing you to delay them for a while longer." Zhang Lin pondered for a moment before nodding in acceptance. Agreed. The old blind man's proposition was simply too compelling for Zhang Lin to refuse. For Zhang Lin, as long as he had ample time, he was confident he could evolve into the most formidable existence. In fact, given enough time, he believed he could also confront the agents of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. Upon hearing this, the old blind man nodded, leaving behind a heap of medicinal materials, and hurriedly departed. Watching the old man's retreating figure, Zhang Lin's eyes flickered momentarily. For the first time in such a long while, he witnessed the old blind man exhibiting such a palpable sense of panic. Previously, the old blind man faced every challenge with remarkable composure. Now, Zhang Lin exhaled deeply, his gaze fixed upon the medicinal herbs in his hand, his expression resolutely determined. Zhang Lin was acutely aware that any unforeseen misfortune befalling the old blind man would not bode well for him. In fact, it could lead to exceedingly adverse consequences. If the old blind man remained unharmed, he would not only be able to provide Zhang Lin with invaluable herbs and treasures, but also offer a wealth of precious intelligence. This is undoubtedly a fortuitous event for him. If the old blind man were to encounter misfortune, all of this would vanish. Moreover, there exists a possibility that he could be implicated as well. Contemplating this, Zhang Lin clenched his fists and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the alchemical process. However, as he engaged in this endeavor, Zhang Lin's pupils constricted. He distinctly sensed that the creation of the Cloud Dragon Pill was astonishingly effortless. It was a stark contrast to his previous experiences. In the past, Zhang Lin had felt that the success rate for concocting this 7th grade elixir was exceedingly low. Any minor oversight in detail could lead to utter failure. Yet now, the situation was entirely different. Even if the details were not meticulously attended to, success was still attainable. Remarkably, the success rate for the Cloud Dragon Pill had reached a rare 70%. Zhang Lin inhaled sharply. 70%. This is truly an astonishing figure. Without delving into other matters, merely trading this 7th-grade Yulong pill could elevate him to great wealth. Zhang Lin lowered his gaze, contemplating the elixir in his hand. And a bold conjecture began to form in his mind. Chapter 106. One can also stand out. Could it be that the formulas provided by the system are all considered rare treasures among 7th-grade pills? Is this the reason for the immense difficulty in their refinement? Zhang Lin took a deep breath, unable to suppress his murmurs. Primarily, there resided an inexplicable premonition within his heart. The likelihood of this occurrence is exceedingly high. Otherwise, there would not be a disparity between a success rate of 30% and one of 70%. The disparity between the past and the present is astonishingly vast. At this juncture, I can be said to have fulfilled the expectations of my predecessors. Henceforth, my sole aim is to diligently concoct as many Yunlong pills as possible. Zhang Lin clenched his fists and earnestly commenced his research. In Ishikawa Prefecture, at this very moment, a multitude of citizens congregated before a tavern, their faces illuminated by radiant smiles. At this time, Qin Lu rubbed his hands together, surveying the crowd of townsfolk, his joy scarcely contained. Esteemed guests, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your patronage today. Our Yuxing Tavern shall not betray your trust moving forward. We shall strive to provide exemplary service, ensuring your dining and drinking experiences are nothing short of delightful. Qin Lu declared earnestly, his cheeks flushed as he addressed the crowd. At his side stood Bauer and Xiao Shitzi, both adorned with bright smiles. However, unlike the others, Xiao Shitzi displayed a hint of trepidation and unease. He was anxious, for it marked his inaugural day of employment. The various tasks at this restaurant are entrusted to him by Qin Lu. Although the remuneration is not particularly generous, it bestows upon Xiao Shitzi a profound sense of security. This has never occurred before, and thus, the little stone is immensely grateful for this opportunity. Young sir, there is no need to be so anxious here. Everyone is quite easy to get along with, and will certainly not put you in a difficult position. Bauer said to the little stone with utmost sincerity. The little stone opened his mouth, revealing a somewhat helpless smile. I am not nervous, he declared. Amidst the crowd, Zhou Chuan observed Qin Lu and the others, clapping his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, here, I hope you will all learn from Qin Lu henceforth. Let the entire Sichuan County flourish with diverse industries. Only in this manner can Sichuan County undergo further transformation. With Zhou Chuan's command, the surrounding citizens could not help but applaud. Some of the newly arrived residents of Sichuan County were filled with amazement, for in Linhua County, not even a tavern of this scale would warrant the attention of the county magistrate. It was simply deemed unworthy. However, here, Zhou Chuan had lowered himself, leading one to believe he was an ordinary individual rather than the county magistrate. Qin Lu beamed with a radiant smile. Today marks the grand opening of our tavern, and thus, all expenditures will be discounted, he announced earnestly, waving his finger. As the opening ceremony concluded, Qin Lu promptly began to busy himself, for within this brief period, the number of customers arriving at the tavern had already exceeded 100. Qin Lu gazed at the lengthy menu, utterly astonished. The populace exhibits an overwhelming enthusiasm, which, to a certain extent, borders on suffering. However, having reached this juncture, one can only muster the courage to give it a try. Meanwhile, the little stone, in a fit of urgency, has begun to busily engage in activities. Yet, it is in moments like these that his nimble agility proves particularly advantageous. Weaving through the throngs of people, the little stone appears to navigate with effortless ease. Zhou Chuan, witnessing this scene, opens his mouth in a silent exclamation of admiration. This young lad possesses remarkable skills. His ability to skillfully maneuver through the crowd is truly impressive. Were I in his position, I doubt I could achieve such a feat. Sitting beside Zhou Chuan, Wen Yang glances up at the little stone and lets out a soft chuckle. The title of Little Thief Saint is indeed well-deserved. Yet, it is quite unexpected that Lord Zhou would conceive of having him contribute in such a manner. Zhou Chuan absent-mindedly touches the tip of his nose. The ownership of this small stone was determined only after careful consideration. Primarily, this young lad is not very familiar with others, and he possesses a rather introverted nature, making him less adept at communication. The only person he is somewhat acquainted with is Bauer. Therefore, adopting this approach serves not only to provide the small stone with a task, but also to help him cultivate his courage. enabling him to assimilate more swiftly into this larger environment, lest he remain ensconced in his own world. Comparatively, it is the fifth manager who truly excels in this regard. I have heard about the recent events concerning the Kaiyang mansion. Zhou Chuan cast a sidelong glance at Fifth Nyang and remarked nonchalantly, "The Kaiyang mansion?" Fifth Nyang's eyes flickered slightly. Lowering her gaze to the teacup before her, she pondered for a moment before responding, "Oh, I wonder what rumors have reached Lord Zhou's ears. I would be interested to hear if there are any embellishments." Zhou Chuan tapped his fingers on the table, studying Fifth Nyang's face intently as he replied earnestly. The Xingyuan auction house's reputation has plummeted significantly. Many who once supported it have now abandoned it in favor of backing the fifth manager. This is no trivial matter. Fifth Nyang's eyes sparkled momentarily as she nodded in acknowledgement. Lord Zhou's information is indeed quite astute, but I assure you, this is merely a minor disturbance and hardly worth concern. Zhou Chuan raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. There is no need for the fifth manager to be overly modest. The reason I mention this is to inform you that my relationship with the Chancellor's faction is far from amicable. Your close association with me may undoubtedly provoke their envy, and I fear the consequences could be dire. Fifth Nyang fell silent for a moment, lifted her wine cup, and took a delicate sip. If I truly feared the Chancellor, I would not have engaged with Lord Zhou from the outset. Moreover, if I may speak frankly, in the eyes of the Chancellor, the moment you departed the capital, Lord Zhou, any opportunity was lost. Zhou Chuan gritted his teeth, his countenance betraying a hint of discomfort. Indeed, in the eyes of the Chancellor's faction, only the capital is regarded as a place where one can truly rise above the common folk. Once one leaves the capital, they are akin to ants, posing no threat whatsoever. Contemplating this, Zhou Chuan inhaled deeply, his expression turning gravely serious. And yet, what of it? Sooner or later, I shall make them understand that in Sichuan County, one can also achieve prominence. Chapter 107. The exquisite wine. I naturally have faith in Lord Zhou. It is precisely for this reason that I have established a branch in Sichuan County, with the sole purpose of recognizing its potential. Wen Yao blinked her eyes playfully. Upon witnessing the expression on Wen Yao's face, Zhou Chuan felt a slight jolt in his heart. Was Wen Yu truly valuing his abilities? Or was it the esteemed Lord of the River that captured her interest? Zhou Chuan found himself without a definitive answer. At that moment, Zhang Lin entered the grand hall, carrying a jar of wine, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings with a hint of surprise. The bustling business of this restaurant exceeded his imagination. Indeed, prior to this, the citizens of Shikawa had been toiling for their livelihoods. Yet now, everything has changed. They have progressed from merely striving for basic sustenance to a new phase of existence. A moderately prosperous life, perhaps? As Zhang Lin pondered, Zhou